Lord of the Mysteries chapter 1159 to chapter 1215. 2 Sequence 3 Demigods guarding the main door. As expected of the giant king's court, the divine kingdom of an ancient god. The members of the tarot felt the same way. As for Sun, he didn't stop as he continued narrating. To him, he was rather shocked when he first discovered that the 2 silver knights were guarding the main door of the giant king's court. However, the series of events that followed made it appear extremely ordinary. It was no longer able to stir his emotions. According to the information shared by Mr. World, we circled to the back of the giant king's court through a rather concealed path. The monsters we encountered along the way were mainly wraiths, which were restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. After arriving at the waning forest, I attempted to explore it and discovered that the remnant will of the giant king had combined with the power of the divine kingdom to form an evil spirit. It was guarding his parents' mausoleum. Sun skillfully recalled his experiences along the way. As for Justice Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and the other tarot members, they quickly pulled their thoughts back from the Silver Knights and listened attentively. They were all very interested in the secrets hidden in the waning forest. They wanted to know what the ancient god, the giant king, couldn't let the queen and children know. Recalling the scene he had seen back then, Sun paused for a moment before saying, "After purifying the evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the giant king's parents." After purifying the evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the giant king's parents. There was a stone tablet there, indicating the identity of the owner of the tomb. The tomb and coffin had long been opened by someone, revealing the corpses inside. Those were 2 human corpses. Human corpses? There are human corpses buried in the tomb of the giant king's parents? Godfather and godmother? No, there wasn't any religion back then. As a demigod who had grasped a lot of mysticism knowledge, the hermit Catlia's first reaction was that the 2 corpses had another identity. Right on the heels of that, she recalled something that the queen had mentioned. It was a question that Roselle the Great had asked as though he was muttering to himself, why do ancient texts and historical materials call giants, elves, and vampires humanoid creatures or humanoid creatures? Why aren't humans called giant-like, elf-like, or vampire-like creatures? Could it be that all humanoid creatures originated from humans? Giants, elves, and vampires are mutations brought about by beyonder characteristics that can be inherited. Catlia instantly composed herself and seriously considered the possible reasons. At this moment, she felt that after returning to the real world, the potion would definitely be digested to a certain extent. This was because the sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway was mysticologist, and the ancestor of giants and the source of humanoid creatures was undoubtedly extremely valuable. It was mysticism knowledge that ordinary demigods had no way of knowing. The giant king's parents were humans? It must be fake. The hanging man Alger immediately suspected that someone had faked the scene. However, when he thought about it, not only did he need to take away real skeletons and human corpses, but he also needed to prepare a suitable coffin so that the tomb didn't look like it belonged to a giant, and this kind of forgery was meaningless. It wouldn't have much of an impact on reality, so Alger felt that no one would do such a boring thing. To be able to enter the giant king's court, suppress a powerful evil spirit, and approach the 2 tombs was at least a saint. It was long past the age of pranks. Could it be true? The ancestors of humanoid creatures were all humans? This includes elves? As he had seen too many shocking things on the tarot, and he had experienced a collapse of faith due to the contents of the murals on the primitive island. The hanging man Alger didn't have any intense emotions. He just couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his dark blue hair. Mr. the Hanging Man connected this matter to me? The giant king's parents were actually humans. From the looks of it, most of the creation myths that are currently circulating are fake. They were deliberately fabricated by later generations. However, there are also some hidden metaphors. Mr. Moon doesn't seem to be able to accept this matter. Mr. World seems to have long known about it. Audrey used placate and other psychological powers and techniques to quickly control her state as she instinctively observed the reactions of the other members. At that moment, Emlyn was the most agitated one. His mind was filled with thoughts of impossible and impossible. If the ancestors of the giants were humans, then what about the sanguine? Could it be that we are monsters that mutated due to our beyonder characteristics? Impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor. He has the authority of life and creation. We are completely different from barbaric deities like the Giant King and the Elf King who only know how to fight. As Emlyn's thoughts churned, he had a baffling feeling that his pride was cracking apart. His intuition, his rationality, and his brain told him that Sun had no motive to lie about this matter. The possibility of the other existences faking the scene was extremely low. Therefore, he subconsciously removed the giants and elves from the ranks of humanoid creatures, treating them as a branch of humanity. Leonard, Magician's Furs, and Zio quickly accepted the possibility revealed by Sun's words. To them, it didn't matter if the giant ancestor was a giant, a human, or even a curly-haired baboon. At most, it would indicate that many Beyonder creatures were the result of the accumulation of Beyonder characteristics in ordinary creatures, but this didn't mean much in reality. Derek calmed himself down, and in the strange silence, he continued, "Don't worry." After leaving the waning forest, we entered the Giant King's court through the barren tunnel. Along the way, there were remnants of the powers of degeneration and concealment. We had to make the right response in order to pass through. That palace has a mural that contains the power of the cycle of fate. As a result, we were affected and transformed into participants of the gathering. We repeated a very short process, and this process was the establishment of Rose Redemption. Having said that, Derek looked around and saw that all the members had temporarily extricated themselves from their previous state. They showed great interest in the organization, Rose Redemption. They all knew that this was an extremely secretive and ancient organization that followed and believed in the true creator. It was the source of the Aurora Order, and its members included King of Angels Ouroboros, Medici, Sasher, and other important figures. Derek retracted his gaze and silently exhaled. The two conveners of Rose Redemption are Dark Angel Sasher and Evernight Goddess Ammonizes. Audrey, Leonard, and Zio momentarily doubted their ears. They were all believers of Evernight, so they never expected that the goddess would be a member and convener of Rose Redemption. This was akin to saying that the Evernight goddess was a member of the Tarot. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Sun knew what kind of person he was and that he wouldn't lie, they would have definitely suspected the authenticity of this matter. And now, they were momentarily speechless. They didn't even dare to think too deeply. Alger subconsciously turned his body to the side and looked at Derek as he listened to him speak slowly and heavily. "That's right, Derek, I'm not sure." He listened to him slowly and heavily say, "The participants are, White Angel Aucuses, Wind Angel Leotaro." Alger's eyelids twitched as he didn't dare to have any thoughts. God of War Badhile, Earth Mother Omabella, Emlyn, who was leaning back in his chair, unknowingly sat up straight. There was only one piece of information echoing in his mind: Goddess of Harvest, Giant Queen, Omabella, God of the Dead, Salinger, God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna. Sun's voice resounded in the ancient and magnificent palace. It made Catlia, Magician's Furs, and the other members exchange looks. No one dared to speak, as though they would suffer the wrath of the gods if they delved any deeper into the matter. After Derek finished speaking, they remained silent. The scene was so quiet that it was a little strange. Finally, Catlia sighed and said, "Rose Redemption is truly terrifyingly powerful. Rose Redemption is so powerful that it's terrifying. Before this, I couldn't imagine that those existences were its members." Just as she said that, the world's German sparrow said with a hoarse voice, "That was an organization established to fight against the ancient sun god." It was an organization established to fight against the ancient sun god. Later on, only a few kings of angels remained. Upon hearing their conversation, Audrey and the other members seemed to wake up from a dream. All of them subconsciously cast their gazes at the end of the long, mottled table, at the figure shrouded in grey fog, as though they were waiting for the judgment of the authoritative figure. The fool Klein had long imagined such a scene. Without giving a direct response, he nodded slightly and sighed. As a result, the fallen creator was born. It's true. It's true. So Mr. Fool's reminder of Rose Redemption has such a deeper meaning. What is his identity in ancient times, and what is his position in these matters? Thoughts instantly formed a storm that swept through the minds of all the members of the Tarot. Sun looked at everyone, and seeing that no one spoke, he had no choice but to talk about the subsequent exploration. "We encountered the leader of the King's Court Chasers, Light Slayer Murskogan, outside the Giant King's palace. He said that Dark Angel Sasher was sleeping in that palace, compared to the matter of Rose's redemption, the news of the mysterious dark angel sleeping in the giant king's palace didn't cause much emotional turmoil for the star Leonard, the moon, and the other members of the tarot. It only satisfied a certain curiosity. Of course, as a mysticologist, Xianxia only hoped that Sun could speak a little more. After that, we returned. Mr. Fool bestowed us the Silver Night Potion formula. At the end of the narration, Sun gave a very honest summary. Audrey and company were still immersed in what had just happened. They were still feeling the lingering fear of blasphemy, so no one gave any feedback. Only the hanging man, Alger, thought for a moment and said since the true creator's birth stemmed from the Rose redemption, he shouldn't be unfamiliar with what happened in the giant king's court. Why wasn't that shepherd elder Lovia prepared for this? 9 heavens divine emperors. This is also the question I wanted to ask. At the end of the long, mottled table, the fool Klein echoed Mr. the hanging man inwardly. Leonard thought for a moment and tried to find a possible reason. The true creator's birth stems from Rose redemption, but that doesn't mean that he knows everything about Rose redemption. Perhaps figuring out the truth back then is one of his goals. Just as he said that, Audrey denied this guess. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, who painted that mural, is still inside Rose redemption and follows the true creator. If he has any questions, just ask him. Perhaps the true creator's goal is to confirm Dark Angel Sassur's condition. From Shepherd Lovia's strong desire to enter the giant king's palace, this can be determined. Xianxia gave her opinion. That's also my judgment. The hanging man Alger glanced at son Derek and said, of course, we can't eliminate the possibility raised by the star. Perhaps Angel of Fate Ouroboros's condition isn't right and has lost most of his memories. He can only rely on the murals left behind in the past to slowly recover his lost past. This probability is very low, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. We don't know what's special or problematic with the King of Angels. As he spoke, the hanging man Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, as though he wanted to obtain a hint from this existence, but unfortunately, he failed to receive any feedback. It wasn't that the fool Klein didn't have any ideas, but that he had too many ideas to give. Every time Tail Devourer Ouroboros reboots, he would grow up beside the true creator. No one knows what his current state is. After mumbling inwardly, seeing that no one had any more inspiration for the time being, Klein controlled the world to look at son Derek. I recently harvested a batch of mushrooms that can grow and reproduce by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters in the darkness. I wonder if your city of silver is interested? A mushroom that can devour the flesh and blood of monsters? Zio and company were momentarily alarmed and curious, unsure of how such a creature could exist. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we don't understand yet. This is what a scribe should record. Magician's Fur sighed as she came to a realization. Xianxia's gaze suddenly deepened. She sat there without saying a word or moving her body. She was like a statue. Derek was delighted when he heard that, but his thoughts raced as he blurted out, "What's the matter? Can the mushrooms attack the monsters?" If possible, this could be used as food, and it could also be used as the outer defense system of the City of Silver. I thought little son would be afraid of those mushrooms. In the end, his request is even more excessive. The corners of the world's German sparrow's mouth twitched. No, if mushroom can actively attack monsters, then you guys won't be an exception. Son immediately felt a little ashamed as he hurriedly nodded. I understand, Mr. World. Klein then made the fake world give a further description. Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, some can produce milk, and some can be rich in oil, equivalent to beef. Some have a texture similar to fish, but they don't have any bones. Apart from milk that can be drunk directly, the rest has to be cooked through steaming, boiling, frying, roasting, and other methods. Otherwise, those mushrooms will absorb the flesh and blood in the body and regain their vitality, turning a person into countless mushrooms from the inside out. Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and the other tarot members were originally listening to a novel and interesting story, but as they listened, they subconsciously shrank back and became abnormally silent. Only Xianxia's eyelids twitched. She decided to have a good talk with Frank when she returned to the real world. She was very worried that one day, when the Star Pirates held a vote among the crew, a large number of mushrooms would cast a solemn vote. At this moment, Sun, who had been listening attentively, couldn't hide his anticipation and curiosity. Mr. World, what's flour? Just like black-faced grass powder? Also, what's milk, what's beef, and what's fish? In fact, he had seen fish before, but he didn't think that they were fish. In a swamp southwest of the city of Silver, there were many strange fish-shaped monsters that contained venom. Some of them were covered in lumps, some had teeth growing out of their eyes, and some had split heads with a layer of white membrane that could be used to hunt other creatures. No matter how strange those mushrooms are, to the city of Silver, there's something worth looking forward to. The first thing they need to resolve is whether they have them, not whether they're good or not. The fool Klein sighed when he heard that and turned his gaze to Justice Audrey. Describing in detail what flour, milk, beef, and fish was not in line with the persona of the world, German Sparrow. As a senior spectator and German Sparrow psychiatrist, Audrey instantly understood what he was trying to express. After some deliberation, she said, "Don't worry." After some deliberation, she said, "Milk is the liquid that cows use to nurture their offspring." She believed that little Sun could easily understand this point. After all, the city of Silver had pregnant women and infants. Seeing Sun nod in understanding, she continued, "Milk can provide a lot of nutrients, helping you grow taller and stronger." Audrey didn't finish her sentence, because little Sun, who was sitting in his seat, was extremely tall and sturdy. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, Sun looked at the world, German Sparrow, with a fervent gaze. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, Sun looked at the world, German Sparrow, with a fervent gaze. "Thank you, Mr. World. This is exactly what our city of Silver needs. When I return, I'll immediately inform the chief. He will definitely be very happy. What do you want in exchange?" The fool Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the world, German Sparrow. The potion formula of classical metallurgist. No. Katlia subconsciously wanted to stop him, but she ultimately held back her urge. She secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, and seeing that the mighty existence didn't say anything, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. "Yes," agreed Derek cheerfully. After exchanging these matters, Leonard requested for a private conversation with the Moon Emlyn. "When will I be released?" Emlyn asked the moment the other members of the tarot were blocked. Leonard maintained his posture and said, "This is something I can't decide. My suggestion is that you get someone to contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine as soon as possible and get them to think of a way to get you out. These two fellows even caused an accident with a simple protective custody?" The fool Klein, who was listening by the side, wanted to laugh, but he held back. Emlyn's expression sank. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right. What's the point of looking for the higher-ups of the Blood Clan? The goddess is the Lady of Crimson. She still cares for you fellows who belong to the Moon Domain, even though you don't believe in her," Leonard said in a perfunctory manner. The real explanation in his mind was, an ancient race like the Sanguine that had lived for several eons definitely had some sort of connection with the various churches, especially back when the Sanguine Queen was the Empress of the Night Emperor. And back then, the Church of Evernight supported the Night Emperor. Emlyn also thought of this and nodded slightly. "I'll try entrusting it to Mr. World." This was the most reliable candidate he could think of. Just as he said that, Emlyn and Leonard suddenly said at the same time, "That's right." "That's not right." "You thought of it too?" Emlyn then glanced at the star beside him. Leonard chuckled. "It's such a simple question." Emlyn replied with a scoff. "But you just suggested that I contact the upper echelons of the vampires. I've already been imprisoned in the Church of Evernight for several days. They must have long known what they should know. They didn't attempt to rescue me probably because they want to observe who else will help me so as to find my accomplices." Leonard's gaze was elsewhere. "That might be the case. Therefore, you can only continue to stay behind Cheney's gate. Perhaps in a few more days, they will lose their patience and get you out." Emlyn was at a loss as to what expression to show in response. After the man and Sanguine finished their private conversation, the world German Sparrow looked at Magician's Furs. "Give me the meeting place and time. After the gathering, I will find you and take you to a new place." "All right." Magician's Furs hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool and conjured the time and location on a piece of goatskin. When she handed over the piece of paper, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, what should I pay attention to this time?" "Keep warm," the world's German sparrow replied simply. "Keep warm." Magician's Furs was momentarily stunned, unsure of what he was trying to say. After reading the goatskin parchment, the world German sparrow surveyed the area and said, "Everyone in Bakeland, please pay close attention to your surroundings. Firstly, it was very likely that Zeradal would fish him on over. Secondly, Demonastrici might help Mr. Dorr prepare the ritual. Thirdly, it was unknown when George III would begin the final step of becoming the Black Emperor. All right. Audrey and the other tarot members in Bakeland nodded one after another. They recalled the recent situation and didn't find anything abnormal. After communicating for a while, the other members asked Miss Justice to use hypnosis to help them forget a portion of their memories. With that, the tarot gathering came to an end. One figure after another disappeared above the gray fog, leaving only the fool Klein behind. After sitting in silence for more than 10 minutes and thinking about other problems, Klein returned to the real world. He teleported to the agreed location and waited to meet Miss Magicians. It was almost winter, and the sky was dark at 4 in the afternoon. The clouds were gray, and the gas supply was restricted due to the war, so the street lamps hadn't been lit. In the alley where few people walked, the environment turned darker. A cold wind blew past, and although it wasn't like a blade that could scratch one's face, it seemed to have magic that slowly but surely seeped into one's clothes. Klein, who had transformed into German Sparrow, raised his hand to press down on his top hat. He saw Miss Magicians wrapped in a dark scarf and a thick coat. She carried a seemingly heavy suitcase as she warily walked into the alley. In the kingdom of Rouen, due to the influence of the Church of Evernight, many of the clothes that were considered only for men also had women's styles. Just like in Intis, the ladies of high society often sat sideways on their horses and had special saddles. However, in Rouen, the ladies had their own knight's clothes. Klein took out his left hand, which was wearing creeping hunger, from his pocket and spread his fingers. "Are you ready to save the manuscript?" Furs suddenly felt a cold wind blow at her neck as she subconsciously shrank back. "It can be serialized for at least 2 weeks. I've already handed it to the editor of the newspaper." Without waiting for German Sparrow to ask again, she hurriedly added, "I brought a pen, ink, and paper." "I brought a pen, ink, and paper." Klein nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab Miss Magician's shoulder. Furs immediately focused as an illusory, slowly flipping book appeared in her eyes. Her surroundings immediately turned dark and colorful. The reds turned redder, the blacks turned blacker, and the browns turned browner. They stacked together, giving off a hallucinatory feeling. Furs was already completely accustomed to this state as she successfully recorded this journey. She also seriously observed the scenery of the journey. She copied the strange and indescribable spirit world creatures into her mind. A few breaths later, her vision turned black as she felt a chill she had never experienced before. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Instinctively, Furs cast a spell to illuminate the environment. She looked around and found that she was in a wooden hut. The German Sparrow, the world, had disappeared. "What is this place?" Furs looked at the window, only to see that there was a thick layer of something that prevented any light from shining in. This made her even more confused. She walked to the door, stretched out her right hand, and pulled the door open. Amidst the creaking sound, she saw the snow that had accumulated to the point that it had blocked the exit. Furs was stunned. Her mind echoed with German Sparrow's reminder. "Keep warm." And in just a short minute or two, Klein had already circled the sea and used the prey he had long chosen to appease creeping hunger. He returned to his rented apartment in Bakeland and waited for Queen Mystic Bernadette and Miss Sharon to gather information on any anomalies. In fact, with Klein's style, he would definitely personally take action on such matters and do additional investigations at the same time. He wanted to ensure that Demonastrici didn't have any plans to help Mr. Dorr escape. However, considering that Zeradal was already in Bakeland, he was cautious and gave up on the idea of wandering out. Under the influence of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he felt that if he were to wander around Bakeland, he would sooner or later encounter Zeradal or even Amon. Sigh, I've already thought of how to disguise myself. I'll buy a bicycle, get a uniform, and ride around different streets as a postman. This way, it'll be the least likely to arouse suspicion. Klein drank a mouthful of the guru tree sap he had brought back from the sea and leaned back in his chair, allowing his marionettes, Anuni, and Konas, to massage his shoulders and legs. Afternoon town camp in the forsaken land of the gods. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked around the bonfire to the chief's room. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, raised his hand, and lightly knocked on the thick wooden door. "Please come in." Amidst the knocking, Colin Iliad's deep voice sounded. As he turned the doorknob, he pushed the door open and entered. As he cast his gaze at the white-haired demon hunter Colin, who had an old scar on his face, he blurted out, "Your Excellency, I discovered some strange mushrooms. They can be eaten." Colin Iliad fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Your Excellency, I discovered some strange mushrooms." Mushrooms? Upon hearing the puzzlement in the chief's words, Derek instantly recalled a type of mushroom he had seen before. It came from the abandoned temple of the fallen creator. It looked especially bright and appetizing, but it was essentially very dangerous. His mood immediately calmed down a lot. He nodded and said, I'm not sure." "Yes, mushrooms, different species of mushrooms. They can devour the flesh of monsters to grow and reproduce." Derek described the uniqueness of the mushrooms in detail, and earnestly explained what milk, beef, fish, and flour were. Finally, he solemnly emphasized that the mushrooms had to be fully cooked before they could be eaten, and that they had to pay attention to distinguishing the types of poisonous mushrooms. Colin Iliad listened quietly and didn't show any emotional fluctuations. After some thought, he said, "That's right. What other dangers do they have, or should I say, what do I need to pay attention to?" Derek's face suddenly turned red. "I'll go and do some research." Without waiting for the chief to speak, he turned around, opened the door, and ran out. After returning to his room, he took a deep breath, sat down, and began praying to Mr. Fool, asking him to convey the question to Mr. World. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool. He tapped the armrest with his index finger and silently muttered to himself, "That's right. What other dangers are there?" Although Frank's imagination, actions, and creativity leave me a little fearful, he's still a Sequence 5 druid after all. How dangerous can the mushrooms he creates be? With the City of Silver's years of experience in the dark, they can easily deal with those mushrooms. The shocking abnormalities of the future producing milk in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods and the pirates' heads growing watermelons are because of the remnant aura and divine powers of Earth Mother. The true murderer is the deity and not Frank, man. If the birth of the forsaken land of the gods has something to do with the death of the ancient sun god due to his betrayal, the battle back then wouldn't have only left behind the powers of Evernight, concealment, degeneration, and storm. Perhaps certain areas have the influence of sun and earth. This, Klein thought for a moment before conjuring the world German sparrow and getting him to tell him the truth. If they encounter the divine power of the earth domain, those mushrooms might undergo an unknown mutation. After getting a response, Derek dashed out of his room again and sprinted to the first seat's door. This time, there was no need for him to knock. The door opened naturally. Derek turned back to look at his teammates by the bonfire, entered the room, and closed the heavy wooden door behind him. The divine power of the earth domain may have caused the mushrooms to mutate in unknown ways, he stated frankly, without explaining how he came up with it. Demon Hunter Colin's expression didn't change as he repeated the key phrase in a low voice. The divine power of the earth domain. His voice gradually lowered and finally fell silent. After about 10 seconds, he said, "After we return, we can designate an area to plant them and see how they turn out." "So, what's the price?" Derek immediately replied, "That's right. Classical alchemist's potion formula." Colin Iliad nodded slowly. "This has to be decided by the 6-member council. Once we return to the city, I'll push for this matter as soon as possible." Their expedition team was supposed to return to the City of Silver in the next 2 days. Firstly, after the previous exploration, the survivors and the ones who had lost their loved ones needed some time to adjust their mental states. Secondly, the amount of food left in the camp was limited, and the area around Afternoon Town couldn't plant black-faced grass. They could only rely on hunting monsters to replenish their supplies. Therefore, one of the expedition team's responsibilities was to transport safe food. They had to rotate every once in a while. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek didn't rush him. He was already used to such a process. After he left the room, Colin Iliad came to the window and looked at the bonfire in the middle of the camp. The flame burned quietly, and in the deep darkness, a faint yellow light shone over the entire camp. On top of it was a disgusting vampire with pus oozing out of his body. A few days later, Klein received the corresponding feedback from Queen Mystic Bernadette, Charismatic Order Patrick Bryan, and Miss Sharon. He confirmed that Bakeland hadn't had any abnormal movements of materials or personnel recently. From the looks of it, Demonis Trissy only plans on speaking to Mr. Dorr for the time being. Furthermore, this seems to be the first time they've established contact. Regardless, I still have to warn you beforehand. This requires sufficient skill. The more you say, the greater the possibility of making a mistake. Furthermore, you can't reveal your trump card. Klein thought for a moment and found the hair of the deceased provided by Miss Magicians. He unfolded the piece of paper and wrote. This is the material you need. Hair from a descendant of the House of Abraham. The provider has a request. It's to help ask that existence a question. The question is how they can escape the curse on them. Finally, a reminder. Be careful of Mr. Dorr. Klein folded the letter and placed the clump of hair inside. He took out the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. After a brief silence, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 bright-looking heads in her hands. Give this letter to the fool who was tempted, Klein instructed as he handed over the letter in his hand. Just as he said that, his heart stirred as he hurriedly added another question. Can you locate him? Yes. One of Rionette Tinker's heads answered the question before biting the letter. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. P.S. I had something to do in the morning. I'll update first before making any changes. I'll make up for the draft at night. Divine King of the 9 Heavens in the Bakeland Bridge area, Klein found the man who had been tempted by Trissy to help her send and receive the letter according to the location provided by Miss Messenger. However, Klein didn't enter the apartment, nor did he disturb his target. He stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black trench coat and continued walking forward. Under the illumination of the gas street lamps, he came to a crossroads and turned into another street. During this process, inside a certain building, a rat that was stealing food suddenly trembled. It then abandoned the piece of cheese and followed the usual passageway that it used to pass through, walking with its back facing Klein as it approached the target area. Then, the rat opened its mouth in a hidden corner and let out a human voice. Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous. Just as the rat finished speaking, Klein, who had already turned into another street, vanished. All that was left was a wisp of fire that quickly dissipated. He had used Flaming Jump, but he wasn't using it to travel. Instead, he was entering a hotel room he had booked and rendezvous with one of his marionettes. Therefore, he wasn't too worried about being sensed by Zeradal and encountering an accident. After all, his target was clear, and the distance was very short. Furthermore, he had protection. In the room, under the gaze of his marionette, Anuni, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. As he sat at the end of the long bronze table, he drew the sea god's scepter and used the prayer light to observe the target's situation through his true vision, the man who had helped Demonis Trissy relay the news. A few minutes later, Rionette Tinker appeared in the apartment as promised. She took the gold coin and left the envelope on the table. The man trembled in fear again, but he finally overcame his fear. He picked up the letter and weighed it in his hand. 15 minutes later, he took out the black paste carefully, separated a small piece, and smeared it on the surface of the mirror. Soon, he saw the girl in the dark mirror that occupied all of his sweet dreams. He quickly said, "You're not the only one." He hurriedly said, "That crazy adventurer just sent a letter. It seems to contain something else. According to your instructions, I didn't open it." At this moment, Klein, who was above the gray fog, began to see something magical. In his eyes, the mirror itself had become blurry, closer to a dark and illusory channel. It was connected to similar objects in the surrounding area, forming a complicated and abstract spider web that interweaved into a profound and strange world. With the gray fog's true vision, Klein could barely make out the general situation, but he was unable to distinguish the details. He didn't know that there were strange and terrifying creatures lurking inside the world. In mysticism, mirrors are often given the symbolic meaning of leading to another kingdom. Furthermore, they are often related to horror and horror. This is the world in the mirror? My beyonder powers don't involve this domain at all. That's not it either. If someone prays to me and attempts magic mirror divination, then the world in the mirror will naturally have an illusory channel that points to me and the gray fog. Strictly speaking, the world in the mirror isn't the real world. It's closer to an amalgamation of doors. It connects to different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms. If one were to get lost inside, they might directly appear in the abyss or even the cosmos. Of course, a demigod with such abilities should be able to create a reflection of the world and hide inside, an amalgamation of doors. Apart from demonesses and wraiths, high-sequence beyonders of the apprentice pathway also have similar powers? Does the mystery of a secret sorcerer represent the mirror world? This is sufficiently mysterious and secretive. Under normal circumstances, even with true vision, there's no way to directly see the mirror world unless someone activates it. Klein nodded in thought as he heard Demoness Trissy reply in a sweet voice, "That's right, it's impossible for him to see the mirror world." He heard Demoness Trissy reply with a sweet voice, "Throw the letter into the mirror." "Can you throw it in?" As a low-sequence beyonder, the man had never seen such a magical thing. After a moment of hesitation, he held the letter and pressed it against the mirror. On the surface of the mirror, the darkness suddenly spread out like ripples of aqueous light. Just as the man felt the solid sensation lighten, he saw the letter magically penetrate the surface of the glass and enter the illusory interior. Right on the heels of that, the letter seemed to be attracted by a massive vortex as it continued falling deep into the room where Trissy was. Above the gray fog, Klein raised the sea god's scepter and focused on tracking the letter in an attempt to lock onto the demoness location. At this moment, in his true vision, the dark and deep world in the mirror began to fluctuate violently, turning everything into a blur. By the time the tremors calmed down, Klein had already lost track of the letter and Demoness Trissy. The aura of the primordial demoness can actually interfere with such a gaze. After a moment of silence, Klein let out a sigh. It was precisely because of Trissy's various oddities that he didn't take the risk of mixing his hair into the materials to locate her. It was very easy for him to suffer a terrifying curse, and he might even die on the spot. To Klein, it didn't matter if he died suddenly. After all, as long as his corpse wasn't pulverized, he should be able to revive. However, that meant that he wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity to lock onto Trissy. She would definitely move quickly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting a precious opportunity to revive? Having suffered a setback, Klein quickly returned to the real world and left the Bakeland Bridge area. The next morning, with an ordinary face, Klein rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. He planned on telling the Evernight goddess about Demoness Trissy by chanting her honorific name and praying softly. When the time came, if anything were to happen on the night of the full moon, there would at least be a deity watching Bakeland and making preparations ahead of time. Back then, the Evernight goddess had exiled and sealed Mr. Dorr. She definitely knew the other party's tricks. In such matters, Klein never flaunted his superiority. He knew himself very well. Since he couldn't resolve the problem himself, he had to find someone who could. As for why he didn't do it at home and insisted on coming to St. Samuel Cathedral, it was because Klein wanted to observe the situation in Bakeland Street and the surrounding area in passing. He wanted to find the minute traces of Amon's arrival. Hazel and her family had once been embroiled with Amon, and she herself belonged to the Marauder pathway. Be it the intersection of fate or the convergence of characteristics, it made her a high-risk group for encountering Amon. Klein didn't dare to be negligent or careless about this. He reminded and arranged for himself to come every once in a while for a checkup. Similarly, due to Miss Justice's subsequent treatment of Hazel's psychological trauma, it was very easy for her to be implicated if anything were to happen to Hazel. Therefore, Klein was also very worried about the noble lady's safety. He believed that it was necessary to use the Crimson Star to confirm her condition from time to time. Of course, he would avoid the more awkward times. As his thoughts raced, Klein, who was approaching Phelps Street, got off the carriage ahead of time. He got his marionette, Anuni, to recite the honorific name of sea god in a hidden spot. He switched places with his marionette, Konas. In a sealed space that he distorted, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. Then, with the help of the sea god scepter's true vision, he carefully observed the situation in Buckland Street and the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Hazel wasn't parasitized. Miss Justice isn't either. Their maids, pets, and bodyguards aren't either. The residents of Buckland Street and the staff of the Charity Bursary Foundation aren't either. There aren't any signs of Amon's activities in any of the streets in this area. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. Following that, he approached St. Samuel Cathedral, passed through the door, and found a seat in the dark and serene prayer hall to sit down. After softly reciting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, Klein gave a simple description. Demonis Trissy has obtained the hair of a descendant of the House of Abraham. She plans on contacting a certain hidden existence on the night of the full moon. Her exact goal cannot be determined. After sitting in silence for a while, seeing that the goddess didn't respond and the archbishop didn't come out, Klein wore his silk top hat and slowly walked out of the cathedral. At night, he changed locations and controlled a rat as his marionette. He recited another honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. I wish to meet you. Just like before, the rat lost its life the moment it finished praying. Klein then distanced himself from it. He wanted to meet the Red Angel and chat about Mr. Door and Dark Angel Sasser. After waiting for a few minutes, with the help of another rat marionette, Klein saw the previous one burst into flames, spewing out blinding white flames. The flames quickly outlined a short sentence on the ground, I don't want to see you. The muscles on Klein's face twitched indiscernibly. After some thought, he rationally gave up and left the area. After dozens of seconds, the remaining blazing white flames formed new words, beg me. And at this moment, Klein had already left. In a particular house in a certain area of Bakeland, the pale Sauron Einhorn Medici, who was wearing a black robe with red patterns, stood up from the sofa. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, who's disturbing me? In the blink of an eye, Bakeland welcomed the night of the full moon. In a room illuminated by crimson light, Demonis Trissy stood in an altar. Around her were rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, lapis lazuli, and other ritual materials. After some complicated preparations, she lit the hair in her hand and placed it into the cauldron. When the flames were dyed with a layer of darkness, Trissy took 2 steps back and chanted in Jotun with a solemn expression, the great door of all doors, the guide of the endless cosmos, the key to all the mysterious world. As Trissy chanted, the gems around her emitted cracking sounds as they shattered into powder and floated up. They shimmered with red, blue, green, or resplendent glimmers as they quickly converged into a torrent that was cast towards the candlelight on the altar. At the same time, the burnt strands of hair in the cauldron also joined the ranks. The flame swelled and intertwined, turning darker as though it was an illusory door that led to another world. Trissy immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly, as though countless dangers were seeping out from the flames. A sentence flashed across her mind. It was a warning from German Sparrow, be careful of Mr. Door. As expected of someone with a messenger of that level. His understanding of Mr. Door and his grasp of my plans might be deeper and more precise than I imagined. Trissy slowly took a deep breath and patiently waited for the subsequent changes. In the blink of an eye, she felt that the void in the room had become a lot thinner. Many places were filled with shadows, as though a large number of indescribable, strange, and dangerous creatures were hiding behind them. The dark and expanding flames slowly spun, turning into a huge, deep, crimson vortex. As the vortex spun, an ethereal voice that could pierce through a spirit body finally sounded from the bottom. Cheek? Upon hearing this voice, the blood vessels on Trissy's forehead throbbed. It was as though her head had been stabbed with countless steel needles that were frantically stabbing and stirring. Her black hair fluttered without any wind. Every strand became thicker, and the skin on her face turned transparent. Her blood vessels protruded out one after another, densely packed like a spider web. After spending a lot of effort, Trissy finally controlled herself. She heard the voice that was enough to make most Beyonders gradually lose control and chuckled. From the looks of it, its cheeks blessed. Back then, we looked at the second blasphemy slate together, and were able to surpass sequence 1. The only ones left alive should be Artisan, Cheek, and me. Trissy ignored Mr. Dorr's sigh as she spoke with an unconcealable warped expression. Honorable Mr. Dorr, I have something to ask you. Speak. Being lost in the darkness and trapped in the storm for years is too boring. It's rare to have someone to chat with me. The terrifying voice replied without much change in the slowly spinning vortex. The muscles on Trissy's face twitched a few times. She still couldn't get used to the voice that sounded like the ravings of an evil god. She paused for a few seconds before saying, I want to know if there's any abnormal way to enter the 9 secret mausoleums that Blood Emperor Tudor built to advance to Black Emperor. It was unknown where he was, but Mr. Dorr's voice sounded across the endless void as he let out an ethereal laugh. So it's because of this, that's not difficult. I'll give you a symbol. Gather the blood of Beyonders of different pathways and mix them together. Taint it with spirituality. In front of the mausoleum, draw the symbol in the void, and you will be able to open a secret passageway that leads inside. As the being spoke, sparks separated from the dark vortex and formed a rather complicated symbol in midair. It was like a series of doors stacked on top of each other in a disorderly manner, with no end in sight. Trissy endured the tearing pain of her spirit body and memorized the symbol before seeking confirmation. All 22 Beyonder pathways, every pathway only requires the blood of one Beyonder, regardless of their sequence? How much blood does each pathway require? Mr. Dorr continued to reply in the same delirious state as before. Yes. I don't need too much. A small tube will do. I guarantee that I can finish drawing the symbol. Although Trissy's expression was contorted from the pain, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth after obtaining crucial information. She revealed a smile. This, combined with her overall expression, was very strange, making her look like a lunatic. After accomplishing her main goal, Trissy asked again in order to have a smooth cooperation with German Sparrow. The House of Abraham wants to know how to get rid of the ancient curse. The dark vortex fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. Set up such a ritual, using a demigod of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway as a sacrifice. Once I escape the storm and penetrate the darkness, the curse will no longer exist. Trissy wasn't interested in how the House of Abraham could get rid of the ancient curse. After receiving the answer, she couldn't hold it in any longer. As she thanked Mr. Dorr, she began to stop the ritual. As for Mr. Dorr, he didn't attempt to bewitch, threaten, or corrupt her. After the dark vortex of flames collapsed and the ritual ended, Trissy began cogitation. She spent nearly an hour to calm the effects of Mr. Dorr's ravings on her. After doing all of this, Trissy found a pen and paper and copied the symbol provided by Mr. Dorr. She described the answers to the 2 questions in detail. She knew that she was being pursued by Saintess of White Katarina, and that there seemed to be an even more terrifying hunter waiting behind her. It was very difficult for her to quickly gather the blood of Beyonders from different pathways, so she planned on leaving this matter to German Sparrow. In addition, she believed that even if George III and company believed that the secret mausoleum was safe enough and didn't leave too many guards behind, there would definitely be necessary defenses inside. It wasn't something that she, as a sequence 4, could quickly break through and destroy. If that happened, she would be intercepted by reinforcements and lose the best opportunity. As for German Sparrow, even his messenger was at the level of an angel. The strength of the organization behind him was obvious. They had the ability to destroy the mausoleum at the critical moment and cause the Black Emperor ritual to fail. Since she couldn't complete it herself, she naturally had to find someone with the ability to complete it for her. After throwing the letter into a mailbox on a nearby street, Trissy, who was wearing a black dress and a black coat, slowly walked down the cold, dark road. Looking at the light from the gas lamps, she laughed self-deprecatingly. Just because of a little indignation, I actually walked step by step to such an extent. You're lucky. At least I'll avenge you, and if I were to die, apart from those who hate me, no one would remember me. After receiving Trissy's letter from Miss Messenger, Klein sat in a chair and read it a few times. Before heading above the grey fog to divine the authenticity of Mr. Dorr's method, he subconsciously thought about how quickly he could gather the blood of the 22 Beyonder pathways. This symbol is very similar to the symbol on the back of Miss Magician's chair. A seer can use his. Apprentice to find Miss Magicians, and I can also give her some pressure to write her manuscript. There are 3 choices for the Marauder pathway: Marionette as a mosquito to sting Hazel, obtain it from Vice Admiral Iceberg's 3rd mate, Flowery Bow Tie, get Leonard's grandpa to give it to me, Spectator pathway, Miss Justice. Bard pathway, Little Sun. Storm pathway, Mr. the Hanging Man. Reader pathway, Vice Admiral Iceberg or that demigod named Luca. Secret suppliant, find Ma'am Hermit's 2nd mate, Bloodless Heath Doyle. Corpse collector pathway, Numinous Episcopates Patrick Bryan. Sleepless pathway, my dear poet. Warrior pathway, most of the citizens of the City of Silver or Father Utrevsky. Planter, Frank. Apothecary, Emlyn, Arbiter, Miss Zio. Lawyer, Marionette Konas, Hunter, Donnas or Anderson. Demoness, I'll get Trissy to provide it herself. Prisoner, Miss Sharon or Merrick. Criminal, I don't have one for now, Mystery Prior, Ma'am Hermit. Savant, Frank's experimental assistant. Monster, Marionette Anuni. From the looks of it, most of them can be obtained in a short period of time. The corresponding channels trust me enough to believe that I won't use blood to curse them. This demoness? Trissy definitely has a way to remove the connection between blood and her main body. She won't object. Only devils. Although I've already encountered a few, they've either died or escaped. I'm currently lacking a target to choose from. Yes, I'll ask Little Sun if the City of Silver has any devil flesh and blood in storage. They encounter it from time to time. On careful thought, Klein realized that he had transmigrated less than 2 years ago, but he had established a rather deep connection with most Beyonders of the Beyonder pathways. He immediately reined in his scattered thoughts and seriously considered Mr. Door's escape ritual. To sacrifice a marauder, apprentice, and seer demigod. These are 3 pathways that can be interchanged. Is Mr. Door going to use the temporary combination of the 3 pathways to use an ingenious method to open a passageway to return? The demigods of these 3 pathways aren't that easy to capture. It was possible when the House of Abraham was at its peak, but there was basically no hope for high-sequence Beyonders after the War of the 4 Emperors and the corresponding aftershocks died. If Mr. Door was a little more patient and gave his descendants more time to grow, it wouldn't be impossible. But why is he constantly calling for help, causing one descendant after another with potential to die? Could he have already gone mad? A lunatic who looks like a normal person on the outside, Klein pondered for a moment before burning the letter and entering above the gray fog. He did 2 divinations. The revelations he received were, the method to enter the secret mausoleum was real, and Mr. Door's return ritual was also real. Looking at the spirit pendulum in his hand, Klein sat silently on the high-backed chair for a while. After a few minutes, he pulled and clenched the topaz pendant tightly with his left hand. He muttered to himself, once the Bizarro Sorcerer potion is completely digested, I'll hold the ritual with George III. Sonia C., Pasu Island. The summoned Blue Avenger finally arrived at the headquarters of the Church of the Storm and docked at one of the ports. Alger took off the cloth around his head and jumped out of the ship from the side. Under the wind, he landed steadily on the dock. The wind-blessed potion he had just consumed had long been digested. The reason he did this was to make his behavior more similar to the other members of the church, making them feel closer to him. All the things he had encountered over the years told Alger that it was best to stay in line with the people around him most of the time. He didn't want to appear too unique. It was even more so when he was hiding quite a few secrets. Haha, Alger, control your impatience. A man who had been waiting at the dock came over with a smile. He had a head of soft blonde hair and wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. He was Alger's former partner, but one of them chose to be the captain of a ghost ship and continue drifting at sea, while the other returned to the clergy system. Alger smiled, raised his right hand, and punched his left chest. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you. The blonde man in his prime responded with a smile. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. I heard that you've already adapted to the wind-blessed potion?" "Yes, it's very simple. Let yourself fly every day and maintain a floating state. Often using the wind to travel to different places, I'll be able to adapt very quickly. I've already sent a telegram back to report this matter." Alger made the corners of his eyes look a little proud. The yellow-haired man glanced left and right and maintained his previous volume. It's no wonder you were summoned back. I heard that due to the ongoing war, there's a shortage of manpower in all aspects. The Council of Cardinals has decided to organize a group of Wind-Blessed to advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. You should be among them. How enviable. I just became a Wind-Blessed, so I don't have such a chance. Organize a group of Wind-Blessed to advance as soon as possible. Knowing that there might be a war in the world, Alger Wilson wasn't surprised. A word popped up in his mind, cannon fodder. In fact, with his contributions to the Bansi Harbor incident, Alger, who was only a seafarer back then, could have advanced to Ocean Songster without any obstacles. Furthermore, he was usually busy and had completed countless missions, but he only became a Wind-Blessed. He had to wait in line for an opportunity to advance to Sequence 5. But now, without needing to do anything, he was suddenly put on the reserve list, and would soon enter the ranks of the church's higher-ups. He could not help but feel suspicious. Indeed, once a full-scale war begins, the order that prevents people like us from rising will crack open. However, the most important thing is to survive the war. Only by surviving will everything be meaningful. As Alger's thoughts raced, he put on a look of pleasant surprise and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Signs, really? I can't be sure. Anyway, that's what I heard. Let's go and get together. If you have the chance to become a senior deacon or a cardinal bishop in the future, don't forget us." The yellow-haired man called Signs reached out and patted Alger's shoulder. Alger stepped aside without a trace and replied with a smile, "Sure." In the city of Silver, after the expedition team brought back the news that there was a sea on the other side of the giant king's court, all the citizens temporarily entered a state of excitement. After 2 days of waiting, Derek Berg finally received a notice from the 6-member council to receive the classical metallurgist potion formula. This meant that the upper echelons of the City of Silver had agreed to exchange for the batch of strange mushrooms. The advancement ritual is to personally refine a stone of life. What's a stone of life? There's no explanation here. Derek glanced at the goatskin in his hand and began to prepare the ritual without much thought. In his opinion, Mr. Fool definitely knew what a stone of life was, so he didn't need to worry about Mr. World. After preparing the altar, he took out 2 metal tubes, each containing the blood of himself and a City of Silver Dawn Paladin. The Dawn Paladin had reached a certain age, and his body could no longer withstand the corrosion of various toxins in most food. Under the circumstances that everyone could foresee, he was gradually approaching the end of his life. 2 days ago, his granddaughter had personally stabbed him with her last sword. Derek had obtained the chief's approval beforehand and found an opportunity to obtain some of the deceased's blood. As for the devil's blood that Mr. World needed, the City of Silver's inventory temporarily didn't have it. However, Chief Colin Iliad had said that as long as the mushrooms could satisfy a portion of the City of Silver's food needs, he would organize a small hunting team and head to an area with devils. After placing the 2 metal tubes and goatskin on the altar, Derek took 2 steps back and began the sacrificial and bestowment ritual in front of the lit candle. After a period of busy work, the illusory door that was formed from flames and spirituality materials opened heavily. It took away the items that had been sacrificed, leaving behind a gloomy glow. The glow slowly faded, and a large number of mushrooms of different shapes appeared before Derek's eyes. As for whether or not their looks were strange, Derek didn't even think about it. This was because he had only seen mushrooms once, and they were abnormal mushrooms. He lacked sufficient reference points. Recalling Mr. World's description of the different mushrooms and their effects, Derek quickly categorized them and placed them into different leather bags. Right on the heels of that, he couldn't hide his excitement as he picked up the unshadowed crucifix and prepared to head for the spire. However, just as his hand touched the bronze-green crucifix, he felt a slight burning and stinging pain. It was as if light was seeping out from the rust and shining onto the mushrooms. They are evil and need to be purified. Derek was confused for a moment before he finally decided to believe Mr. World. He hit the unshadowed crucifix, carried Thunder God's roar, and went all the way to the spire to meet Chief Colin Iliad. "Are these the mushrooms?" As he asked the question, 2 complicated dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. His gaze swept across the different mushrooms that were either white and plump or fleshy. "Yes." Derek introduced them one by one. Colin returned to normal and fell silent for a few seconds. There's an aura of evil and impurity, but it's very little. It can be withstood. This should have settled down after devouring the flesh and blood of monsters. He paused and said, let's test their reproductive abilities first. With this sentence, some of the members of the City of Silver, who had long been prepared to welcome the mushrooms, carried a few monster corpses into the chief's room and sprinkled a bit of different mushrooms on them. As soon as the mushrooms came into contact with the flesh and blood, they immediately grew mycelium and pierced into the flesh. About 20 to 30 seconds later, they began to swell crazily and produce spores. After a while, the corpses of the monsters were densely covered in mushrooms. However, the mushrooms didn't stop growing. They kept jumping up, and in the end, some of them were even taller than Derek Berg, looking down at him. Mr. World didn't say that they would grow this big. Besides, this speed of reproduction is way too fast. Derek watched in a daze, but he didn't think it was a problem. Colin Iliad's expression didn't change. When the monsters were only left with skeletons and dregs, he looked around and said, "It's better than I expected." Better than I expected. Next, who wants to try the effects of eating it? Derek didn't hesitate to take a step forward. Your Excellency, I'll do it. He was in charge of introducing the mushrooms, so he naturally had to personally confirm their safety. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. All right. He then turned his head and said to another resident of the City of Silver, get Elder Lovia over to prevent any accidents. As a Beyonder who controlled flesh and blood, Lovia could resolve most of the mutations in the human body. As a Beyonder who controlled flesh and blood, Lovia could resolve most of the anomalies in the human body. Everyone waited for a few minutes before Shepherd Lovia, who was dressed in a dark purple robe, arrived at the chief's room. Just as she passed through the door, her pale gray eyes suddenly narrowed as she instinctively looked at the mushrooms that occupied most of the space. After staring at them for a while, Lovia looked at Colin Iliad and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to rescue him. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a mushroom that was half his height. It had a black base and was inlaid with blood-colored threads and fat patterns. He tore off the mycelium that wrapped around the skeleton, started a bonfire, and began roasting it. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a mushroom that was half his height. It had a black base and was embedded with blood-colored threads and fat patterns. He tore off the mycelium that was wrapped around the skeleton, started a bonfire, and began roasting it. Derek Berg didn't hesitate any longer. He chose a black mushroom that was embedded with blood-colored threads and fat patterns. It was half his height. He tore off the mycelium that was wrapped around the skeleton, started a bonfire, and began roasting it. Their Adam's apple moved, and they swallowed their saliva instinctively. The bonfire emitted a sizzling sound, and then, the aroma became even stronger. This wasn't an unusual smell that seemed to make one's soul yearn for it. It was a type that everyone was familiar with. It was a natural desire that they had after returning to the City of Silver after not eating black-faced grass for a long time. As the sizzling sounds became more and more intense, and as the fire grew brighter, they felt as if a hand had reached out from their stomachs, wanting to reach out and grab the food. Unknowingly, the other residents of the City of Silver, who were doing other things in the spire, followed the fragrance and gathered at the door. It took a lot of effort for Derek to control himself from tasting the mushroom midway. He waited until its outer shell was completely charred before retrieving it and blowing at it. At that instant, everyone's eyes were on him, including Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia. Due to his trust in Mr. World and Mr. Fool, Derek didn't say a word. He lowered his head and took a bite of the mushroom. Hiss. He hissed as he was scalded. Then, he chewed and swallowed it in large mouthfuls. When nearly half of the mushrooms were gone, Derek raised his head with a slightly red face. His mouth was covered in grease as he said vaguely, with grease covering his mouth, he said vaguely, what a strange texture. I can't help it. I keep wanting to eat it. Colin Iliad sized up Derek for a few seconds before turning his head to look at Shepherd Lovia. Lovia slowly shook her head. There's no problem. The surrounding citizens of the City of Silver immediately cheered as they went forward and surrounded Derek. They either wanted to share a piece or asked about how to deal with the other mushrooms. Upon seeing this, Demon Hunter Colin's expression gradually relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and raised his chin slightly. He took a deep, deep breath of the smell that filled the room. The city of silver is holding a mushroom sacrifice? Isn't that a little strange? Also, what's a stone of life? Yes, the people from the Church of Earth Mother definitely know about it. Frank is no exception. Above the gray fog, Klein listened to Little Son's latest report as he opened the goatskin he had previously received but hadn't had the chance to read in detail. The reason why he had rushed back to the real world after the sacrificial and bestowment ritual was because the horror legend of Bakeland Hospital, which had been serialized in several newspapers, had reached its climax. Therefore, he had received a lot of feedback over the past few days. He had just been at a critical moment when the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was about to be digested. And now, he had completed this step. He was already prepared to advance to Scholar of Yore. Putting down the classical metallurgist potion formula in his hand, Klein cast his gaze at the 2 tubes of blood that Little Son had sacrificed. Then, he beckoned for a ceramic jar that was wrapped in layers of paper figurines. This was the blood of Beyonders from different pathways that he had previously gathered. He had placed it above the gray fog and sealed it with Paper Angel. This was to slowly fuse with the aura of this mysterious space and eliminate the connection between the blood and himself. It was to prevent any accidents from happening when drawing the symbol to open the door and affect the provider. To Klein, it was fine if it backfired on him. After all, there was at least one more chance for him to revive. If it would affect those who believed in him and gave him their blood, he would rather not do it. After removing the paper figurines that sealed the jar's mouth and pouring the 2 tubes of blood into it, Klein conjured a glass rod and reached in to stir it a few times. Right on the heels of that, he used Paper Angel to seal it again. I'm only short of Prisoner, Devil, and Demoness. After I complete the ritual, I'll personally visit Miss Sharon. It's better to make a request in person for such matters. It's too impolite to ask for it by letter. Only Miss Magicians is a little special. Clearly, she would rather me write a letter than meet German Sparrow. She actually used the excuse of the low temperature to freeze the ink to delay the draft. Are all the tricks she knows fake? Thankfully, my potion has already been digested. There's no need to rush me any further. As Klein mumbled inwardly, he threw the ceramic jar that was wrapped in paper figurines back into the junk pile. After leaving the gray fog, he didn't immediately prepare to advance to Scholar of Yore. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. This was something he had originally planned on doing before consuming the potion, to ask Rhodes about Sapphira Castle. As the symbol took form, the interior of the room, which was already poorly lit, became even darker. It was as though a cloud had floated past, blocking out the sun. After more than 10 seconds, the surface of the full-body mirror with cracks suddenly rippled with aqueous light. Silver words quickly seeped out, "Great Supreme Eternal Master, your devout, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes, has come to answer your summons. Am I still your most trusted, intimate, and favorite servant?" This question. I seem to be able to read the panic and anxiety of this magic mirror. Is it feeling a sense of danger? Klein thought for a while and nodded in amusement. Yes. Actually, it's never been like that. I'm just comforting you. After answering, Klein silently added a few words in his heart. On the surface of the mirror, the aqueous light suddenly became much brighter, and the silver words were all dyed with a bit of gold. They wriggled and formed a new sentence. "Great Master, do you have a question to test me?" Yes. Klein secretly tensed up and said, "What do you know about Sapphira Castle?" Rhodes fell silent for a few seconds before the pale golden words changed. "I don't know much about this. I've only heard some rumors. In the early days of the second epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator had left behind some items. It might be a kingdom formed from a part of his body, or it might be something created by him. And Sapphira Castle is one of them. This is the name given by the king of demonic wolves, Fleegria. He called the hounds of Fulgrim Sapphira Castle Keeper. However, up until his death, he had never entered Sapphira Castle. Therefore, many powerful creatures suspect that Sapphira Castle doesn't really exist. It's just an abstract concept. It's related to the original creator, who created the world. After some thought, Klein said, "I'm not sure. One of them. How many other places or items like Sapphira Castle are there? 8. There are specific records on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, I've never seen it. On the surface of the mirror, lines of words appeared one after another, but the pale gold color had faded and was replaced with silver. The ancient gods suspect that the source of the underground corruption comes from a place similar to Sapphira Castle. They call it Xianxia. Also, rumor has it that deep in the spirit world city of Calderon City, there are clues to the river of eternal darkness. This comes from the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. As for the others, I've heard of some names, and they aren't complete. There's Shadow World, Knowledge More, and the Broodmother related to the moon. There's a total of 8. Xianxia, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Shadow World, Broodmother. The Broodmother is related to the moon. It sounds very dangerous. I wonder if it's related to the Crimson Mother Tree. Klein silently repeated the key information in Rhodes's answer. He had a nagging feeling that he should be able to grasp something, but he didn't gain much from it. He was still lacking the clues to string everything together. Seeing that Rhodes had only heard some rumors and didn't have any actual knowledge, Klein sorted out his thoughts and casually smiled. From the looks of it, you might come from Xianxia. That's not important. What's important is that I'm now your loyal, humble, and obedient servant. Rhodes presented an entire sentence in one breath. Obedient, this choice of words. Klein lampooned and asked, what's the origin of Dark Angel Sassurer? What's the origin of Dark Angel Sassurer? On the surface of the mirror, silver words formed one after another. I similarly can't see it, but back then, there was a legend that said that when the ancient god of the sun was born, he was born with light and darkness as one. After all, he calls himself the creator, so he definitely had to be comprehensive without any flaws. Later, he separated the darkness in his body and used it to create the first angel with his rib. That's Dark Angel Sassurer. This, rib. I can completely imagine that the ancient god of the sun personally fabricated and spread this legend. Brother Amon, your wife has become a dark angel. Klein was first alarmed before many strange thoughts surfaced in his mind. As his thoughts settled, he began to analyze the truth that might exist in this legend. The spread of such a legend would cause believers to believe that Dark Angel Sassurer is the dark side of the ancient god of the sun. They would worship him in a way that worships the Lord. Back then, no one objected to it, nor did anyone forbid this legend. And the Dark Angel is ultimately the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God. This means that this might very well be true. What happened after that can be summarized as the dark side of the ancient god of the sun colluding with external enemies and bewitching the kings of angels to assassinate his true body. This can explain the reason why Ouroboros and Medici joined Rose Redemption. They were only obeying the orders of the Lord. From this angle, isn't Dark Angel Sassurer's position in the ancient god of the sun equivalent to the world in the tarot? Thankfully, the world is a fake person. He doesn't have his own spirituality or thoughts. As he thought about it, Klein suddenly felt a little sweaty. He was rather glad that he was a seer and not some other pathway. Based on his reasoning, he quickly came up with a guess as to why the Dark Angel was sleeping in the giant king's court. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of the ancient god of the sun. That's why Amon's brother, the Dragon of Wisdom, and the true creator want to confirm Dark Angel Sassurer's present state. However, there are still quite a number of questions. Among the 22 Beyonder pathways, which pathway is this king of angels, the left hand of God? The marauder has Amon, and the apprentice has Mr. Door. The spectator, reader, bard, sailor, secret suppliant, warrior, sleepless, planter, savant, monster, assassin, hunter, and arbiter are clearly impossible. It's impossible for corpse collector to exist either. A death appeared in the fourth epoch, so it's impossible for there to be a king of angels at the same time, unless the Dark Angel has fallen to sequence too. By the same logic, seer and lawyer can be eliminated until it's confirmed that the Dark Angel isn't a king of angels. Mystery prior, moon, and devil are all possibilities. I can't eliminate the possibility that the hidden sage, primordial moon, and dark side of the universe are Dark Angel's aliases. There might even be a mother tree of harmony hidden among them. It's also possible for prisoner. There's no clear evidence that this pathway has produced a true god. The chained god back then might not even be a king of angels. Klein thought for a moment and said to Rhodes, "It's your turn to ask." "It's your turn to ask." On the surface of the full-body mirror with many cracks, silver words twisted and combined together, stretching into a new sentence. "Great Master, can I guess what you want to ask next?" "Great Master, can I guess what you want to ask next?" "Sure. You wish to ask about Sasher's current state." "My answer is, I don't know. I can't see it." Behind the silver words was a simple smiley face. "Not bad," Klein praised. "Then, let's end it here for today. I might summon you again at any time in the near future." "Yes, Great Master. Your loyal servant, Rhodes, is always ready to serve you." On the mirror surface, the smiley face turned into a waving cat's paw. After the mirror returned to normal, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote down what he had just learned. This was one of the documents he had prepared for the scholar of your ritual. In the past few days, he had already written a large amount of ancient history. Following that, Klein brought the information and 2 marionettes and teleported to the southern continent. He didn't dare advance in Bakeland. If anything were to happen, Amon and Zeradal would definitely sense it and come knocking on his door. In the Berserk Sea, on a barren and uninhabited island. This place wasn't far from the southern continent, but geographically, it didn't belong there. The reason why Klein chose this island as the place to advance to Scholar of Year was firstly to avoid Amon and Zeradal as much as possible, and he didn't want to enter the area where the Mother Tree of Desire had extensive influence. Secondly, it was because the Berserk Sea was enveloped by the power left behind by death. It was equivalent to the Evernight Goddess's kingdom. If the ritual really caused any huge commotion, it could be effectively concealed. Furthermore, this place is very desolate. There aren't many creatures here, so there's no need to worry about any accidents affecting the innocent. Klein surveyed his surroundings and began setting up the ritual. He brought the corresponding ingredients from above the gray fog back to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he flipped through the thick ancient historical records and pulled out the parts of the records that he couldn't determine if they were real or fake using divination. With a flick of his hand, scarlet flames rose and devoured the stack of paper. The supplementary ingredients needed for the Scholar of Your potion were a large number of real ancient historical records. Therefore, Klein didn't want to take the risk of using those he couldn't be sure of. He would rather use fewer. After making his selection, he first poured the Hound of Fulgrim's blood into the cauldron. Then, he placed a few white frost crystals that he had previously weighed into it. As soon as the 2 supplementary ingredients came into contact, a thin fog immediately rose. It enveloped the vessel and was half a person's height and an arm's width. Klein glanced at it and, following his spiritual intuition, temporarily gave up on adding the last supplementary ingredient. He first got his marionette, Anuni, to grab the demonic wolf of fog's flocculent heart and throw the white fog into the cauldron. As the white frost condensed on Anuni's arm, the fog that emanated from the vessel became extremely thick. It began to shrink and expand, as though it had a life of its own. The heart was slowly beating. Without any hesitation, Klein controlled Anuni to pick up the pair of eyes of the Hound of Fulgrim and stuff the 2 dark red flames into the thick fog that seemed corporeal. The color of the fog quickly darkened, and Klein couldn't see the cauldron at the core at all. He didn't panic as he very calmly got another marionette to throw the pages of real ancient history to the dark fog. The thick fog gradually collapsed. After digesting the historical records, it finally fell back into the cauldron like water vapor, turning into a mass of dark red liquid the size of a baby's head. Upon seeing this scene, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and used divination to confirm if the potion had been successfully concocted. This time, he received the revelation that the mass was rather dangerous, but barely bearable. And this meant that the potion was successfully concocted. Even if I concoct it strictly according to the formula, a sequence 3 potion is equivalent to poison. If I can survive it, I'll advance. If I can't, I'll go crazy, lose control, or even die. Klein stared at the topaz pendant that was spinning rapidly in a counterclockwise direction for a few seconds. He pulled up the silver chain and wrapped it around his left wrist again. His gaze then cast at the potion floating in the cauldron as thoughts flashed through his mind. Apart from the keywords horror, director, and incomprehensible powers, a bizarro sorcerer's acting should also have the elements of mystery, the unknown, complexity, and the elusiveness of fate. Only when the two are combined will it be a complete bizarro sorcerer. One is his behavior style, and the other is his attributes, and to me, my origins are so mysterious that I haven't figured out the truth myself. My experiences are so complicated that I've already stopped the descent of a true deity and scared a king of angels. Fate is so elusive that even a snake of Mercury can't figure it out. Therefore, it can be considered that I've long acted ahead of time. I naturally digested that portion of the potion, and there's no need to summarize the principles. This is the true embodiment of the word bizarro. Yes, the ritual of a scholar of your requires me to be completely separated from reality for at least 300 years. I need to consume the potion after I've become history and no longer belong to the present era. My life of being sealed in a cocoon and hanging above the gray fog is satisfying and more than enough. But after becoming Klein, I've experienced too many things in the past year. I've already left a mark on the present era. Will it affect the ritual's effects? It should be. Fortunately, it hasn't even been 2 years, so the mark won't be too deep. It's barely acceptable. After all, it's impossible for me to hang myself for another 300 years before consuming the potion. There's still more than 10 years before the world's apocalypse. Furthermore, the ancient history I grasp is definitely far better than any bizarro sorcerer. It can be considered an extremely effective acting ahead of time. I'll definitely be able to avoid quite a lot of danger. As his thoughts raced, Klein took a deep breath and stopped thinking. Wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted coat, his skin suddenly turned transparent, and worms that contained three-dimensional stacked symbols crawled out one after another. The transparent maggots stirred as though they wanted to crawl into the condensed fog in the cauldron, leaving behind the empty clothes and hat. Barely controlling this state, Klein calmly reached out his right hand and picked up the potion formed from the fog. The potion didn't seem to have any weight as it gently floated in front of his face. Klein opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The blob of potion immediately deformed and elongated into Klein's mouth, making him feel as though he was devouring a dark red glow. The transparent maggot swarmed back into his body, tore off some of the potion, and swallowed it. Due to his special form as a mythical creature, he was one entity, but he was also divided into many tiny parts. Therefore, Klein could only consume the potion this way. Of course, if he could control an incomplete mythical creature, it would be much simpler. Silently, Klein felt a cold sensation spread through every worm of spirit, along with a burning pain. A familiar, boundless grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. It enveloped the entire world. And beneath it, some of Klein's past experiences appeared. This included his creation of a terrifying legend, his conversation with the Red Angel evil spirit, finding Miss Justice to treat the demigod Luca's signs of losing control, hunting Vin Rambus, dealing with Amon's avatar, taking revenge on Ensanguil, exploring Calderon City, infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral, rampaging through the sea, preventing the descent of the true creator, saving Tingen, and other daily details of his life. They were entangled with different people and objects. It was very complicated, forming a sea. As Klein flew above it, he was unable to find a sufficiently accurate and clear position of himself. He felt like he was about to lose himself in this area, and the cold and burning pain drove him forward constantly to vent the effects that made it difficult for him to return to the real world. Klein barely controlled this feeling. As his consciousness gradually turned blurry and his body slowly descended, he tried his best to find something that could confirm his identity. Finally, he saw a shattered spot of light deep in the gray fog, at the end of the sea. His heart stirred as he followed his intuition and flew over as though he was roaming the cosmos. In that spot of light was a figure hanging on the blurry door of light. He was encased in a transparent cocoon, swaying gently. He looked exactly like the original Zhou Mingrue. He had nothing to do with his surroundings. He was alone and could be easily grasped. Previously, I couldn't see it with the yesterday once more charm, but now I can. In other words, during the advancement process, I can indirectly affect Sapphira Castle above the gray fog? Wait, my thinking ability has been restored. Klein's consciousness became much clearer as he finally understood the essence of the ritual. By eliminating the interference of the details, he could provide a clear and accurate position for himself to become a scholar of yore and prevent himself from getting lost. Following a similar spot of light, Klein began to fly deep into the grayish-white fog. On the way, he discovered that there were all kinds of fragments of light scattered in the surrounding fog. They were from the colonial period, Rozelle's reign, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War. These were all the history of the fifth epoch that Klein knew. As Klein passed through them, he naturally split his consciousness and completed an invisible connection, making his position even clearer. The Pale Era, the War of the Four Emperors, the Tuluan-Sostal Empire, the Tudor Dynasty, the United Empire, Solomon's First and Second Empires, the Fall of the Red Angel, the Blood Emperor becoming a god, the return of the Black Emperor, and other historical fragments appeared in different places in the endless grey fog as Klein constantly traced back. They were like stars in the black night sky, illuminating the traveler's return. As he traveled, Klein felt himself become more and more lucid. The coldness and burning sensation from every worm of spirit became weaker and weaker. He could have long turned around and returned to the real world, but he didn't stop. He continued flying forward happily. Rose Redemption's fatal attack, the three angels of pure white, Storm, and Wisdom eating the ancient sun god, the giant king's court's conspiracy, and the Church of Evernight, Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat hiding as secret organizations flashed through the grayish-white fog. The more he moved forward, the more comfortable he felt. He felt like he was about to fly after running. At some point in time, a group of terrifying dog-like creatures with dark red flames burning in their eye sockets and bodies covered in pitch-black short fur had appeared beside him. They ran wildly through the bottomless grey fog and followed by Klein's sides, as though they were his companions and guards. Among them, two of them had only one eye. Klein looked around and smiled. He didn't stop as he continued traveling deeper into the grey fog. Portions of the Second Epoch's Twin Era and the Glorious Era of Fire flashed past him, pointing out the path ahead for him. Finally, Klein stopped in front of a lonely fragment of light. Inside was a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. He looked forward and saw that the grayish-white fog was quietly covering the area. It was unknown where the fragments of light were floating. Sensing his spirituality being drained, Klein didn't search for it. His consciousness connected to his starting point as he suddenly plummeted. As the grey fog rapidly dissipated, Klein sensed his body and saw the cauldron in front of him. He didn't have the time to experience his current state as he subconsciously raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw the grey fog and the ancient and majestic palace above it. The mysterious space was trembling gently. In Bakeland, a postman on a bicycle stopped. He turned his head slightly and pressed on the monocle on his right eye. He then muttered to himself, "Sapphira Castle." After a few seconds of surprise, the thin young man curled the corners of his lips and smiled. His expression was filled with anticipation. In the East Borough of the same city, in a rental apartment, figures hanging in midair gently swayed as they spoke at the same time. Sapphira Castle. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell, who was assigning missions to his team members, suddenly heard a slightly aged voice in his mind. Sapphira Castle. P.S. There will be an update today. 9 Heaven's Divine Sovereign in the Highlands, on an altar embedded with eyeballs, arms, heads, and organs. A dark red light that resembled blood surged out like a tidal wave, distorting into a deformed tree-shaped phantom. Amidst the buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, silver plates, golden boxes, and other items trembled as though they could scratch a spirit body. The surrounding prayers instinctively lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground. Then, they came to a realization at the same time. Berserk Sea, Reef Island. Upon seeing the ancient palace above the grey fog and feeling the gentle trembling of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper, invisible connection with the so-called Sapphira Castle that was difficult to grasp. At this moment, he truly had the understanding that the place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. Klein didn't delay as he got his 2 marionettes to put away the items that still had value and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and casually shook it. With a snap, the paper figurine ignited with scarlet flames as dense illusory wings appeared on its back. Klein was taken aback when he saw this. He never expected that the simple interference of paper figurine substitutes would have some hints of angel's embrace. He then grabbed his marionettes, Konas and Anuni, and with the help of teleportation, he disappeared from the island formed by reefs. After passing through a few islands in the Sonia Sea and making a huge detour, Klein finally returned to his residence in East Bakeland. During this process, he had used paper figurine substitutes, which had undergone several qualitative changes, to interfere with divination, prophecy, tracking, and observation. Phew, I never expected that I would really trigger a change in Sapphira Castle, producing an unconcealable phenomenon. Thankfully, I was careful enough and wasn't careless. If I had advanced in Bakeland or the surrounding areas, Amon and Zeradal would definitely have seen me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog to do a divination. After confirming that he was in a safe situation, he didn't stay any longer, and immediately returned to the real world. With the help of cogitation, he converged his dissipating spirituality. After finishing this step, he took off his clothes and leaned back on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Typically speaking, a Bizarro sorcerer wouldn't be as exhausted as him after successfully advancing to Scholar of Yore. They definitely had the energy to check their condition. However, when Klein traveled through history, he relied on his imprint to allow him to go back very far. He relied on the fact that he grasped ancient secrets that far exceeded his current level to rush to the beginning of the second epoch or the end of the first epoch, when the giant king's court was established. This in itself was equivalent to digesting the potion. After several hours of deep sleep, Klein slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He fumbled to sit up, pulled a pillow behind him, and raised his head to rub his forehead. After 10 minutes of rest, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. Most of the potion has been digested, at least 4/5 of it. This is about what I expected. But I don't know how much ancient information I need to obtain and how much real history I need to research before I can digest it. From the looks of it, the acting of a scholar of Yore has 2 directions. One is to be a scholar from ancient times, and the other is to be a scholar who studies ancient times. Both have to be present. The first point is relatively easy because the ritual itself contains the key point to become an ancient person. Once I advance successfully, I can naturally act as a scholar from ancient times. The second point is very difficult. It's fine in a normal society, but in this world where there are true gods, demons, and evil existences, just collecting ancient information is something that requires great risk. If you still want to find out the truth of history, you might die a tragic death at any time for no reason. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. The reason why I know so much is mostly thanks to the arrangements of a few existences, as well as the complicated fate brought about by Sapphira Castle. This makes me encounter all kinds of things. Of course, even so, as a true deity's blessed, I've died once, much less other scholars of Yore. If I swap the positions of Miracle Invoker and Scholar of Yore, acting would be relatively simple. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as an if. In addition, the previous 2 meanings are biased toward ancient times. I also have to pay attention to the word scholar. Only by researching something from history can I be called a scholar. There are a few directions to digest. First, I have to figure out Dark Angel Sasher's current state and truly restore the exact process of the cataclysm. Second, I have to spend some effort to truly connect the history of the 4th epoch together, and it's not limited to just a few fragments. Third, I have to delve deeper and go from grasping the macroscopic state to studying the microscopic details, such as the rise and fall of the Antigonus family. After confirming that acting ahead of time was effective and considering his future path, Klein combined the mysticism knowledge he had obtained during his advancement and his observation of his godhood patterns. He relied on divination and practical methods to probe the powers of a scholar of Yore step by step. The number of worms of spirit that can be split has reached 600. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain extent. It's more complicated, and it can express the concepts of strength, bizarreness, and beyonder. The changes in the godhood patterns firstly stem from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly, it comes from the mysticism knowledge contained in the potion. This is something that comes with the beyonder characteristic, but it's also something they obtained from a higher level. After becoming a true high-sequence beyonder, is it possible to directly modify the knowledge of a higher dimension and influence other beyonders? Being able to decipher the potion formula from the godhood patterns seems to be an example. Also, at the level of sequence 3, the changes in the godhood patterns also have the influence of a person's characteristics. This is closely related to prayers and responses. As a scholar of Yore, the corresponding honorific names will be different in nature. This is because their personalities, experiences, and characteristics are different. Yes, I can make different worms of spirit listen to prayers instinctively and give a response when it's not too complicated. It won't affect my other actions at all. The specially marked and more complicated ones will be handed over to my main body. Scholars of your can rely on the worms of spirit to complete the acting of a deity. How do sequence 3 beyonders of the other pathways deal with such matters? It's impossible for them to respond while sleeping, right? Haha, I'll think about my honorific name as a scholar of your later. I'll first study the specific powers. The main power of a scholar of your is to obtain help from history. This is divided into 2 parts. The first is to borrow strength from my past self. To me, this is rather awkward. It's useless at the moment, because my past self was definitely weaker than my present self. Yes, when I was hanging above the door of light above the gray fog, I was just an ordinary person. To a high-ranking beyonder who was once an important figure but is now weak for all sorts of reasons, this is a godly skill. I can be a baby, crying for ice cream while participating in a sequence 1 battle. I can't see any weaknesses at all. The only problem is that it can't last long. Of course, as I become a scholar of your for a longer period of time, this will come into play. I can often borrow strength from my former self as a scholar of your, so that I won't have any moments of weakness, even if I'm severely injured. To a certain extent, this is what it means to be self-sufficient. I'll never be in a trough until my spirituality is exhausted. Yes, before my spirituality is exhausted, I can keep borrowing strength from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times I can do it. And with my current spirituality, even without recovering, I can borrow strength nearly 10 times a day. Each time, I can maintain it for 5 minutes. The second part is to summon a projection from the historical void. It can be a person or an object. The more detailed and realistic the understanding of the corresponding history and objects, the higher the chances of success and the longer it can be maintained. Similarly, the lower the target's level is, the higher the chances of success and the longer it can be maintained. In addition, the closer the target is to me, the higher the chances of success and the time it can be maintained will also increase. These are the 3 conditions for success. Furthermore, when summoning a person or object that's of a higher level than me, even if I barely succeed, the final projection will only have a portion of the strength and characteristics. It's impossible for it to be a complete body. Also, I can only maintain 3 projections from the historical void at the same time, including those summoned by marionettes. At present, even if it's the most ordinary and well-understood item that once belonged to me, I can only maintain it for 15 minutes at most. The fact that the target has a close relationship with me is something worth ruminating over. In essence, borrowing strength from myself is also a form of summoning projection. However, my relationship with myself is already extremely close, so there's no possibility of failure. It's an extreme situation. In other words, if I want to summon the projection of an important figure from the historical void, it's best if I establish a sufficiently friendly relationship with them and maintain it for a long period of time. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Aztec's projection, the chances of success would definitely be higher than summoning the historical void projections of other angels. How is this a beyonder power? This is clearly the study of EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. Amidst his wistfulness, Klein sincerely felt that the core power of a scholar of your was a godly skill. After all, it involved history and time. Most of them were extremely magical. However, to be truly useful, one had to have sufficient intelligence and make the corresponding preparations. This was an unchanging requirement of the seer pathway. Yes, when summoning a projection from the historical void, there's no way to talk or communicate. In other words, a scholar of your can't interfere with history or change the past. From the perspective of acting, this can be summarized as witnessing fate, affecting the present, and being unable to reverse the past, apart from transferring diseases, wounds, curses, attacks, prophecies, and gazes. Paper figurine substitutes also have an additional ability. It can transfer a particular part of a paper figurine to the target. Before the target realizes that it's fake, it can operate as though it's real. If anyone were to encounter me after losing their heart and their brain hasn't died, I can give them a paper heart. It can obtain the power to beat and circulate blood from history. The initial control time of spirit body threads is reduced to 2 seconds, and the complete transformation into a puppet is 10 seconds. The range of the above two types of control is 500 meters. When driving a marionette, the limit of switching positions is 5 kilometers, flaming jump is also 5 kilometers. The air cannon can be freely controlled, and it's at most equivalent to a coastal defense cannon. It can transform into a creature whose size doesn't exceed a certain limit. Some of the organs produced can be used, while others are just decorations. Phew, this is a scholar of yore. A scholar of yore who has already digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein slowly stood up. He prepared to enter the world above the grey fog to check on the changes in Sapphira Castle. P.S. First place in October's monthly votes will be updated above the endless grayish-white fog. Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. Just by looking around, he discovered several differences. Among them, the most obvious point was that the state and layout of the mysterious space had been completely projected into his spiritual body. Even though he was far away, he could still see the grayish-white clouds and the weird door of light in midair. Apart from the palace I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here. It's empty, boundless, and filled with high-level powers. As Klein muttered, he sat down, raised his right hand, and gently pushed upwards. In the blink of an eye, the entire grey fog was boiling. The mysterious space that it carried also shook inexplicably, emitting rays of slightly dark brilliance. These beams of light gathered together, and according to Klein's thoughts, they condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back. It was an angel with the corresponding level and power, a dignified, holy, and extremely oppressive angel. There's no need to add the Dark Emperor card, Tyrant card, or Red Priest card, nor do I need to use the Sea God Scepter. Just by myself, I can stir the power of this mysterious space to the greatest extent, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel can't respond to prayers, nor can it be maintained for too long. It only exists in a hug and a few attacks, possessing some powers of the miracle domain. Indeed, my resurrection is a gift from Sapphira Castle. As for how many more times I can resurrect, I can't come to a conclusion now. If I can obtain a grade 0 sealed artifact and use its level to observe, I should be able to see it clearly. I'll just pretend that there's at most one more time. It's not a bad thing to count a little less. This reminds me to be sufficiently cautious and careful. This is the way of survival for Beyonders of the Seer pathway. Unfortunately, this kind of miracle can only be used on me for the time being. Yes, it mostly refers to the present. To truly possess and control this mysterious space, I have to at least become an angel, or even a Sequence 1 angel. As expected of Sapphira Castle. As for that strange door of light, the requirements might be even higher. I can't tell if there's any hidden danger at the moment. What's the meaning of Sapphira Castle's existence? Bait the transmigrator and resurrect the original creator? Klein waved his right hand slightly, and the holy and powerful angel dissipated in midair. The entire Sapphira Castle calmed down. Then, Klein stood up and stepped onto the grayish-white cloud in the air. He stood in front of the strange light door formed by countless light balls. The door of light was stained with a little greenish-black, and the essence of each ball of light was a transparent and translucent worm that hugged together. Staring at the transparent cocoons suspended by the black threads, Klein reached out his right hand and slowly extended it towards the door of light in an attempt to touch it. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. His hand finally touched the edge of the light door, but it passed through as if it was only an illusion. However, compared to his previous attempts, the illusory door of light was visibly more viscous, as if it was about to take on a physical form. This is an item that represents the essence of Sapphira Castle? Klein pondered for a few seconds, then turned around and returned to the ancient palace. Without any delay, he left the world above the grey fog and began experimenting with the various abilities he had obtained. I have to get an honorific name first. The range of a Sequence 3's response to prayers is a region. This is because of the different authorities. There are differences in size. It's obvious that Sea King has a larger territory. Therefore, my honorific name also has a limit. Protector of all the poor children in Bakeland? It feels weird. Yes, others have to have such a limit, but I might not. I can use the Blessed of the Spirit World and Sapphira Castle to replace it. I should be the only blessed that belongs to these two places at the moment. It's unique enough. This way, as long as they are in the same city or region as me, they can pray to me through this honorific name. There's nothing I can do if I'm not in the same region. It's impossible for me to be like throwing the sea god's scepter above the gray fog and split a few worms of spirit above the gray fog. With the help of Sapphire Castle's level, the entire world will respond. Although I can't confirm the relationship between the Dark Angel and the ancient Sun God, this is enough to warn me to be careful of my avatars and marionettes. Furthermore, I can't just split a few. I have to leave most of the worms of spirit in Sapphire Castle to achieve the effect. I don't have that ability at all. By the way, my mental state isn't bad. I don't have a split personality, nor do I become cold and terrifying uncontrollably. This means that the mark of a scholar of your history is his anchor point. Also, this situation only became serious after the Emperor became an angel. He had no choice but to rely on his believers as anchors to provide his location. I'm still lacking a huge level. I have to search for other things that can be used as anchors other than believers, just in case. As Klein thought, he took out a pen and paper. He then wrote the first description of his honorific name, Blessed of the Spirit World and Sapphire Castle. After some thought, he began to write the second and third paragraphs with his rich experience and the knowledge he had gained from the godhood patterns, mysteries that originate from ancient times, testimony of a long history. As a sequence 3 wasn't a true god, he couldn't use a syllabic description. Klein thought for a moment and added 2 more sentences, protector of magic and theatrical performances, the great German sparrow. In fact, non-true gods could also use a syllabic description, but one of them needed to use the level of a true god. For example, Klein could use blessed of the Evernight goddess. Under such circumstances, it was essentially closer to a summoning incantation than a prayer for an honorific name. It was similar to a messenger. And if the messenger was a spirit world creature, there wasn't even a need to limit which true gods blessed it was. Therefore, it was often unknown what was summoned, making it rather dangerous. After some deliberation, Klein controlled Anuni to recite the honorific name he had just written in ancient Hermes. A few seconds later, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples with a rather odd expression. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this honorific name? Klein seriously deliberated over it a few times and gradually came up with an idea. I might not be the only blessed of the spirit world and Sapphire Castle. The Hounds of Fulgrim can be considered as well. I have to limit it. After some modifications, Anuni once again recited in ancient Hermes. I'm going to take a look. Blessed of the spirit world and Sapphire Castle, mysteries that originate from ancient times, testimony of a long history, protector of Bakelin's magic and theatrical performances, the great German sparrow. I pray for your blessings, for you to illuminate the darkness before my eyes. Just as Anuni finished speaking, Klein heard his prayer. Furthermore, only a few worms of spirit heard it. It didn't affect his main body at all. This is different from the prayer conveyed by Sapphire Castle. It's very clear. With a thought, Klein's worms of spirit responded according to the rules he had set beforehand. With a thump, a ball of fire appeared in front of Anuni's eyes. It floated in midair and illuminated the entire room. That's right. If I pray in Hermes, I have to set up a ritual and draw symbols. As for essential oils and herbs, it doesn't matter if I have them or not. Am I someone who will be pleased by such things? The symbol is formed from a scroll that represents history, a complete eye that represents a witness, and a curve that symbolizes change. Klein didn't plan on spreading this honorific name for the time being. After all, it would announce that German Sparrow had become a sequence 3, causing him to lose a trump card. Furthermore, he still had the identities of Sea God and the Fool. A new honorific name wasn't important. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the piece of paper on the table that had the honorific name of German Sparrow written on it. A scholar of your also has the means to create fog and lower the temperature, but it's not a core ability. Next, I have to try summoning the historical void's projection. Who should I look for first? As he muttered to himself, Klein suddenly sighed. He then half-closed his eyes and used his godhood to allow a portion of his spirit body to enter the grey fog and roam through history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, Klein instantly arrived in front of a spot of light. Inside the spot of light was a spacious, bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows. In the room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden threads was standing by the window, looking at the spot where the sun had set. He looked to be in his 30s. He had long, chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and a neatly groomed beard. He looked rather good. Roselle Gustave. On a street in Northborough, a young man with a thin face, a wide forehead, and a monocle was sitting in a cafe by the side of the road. He held a fountain pen and was in serious thought. He raised his other hand and pinched the monocle. Finally, he wrote a paragraph, blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. Then, the fountain pen paused again, as though it hadn't thought of what to write next. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Merrick to meet in an uninhabited house that night. After some thought, Klein raised his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. A simple and unadorned brass key instantly appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. It allowed people to hear Mr. Door's ravings on a full moon night. Now, Klein had summoned it from the historical void, and it could last for 10 minutes. To a scholar of yore, as long as it's an item that has been used, regardless of whether it's sold, returned, destroyed, or lost due to various reasons, it's not really lost. It's just a form of accompanying a scholar of yore. Looking at the master key in his hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. With this item, if Klein could grasp the corresponding ritual, he could also speak directly to Mr. Door. Putting away the master key, he put on his double-breasted tweed coat and silk top hat, picked up his golden-laid cane, and walked out of the room. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Bakeland, East End, 7, Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his question. "Old man, what's Sapphira Castle?" The slightly aged voice in his mind was silent for a few seconds before replying with a heh. "The place where you gather every Monday might very well be Sapphira Castle." Leonard didn't expect to hear such an answer at all. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and mixed with complicated emotions such as expected, there's no such background. After a while, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "What kind of place is Sapphira Castle?" Pallas Zoroast seemed to sigh and laugh self-deprecatingly. "Actually, I'm not too sure myself. I've only heard some rumors. That's different from the creation myths, you know. Legend has it that the original creator left behind 9 different things. Some of them are countries, some are cities, some are rivers, some are seas, and some are keys. Sapphira Castle is one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. You might know better than me what it looks like. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it or establish a connection with it. My great-grandfather once mentioned a guess that the 9 items might be related to the Sphirot recorded on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, the content he saw was limited. He was unable to decipher the parts related to the Sphirot. Leonard calmed down a lot. He leaned back on the sofa and asked thoughtfully, "Old man, are you suspecting that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of Sphirot?" Based on what he had seen and heard on the tarot and what old man Pallas occasionally told him, he already had a certain understanding of the deity ranks. Pallas Zoroast was silent for a long while before replying. "Maybe, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Bakeland at night when the curfew was strictly enforced. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, and the passengers were all people of sufficient status." After Klein arrived at the agreed house, he was not in a hurry to enter. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at the air in front of him, pulling out another Sherlock Moriarty, who was wearing a black double-breasted coat, a half-top hat, and a golden-laid cane. This was him when he left the house. It was a historical void projection. Because Klein himself was right in front of him, the image was stiff, like a prop on a stage. Based on his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the principle of uniqueness of time and consciousness in mysticism. In other words, at the same time, every person's essence was unique. If the main body could think, the projection wouldn't. It was the same when the deceased's historical void projections were summoned. Klein suspected that it was because his current level wasn't high enough. In short, other projections could only do more mechanical questions and instinctive combat. Even if a scholar of your didn't know something, they wouldn't be able to give the corresponding answer even if they had personally experienced it. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. The fragments that a scholar of your could see in the fog of history were things that he had understood and studied in reality. To put it simply, the fog needed a scholar of your to light it up bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if most of the historical fragments of the same event had been lit up, the rest might very well appear naturally. At the very least, the corresponding abilities won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, the state of that moment will be completely recorded. That's enough. Klein looked at the historical projection that could only act based on instinct. His body suddenly vanished and entered the grayish-white fog. Since a Hound of Fulgrim, who wasn't a complete scholar of yore, could live in the historical void, there was no reason why a real scholar of yore couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, Klein's marionette in the real world would definitely die. However, this was only a form of accompanying a scholar of yore. As Klein's body entered the grayish-white fog's light spot, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the historical projection. Raising his hand to press down on his top hat, the Sherlock Moriarty Klein came outside the house. According to the agreement, he took out the master key, pressed it against the door, and gently turned it. His figure directly appeared in the room. Using the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed the area. The sofas, cupboards, high-backed chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were clearly not young. They seemed to have come from 100 years ago, making them look rather old. In the dark environment, Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color, suddenly appeared on a high-backed chair. "Good evening." The puppet lady nodded slightly and greeted him. If she didn't speak, she would be the most standard and exquisite puppet. At the same time, Merrick, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, appeared on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Won't you feel cold wearing this?" "All right, you're a dead person." "A dead person isn't afraid of the cold." Klein lampooned inwardly. He took off his hat and bowed at the pale blonde, blue-eyed, and pale-faced Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned his body halfway and said to Merrick, "Good evening." Klein's deepest impression of this former zombie, who was now a wraith, was that he was actually playing cards with the zombies he controlled. "Let's play cards together later." He sighed silently. The reason why he suddenly thought of playing cards was that when Klein was analyzing the combat style of a scholar of yore, he realized that if he were to encounter Zeradol, both parties would very likely play cards on the spot. "If you play Consul Roselle, I'll play Emperor Roselle. If you play Bernadette, I'll play Bonua. If you play Half the Fool, I'll deal with Amon." I never expected that a battle between seers would one day become a game of cards, a realistic and abnormally dangerous game of cards. Sigh, but Zeradol is a Sequence 1 angel. He won't give me a chance to play cards at all. Furthermore, the success rate of me summoning those important figures in the historical void projection is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and took the initiative to say to Sharon, "I need to do something recently. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to gather the blood of 22 Beyonders from different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only people I can think of to help are you and Merrick. You should be good at curses and have the means to eliminate the connection between the blood and yourself." In fact, he could attempt to summon Admiral of Blood Seigneur on the spot and mix his blood into the ceramic jar. However, Klein didn't know if it would work, nor was he able to divine it. After all, this involved a high level that exceeded Sequence 1, and he lacked sufficient information. The only thing he could be sure of was that drawing the symbol wouldn't bring any danger to himself or the provider. As a scholar of yore could do too many things, Klein had even attempted to summon the former witch, Trissy. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Roselle's travels. However, it was useless. After some thought, Klein believed that there was a logical contradiction in the timeline that prevented him from succeeding. The blood was provided by the past Trissy. The person who pulled people in Roselle's travels was definitely the past Trissy, which was equivalent to changing history. And history couldn't be changed, so the experiment failed. Sharon quietly listened to Sherlock Moriarty's request and said without any change in expression, "All right. All right. How much do you want?" Miss Sharon's reaction is just as I expected. Klein took out a thin glass tube. "This tube is enough." Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic regal dress, raised her right hand gently. The glass tube seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically left Klein's palm and flew over. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her fingernails suddenly grew long and abnormally sharp. With just a gentle swipe, a wound appeared on her wrist. Bright red blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. When the tube was filled, Sharon's wound instantly healed, leaving no traces behind. As for the stopper, it suddenly jumped to the mouth of the tube, spun a few times, and closed automatically. During this process, Sharon, whose face wasn't as pale as before, didn't have any change in expression. It was as though she was suppressing all her feelings to the bottom of her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out her left palm and touched it, slowly sliding it down from top to bottom. This was removing the connection between the blood and her body. After doing all of this, the tube of blood leaped up and flew back into Klein's hand. "Is there anything else you need help with?" Sharon sat on a high-back chair and said calmly. "Not at the moment, thank you." Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame rapidly rose up and enveloped the glass tube. When the scarlet dissipated, the tube of blood was gone. This was a new change of flaming jump. It allowed him to transfer items on him to his marionette or body. Apart from this, all of Klein's Beyonder powers from before had corresponding enhancements and changes. Having familiarized himself with his powers, he looked at Sharon again and casually asked, "How's the digestion of your puppet potion? How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" When he first met Miss Sharon, he felt that she was like a puppet. He believed that regardless of whether it was her nature or her abstinence, it was a form of acting in advance. It would definitely be of great help to the digestion of the puppet potion. "Not bad," Sharon replied calmly. "I should be able to digest it in 1 or 2 years." "It's been 1 to 2 years. Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's still counted in years. Only I haven't even been here for half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It's been arranged clearly. Of course, if I count the time I've been hung above the door of light, it's counted in thousands of years. Miracle Invoker. If I can escape this fate, perhaps I can be considered to have created a miracle." Klein sighed inwardly and nodded gently. "What are your plans for the near future?" Sharon said, "I hope I can restore Teacher's body." Merrick, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately added, "But didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zeradol, is in Bakeland and has close ties with Rose School?" "Yes." Klein smiled and said, "Wait patiently. There will always be a chance." This was actually a form of relief. Even though he had become a scholar of yore and could find many helpers, he currently didn't have any thoughts of dealing with Zeradol. A complete sequence one was definitely unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the further he walked down the path of a seer, the more Klein realized how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zeradol. After stopping George III from becoming a god, Klein planned on leaving Bakeland to give himself more time to grow. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Divine King of the Nine Heavens Sonia C., Pasu Island, Abyss of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Storm's headquarters, a holy temple within a holy temple. It was a place blessed by the deities. Here, azure, silver, green, golden, and other colors outlined the murals. Although they looked rough, they gave off a sacred and dignified feeling. Coupled with the dome that was over 100 meters high, people could feel their own insignificance just by standing here, and they could not help but lower their heads. Alger Wilson had already passed the ritual and truly became a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he was here with the same batch of ascenders, waiting to listen to Pope Jared II's teachings. Indeed, it's easy to lose control by overdosing on potions. I've already digested all the potions in the past, but I still nearly couldn't take it. After I leave Pasu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Sun and eliminate the excess characteristics. This can be exchanged for money, and I can also secretly nurture some Beyonders who are loyal to me. With the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground, Alger saw that the color of his hair had turned darker and thicker. At this moment, the sound of a thunderous musical instrument sounded, exploding in the hearts of every beyonder, spreading immense fear. Pope Jared II walked out with his scepter in hand. He ascended the steps and faced the crowd, speaking in a deep voice that reverberated in the air. He said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He wore a trident embedded with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On it, there were patterns of lightning, storms, and oceans embroidered with gold and silver threads. His aura was deep and dignified, as though a huge storm was about to strike. This grounded angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but everyone knew that Jared II had been in charge of the Council of Cardinals for nearly 100 years. As a blessed of a deity, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of his believers. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was a very normal thing. Upon hearing the Pope's congratulations, Alger didn't have any thoughts. He clenched his right fist and struck his left chest like the other ocean songsters. He shouted, "Holy Lord of Storms." For the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to Guard II's sermon. After going through this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon: head to Sonia Island and lie in ambush in the surrounding waters. He was to find an opportunity to attack the harbor, the supply fleet, and the Faysac merchant ships. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey had just put on a blue cloak and was about to go to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation on Phelps Street with Susie, her maid Annie, and the others when she saw her father, Earl Hall, coming in from the main entrance. "Dad, good morning. You didn't come home last night?" Audrey was a little puzzled and looked up and down a few times. "You can tell?" Earl Hall touched his beautiful mustache and asked with a smile. Seeing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey smiled and said, "There's a strong smell of cigarettes on your coat. This means that you haven't taken it off for a long time, and it's an outfit for going out." Apart from this point, there were many other details that could lead to the same conclusion, but Audrey deliberately didn't mention them. As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled and said, "Not bad. You're very observant. From the looks of it, being busy at the Charity Bursary Foundation has greatly improved you. I was at the Prime Minister's residence last night, waiting for news." Upon saying that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "The front lines of Winter County and Mid-Seashire have once again repelled the Faysac attacks. The front lines of Winter County and Mid-Seashire have once again repelled the Faysac attacks. With the arrival of the harsh winter, we finally have a chance to catch our breath." Audrey blinked and appropriately expressed her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand what you're puzzled about. What the newspapers say is what we want the people to know. The situation at the Amantha Mountain Range's defense line and the major cities along Mid-Seashire's coast isn't as good as you think. In the first round of attacks, our fleets and soldiers suffered tremendous losses. In order not to cause panic, we announced that each side had its own victories and losses, and allowed the various shipyards and munitions factories to work frantically. During this period of time, the two lines of defense were nearly breached several times. Many key areas were lost and recaptured. It's said that they've become humanity's meat grinders. Fortunately, we finally persevered. This winter will be the turning point of this war." "Actually, I know. The number of dead, missing, and injured might have been concealed, but it also explains a lot of problems. Besides, winter isn't necessarily a good thing. Faysac's weather warlocks are very good at making use of such situations." Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. "That's great. I hope peace can be restored as soon as possible." Earl Hall was taken aback for a moment before he said, "His Majesty plans on giving a speech to the people of the country on Saturday." "His Majesty plans on giving a speech to the people of the country on Saturday, telling them that we will definitely win. When the time comes, we will organize people in the various cities and villages to gather in the square and use the latest technology to let everyone hear it." "The latest technology." "Let the people gather in the various squares to listen to the King's speech." Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organizing a large number of people to the square to listen to the speech. This is the corresponding sacrifice, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual? Klein, who had received the latest news from Miss Justice, returned to the real world. His expression clearly turned solemn. He paced back and forth in his rented apartment and didn't delay any further. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote, "I've already gathered the blood of Beyonders from 20 pathways. I'm only short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech to most of the people this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need a ritual to speak to Mr. Dorr." After folding the letter and getting Rionette Tinker to send it out, Klein slowly exhaled. He couldn't help but have all sorts of thoughts race through his mind. The demoness blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissy seems very determined to destroy George III's plans. Queen Mystic can reveal some news that I have a way to enter the secret mausoleum. Although her main goal is to revive the Emperor and isn't willing to directly become enemies with George III, if George III succeeds, the Emperor might not be able to return. The Devil's Blood can only wait for the City of Silver's chief to return. The hunting team he led set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. No problem. If that doesn't work, I'll try 2 backup plans. One is to use the Blatherer's aura to replace the blood, and the other is to summon the devils I previously encountered from the historical void and extract their blood, in a room that didn't look special in the Bakeland Bridge area. Trissy, whose black hair was glistening, reached out and took out a letter from the mirror. When she opened it, her brows gradually furrowed, making her look especially lovable. Is it finally coming? Trissy's expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, timid, and confused. Finally, she smiled and muttered with a slightly distorted expression, "I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I die this time, I've already earned back my capital." After a few seconds of silence, Trissy took out a glass test tube from a hidden pocket in her black dress. It wasn't filled with her blood, but the blood of another demoness. Her original name was Sherman, but she later called herself Shermaine. As a qualified and experienced demoness, Trissy had found an opportunity to take some of Shermaine's blood when she was nurturing her, using it as a basis for her curse. This might not be useful most of the time, but it could effectively prevent any accidents. After Shermaine died, Trissy didn't throw away the tube of blood. This was because the demonesses needed this material quite a lot, just like now. In a residence in the City of Silver. As soon as the frequency of the lightning increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the fire, and quickly roasted mushroom bread. This bread was more exquisite than the black-faced grass bread. It was even sweeter and more delicious. He liked it very much, and he looked forward to his 3 meals every day like never before. The only problem was that the production of mushrooms that could be used to make bread wasn't high. Limited by the number of monster corpses, every resident could only receive it once a week, which was enough for 4 to 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, the area around the City of Silver was relatively safe, with fewer monsters. Derek had heard that in order to hunt monsters and nurture mushrooms, some people had deliberately placed themselves in the darkness, hoping to become bait. Then, he was eaten. Obtaining those mushrooms made everyone feel a certain sense of optimism. That's not good. Derek recalled the chief's wistful sentiments before he set off. He shook his head and picked up a jar he had picked up from the ruins of another city and poured out white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like such things, but Miss Justice's description of how milk could help humans grow taller and stronger moved him. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek knew that since he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the possibility of him growing taller in the future wouldn't be too great. However, he secretly hoped that he could reduce the gap between him and his friends, and the milk had allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. Gulp. Gulp. Derek drank his portion of milk for the day with a serious expression. Just as he was about to take the mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said, "Derek, the chief asked me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief asked me to give you this bottle of blood." The chief is back? Derek stood up abruptly. "All right, thank you." Just as he said that, he saw the shadow in the crack of the door come to life, surging forward and pushing out a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil's blood that Mr. World wanted. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. After removing the cover of the paper angel, Klein poured the bottle of devil blood into the ceramic jar and stirred it with a thin glass rod that he had produced for a while. Phew, I've finally gathered everything. Finally, he stared at it for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he had enough time to make additional preparations before George III held the ritual. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had the time to eliminate the connection with the original owner, Klein didn't care because he had confirmed that the original owner of the two sets of blood was dead. He had divined the origins of the assassin's blood to figure out if it belonged to Demonis Trissy. If it did, he would consider if he should leave some behind and smear it on the surface of Roselle's travels. The outcome disappointed him, but it didn't surprise him at all. He had long realized that Trissy was as cautious as he was. Demonesses also have the instigator sequence. It also requires quite a bit of intelligence. The instigator and conspirer potions should have the effect of increasing intelligence. Otherwise, Donna's future would be worrying. As Klein thought, he threw the ceramic jar in front of him into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and browsed through the detailed ritual provided by Demonis Trissy. This was a ritual that could help Klein speak to Mr. Dorr during the full moon. A total of 9 gems. Isn't this too extravagant? As he read, Klein muttered in passing. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he still had nearly £30,000 in cash, £14,000 in notes, £15,000 worth of gold bars, 35 gold coins, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to buy gems, but he felt that it was too wasteful. After thinking for about 10 seconds, Klein decided to try and see if he could use the historical void images as a replacement. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Dorr. After the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Dorr wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it doesn't work, I'll consider buying it from a jewelry store. Klein stood up and set up the ritual in the room outside the rental apartment. After finishing the other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly and heavily grabbed at the air in front of him. He grabbed a simple brass key out of thin air. This was the key item to summon Mr. Dorr, the master key. Then, Klein made a grabbing motion in front of him and pulled out an item from the void. This object exuded a tranquil radiance and was in the shape of a full moon. There were many scarlet gems embedded around it, and in the middle was a symbol representing the moon and many mysterious patterns. Scarlet lunar corona, the scarlet lunar corona that currently belonged to Sharon, it could create the effect of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Dorr's ravings. If Klein only wanted to hear what Mr. Dorr was shouting, this was enough. There was no need to hold any more rituals, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels, so he still had to follow the procedure. After placing the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar at the same time, Klein thought for a moment and reached out his right hand again, grabbing at the air in front of him. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace decorated with diamonds and emerald. The experience of having the identity of Don Dantes is still very useful. Otherwise, how could I have come into contact with so many women of high society, dance with them, and see accessories of different styles and materials? And without such a close observation, how can I easily summon the corresponding historical void projection? This can last for 15 minutes. That's enough. Klein, who had easily achieved his goal, sighed inwardly in satisfaction. Then, he continued his efforts and continued to stretch out his right hand, preparing to gather the 9 gems he needed from the ladies and madams he knew in the past. In the next second, his hand paused in midair as his expression turned odd. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 projections from the historical void. What should I do? Should I replace this necklace and find an accessory with at least 9 gems? Let me think if I've seen anything similar. Yes, I can use dream divination to recall. This. Is dream divination used at times like this? Seer and scholar of yore are quite compatible. This is also an extreme form of magic. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair to sit down and begin his divination when he suddenly frowned. He discovered something amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void projections at the same time. Is this a subtle spiritual warning? Klein looked at the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he made them disappear. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the honorific name. He arrived above the gray fog and sat in the seat belonging to the fool. Conjuring a pen and paper, Klein deliberated and wrote, "It's dangerous to speak to Mr. Dorr at the moment." This divination would clearly point at Mr. Dorr, causing Klein to suffer a certain counterattack. However, having gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and being able to use the power of an angel, Klein believed that he could withstand it. After all, Mr. Dorr was in a sealed and exiled state. Removing the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, Klein held it with his left hand and let it hang over the words, nearly touching the surface of the paper. He then closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times with a highly tense mind. Silently, a shadow suddenly flashed across Klein's heart. It seemed to completely obscure his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. After I gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, certain divination techniques have become more concealed. It won't cause any accidents, yes. Is it related to my own safety? Or is it because the gap between me and Mr. Dorr has narrowed to a certain extent? Of course, it's referring to Mr. Dorr in his sealed state. Or could it be a combination of the two? No, this result indicates that speaking to Mr. Dorr now will result in unbearable danger. Why is this happening? Klein frowned. He was unable to make an effective guess or come up with a reasonable explanation. After a while, he leaned back against the back of the high-backed chair and shook his head with a sigh. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other aspects. Klein pressed his left hand down, and the topaz pendant instantly returned to normal. After all, it was only a projection of the main body above the gray fog. Due to the changes in the divination, Klein made some connections. It was that spying on the cluster of distorted and transparent maggots on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. There's a high chance that it's a sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned to me. If my spying can last a little longer, the possibility of directly deciphering the sequence 2 miracle invoker or sequence 1 attendant of mysteries potion formula won't be low. Yes, there's only one chance. Who knows what changes will happen to that completely crazy monster. When I'm completely accustomed to the scholar of your potion, I can give it a try. Klein rubbed his temples as his figure suddenly disappeared above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat on a chair and seriously considered what other unconventional preparations he could make. The so-called conventional preparations were meeting Queen Mystic and discussing the details of the cooperation, giving more gifts to Willa Septon, Rionette Tinker, and Pallas Zoroast, praying to the Evernight goddess to increase the chances of summoning the ascetic Ariana's historical projection, familiarizing himself with the core powers of a scholar of yore. As for unconventional preparations, it depended purely on Klein's imagination. After thinking for a while, Klein's expression turned heavy. He frowned slightly as he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. This time, he didn't drag anything out. Klein grabbed another 10 times, but the summoning ended in failure. This made him have no choice but to helplessly accept a fact: it was impossible to succeed just by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On its surface, he wrote with a pencil, "Give me some luck, and I'll bring you ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane again, Klein entered the room inside and lay on the bed, recovering his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin, short, silver snakes. They formed a response, 5. No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. The next moment, he woke up. Sitting up, Klein reached out his right hand again and grabbed 10 times. All of them failed. It won't work even if I have enough luck. It's too difficult. Klein subconsciously wanted to tap the edge of the bed with his fingers, but he instantly restrained himself. This was because this action was a habit he had developed above the gray fog. It wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, seriously considering all kinds of connections, Klein finally left the bedroom. He brought an item back to the real world at the altar that had yet to be cleaned up. It was an ancient book bound in parchment with a dark brown cover. Roselle's Travels. Picking up the book, Klein took a deep breath and half closed his eyes, as though he was sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed it very slightly. Failure. He grabbed it again. Another failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's movements became slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a red-hot stove. Suddenly, his arm muscles tensed as he pulled back with extreme caution. He slowly retracted his right hand, dragging out a rather dim, ancient-looking quill bit by bit. It came from the Resurrection Square in Kukawa City in the northern state of the southern continent's West Balam. It came from beside Nsangwil's corpse. This was 0-08 before Amon's brother picked it up. P.S. Recommending a book, Players Over Justice. It's a new book by the author of Quicksilver Blood, Buki 10 Strings. The power system and dungeons are very interesting. It can only last for about a minute. Isn't that too short? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without considering anything else, he took 2 steps and arrived in front of the desk. He put down Roselle's Travels, held 0-08, and quickly wrote on a piece of paper George 3 plans on using this speech to bait out all the enemies who want to destroy his ritual. But if everything goes smoothly and nothing unexpected happens, he will also take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to attempt the advancement to the level of a deity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, and it's similarly not safe. Besides, his present preparations are sufficiently perfect and appropriate. This is a very reasonable development. After finishing the last sentence, before Klein could seriously check if there were any mistakes in the content, the slightly dim quill in his hand silently vanished, as though it had never existed. And the contents of those few short sentences seemed to drain Klein of all his energy, making him feel a little dizzy. He had no choice but to take a few steps back and sit down on a chair. That doesn't make sense. I didn't see how exhausted and strenuous Nsangwil was back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it and didn't dare to let 0-08 weave its own story. When writing, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support me. As for Nsangwil, he could obtain 0-08's cooperation, so the expenditure wouldn't be that great. Klein closed his eyes and cogitated for a while before he finally recovered. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to summon this grade 0 sealed artifact without any actual contact with 0-08 and having only met it once. However, on the one hand, he had the Snake of Fate personally augmenting him with luck. On the other hand, he had Roselle's Travels. This was an item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. Inside it hid the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It had a deep connection with 0-08. If not for the interference of certain high-level existences, the 2 items would have long met. Klein didn't know if the connection between fate and characteristics could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only thought that he wouldn't lose anything by giving it a try, and he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare use Roselle's Travels to carry the contents written by 0-08's projection. He didn't even dare let them approach, afraid that an unavoidable accident would happen. This was Bakeland, a city with a high population density. Yes, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. After all, 0-08 is an image from the historical void. It's fake. Roselle's Travels was conjured by the Dragon of Imagination, so it's also fake. A fake with a fake doesn't make it real. It lacks the material foundation of a beyonder characteristic. I can experiment on an uninhabited reef island later. Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, and returned to his desk to examine the text he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III's advancement had failed and that he had perished on the spot because he believed that when it came to interfering with a sequence 1 angel, it was impossible to do it so directly with the projection of 0-08. He had to be more tactful. Furthermore, there was the psychological alchemy and Amon's brother on the other side. If the influence was too obvious, it would definitely be detected and easily used. Klein could only take a roundabout approach to reduce the number of unknowns. I hope it's useful. After staring at it for a while, Klein folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he sacrificed Roselle's Travels to the world above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he should go out to buy ice cream for Willasepton. Bakeland has Zeridol, and it's very likely that there's a mon. If I go out too often, I might bump into him. It's a little dangerous. Why don't I summon ice cream from the historical void for Will? It'll be very real when I eat it, and it'll disappear after 15 minutes. I don't have to worry about getting fat at all. It's just too wonderful. Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. In the end, he decided to change his clothes and head out because he had to keep his promises. On Saturday morning, the sky was gray and misty, making people feel depressed for no reason. This was a common scene in Bakeland in the middle of winter. Although it was not as thick and pungent as last year, the geographical environment and climate determined that such a situation would inevitably exist for a long time. Moreover, the control of air pollution could not be declared a success in a year or two. Melissa draped a knee-length black coat over her long dress and put on a black gauze hat before walking quickly to the door. Benson held his top hat and shook his head when he saw this. A girl who's not even 20 years old should dress like a girl who's not even 20 years old. That's too mature and old-fashioned, understand? So old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother and gave a simple reply. Another quarter penny a pound of bread. This price. Benson sighed. He then took out the silver pocket watch covered in vine patterns, opened it, and glanced at it. Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square. Melissa tersely acknowledged and walked out with her brother to the streets. Good morning, Mrs. Daniel. After taking a few steps forward, Benson saw a neighbor walk out and greeted her with a smile. He was good at socializing and had long established a good relationship with the neighbors around him. The lady who was addressed as Mrs. Daniel was dressed in a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. Her face was covered by a black gauze that hung down from her hat. Good morning, both of you. She didn't make any small talk and walked away coldly. Benson looked at her back and deliberately slowed down his footsteps. Only when there was some distance between them did he turn his head to ask his sister. What happened to Mrs. Daniel? I've been too busy recently. I haven't visited the neighbors in a long time. Melissa pursed her lips. Mrs. Daniel's eldest son, Larry, has been confirmed to have been killed at the front lines in the Amantha Mountains. That was yesterday's news. That tall, shy, but attentive, kind, and sincere lad? When he came back the last time, he said that he was promoted in the army and became a lieutenant. Benson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. I can't imagine Larry dying just like that either, just like how she couldn't imagine a classmate she knew in school dying tragically in front of her. In just a few short seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study. Benson fell silent for a moment before sighing. I've been busy recently. Actually, I've been dealing with the pension issue. Perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure. Some were cheerful and passionate, some were humorous and witty, some were the only son of their parents, some had a determined personality and were the leaders of the soldiers around them, some had just gotten married and didn't have children, some were preparing a gift for their youngest daughter, and some had a love letter on them, planning to send it to the post office after the battle. All of them are dead. Melissa and Benson fell silent at the same time. Neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were about to reach the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said softly, What do you think His Majesty will be speaking about today? Perhaps it's to mobilize, or perhaps it's to convey the conviction of victory, Benson replied casually. Melissa turned her head to glance at her brother. This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you be mocking him? Mocking should be done after listening to the speech and figuring out the specific content. The most basic principle of being a person is not to comment on things you don't know well enough. Otherwise, you're worse than a curly-haired baboon, Benson said with a smile. At that moment, he saw another neighbor. The person had white hair and used a scarf to cover half his face. He wore a thick jacket and held a cloth bag in his hand as he hurriedly walked past the siblings. Mr. Thomas is dressed so strangely. Is he doing something else in passing? Benson looked at the person's back and asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a very soft voice, Mrs. Thomas is sick and has spent quite a bit of the family's savings. Mrs. Thomas is ill, and has spent a good deal of the family's savings, And the price of food has gone up a great deal lately, and Mr. Thomas's income has not changed much, and he has to queue up at the almshouse every few days for some bread. He is a respectable gentleman, and probably does not wish to be recognized. Also, the food at the relief shop is always limited. It's very likely that there won't be any left if he's too late. He has to apply for extra food from the church or the workhouse. The relief shop starts today after His Majesty's speech. Mr. Thomas probably wants to head there directly. Banson nodded slowly and asked in concern, "What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas?" "I know a few good doctors." "An illness caused by worry." Melissa recounted the news she heard. "Mrs. Thomas is very worried about her youngest son who's serving in the army." "Are you talking about Thomas Jr.?" Banson frowned slightly. After getting his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, Banson looked ahead and said in a low voice, "Thomas Jr. is dead." Melissa didn't respond. She seemed to be in a daze for a moment. Once again, they silently walked forward, as if relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them. These people were either wearing formal suits, holding canes, dressed like gentlemen, or wearing blue, green, yellow, or red skirts. Some wore sweaters, jackets, and trousers, while others wore dark, low-toned dresses. They came out of their houses and came from the streets they were on. Like splashes of water, they merged together at the intersection and formed a stream. The stream surged forward, and many streams converged, interweaving into a majestic torrent at the entrance of the square. The torrent surged forward slowly, drowning the square. Placed in the sea of people, Melissa felt that she was as insignificant as a drop of water. As they had arrived early, Melissa and Banson were able to choose a pretty good spot. They could see a strange object on the grayish-white stone pillar in the middle of the square. One end was different, and it was painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some kind of cable. Beneath the object was a group of soldiers in red shirts and white trousers. They carried grayish-white metal backpacks and held complicated rifles with large calibers. They warily watched their surroundings. With the influx of citizens one after another, the square was filled with people and became more and more lively. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly emitted a rustling sound. Finally, it turned into a deep voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, the ruler of Rouen, East Balam, and the Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can speak? Is it based on the principles of a telegraph?" Melissa's eyes widened as her attention instantly shifted from the speech to the strange object. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, the ruler of Rouen, East Balam, and the Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III." In West Borough's Memorial Square, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and brother as they stood near the platform. They looked at the king in his ceremonial robes and listened to his speech. As she knew in advance which direction George III would focus on today and what kind of atmosphere he would create, Audrey didn't wear her favorite clothes. Be it the color or style, they were all girlish. Instead, she wore a simple and conservative dress like Countess Caitlin. The color was pure black, and she didn't wear any accessories. "I'm very happy to tell everyone that we've finally stopped the first phase of the Phaeacians' attack. We've thwarted their plan to wipe out Rouen in 3 months. However, too many outstanding young people have died on the front lines in this war. They should have had a better future. They should have accompanied their parents as they aged, matured with their spouses, and allowed their children to grow up in a loving environment and have a beautiful childhood. The Phaeacians have destroyed all of this." Audrey, who knew why the war was started, was not incited by the king's speech. She just felt that he must have a talent for drama. She could hear small sobs coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sorrowful emotions emerging bit by bit, converging and brewing. This caused her eyes to redden uncontrollably. The king's speech was fake, but the people's grief was real enough, especially since Audrey had met many relatives of the fallen and helped those who lost their children, husbands, and fathers overnight. This is the great resonance of emotions. This is the best occasion to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she couldn't use it. This was because not only had she not digested the Dreamwalker potion, but she also hadn't accumulated enough contribution points from Mr. World. She took a slow breath and controlled the fluctuations of her emotions. She looked away from King George III and let her thoughts wander uncontrollably. Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he will make use of this matter. I hope there won't be too many accidents. That thing called broadcasting is based on radio principles? Mr. World mentioned that there are already factions out at sea that are using this technology. Compared to the storm-prone ocean, land is clearly more suitable for such products. Just as Audrey was lost in her thoughts, George III, who had a mustache and was solemn and old-fashioned, had finished the first paragraph of his description. He solemnly said, "Let us observe a moment of silence for our heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, repeat after me in your hearts, in the name of Emperor George III, may the souls of the dead obtain peace. May they become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of majesty. It made everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads and clasp their hands as they silently chanted, "In the name of Emperor George III. In the name of Emperor George III. On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and had an ordinary face, prayed at the same time with the people around him. He appeared completely normal. During the 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette that was standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III's every move. He tried to find any signs that the king was about to leave quietly, enter the mausoleum, and consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, in the name of Emperor George III was the core of the entire Black Emperor ritual. If he were to consume the potion, it would definitely be at this moment, or within 2 to 3 minutes of the end of the silence. If it was delayed any further, the effects wouldn't be too good. George III is also observing a moment of silence. He didn't do anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he waited patiently. The moment of silence that made many people cry gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, George III still didn't do anything. He spoke again and began his speech. "We have already passed the most difficult moment. We will definitely defeat evil and brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier on the front lines. This is the power of every worker in the factory. This 0-08's arrangements didn't succeed. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. It's purely to bait the enemy who wants to destroy the ritual. After all, he can give many similar speeches in the future." Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with Anuni, who was hiding in the sewers. The latter was dressed the same as him, and he looked the same. Just from the outside, there was no difference. Right on the heels of that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. With the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3, so he didn't need to use the sea god's scepter to expand his range. Of course, compared to a scholar of yore, the Sea King's true vision was clearly larger, but there was no need for it this time. Just as Klein cast his gaze towards the platform where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. This was because there was no one there, or rather, there was only a fake illusion. It was the imagined George III giving his speech. Before Klein began his speech, he had been wary of such problems. He had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. To his surprise, in just a few minutes, without him noticing, the real George III had become the imagined George III. During the moment of silence, he had used the powers of the Black Emperor pathway to distort, silently swapping himself with a substitute. This means that George III should have already entered a secret mausoleum and was consuming the potion in an attempt to advance. With a thought, Klein hurriedly observed the situation in the surrounding area. He discovered that there was an abnormal and extremely majestic dark power secretly growing beneath the podium. Klein then picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table and sensed it. Using the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and came from distortion. How impressive! While using a speech to bait the enemy, he used a fake person to disguise himself and silently left to consume the potion. It's almost too late. Klein tensed up and immediately returned to the real world. In the sewers, he chanted in Jotun, Holy Spirit that pursues knowledge, mysterious world's lighthouse, eyes that pry into fate, king above the sea, Holy Bernadette Gustave. This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic, but it was somewhat different from a normal sequence 3. Her range was extremely large, and it could even be effective in Bakeland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that this eldest daughter of Roselle the Great had used a Grade 0 sealed artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told others this honorific name, afraid that enemies would use prayers and automatic responses to lock onto her location before she reached sequence 2. This matched Klein's thoughts very well. Klein had made an agreement with her that as long as he recited this honorific name, she would randomly choose a secret mausoleum and use the blood he gave her to draw a symbol to open the door and attempt to destroy it. He and Bernadette didn't have extravagant hopes of succeeding. This was because with the other party having angels, the guards inside the mausoleum would definitely recite the honorific names of those angels every once in a while, allowing them to use the prayer light to remotely observe the corresponding area. Once they discovered anything amiss, they would immediately rush over to help. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if the angels descended slowly, Queen Mystic could also go from a support role to a main attacker. After doing this, Klein immediately reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. As he pulled back his arm, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a lady with ordinary facial features and dark eyes. She wore a simple robe and a tree bark belt. Her long black hair hung down, and she was barefoot without any shoes or socks. The matron of the Evernight Cloister, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, grounded angel, Ariana. I succeeded on my first try. Klein jumped in fright, but he didn't have the time to think too much about it. He hurriedly said, conceal my existence and protect the citizens of Bakeland. He was worried that George III would rush out of the mausoleum and endanger the people in the city after the ritual was destroyed. All right, Ariana replied with a calm expression. She wasn't stiff at all. It can't be a real person, right? Actually, my summoning didn't succeed. It's just that the goddess had long gotten Ariana to secretly return to Bakeland. The moment she sensed that she was summoned, she came over. An angel of concealment also has a certain level of confidence in her image in the historical void? As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he realized that he had entered a strange state, a state where he was no longer sensed by the outside world. Without the time to think about such trivial matters, Klein, whose existence had been concealed, immediately got a noonie to switch places with the new marionette specially made by the pirates. Right on the heels of that, he activated Creeping Hunger and teleported to the vicinity of the secret mausoleum in Awa County with his marionette, Anuni, and Konas. As he could only maintain 3 projections from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for Klein to abandon his marionette and directly come over. He could only summon a projection as a replacement, which would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot within half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze, but when listening to the speech, such a state wouldn't attract much attention. After that, if Klein didn't return, the Church of Evernight's Red Gloves team would come to deal with him. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, Bernadette, who was wearing a girlish yellow cake dress and a black bonnet, appeared while being surrounded by pea vines that grew out of thin air. Her chestnut hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes seemed to contain a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly outlined a symbol in the void. As her fingertips moved, drops of bright red blood that resembled fine gemstones seeped out and froze in midair. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly, resonating with an unknown location. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol expanded into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a huge mausoleum made of black rocks. Bernadette immediately took a step forward and passed through the illusory door, arriving in a dark and deep area. The light here came from the stone pillars on both sides of the path and the strange underground moss that grew on the cliff. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum that was hidden in the fog at the bottom. The symbol provided by Mr. Door was really useful, at this moment, as a certain ritual was being carried out deep underground. Specks of dark light gathered and condensed into a human figure in the dark sky. The figure had a squarish face, black hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, a thick beard, and a solemn expression. His appearance and image weren't unfamiliar to many Rouen citizens because it was printed on the front of the 10-pound banknote. Of course, people who had never received a 10-pound banknote in their lives could also see his statue or portrait in places like Memorial Square. He was the founder, protector, and first king of Rouen, William Augustus I. It was him. He used the ritual to descend directly from Baekeland. Bernadette's expression didn't change. With a flip of her palm, an item appeared. The item was golden in color and looked like a shrunken kettle with a wick sticking out of its mouth. As Bernadette's right hand stroked the surface of the item that was covered in mysterious and complicated symbols, the wick silently lit up. The light it emitted was like a viscous stream of water. It sprayed upwards and formed a blurry and distorted light golden figure. Eternal Genie, my second wish is to obtain the power of knowledge Emperor for a day. Seizing the opportunity before William Augustus I completely descended, Bernadette spoke solemnly in Jotun. The item in her hand was called the magic wishing lamp. It might have originated from the first epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had the corresponding grade 0 sealed artifact number, 0-05. This item could grant the holder any 10 wishes, but it was either done in a distorted form, or it would come with unpredictable and extremely terrifying consequences. None of its former owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could think of ways to use words and preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Absolutely not, Awa County, near the secret mausoleum. Klein, who had arrived in a concealed state, didn't alarm anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't recklessly approach the mausoleum and draw the symbol to open the door. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive grabs, Klein's arm muscles suddenly tightened, as though he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his right hand, a figure quickly outlined itself. The figure's skin was bronze in color, and he was of medium build. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and there was a very thin mole below his right ear. He was none other than Aztec Eggers. However, unlike the Mr. Aztec that Klein knew, this figure's eyes were indifferent. He wore a dark black robe embroidered with golden threads, and he wore a golden bird-shaped crown. It was as though he was looking down on all living beings. This was the former Death Consul, a Sequence 2 angel. Klein didn't size him up any further as he reached out and grabbed at the void again. This time, it looked like he wasn't holding anything back, but in fact, he had already summoned his past self from more than 10 seconds ago, his concealed self. Then, Klein threw a metal bottle to his projection and allowed his true body to enter the historical void in the gray fog. In his past body, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. In this concealed state, Klein brought Death Consul Aztec's projection to the secret mausoleum that had no entrance. He took out the metal bottle and used his spirituality to guide the blood that shimmered with a gem-like luster. In midair, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Dorr had given him. The symbol quickly took form and resonated with a certain point in the mausoleum, expanding into an illusory door. In his concealed state, Klein and Death Consul Aztec passed through the door and entered the corresponding secret mausoleum. At this moment, the guards inside had long discovered the intruders and activated the ritual that they had prepared ahead of time. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Baekeland, the former Duke of Southville, Dlink Augustus, was about to use the passage opened by the ritual to descend into the secret mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned and said, "This is Aztec Eggers. This is Aztec Eggers. No, he is very stiff, like a historical projection summoned by the secret order scholar of your. You stay here and guard against the scholar of your hiding in the shadows. Although they aren't angels, they're troublesome enough." Dlink Augustus was a slightly arrogant old man. His black hair was mixed with many strands of silver, and he didn't have a beard on his face. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Isn't that scholar of your beside us? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the imbalance in the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately summoned a historical projection to attack this place while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hiding beside Aztec's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts our attention and we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use his concealed state to approach the mausoleum and destroy it. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he summoned an angel projection, even if you carry a grade 0 sealed artifact, you won't be able to finish off the target in a short period of time. If this affects the mausoleum, all our efforts and persistence will be in vain. If that scholar of yours did a triple misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, it's impossible for him to summon another angel from the historical void. You can eliminate him rather easily. As he said the first sentence, Dlink Augustus had already entered the passage opened by the ritual. The remaining content was said by his illusory figure. In the secret mausoleum in Owa County, the indifferent and cold Aztec Edgar scanned his surroundings. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant snake that covered the sky above the mausoleum. This giant snake was both illusory and real, as though it was formed from something incomprehensible to humans. His entire body was covered in dark green and black scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and every feather and scale had strange symbols of different shapes. Just looking at them would cause one's flesh and blood to rot, turning them into a zombie. This was the feathered serpent god from the southern continent's myths and legends. His eye sockets burned with pale white flames, and a pair of exaggerated and thick wings spread out from his back. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent that was coiled in midair stretched its upper body forward and spat out pale white flames that could cover the entire mausoleum. Mr. Aztec's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than the original, but it still has such might. As expected of the Son of Death, the consul of the Balam Empire. Although the concealed Klein had done summoning experiments at sea, he never expected Aztec's projection to be so powerful. At this moment, a slightly dark light flew out from the mausoleum, preventing the pale white flames that surged like a tidal wave from advancing any further. Following that, they formed a figure. It was none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, Dlink Augustus. Upon seeing him, the concealed Klein suddenly turned stiff and stiff. He could only act based on his instincts. This was because Klein's true body had returned from the historical void and was outside the secret mausoleum. Then, Klein directly teleported to a secret mausoleum in the lower reaches of the Tussock River. He took out another metal bottle and used his spirituality to guide the blood inside to fly out in a concealed state. Outlining the symbol. In a few seconds, the symbol resonated and transformed into a door. Klein walked in with his marionettes, Konas, and Anuni. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had the marionettes he had just transformed into hiding. In the outskirts of Bakeland, near ruin number 1, a figure dispelled her invisibility and appeared. Her black hair was lustrous, and her face was slightly round. She looked beautiful with a hint of sweetness, and her bearing was extremely outstanding. She was none other than Demonis Trissi. After Trissi approached ruin number 1, she also took out a metal bottle and used the blood inside to draw the symbol provided by Mr. Door. An illusory door quickly took shape. At the same time that she passed through the illusory door, Trissi silently hid her figure and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance, falling into the dark valley that she couldn't see the bottom of. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden there. During the process of falling, Trissi's body was as light as a feather. She had lost most of her weight, but her speed wasn't slow at all. There weren't many guards left here, and none of them noticed that she had infiltrated. Just as Trissi was about to approach her target, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Concealment is prohibited here." Trissi's figure immediately appeared irresistibly, and above the towering mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley, a man had appeared at some point in time. The man had a rectangular face, and he wore a white wig. By the side of his mouth, there were 2 curving whiskers. His eyebrows were extremely thick, and his eyes were relatively large. He was wearing a formal attire and a cloak. His shoes were extremely long, and his attire was out of touch with the times. He was none other than the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On the head of this Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter was a crown weaved from thorns. Pure light constantly gathered inside the crown, interweaving into a sea. Sealed Artifact 036, downstream of the Tussock River, Klein had just passed through the illusory door with his marionettes, Konas, and Anuni, when a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. A black cathedral stood in front of him, and the spacious door was open, revealing a man in overalls, a gentleman in a top hat, a lady with flounces on her sleeves, and a lady with flowers formed from lace on her skirt. They were all suspended in midair, motionless. Ah! 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 Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-palpitating cries. Without any other guesses, Klein felt as though he had fallen into a crack in a frozen lake. His body turned cold as his hair stood on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they shouted out a name: Zeradal. In an instant, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned on switching places with his marionette in the outside world and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. After passing through the illusory door, he failed to enter the secret mausoleum of George III. Instead, he arrived at a baffling place. In the next second, he realized that the spirit-body threads that connected him to the marionette outside had been severed. They quickly floated upwards and floated towards the pitch-black cathedral. If not for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to sense the danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He would have been hung up and become one of the marionettes. Without any time to think, Klein quickly controlled his spirit-body threads and retracted them, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily escape danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes, Konas and Anuni, in just a second. The two marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand and hung inside the steepled cathedral. Together with the original corpses, they swayed with the wind and let out voices with different voices but the same words. Welcome back. On Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving his speech. I will lower the property requirement for the right to vote again. I will transfer more rights to the House of Commons. Although the citizens didn't understand why the speech had such a development, they felt that it sounded pretty good. These are all bills that have been passed by the House of Lords. There's no need to tell the citizens during a speech. The king seems to be emphasizing that he will definitely follow this plan in the future. Audrey was puzzled, but she couldn't find an explanation that could convince herself. In ruin number 1 on the outskirts of Bakeland, in the dark and majestic secret mausoleum, the real George III had already worn the black crown and consumed the potion. His body was changing in the direction of the shadow of order, expanding and extending in a magical state. And the 9 mausoleums were islands in the sea of nothingness, a part of the entire rule. And the Emperor George III that the citizens were chanting at the same time during the ritual was countless, densely packed lighthouses. Together, they anchored this ruler of Rouen, East Balam, and the Rorstad archipelago, preventing him from completely breaking away from reality and becoming a part of the shadow of order. During this process, George III's thoughts couldn't help but wander, as though they had been torn apart. The secret order's Zeradal actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide help. He said that he had glimpsed some of German Sparrow's thoughts from the Capim case, the attack on the ailment maiden, the silencing of Crazy Captain, and the disappearance of Konas Kilgore. And the results of his divination made him cooperate with me and help me guard a mausoleum, waiting for German Sparrow to walk to him because of his own goals and the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. He also said that the most important thing to deal with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is patience and determination. What a charlatan. He also brought Abomination Sua. I used my powers to sign a contract with them, together with the helpers I hired from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Even if most of the demigods from the military and the royal family are fighting at the front lines or protecting Bakeland, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed, unless a true deity descends into the real world, and that's impossible. Therefore, I, who originally wanted to use this opportunity to fish out objectors, finally decided to take this opportunity to advance directly. Heh. Grove still doesn't know of these hidden trump cards. He doesn't have the right to know either. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal deity, the Black Emperor who rules over the real world. Ah. 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 In the dark world that reverberated with the cawing of the crows, the corpses hanging in the black steepled cathedral fell at the same time, passing through the main door. Their gazes locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in midair. Klein couldn't be bothered to see what it was. As he maintained the special state of his spirit body threads, he quickly snapped his fingers. "Pa!" A ball of crimson flame gushed out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flames quickly extinguished, but Klein remained in his original spot, unable to jump out. He didn't show any signs of depression as he immediately activated creeping hunger and attempted to teleport. Klein instantly turned transparent before appearing again, unable to take a step out. His starting point and ending point seemed to be connected in a strange manner. At this moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in rather gorgeous clothes, and he had slightly curly chestnut-colored hair. He had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Roselle Gustav from the Emperor's era. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled up as he was injected with a large amount of knowledge that he didn't know was useful. At that instant, he felt like his head was about to explode. His other thoughts were completely occupied, so much so that he couldn't even move a finger. Instinctively, Klein split the knowledge into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain the ability to command his body as he quickly grabbed forward with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank before he suddenly pulled back. As the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and launched their attacks, two other figures appeared in midair, dragging out a silver-white, scaleless tail. As Klein released his right hand, a gigantic snake appeared in the Dark Kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in countless wheels formed from patterns and symbols with different details. Snake of Fate, this wasn't actually summoned by Klein from the historical void. Instead, it was the power of Will Septon's burning of the paper cranes after he used the Yesterday Once More charm. Klein had first used Flaming Jump to seek help from the Snake of Fate. And the reason why he had grabbed it was to disguise himself. He didn't want the hostile angel to detect the location of the Snake of Fate, causing Dr. Allen's family to fall into danger. This wasn't like dealing with Amon's avatar back then. Klein didn't have the confidence to eliminate the clues, so he had discussed with Will ahead of time how to deal with such a situation. Fortunately, Will Septon's thoughts indicated that the essence of the summoning hadn't been discovered. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury curled up, opened its mouth, and bit down on his tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. And in midair, two figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One of them was William Augustus I, who was engaged in an intense battle with Queen Mystic Bernadette. He was a sequence one-hand of order, and the other was formed from pure light. He had a pair of radiant wings on his back, and he clearly had the level of an angel. Suddenly, the two angel projections that had just appeared quickly vanished. The marionettes that had attacked and controlled Klein retreated into the cathedral and hung up again. Konas and Anuni walked out one after another, accompanying Klein as they retreated through the illusory door. They left the world that was filled with the cawing of crows and appeared downstream of the tussock river. Snake of Fate, reboot, the scaleless serpent's figure vanished as Klein didn't hesitate to activate teleport. He shuttled through countless spirit world creatures and arrived outside another secret mausoleum. He used his remaining blood to draw a symbol and opened the illusory door. This time, he entered and saw the solemn and dark mausoleum. Hence, he summoned the sea god scepter and released terrifying lightning storm again and again to strike down his target. Then, Klein turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, like a beautiful dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. The moment Klein, who could always remain lucid in dreams, entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was, he realized that he was already in a real dream woven by someone else. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Klein pretended not to notice that he was in a real dream. As he stopped maintaining the projection on the death console side, he attempted to summon another me from the historical void to deceive the Tudor ruins guardian, allowing his true body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to complete the destruction. At present, he could only maintain 3 historical void projections. Death console Aztec Eggers was one, and his concealed self was another. As for the ascetic leader, Ariana, he couldn't be sure if it was one. To be safe, before Klein summoned it again, he could only disperse one of them. As for Ariana's state, apart from suspecting that her true body had descended, Klein had another guess. It was that after the matron of the Evernight Cloister sensed that her past projection had been summoned in the Amantha mountain range, she had deliberately entered a concealed state and disappeared from the real world, allowing the projection to gain consciousness. This was completely feasible, especially when authorities in the domain of concealment had a certain level of confidence in their historical void projections. And for such an angel of concealment, Klein was unable to confirm her true situation through the feedback of the historical projection maintained by a scholar of yore. All he could do was not make any changes to prevent any accidents. Just as Klein was about to summon his past self, the real dream he was in silently vanished. Everything around him returned to normal. He was on the cliff at the entrance, and below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An ordinary-looking elder floated in midair. Under the faint light emitted by the underground moss and the illumination from the stone pillars inside the cliff, he calmly looked at Klein and sighed in ancient Fasak. "You actually weren't fooled by the dream I weaved." This elder's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and he didn't look special. A Sequence 3 Dreamweaver of the Spectator Pathway? No, it's at least an angel. Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out the Silver Adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. There was no sound, but beside Klein, Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads he was holding immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm, while the other head chanted in ancient Hermes, "That's right. Yesterday reappeared, this Miss Messenger wanted to borrow strength from her past self, and compared to a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, his borrowed power could last longer." However, the talisman did not change at all. Floating in the air, the old man in a grayish-white robe chuckled and kindly reminded, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me." Hermes. This is the Hermes who survived the second epoch and created the ancient Hermes language? An angel of the spectator pathway. The source of psychological alchemy. Klein was first alarmed before he realized a problem. Hermes's desire to participate in the battle wasn't too high. No, perhaps she is deliberately putting on a show to numb us. Beyonders of the spectator pathway are best at playing with people's hearts. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, Rionette Tinker's other two heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish respectively. Yesterday. The rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame as it fused into the void. Rionette Tinker's body began to rapidly expand as the four heads in her hand flew up and landed on her neck. These four heads turned illusory and stacked together. In an instant, Rionette Tinker turned into a gigantic doll that resembled a castle. She wore a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines wrapped around her. Her eyes were as red as blood. Her gaze swept across Hermes from ancient times. Her tightly shut mouth opened, but she didn't make a sound. The angel of the spectator pathway flashed with a faint light as she turned into a white and plump rabbit. Ancient Bane, transformation curse, the rabbit didn't panic at all. Her body began to expand, becoming the size of half a mountain. She could trample Klein to death with one foot. To an angel of the spectator pathway, I'll be strong if I believe I'm strong enough. I won't be restricted by my external image, and as the rabbit turned into a monster, there was a subtle change in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Rionette Tinker unable to tell which part was a dream and which part was reality. Klein could tell and noticed that not only was Miss Messenger in her mythical creature state, but the rabbit's body was also covered in grayish-white scales. All sorts of patterns interweaved to form three-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. To use a complete mythical creature form right from the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take another look. Prying into knowledge was firstly because time didn't allow it, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely affect him and result in a certain negative state. This was something he had to avoid in a dangerous battlefield. Taking advantage of Miss Messenger's battle with the dragonized rabbit, Klein used the strong winds to descend towards the secret mausoleum. As he silently chanted an honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. The first attempt was a failure. The second attempt was a failure. The third attempt was still a failure, just as Klein's mind island had one fat white rabbit after another appear, forcing him to raise his consciousness and resist. Just as he was unable to think about anything else, he instinctively extended his right hand forward and finally touched a certain image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. She had a beautiful face and slightly glazed black eyes. This was the Church of Evernight's concealment angel that Klein had once encountered. Later, he learned in the foggy town that this was the nation of the Evernights' mother of the sky, the daughter of the ancient god, Fleegria. He also suspected that she had become a vessel for the goddess's descent. Since the ascetic leader, Ariana's historical void projection could be successfully summoned in one try, Klein definitely wanted to try to summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess all this while. Scholars of Ur had an insurmountable limitation when using the historical void projections. It was that they were unable to summon objects that involved a uniqueness. However, for a vessel of a deity's descent, it depended on how much power the corresponding historical void projection contained, and if it involved a uniqueness. Similarly, if he wanted to summon Amon, he couldn't summon his actual body, but his avatar could. To be safe, Klein summoned the one who had smiled at him during the Great Smog of Bakeland. In the end, he succeeded after 3 tries. Of course, Klein believed that if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval and even some help, he wouldn't have succeeded even if he tried 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The beautiful lady didn't look at the scholar of Ur who had summoned her. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the secret mausoleum below. The entire underground ruin suddenly trembled. The dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake as ripples appeared, as though it was about to be moved into the hidden world. At this moment, 2 arms reached in from the outside world. One of them pressed down on the gigantic doll, Rionette Tinker, while the other spread out its fingers and grabbed at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. Their surfaces were pitch black and flowing with sticky liquid. There were strange protrusions on them. They either had skeletal heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination, Sua, the few remaining guards in the underground ruin went crazy. They either raised their swords to slash at their companions, or raised their guns, aimed at themselves, and pulled the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack as his consciousness was disturbed by a crazy feeling. He was unable to respond effectively. The concealment angel he had summoned followed its instincts and retracted its gaze. It looked up at the 2 arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. The immense fear made Abomination Sua's arm tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab Klein, but Rionette Tinker also took the opportunity to curse it, causing it to grow short green fur. Right on the heels of that, they began to fade as they struggled in an attempt to escape their concealed state. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair above the underground ruin. They were Roselle the Great, the first king of Rouen, William Augustus I, and the abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projection summoned by Zeradal chased after them, with so many angels descending at the same time. Just the influence of their auras caused the entire space to tremble, much less the intense battle that they were engaged in. For a moment, the dark mausoleum shook even more intensely, and inconspicuous cracks even appeared on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all because this was his final plan. When the enemy was too strong and had sufficient preparations, making it impossible to create an opportunity to destroy the mausoleum, he could lure everyone together and create chaos. This was the inspiration Klein had received from his encounter outside Byam. Back then, Abomination Sua and Artificial Death's byproduct had attacked from afar. Sea King Kotman, Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker, and a demigod from the Rose School of Thought had participated. The outcome was the collapse of an innocent mountain. At this moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum in the ruin to be like the mountain. He didn't believe that the angels could control themselves from destroying the surrounding environment when the battle reached an intense stage, and the lineup this time far exceeded that of the past. It's still not enough. Then I'll make it a little more chaotic. As Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the gray fog. With his basic grasp, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared as a majestic palace appeared. Sapphira Castle. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Bakeland darkened, as though a storm was brewing. A bird with dark circles under its eyes that was looking down the Tussock River changed the direction of its gaze. In ruin number 1 on the outskirts of Bakeland, Demonis Trissi had been stripped of several of her abilities. She was severely injured and could die at any moment. With a bang, she slammed into the cliff wall, almost embedding herself into it. her body was covered in blood. At this moment, she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Yesterday once more. In high-level battles, there were very few opportunities to use charms. No one would take the initiative to give their opponent the time to pull out a charm or chant an incantation. The reason why Trissy was able to complete the corresponding actions was because she was burning with evil black flames from the inside out. The black flames seemed to absorb all the heat in the surrounding area, causing thick ice crystals to form. Outside the ice crystals, almost invisible spider silk wrapped around her, forming a huge cocoon. With these 3 layers of defense, Trissy managed to buy a second or two. Hence, she took out a rectangular diamond-like charm and chanted, "Don't worry about it." Yesterday. A transparent flame ignited in the evil black flames, and the diamond-like charm silently disintegrated, fusing into the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to this demoness, so that the destruction from 3 directions could be turned into the main point of attack. Trissy immediately saw the grayish-white fog, and she discovered that the scenes of the past were like stars, densely packed there. There was him who wandered the streets as a child, being controlled by gangs, being swindled, kidnapped, and stolen. There was him who joined the Theosophy order and became an assassin. There was him who enjoyed the end, enjoyed the bloody slaughter, and enjoyed people being instigated to tear off their masks to reveal their beastly nature. There was her who had no choice but to become a witch due to various reasons. There was her who began to spread disaster. There was her who was arranged by the demoness sect to become Prince Edisac's mistress. There was her who was becoming less and less like herself, gradually becoming addicted to pleasure. There was her who was in extreme panic and yearned to escape, but ended up falling deeper into hell. There was her who endured endless pain and chose extremes. With a thought, Trissy magnified the scene, filling her entire field of vision. In the spot of light, the lawn outside the window was like a carpet. Horses were walking slowly, and golf holes could be vaguely seen. Inside the house, a museum cabinet filled with antiques blocked the view from the door. In the past, Trissy was standing at the edge, looking outside. She wore a sapphire ring on her left hand. Back then, she wasn't even a sequence 5, so she didn't have the power she needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the demoness sect, one that had a close relationship with the primordial demoness. Trissy wanted to borrow that ring. Suddenly, a unique ring with a sapphire embedded in it appeared on Trissy's pinky finger. And unlike in the past, the present Trissy had already fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial demoness. She had become a sequence 4 demigod who had undergone a great transformation. In other words, although she wasn't a sturdy vessel for a deity's descent, she already had the qualifications to do so. The sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily take the initiative. Looking at the scene from the past, Trissy raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and pressed the sapphire ring to her glabella with a smile as the cocoon formed from the spider silk shattered inch by inch. The thick ice crystals melted silently, and the evil black flames corroded her. The ring melted like metal and flowed into Trissy's head in a half-real, half-illusory manner. At this moment, the layer of evil black flames had been completely taken away by Prince Grove, and a scorching white spear of light was thrown over. At the front of the spear, there were 2 pure white wings spread out, surrounding the tip of the spear like an angel. It sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for the target to escape. At that moment, Trissy opened her eyes. They were deep black. Her hair stood up one by one, all of them as thick as snakes. Their outer layers were slippery and sinister, and at the top of them were embedded black and white eyes, or they grew a venomous snake-like head. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear condensed from pure light stopped in front of Trissy, as though it was being held down by an invisible hand, preventing it from moving forward an inch. It was quickly dyed with a grayish-white color, turning from illusory to corporeal, as though it was carved from stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted and hit the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless pieces. Around Trissy, the grayish-white color rapidly spread out in all directions as though it had a life of its own. Wherever it passed, the rocks would harden, and everything else would turn into stone. The various rituals that had been set up in ruin number 1 were also dyed grayish-white, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from immediately discovering the changes and ascending. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by the grayish-white that spread out from the void. All he could do was rely on the blazing light emitted by the crown of thorns on his head to maintain a very small safe zone. The words he wanted to say or do couldn't be transmitted at all. Without the scara and black areas around her eyes, Trissy didn't even look at her opponent. Surrounded by her snake hair that blotted out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. Boom! The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from the depths. Red meteors with flaming tails appeared out of thin air, passing by Demoness Trissy and smashing towards the mausoleum. In an instant, the ruins suffered multiple catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this scene as he immediately felt a strong sense of puzzlement and anger. He split some of his powers with great difficulty, and with the help of the arrangements he had made in advance, he forcefully distorted the surrounding area, isolating the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world and space, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching the target. Boom! Boom! Amidst all kinds of disasters, the cliffs collapsed one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum that had become a world of its own. "Are you crazy? To forcefully accept the power of a true deity's descent at the level of a sequence 4 would only result in death." Trissy laughed as the skin on her face stretched to its limits. Inch by inch, it cracked, revealing the blood and flesh that seemed to be squirming crazily beneath. The Demoness, who had become extremely terrifying, scoffed. "Shouldn't the ending of a beautiful story be for all the bad guys to die? For example, you, or me?" Before Trissy could finish her sentence, with a horrifying smile, she plummeted towards the secret mausoleum that had the surrounding space distorted like a meteor, hoping to forcefully destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a brave front. He quickly ended his connection with Sapphira Castle, as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before nearly caused the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel was a historical void projection summoned by Klein. She could only continue fighting based on her instincts, causing the chaos to worsen. At this moment, William Augustus' projection drew a silver rapier and pointed ahead before slashing. There was no need for him to say anything else. The chaos in the ruins came to a halt as the battle was split into different battlefields. Hermes fought the beautiful and dazed lady, Abomination Sua suppressed Rionette Tinker, Roselle the Great and the Angel of Light, the two historical void projections, surrounded Klein. William I was in an independent position, controlling the effects to prevent the aftershocks from hitting the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without any thought, he reached his right hand into his clothes and stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. The Death Consul, the Evernight Cloister's matron, and the Concealment Angel were all historical void projections that far exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it placed a huge burden on his spirituality. He had no choice but to borrow some strength from his past self before his spirituality completely dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality. For 5 minutes, they were just like the real thing. Then, Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light with illusory wings on its back made layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the blazing sea of light, an item suddenly appeared and rapidly descended, approaching the secret mausoleum. It had a dark-colored cover and an interior made up of parchment. Roselle's travels. As for Klein, he relied on his essence of being able to split into worms of spirit and his enhanced shape-shifting ability to shrink into a bookmark of flesh and blood. He embedded them into the book and relied on them to block the endless light's purification and melting. But even so, Klein suffered considerable injuries. This was because the light could illuminate a portion of his body from the side. This wasn't the end. In the direction where Roselle's travels had fallen, Roselle the Great, dressed in gorgeous clothes, was waiting with his hands raised. Klein couldn't be bothered to think about anything else. All he could do was activate the first method of self-preservation. He hid directly in the historical void. Boom, a loud thunder boomed outside the ruins. In the beginning, it sounded very far away, but by the end, it was already close to his ears. Including Klein and the projections in the historical void, all the living beings in the ruins were intimidated and turned stiff. The sea of light instantly dimmed. No, there was one figure that wasn't affected. In Klein's eyes, the Church of Evernight's angel of concealment, the beautiful but not agile lady, took the opportunity to fade her body, turning into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She expanded into a strange world that included Hermes, Rionette Tinker, Sua's Arm, the Angel of Light, and William Augustus I. Although Klein had summoned a historical void projection that had greatly reduced its strength, some of its essence was still present. The chaos that Klein was looking forward to had finally arrived. As for George III's other helpers, such as the King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took shape, the angels inside began to resist. In the chaos, the strange world was easily torn apart. However, the light that was mixed with the remnant powers of the angels rushed out under the lady's deliberate guidance and headed straight for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. Boom, an even louder thunder boomed. Roselle the Great, who had attempted to stop it, was shocked once again. He didn't have the time to make any attempts. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was struck. The cracks on its surface silently deepened, revealing the dark interior. In these cracks, blood appeared out of thin air. Some were bright red, while others were dark. Boom! 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 This time, Klein, who had returned to his human form with Roselle's travels, and the worms of spirit that were scattered around him shot out an air cannonball. The mausoleum, which was already on the brink of collapse, collapsed as large amounts of blood flowed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III's advancement ritual was no longer stable. It lacked a key support. If only one mausoleum had been attacked, he could still rely on his invisible connection with them to put up a certain level of defense. But now, he was suffering a fierce attack. His illusory body suddenly boiled as he could no longer maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. The corners of Trissy's lips curled up on her squirming face. In Bakelin City, Memorial Square. My subjects. The stern and old-fashioned George III, who had a mustache, was wrapping up his speech when he exploded with a boom. His flesh and blood turned into fireworks that sprayed into the air. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes at the end of the month. It would be a waste if you didn't vote Divine King of the Nine Heavens. When Audrey and company saw this scene, it was as though they were watching a large-scale magic show. For a moment, no one reacted to what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene turned chaotic. Amidst the undulating screams, the soldiers of the King's Guard rushed up the platform. The cabinet members and the nobles in the House of Lords subconsciously found a place to hide, or they mustered their courage and followed the guards to check the scene. Audrey watched in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she found it surreal. The people and matters that Mr. World paid close attention to meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And Mr. Fool had never failed to achieve his goals up to this point. This was the will of a deity. In the other municipal squares in Bakeland, Melissa, Banson, and company also heard the explosion. Then, they realized that the king's speech had come to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, the people gradually turned restless as they whispered to each other. The fear of the unknown and the future slowly took over their hearts. In the outskirts of Bakeland, inside ruins number 1. George III's mind had already become extremely blurry. He felt that there was an irresistible and extremely crazy consciousness spewing out like a volcano. This was changing his body and distorting all the things around him. Vaguely, he saw a huge black throne and he sitting on it, wearing the emperor's crown, proudly looking down at reality, ruling over the people, and being equal to the gods. He extended his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks from an unknown source landed on him, preventing him from touching it. No, George III's hand, which had transformed into a rule, stopped in midair. His consciousness was completely torn apart as his body completely transformed. Trissy, who had already collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, was surrounded by countless thick snake hair as she covered the shadow of order. Boom! In the outside world of ruins number 1, the forest suddenly collapsed inwards, stirring up a large amount of dust. It filled the air like the thickest haze. Boom! The area formed a huge crater that connected to the Tussock River, drawing in the surging river water. Rumble! The sky rapidly darkened, and a storm that contained endless terror shrouded this place. On a mountain peak further away, 2 figures stared at this scene. For a moment, neither of them spoke. One of them was the demoness of unaging, Katerina, who was dressed in a holy white robe, and the other was a hooded red angel evil spirit with a pale face. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katerina sighed softly. The reason we want to find her is because the primordial told us that she has a strong tendency to self-destruct. The red angel evil spirit listened silently as his expression warped slightly. I know who interfered with my response. Katerina thought of one answer after another, but she was unable to confirm any of them. In the end, she chose to remain silent. The red angel evil spirit slowly spat out a word, night. After a pause, he suppressed the emotions in his heart and added, otherwise, I would have found Trissy Cheek long ago. Without waiting for Katerina's response, the red angel evil spirit turned around and left. In another ruin, Klein, who saw the secret mausoleum collapse and a large amount of blood flow out, only had time to flash a hint of joy before he had no choice but to turn his attention back to his own situation. The failure of George III's ritual and his failure to become the Black Emperor meant that his goal had been achieved. The next focus was on how to escape. At this moment, taking advantage of the considerable impact of the mausoleum's destruction, Rionette Tinker followed her agreement with Klein and didn't stay any longer. She rushed into the spirit world and fled deep into the depths. The power she had borrowed from herself in the past was coming to an end. The beautiful concealment angel had already reached the limit that Klein could maintain. After transforming into the strange world, she naturally disappeared. In the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced Abomination Sua's arm, Hermes from ancient times, Roselle the Great's projection, William Augustus I's projection, the Angel of Light's projection, and the thunder that was pointing at an unknown location. Any one of them had the ability to easily kill him. And if he wanted to summon a historical void projection at the angel level, it wasn't something that could be done in a few tries. Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal in an attempt to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the grayish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended transparent and slippery tentacles in all directions. Zeradol's true body had appeared. He had been waiting for Klein in the historical void all this time. At this moment, Klein's entry into the historical void could no longer be reversed. He could only watch helplessly as he was attracted by the vortex and thrown towards the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite the other paper cranes, but he realized that there were no flames that could rise up. Having already tested him once, Zeradol had sufficient confidence in his trump card. With the suppression of his level and the authority of mysteries, he was unable to control the flames. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination of the teleportation was strangely connected to the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. He was unable to escape, nor did he have the time to summon sufficient helpers. A seer didn't perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggots slowly spun, welcoming Klein's visit. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They wrapped around Klein, but they only wrapped around an ancient book with a dark cover. The blood on the surface of the book had yet to completely fade. Gurozel's Travels. In the most dangerous second, Klein took the initiative to prick his finger, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Gurozel's Travels. Then, he entered the book's world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap set up by Zeradol. The moment he entered the book's world, Klein immediately reached out and grabbed forward. He grabbed a marionette that he had only briefly possessed from the historical void. Din Rambus. Klein had once experimented that he could summon the projection of true history here. After all, it belonged to Sapphira Castle, and the book's world's prayer to the fool wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, Klein had other solutions. It was to summon Justice Audrey, who existed in the book's world's history. In short, he needed a mid-sequence high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway to bring him into the sea of collective subconscious, into the city of miracles, Liveseed, and into the Hall of Truth. This was because Klein had no idea how long it would take for a sequence one like Zeradol to grasp the secret of Gurozel's Travels, nor did he know if he would forcefully descend into the book's world. All he could do was race against time. The gentle and elegant Vin Rambus, who was dressed in a formal suit and a dark red bow tie, pulled Klein with a stiff expression and directly entered the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless overlapping lights and shadows. With the powers of a manipulator, they quickly traversed and arrived at the City of Miracles, Liveseed, in a few seconds. They arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein dispelled the maintenance on Vin Rambise's marionette and, pushed by the strong winds, ran through the door. As he passed through the colorful murals, his inner voice echoed in the hall, "The success rate of summoning 0-08 here should be relatively high. Use it to draw or write something at the end of the mural on the left. It can affect the real world. Through its arrangements, I can make Zeradol make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe path to escape. No, it's better to let Amon's avatar join the chaotic battle and implicate Zeradol. That's easier to achieve. It's no wonder the goddess wanted to fish Amon to Bakeland. The mural on the right represents the world in the book. I can use 0-08 to draw a temporary door for me to leave." As he ran, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void in front of him. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When Klein once again borrowed strength from his past self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a slightly dim classical quill. 0-08. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of a huge pillar that was so wide that it would take countless people to wrap their arms around it. There was a clear sense of the vicissitudes of time. It was the throne of the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and came to the end of the mural. He picked up the quill, 0-08, and was about to write. He had never experimented with the changes that would happen when he used 0-08 here. He was afraid that the accident would be too great and alarm Amon's brother, causing his plan to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor to be discovered ahead of time. And at this moment, he didn't need to think about such matters at all. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Suddenly, 0-08, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached its limit. What's going on? Klein was surprised. He then realized that the Hall of Truth didn't amplify this sentence. The surroundings were extremely quiet. With a thought, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the ancient stone pillar had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point in time. In front of the cross, a huge, blurry figure stood there, carrying everything on its back as it looked at all living beings with pity. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black seats with backrests, but there was only one prayer. This prayer had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe, and he had a pale golden beard that covered the lower half of his face. His hands were clasped in front of the silver cross pendant in front of his chest, and his expression was warm and calm. Adam. President of the Twilight Hermit Order, King of Angels Adam. Klein had no idea when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam raised his head, revealing eyes that were as clear as a child's. He slowly stood up and spoke with a calm expression. Intis no longer watches by the sidelines and has decided to take the opportunity to launch an attack. This war has truly begun to engulf the world. Do you accept such an outcome? P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month. Everyone, don't waste it, Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein felt a sense of coldness and heat when he heard it. He wanted to defend himself, but he was at a loss for words when he opened his mouth. After silently looking at Adam's clear eyes that could reflect his figure for a few seconds, Klein said with some difficulty, "That's not the case. I accept, but I will also work hard to reduce the damage caused by the war in the future as long as I'm alive." He paused for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the price you marked for the gift?" Back then, when one of the ascetics here said your real name, you already noticed this travel book and secretly made arrangements? Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, didn't respond. He walked towards the murals on the left and stopped in front of one of them. He raised his head slightly and quietly admired it. In the mural, the book bound from goatskin flew into the clouds and into the cosmos before landing in a gigantic claw. After looking at it for a while, Adam said in a warm voice, "You can leave now." Klein immediately felt that he was being repelled by the Hall of Truth, the City of Miracles, and the world in the book sea of collective subconscious. He couldn't help but float up and fly out. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the rows of black seats. He held the silver cross pendant, closed his eyes, and piously prayed to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared. It stood in midair and led outside. The world in the book also began to repel Klein, squeezing him out of the door. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world in front of the grayish-white fog. He was in a state where he was about to enter the historical void. Unlike before, he wasn't locked onto by the vortex formed by countless transparent maggots. And the nearly invisible, slippery tentacles that wrapped around Roselle's travels trembled slightly before vanishing into thin air. Without the time to feel the pinch, Klein's thoughts raced as he instinctively made a choice. He leaped into the grayish-white fog from another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was also the so-called historical void. In the next second, Klein began to regret it. This was because Zeradol's slippery and terrifying tentacles extended over from the grayish-white fog. The countless transparent maggots no longer formed a spinning vortex as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zeradol could actually fight in the historical void. This was the suppression of a high-ranking Beyonder of the same pathway over a low-ranking Beyonder. The best way to deal with a demigod of the seer pathway was always to be a demigod of a higher sequence. Without any hesitation, just like when he advanced, he ran through the spots of light and fled deep into the fog of history. The collapse of the secret mausoleum, the air raid on Backland, and the tragedy of the Great Smog flashed past one after another, but the sense of danger in his heart didn't weaken. He even saw the thick shadows approaching him and began to cover him. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and slippery tentacles. Klein ran with all his might, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he had the strength to do, and it was also the only existence that could save him at present. Of course, if he knew of Amon's honorific name, he would definitely attempt to provoke this blasphemer. Only by messing up the situation would he have a chance of survival. Roselle's proclamation as emperor, the improvement of the steam engine, the battle of the violated oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-year war flashed past his mind. Klein realized that his body was being covered by more and more shadows. His consciousness gradually slowed down as though he was being controlled by his spirit-body threads. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out from the various spots of light in the grayish-white fog. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, and their eye sockets burned with dark red flames. The corners of their mouths extended all the way to the back of their heads. This group of monster-like Sapphira castle keepers passed by Klein and rushed behind him. Klein immediately regained consciousness. F***ck. He cursed himself. His eyes were slightly red as he continued running with a blurry vision. He ran from the 5th epoch to the 4th epoch, and from the 4th epoch to the 3rd epoch. The huge shadow behind him paused for a few seconds before continuing to surge towards Klein as though nothing had happened, drowning the historical void he passed through. Klein wasn't stingy with his spirituality at all. He desperately used the spots of light he had lit to run through the fog of history, from the 3rd epoch to the 2nd epoch. He ran to a lonely fragment of light, surrounded by a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. This was the history where giant King Ormur buried his parents. As for the tidal wave formed by Zeradol's true body, it didn't seem to understand the past enough. It was unknown which era it had stopped in, but it was unable to catch up. At that moment, Klein's spirituality was almost drained. And in the fog of history, he could only borrow strength from the void he was in. Clearly, there was no such thing as his past. And when his spirituality was exhausted, he had no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. When that happened, he would once again face Zeradol. Phew. Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. He snapped his fingers and ignited it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't see Snake of Fate Will Septon appear. There's no way to use an ordinary paper crane to contact Will in the historical void. Why hasn't Amon appeared yet? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein could only chant in Jotun again, Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos, more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. After holding on for a few seconds, Klein suddenly had an inspiration. Hence, he didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, the spirit-body threads floated into the air and were grabbed by a slippery and transparent tentacle. And opposite him, another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot ascetic leader, Ariana, who was dressed in a linen robe. According to Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned had definitely vanished. Therefore, the one who had arrived was undoubtedly the true body. The matron of the Evernight cloister glanced at Klein and instantly made him vanish under Zeradol's tentacles. Klein entered the secret world that belonged to Ariana. It was nighttime here, and it was a cloister with many ancient buildings. A gigantic and holy crimson moon hung high in the sky. Based on their past experiences of working together, Klein immediately used teleport to flash to the crimson moon and escape from this secret world. After returning to reality, Klein had already distanced himself from Zeradol. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to leave. As for Ariana, who had temporarily stopped Zeradol, she transformed into a concealed state and left the battle. Rumble, a terrifying thunder boomed as the transparent tentacle that had attempted to reach out to the spot where Klein had disappeared suddenly retracted and vanished with the true body. Klein, who had teleported to the sea, couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where his marionettes, Konas and Anuni, had gone. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of the Angel of Light. The paper figurine ignited with scarlet flames and rose into an illusory angel with layers of wings on its back. It wrapped around Klein and eliminated all traces. Then, Klein activated teleport again and left. In the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, William Augustus I and Queen Mystic Bernadette simultaneously sensed the death of George III through the changes in order or through their own prophecies. The latter didn't stay any longer. His body suddenly separated like a pile of soap bubbles that refracted light, scattering in all directions before shattering. William Augustus I didn't have the mood to stop or chase after him, but he wasn't in that much pain either. Klein took a huge detour and used Angel's Embrace 3 times to eliminate his traces before silently returning to Bakeland, which was probably the safest place at the moment. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, he found a hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his looks, height, temperament, and characteristics. He became more ordinary, and inconspicuous. After entering the room, Klein endured his mental fatigue and physical injuries and began chanting the honorific name of sea god Cavituous. He prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He wanted to use his true vision and the real angel's embrace to confirm the environment and eliminate any latent dangers. Thankfully, Zeradol should have signed a contract with George III. He can't leave the mausoleum he's guarding. Otherwise, I would have most likely become his marionette in that chaotic battle. His and Abomination Sua's appearance has exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took a counterclockwise step. He opened his mouth and chanted in Chinese, blessings. Suddenly, Klein's body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on the chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was of medium build, male, and relatively young. He wore a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He was a mixed blood of Ruan and Balam. This was the marionette that Klein had previously lost, Winner Anuni. Anuni smiled as he faced Klein's eyes that couldn't move. Don't randomly throw your marionette around. You'll be tracked. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and took out a crystal monocle from his pocket. He slowly wore it on his right eye. End of the 5th installment. P.S. The 5th installment will be concluded in the wee hours of the morning. Also, don't waste the monthly votes on the last day of November. Ahem. If I were to directly write about the Tarot Club at the beginning of the next novel, I would write that everyone is having a meeting under Mr. Fool's watch. However, the World Gehrman Sparrow seems to be wearing a monocle, and Mr. Fool's posture is even more relaxed than usual. His body is slightly tilted, his right elbow resting on the armrest, and from time to time, he pinches his right eye socket. Will he be drowned by the blades that are thrown at him? Haha, I'm just joking. No matter how dramatic the turn of events is, it has to be in line with basic laws, basic logic. With the foreshadowing and clues provided, I can't just write whatever I want. Everyone can rest assured on this point. For the entire 5th book, I've already summarized the main problems. For a long period of time, Little Ku will be rather lost and lack sufficient motivation. This will cause the tension of the plot to gradually decline. After all, it's not the beginning, where we can follow little Ku to understand this new world bit by bit. There are other things to nurture and maintain our interest. In the middle and later stages of the book, everyone will definitely want to see the development and advancement of the plot. Furthermore, it has to be the kind that makes people look forward to it. However, when I first wrote this part of the structure, I considered that such a change can't be too sudden. After all, after such a huge impact at the end of the fourth book, little Ku will definitely need a lot of time to digest and accept it. I have to use a lot of foreshadowing to slowly find new motivation. Look, there's no need to worry about the tension of the plot in the next book. And while writing about little Ku, I also have to take care of the other characters. I have to describe their growth, their obsessions, and their inner conflicts. Therefore, the pace is further slowed down. It's like a squid waving its many tentacles. From controlling 2 or 3 simple storylines at the beginning, to controlling 7 or 8 storylines and characters, it's really getting more and more strenuous. Furthermore, I can't let it affect the structure of the story. I can't let it become clumsy and stumble. Unfortunately, for this reason, I can only temporarily suppress the plot of some characters to prevent the structure of the story from becoming unbalanced. Apart from the problems summarized above, there are 2 more points. First, it takes about 200 chapters to complete the level up. In terms of the structure of the story, it's too slow. But in terms of actual progress, it's too fast. Although the foreshadowing makes this result seem reasonable, I still feel that it's too tight. Little Ku needs another 1 or 2 years to digest the level up. He would have to pay attention to this point in the future. This was a problem with the overall story arrangement. There were not too many gaps in the timeline. I didn't know if I had summarized it before, but I didn't really remember, so I might as well say it again. For many authors, leveling up was mainly to provide fun points, and I was no exception. However, I had another understanding of leveling up. It was a tool and a yardstick for me to control the pace of the plot. Why was this possible? My understanding of the word was change. After a story had been going on for too long, everyone would desire something new to be added to the story. They would desire something different. They wouldn't want the story to remain the same. At such a time, leveling up would naturally provide change. It would be very gentle, and it wouldn't just be a simple change to the environment. The main character himself would also change, from inside to outside. Therefore, it wasn't that it couldn't be written without the elements of leveling up, but there had to be nodes of change. In a sense, this was an internalized, gentle leveling up. Just like in some romance novels, the feelings of the male and female protagonists could also be seen as leveling up. From less to more, there would be elements of regression, division, and reconciliation. The second point was that many of the plots in the 5th book gradually broke away from the low and mid-level beyonders and the social environment. This was an inevitability brought about by the increase in little Ku's strength, status, and level of involvement. It was also a problem that I hoped to find a way to solve. Because once there was no environment, there would be no sense of reality, and the entire story would have no foundation. There would only be drama and conflict. This was also the reason why my previous books developed faster towards the end. Well, except for martial arts. It was because there was too much repetition, and leveling up brought too little change to the plot. One of the reasons I came up with the sequence system and the acting method was to let the high-ranking beyonders who had broken away from society re-enter the world through the acting method. I would give them a life and return the world to reality. This point was somewhat reflected due to the main theme of this novel, but not too much. I hope to strengthen it in the future. Going back to the 5th book, the theme of Red Priest represented war. There weren't many positive descriptions, but it ran through the entire novel. It was the bright line of the plot, and at the same time, it used the encounters in this environment to show the feeling of drowning and struggle. Trissy was one, Little Ku was another, and those characters who struggled to hold on in the face of the torrent of the times were the same. I repeatedly emphasized drowning in order to not mention it in the last 10 or so chapters. I wanted to create such an atmosphere and feeling through the story itself. I believe everyone can understand it. When Trissy said those words and fell into the mausoleum, Amon put on the monocle in front of Little Ku, the feeling of a struggler finally sinking into the water could be seen. The corresponding character images were also established. It was precisely because of the need for such an atmosphere that the encounters in this novel didn't have many plot twists. From my point of view, being attacked by the enemy and then being attacked by the enemy again might not be as gloomy and depressing as always struggling to break out of the encirclement but being unable to find a direction. And it was because of the problems summarized above that the subscriptions in this novel had been dropping since the 5th book. Occasionally, it would rise a little, but the trend didn't change. It had dropped by almost 10,000. Therefore, it was very necessary for me to ask myself that question because it solved the problem of internal motivation and plot tension. It was a little hard, but the effects were very good and immediate. Since then, the subscriptions have steadily risen and recently reached its peak. The average subscriptions is now 89,000. The 6th book is called Lightchaser, a sequence 2 from the Sun Pathway. In ancient times, it was called Xianxia. The exact meaning is literal, but it symbolizes many people and many things. This novel is very important to me personally. It's the most important part of the overall story structure. It's the initial completion of the world structure, and it's also the opening of the situation. It's also the key to whether the impact of the plot can be formed. Previously, a friend asked me if Mysteries had passed the peak of the story and was at the end. I said no, that the peak I expected would be in the 6th book. I'm a little nervous, not knowing if I can write it well. Well, the next 3 books definitely won't reach 200 chapters. As for the exact number, I can't tell. It might be 100, or it might be 150, or it might be less than 100. This is mainly because I can't predict how many chapters one can write in the 7th and 8th books before I finish writing the 6th book. I'm a squid without an outline or a detailed outline. I only have the plot's key points, climax scenes, general development, and main structure. Therefore, before writing every chapter, I have to think for nearly an hour, sometimes even more. Well, it's not like I don't have an outline or a detailed outline. It's all in my head, and I update it every day. Previously, a friend asked for my outline and realized what it was. Other than the world settings, character settings, power settings, and historical chronology being very detailed, the outline is usually just for show. I basically won't follow it. Alright, it's time for the much anticipated part. The 5th book is over, and I'll rest for 3.5 days. This time, I have to come up with a more detailed outline for the 6th book. Otherwise, if I just rely on my brain, it will become more and more difficult as I progress. There are too many things I need to consider. Well, half a day starts from Saturday noon. The last chapter is updated in advance, which means that I'll have half a day off on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and I'll resume updating at 12:30 noon on Wednesday. Also, it's the beginning of the month. Don't forget to insure the monthly tickets. Give me the motivation to finish writing the 6th book. I'll give you the additional chapters for November's monthly tickets at the critical moment of the plot. In a hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area. Apart from the fact that his thoughts still belonged to him, Klein couldn't control anything else. Even his eyeballs couldn't move. He knew very well that this was likely a deeper level of parasitism. In such a state, he could only look ahead with fear and despair. He watched as Anuni, who had worn a monocle and had transformed into Amon's original appearance, smiled and took a counterclockwise step. He then opened his mouth and muttered in fluent Mandarin, "Anuni, Anuni." He chanted in fluent Chinese, "The celestial lord of heaven and earth for blessings." Did he steal my thoughts or my Chinese abilities? It should be the former. Otherwise, there's no way for he to grasp this ritual. Klein's pupils couldn't dilate as he watched. He felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. The monocle-wearing Amon seemed to sense his emotions. He turned his head to glance at him and smiled. He took another step counterclockwise and chanted in Chinese, "The celestial lord of heaven and earth for blessings." Following that, the blasphemer skillfully carried out the ritual. Every step he took and every incantation he recited made Klein's heart sink deeper and deeper into the dark swamp. It was as though he could no longer see the slightest glimmer of light. The celestial lord of heaven and earth for blessings. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, an endless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Klein's eyes. Please sounded in his ears. Without needing to listen carefully, his spiritual perception stirred and he understood what it meant. After advancing to Scholar of Yore, he had basic control over Sapphira Castle. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they had grasped the correct ritual or the corresponding incantation, they had to obtain his permission to enter the world above the gray fog. Reject him. Klein was immediately delighted as a clear thought surfaced in his mind. However, just as he had this thought, he forgot it. He stood there like a statue carved from stone. His intention to reject had been stolen by Amon. Klein once again felt despair, but the grayish-white fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was first taken aback before he understood what was going on. I understand. I have to personally head above the gray fog and control Sapphira Castle. Only then can Amon enter. There was no such thing as acquiescence. This thought was like a straw that Klein grabbed without hesitation, lest he sank into the water silently and coldly without anyone knowing. Although he did not know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that the only hope and the slightest possibility might be hidden in this. At this time, Amon stopped trying and looked at Klein. Clearly, he failed to successfully enter Sapphira Castle. The Angel of Time adjusted the monocle on his right eye and smiled without any change in expression. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Amon used the standard Ruan language, but every word seemed to be able to mobilize the power of nature, creating rounds of explosions in Klein's mind. How can he be sure that I'm the fool and not the blessed of the fool? Klein's body and mind turned cold as the hope that had just surfaced sank into the water once again. How can I be sure? Amon made a tisk sound and sat down on the chair he was sitting on. He pointed at the round stool opposite him and said, "Have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony." As soon as he finished speaking, Klein involuntarily took a step forward and sat on the round stool. Amon surveyed the room, raised his hand, and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He wore it on his head and said with a smile, "That's right, Klein's right. Do you think I don't know that the ritual just now failed? How long has it been since Sapphira Castle's anomaly? How can I forget? I just wanted to see your reaction, and your subconscious despair and instinctive rejection are very interesting. If you aren't the self-proclaimed fool, how could you have such thoughts? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right?" In the process of making 4 consecutive rhetorical questions, Amon's expression was rather joyful, like an old hunter who had caught a fox's tail. I've been deceived. Klein finally realized why Mika wasn't disappointed in the slightest. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but after thinking for a while, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "Just kill me." I can speak now?" Klein hurriedly tried to control his body, but it was impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, but he immediately lost this thought. The thin-faced blasphemer Amon pressed down on the monocle on his right eye and maintained his excited state. "That way, you can be reborn in Sapphira Castle? The more I talk to this fellow, the more mistakes I make." Klein shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. Upon seeing this, Amon smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to be so afraid. Actually, there's no irreconcilable conflict between us." Klein, who was sitting on the round stool like a puppet, was stunned for a moment without responding. Amon leaned forward slightly and looked into his eyes before continuing with a smile. "Our only conflict is Sapphira Castle. However, do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Are you really not worried that the original owner of Sapphira Castle will revive in you?" This sentence hit the point that Klein was most concerned about. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and didn't press Klein for an answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Give Sapphira Castle to me, and all the problems will be resolved. That way, whether the original owner of Sapphira Castle can be revived or if the corresponding fate can be withstood will be something I need to worry about, not you. Also, the pursuit of Dor and Little Zeridol, the gift of Evernight, and the subsequent arrangements of my paranoid brother will be left to me to worry about in your place. As for you, escape all of this and become a Sequence 3 that only belongs to you." Why should I kill you? What's the need for me to kill a Sequence 3? Even if I want to reclaim the characteristic, it's not essential. My prey will only be Palez, Little Zeridol, and the Door. The rest will depend on my mood. As for the organization you established, I can also maintain it on your behalf. It's very interesting, very interesting. If you think this price isn't enough, I can make you my blessed. Heh, didn't you pretend that the fool is the angel of time, Amon, in the city of silver? In the future, it can become real. I'll lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light outside. When the time comes, you still have a chance to advance to sequence 2 and become an angel. This is basically taking over all my worries and difficulties, leaving only the benefits. Klein, who didn't have much desire to become a true god and control Sapphira Castle, felt his heart palpitate when he heard this. If he didn't know that Amon was a top swindler, he would have agreed on the spot. But in the end, he said expressionlessly, "Kill me. That's all you know? Is that all you know how to say?" Amon wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Klein with interest. To him, this was something that was fun enough. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. They would only make the joy after success even better. "I'm just a heartless repeater." Klein used a lampoon to ease the pessimism and despair in his heart. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know that the City of Silver believes that the fool is you?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspected that the fool was the deity that Amon believed in, afraid that he would infuriate him. Of course, if Amon was the kind of person who would lose his intelligence after being infuriated, Klein would definitely attempt to do so. This was because he now suspected that after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, his rebirth after death would be above the grey fog. Unfortunately, Amon wasn't a king of angels of the storm pathway, but the god of deceit that gave a true god a headache in the 4th epic. Amon chuckled and said, "Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? Since you, the fool, and the hanging man, have interfered, I'm happy to watch quietly by the side." The City of Silver still has Amon's avatars. Who will he parasitize? Yes, the members of the Giant King's court exploration team weren't parasitized. That's something that can be confirmed. As Klein tensed up, he felt that it was only natural. This was because Leonard had once told him that seeing one Amon meant that there was a bunch of Amon lurking around, not just 2 or 3. Without thinking too much about it, Klein tried his best to take the initiative and create an opportunity. "You didn't directly snatch my fate because you can't bear it now?" Amon nodded calmly. "Yes, that's why I wanted to make a deal with you peacefully. But since you rejected it, I can only take you to see my true body, to a sufficiently safe place. Then, I'll take away your fate. When that happens, your outcome won't be as good as what I just said." As he spoke, the man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face slowly stood up and walked to the door. Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. As he reached out to open the door, Amon seemed to think of a question. He pressed down on the crystal monocle and turned his body to look at Klein. "What's the 4th honorific name of your scholar of your?" In mysticism, the corresponding honorific name of every existence wasn't that strict. As long as one could use the correct format and a certain description to narrow down the scope to the point of no ambiguity, it could point to the corresponding hidden existence. This was also the reason why many cultists who didn't know anything about mysticism could randomly fabricate honorific names, but still receive feedback. Of course, if it wasn't an honorific name given by a hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy the automatic response treatment. Whether a connection could be established depended on the existence's interest in the supplicant. Amon had previously used his understanding of Scholar of Your in German Sparrow to accurately restore the complete honorific name of German Sparrow through the powers of Sequence 7 Cryptologist of the Marauder Pathway. However, he didn't attempt to pray and use automatic response to establish a connection and lock on to the other party's location. This was because his godhood intuition told him that there was a problem with the 4th sentence and that it would definitely fail. The correct 4th honorific name flashed across Klein's mind, but he didn't plan on telling him. At this moment, Amon opened his mouth and recited his thoughts, protector of Bakelin's magic and theatrical performances. After the Angel of Time and Blasphemer finished reciting, he didn't say a word for a few seconds. Then, he laughed heartily. After he finished laughing, Amon nudged the monocle on his right eye and smiled. "To be frank, this is very interesting. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed?" Klein opened his mouth and said the familiar answer, "Just kill me." P.S. Recommending a book, Initial Evolution. Dang's Infinite Flow after many years of making a comeback, the third book of the Evolution trilogy. The battle scenes are excellent, the power system is interesting, and the character's intelligence is online. Currently, it's gradually entering an optimal state. Upon hearing Klein's answer, Amon smiled and shook his head. As he reached out to open the door, he casually asked, "How did you come up with such an honorific name?" "It has to be related to me to a certain extent, but it also has to prevent others from using the automatic response to prayers to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names." Seeing that he had been exposed, there was no need for Klein to hide it. Furthermore, he hoped to grasp a possible opportunity through such a conversation. At the same time, his mind raced as he considered how to save himself. "I'm deeply parasitized. Any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Amon will be easily sensed and detected by him. It's Saturday today, and it's almost Monday. If the fool were to stop the tarot gathering without any warning, the other members would definitely be terrified, nervous, and puzzled. Among them, the person who has the method to contact the world will definitely attempt to summon the messenger and ask for the reason. And once Miss Messenger approaches me, she'll be able to discover Amon's existence. Then, she can use the yesterday once more charm to return to his peak state. With the strength of a complete angel, he has a high chance of rescuing me from Amon's avatar. The most important thing for me now is to persevere and live through the next 2 days. By the way, since Amon can't steal my fate now, why did he attempt to make a peaceful deal? Even if I agreed, he wouldn't dare to allow me to head above the gray fog. That means that I'm out of his control and can use Sapphira Castle to effectively purify and counterattack the parasite. Could it be that agreeing itself is a switch that doesn't require any follow-up processes? Amon deliberately didn't mention this. Indeed, he's lying to me. Klein grasped a glimmer of hope and decided to try his best to stall for 2 days. Amon's focus was still on the honorific name that neither humans nor angels could think of. As he walked out of the room, he scratched his chin. "Have you provided protection to the magic and theater performances in Bakeland?" "I protected a trickmaster before." Having made up his mind, Klein was much more cooperative than before as he simply answered, "That's right." He simply replied, "I'm a magician myself. I performed many times in Bakeland." The monocle-wearing Amon nodded. "Barely." He then walked out of the hotel room and down the stairs to the street. Klein followed behind him like a servant. Looking around, Amon pinched his monocle and sighed with a smile. "What a pity." "Regret what?" Klein asked, puzzled. "I've already been caught by you." "What else do you need to regret?" Amon pressed the silk top hat on his head and maintained his smile. "You can guess. If you can guess correctly, I can make your ending a little better." Klein didn't believe his promise at all. In order not to be swindled out of more secrets, he shook his head. "I can't guess it." "Boring," Amon gave a brief comment. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly knocked on his monocle. From the pedestrians on the street, the trees beside the road, the sparrows on the roofs, the rats in the muddy corners, and the various creatures that could not be seen in the air, an illusory insect-like figure flew out and returned to Amon like stardust. The Son of God's status was immediately raised to the level of an angel. Klein raised his left hand, and the human-skinned glove suddenly became transparent. This was the activation of teleportation. At that moment, only creeping hunger was real in Klein's clothes. The rest were conjured from flesh and blood using Faceless and the glove's powers. Seeing that the trip was about to begin, Klein was taken aback as he blurted out a question. "Why aren't we teleporting in the room?" Amon taking him away from Bakeland was within his expectations. After all, this was a place that even a king of angels needed to be wary of. However, Klein couldn't understand why him would normally open the door, go down the stairs, and leave the hotel. The eye behind Amon's monocle swept a glance at Klein as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "I've already answered you." "What a pity. You actually didn't seek help from Pallas." This angel of time had an obvious smile on his face, but his black eyes were devoid of any emotion. It left Klein's body cold. "He certain that I'm in contact with Pallas Zoroast? Because of what happened previously?" "No, stop." Klein attempted cogitation, trying his best not to think too much to prevent Amon from stealing his thoughts. Amon nonchalantly glanced at the panicking pedestrians on the street and looked up at the gray sky. I can only wait for the next time. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place. As he spoke, Klein and Amon's figures turned transparent at the same time, disappearing from the hotel's entrance. No one who came and went found anything amiss. After passing through countless indescribable spirit world creatures and all sorts of overlapping colors, Klein and Amon appeared above a sea. Beneath their feet was a huge gap. The blue seawater was severed here as it cascaded straight into the bottomless darkness like a waterfall. However, it was forever unable to be filled. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Klein's heart stirred as he asked, "You want to take me to the forsaken land of the gods?" Amon's monocle reflected the magnificent waterfall. He nodded slightly and replied in a casual tone, "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contractual connection." There was a clear barrier between the forsaken land of the gods and the spirit world. It could only be connected through Sapphira Castle. Amon knows my plans. The flames of hope that had just ignited in Klein were instantly extinguished by the cold reality. He temporarily couldn't find any other way to save himself. At this moment, Amon, who was standing in midair, muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Bakeland hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, we could have used the abyss as a springboard to directly head over. There wouldn't have been a need for so much trouble." Klein changed the topic, feeling a little guilty. "The abyss is connected to the forsaken land of the gods?" "No." Amon shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, "But I can use some of its characteristics to go anywhere." "I heard that some bad changes have happened in the abyss." Klein's heart stirred as he probed. Amon turned his head and glanced at him, not hiding his curiosity. "You actually know?" "Yes, I once thought of exploring the abyss." Klein didn't say anything else, afraid that the Marauder Pathways King of Angels would discover that he could read Roselle's diary. At this moment, Amon suddenly laughed. "You? Exploring the abyss? What's so funny?" Klein was very interested in the changes that had happened to the abyss. He took the opportunity to cooperate with Amon in a bid to learn more. Just as he said that, he suddenly had a new idea. With the help of his conversation with Amon, he could grasp more historical secrets and quickly digest the Scholar of Your potion. He wanted to see if he could use this to deepen his control over Sapphira Castle and escape his current predicament. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein hurriedly restrained himself and stopped thinking about such matters. In response to his question, Amon chuckled. "Your trip to the abyss is like a beautifully wrapped gift that has been delivered to someone who wants it." Dark side of the universe? Klein was first alarmed before he thoughtfully made a guess. Amon nodded. He was originally the only surviving ancient god, devil monarch Farbadi. Now, Amon didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he jumped towards the huge and illusory rift from the strong winds in midair. Klein lost the support of the wind and plummeted. After an unknown period of time, the fountain-like seawater surged upwards, throwing him and Amon to the other side of the rift. Just as he entered the ruins of the Battle of the Gods and was hit by the bright sunlight, Klein suddenly heard a series of ravings with intense madness. This was like a thin steel needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain. Amidst his familiarity, immense pain filled his every thought. And the worms of spirit that formed his mythical creature form gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to a fallen consciousness that didn't belong to him. It was the ravings of the true creator. With regards to this, Klein could barely withstand it, but he couldn't last too long. There was no way he could advance too far in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. At this moment, he saw the monocle on Amon's right eye absorb all the surrounding light, turning it abnormally bright and blazing white. Then, a rich darkness ruled the sky. Amon had directly stolen the daytime of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In the darkness, the Angel of Time's avatar landed Klein on an island and let him lean against a stone pillar to sleep. Soon, Klein arrived in the grey world of dreams. He saw the black cloister and the projection of the giant king's court across the cliff that exuded an epic and mythical feeling. Amon, who was wearing a black silk top hat and a crystal monocle, appeared beside him. He smiled and casually pointed at the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. That's the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Klein thought for a moment and raised his doubts. Doesn't one have to enter a dream at a specific location before the entrance can be opened? He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope, thinking that it would be great if Amon could waste a week or two in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Yes. Amon didn't deny Klein's words as he casually said, if you want to open the entrance, you have to take a boat all the way to the core of this ruined sea. This might take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you can't withstand at the moment. As for me, I don't need to. Because you're the son of the Creator? Klein guessed after some deliberation. No. Amon placed one hand in his pocket and turned to walk towards the black cloister's door. In such a chaotic place, the order is broken, and the rules are mutated. There are too many things that can be used. As the Angel of Time walked, he turned his head to look at Klein. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 0 has a very abstract name, error. This was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origin to refer to it, bug. This translates to the Trojan horse of fate, the beetle worm of time, the loophole in the rules, and the embodiment of all errors. Error. Bug. Is this the essence of the Marauder Pathway? While Klein was enlightened, he also confirmed one thing. That was that the ancient god of the sun, the city of silver's creator, and Amon's father really came from Earth. The word that Amon said just now was in standard English, my fellow countrymen, your two children have really caused me trouble. If only they were all like Bernadette. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he asked curiously, are you planning on using this world of dreams as loophole? Klein controlled himself and didn't use the word bug to describe himself. He didn't want his overly normal accent to arouse Amon's suspicions and expose a trump card for no reason. Facing a king of angels who could steal his thoughts and parasitize him at a deep level, he had very few trump cards to begin with. He had to make good use of every one of them. Who knew when it would produce a miraculous effect? At this moment, Amon had already walked outside the black cloister. He had one hand in his pocket and didn't do anything as the heavy door opened automatically, as though it was welcoming a distinguished guest. You can think of it that way, but it's actually a little more complicated than that. Amon didn't show any of the dignity of a blasphemer as he leisurely answered Klein's question. This world of dreams doesn't have any errors or loopholes. It's just that due to the conflict between the various remnant divine powers, certain places appear rather chaotic. And I can use this chaos to create a loophole. As the tall main door that was prepared for the giant opened completely, Amon pinched the monocle he was wearing and walked through the hall, heading deeper into the interior. During this process, he smiled and gave a further explanation. You should know very well that this cloister is pieced together from dreams. Yes, the dreams of different living beings from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Klein thought for a moment and added, it might also be the remnants of some dreams from the past. At this moment, the man and angel were walking down a winding black staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass, bringing with it a fiery holiness. Amon touched the human skull sculpture on the armrest and smiled as he admired his surroundings. Normally speaking, wherever you enter this world of dreams, you will be there when you wake up. It doesn't matter if you are in the dreams of other sea regions or other living beings. Klein couldn't nod, so he could only express his opinion with words. Yes. And after I create a loophole, I can enter other dreams and wake up at the corresponding location. Obviously, this monastery is much smaller than the Sea of Ruins outside, and its structure is more compact. Perhaps we can reach our destination in a few minutes. Amon's tone was tinged with joy. To him, creating and exploiting loopholes seemed to be a joyful thing in itself. Amon can actually use such a method to quickly pass through the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Ignoring a week or two, he wouldn't even waste an hour or two. As expected of a king of angels, a blasphemer of the fourth epoch. The sliver of hope that Klein had just felt instantly vanished. He did not know if Amon deliberately did not mention it in advance so that he could enjoy the process of his target's hope bubbles being popped again and again, or if he did not care about such a trivial matter. He could only control his strong frustration and said, "You want to go to the key dream that supports this illusory world?" He remembered that Queen Mystic Bernadette had mentioned that she didn't even dare enter the black wooden door in the deepest part of the monastery. It's not me, it's us, Amon replied with a smile. He seemed to suddenly recall something as he raised his hand to adjust his monocle's position. Why did you place a monocle on your marionette? This makes it so that I don't even need to prepare it myself. Klein felt awkward for a second before thinking for a second. He decided to answer truthfully. Not long ago, in order to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, I specially wore this monocle in front of the Red Angel evil spirit. Amon, who was walking down the stairs, suddenly stopped and turned to glance at Klein. Bit by bit, he smiled. Very creative. This angel of time then said thoughtfully, Medici actually isn't completely dead. Medici is actually not completely dead yet. Next time, if I meet him, I will turn into your appearance and wear the monocle in front of him again. Poor Sauron Einhorn Medici. You're a complete king of angels. Do you have to be so bored? Is this the so-called god of mischief? Klein sighed emotionally when he heard this and didn't know what to say. Amon pressed down on the crystal monocle and asked, What's going on? Did you wear the glasses on your left eye? How did you know? Klein was startled, thinking that Amon had stolen the scene from the fog of history. How do I know? There are two possibilities. First, you're definitely not Medici's match due to your low sequence. You're afraid that your disguise will be too realistic, resulting in you suffering a fatal subconscious attack. Second, if you had the intention to imitate me and complete the correct imitation, then I might have been able to use the ripples produced by fate to detect this matter. Since I didn't discover it, it means that the monocle was worn in the wrong position. Make a guess. Which possibility is it? I'll choose the most dangerous possibility, regardless of whether it's true or false. This way, I'll be more careful and cautious in similar matters in the future. Of course, there's a future first. As Amon didn't appear fierce or oppressive previously, Klein had unknowingly let down his guard. He felt that he was a king of angels that was easy to get along with. But now, he suddenly came to a realization that this was the trait of a top swindler. The second possibility. Klein gave his answer. Amon didn't answer if he had guessed correctly. He walked down the stairs and came to the bottom of the cloister, stopping in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. I've been here before. Once this door is completely opened, the power inside will shatter the entire world of dreams, Klein said, attempting to obtain more historical secrets from Amon. Amon reached out and grabbed the handle, his thin face expressionless as he said, This is my father's final dream. This is my father's last dream. It corresponds to the place where he fell. The ruins of the Battle of the Gods were the battlefield where the Rose Redemption attacked the ancient sun god. It's the source of the cataclysm? Klein tensed up when he heard that. His thoughts raced through his mind. With regards to this answer, after understanding the composition of the Rose Redemption and comparing it to the various anomalies in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, he already had a corresponding guess. He wasn't too shocked now, but the scholar of your potion had been digested to a certain extent. Right on the heels of that, he let out an indescribable sigh. This was the closest he had ever been to the ancient sun god. Previously, when he saw it through dream divination, they were separated by distant spacetime. The ancient sun god and Roselle the Great were both protagonists of an era, but in the end, they both ended tragically. Roselle still has means of resurrection left behind. I wonder if this former creator has similar arrangements. Dark Angel Sasser? The true creator? Amidst Klein's thoughts, Amon opened the black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. Inside was a sea that was illuminated by the blinding sunlight. There seemed to be large patches of rich gold hidden in the waves. Klein didn't understand what the large patches of rich gold represented the last time, but now, he had a preliminary idea. That was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before he died, he was affected by the power of Evernight and fell into a dream. He dreamed that he was torn apart and his blood dyed the sea red. Creak, as the black wooden door opened, an unimaginably intense aura seeped out, causing the entire monastery to clearly shake. It was as if it had encountered an earthquake that could destroy the world. Amidst the scattered dust and collapsed stone bricks, Amon and Klein passed through the wooden door and entered the golden sea. Klein immediately felt his spirit body melt and his psyche evaporate. In a few seconds, he would become nourishment for this dream. At this moment, a pure white light spewed out from Amon's crystal monocle, instantly shattering the world of dreams. He had returned the stolen day to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing this place to transition from night to day. At the same time, his inclined figures turned slightly transparent. Then, he appeared in midair above a sea that had been dyed golden. This place had a high temperature that exceeded Klein's imagination, but it wasn't as dangerous as the dream. Or rather, the sea in the core region of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods had been separated into safe zones due to the conflict of various divine powers. As long as one didn't blindly explore, there wouldn't be too many problems. In the next second, Amon's monocle absorbed all the surrounding light, making him extremely bright. The day was stolen, and night descended once again. After Amon and Klein landed on an island in a safe zone, they re-entered the world of dreams. This time, they appeared outside the black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and gently pulled it with his left hand, stealing the distance between him and the monastery's door. He and Klein took a step forward at the same time, leaving the monastery and arriving at the edge of the cliff. Opposite them was the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. Klein originally imagined that Amon would follow the procedure and say the corresponding honorific name, but to his surprise, he only raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The sea of clouds that separated the two mountains instantly boiled and split to the left and right, revealing a dark crack that had no bottom. The giant king's court projection on the opposite side suddenly sucked all the dusk light over, allowing it to surge forward and fill up the deep crack. Hence, between the two mountains, an orange-red path of light appeared in the misty sea of clouds. "Let's go." Amon chuckled and jumped down the cliff. Amidst the fluttering of his clothes, he landed in the passage formed by the dusk. Klein couldn't resist and could only jump down the cliff. The path formed by the dusk didn't seem to be able to carry anything, but after Amon and Klein landed on it, they didn't continue descending. It was as though they were walking on land. This time, Amon didn't steal the distance. He brought Klein closer to the majestic giant king's court projection, occasionally looking around to admire the beautiful scenery. Strolling above the sea of clouds, stepping on the sunset bridge, and looking at the mythical palace should have been something that made one happy and relaxed, but Klein seemed to be walking into an abyss. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Once he entered the forsaken land of the gods, many of the things he relied on would be useless. Before long, Amon and Klein arrived at the giant king's court projection and stood in front of the tallest building. On one side of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a round tower. The main door was more than 10 meters tall, and it was mainly grayish-blue in color. It was covered in symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was the residence of the giant king, where Dark Angel Sashur slept. Klein glanced at the pitch-black hole to the left of the door. He could roughly confirm that the door in his dream didn't need a key to open it. Otherwise, the true creator believers from before wouldn't have been able to pass through it. After all, the correct key was in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection room. Next, as long as we push open this door, we will be able to enter the forsaken land of the gods. However, this way, we will definitely be watched. Amon smiled and took a few steps diagonally to the edge of the door. "We won't open the door. Let's go straight in." As he spoke, the Angel of Time raised his hand to adjust his monocle. In the corner of the grayish-blue door, a ghostly blue, incorporeal, illusory door appeared. An apprentice's door opening. It's a very low-level ability, but it's perfect for use here. Amon lowered his right hand and introduced in satisfaction. He then took 2 steps and passed through the illusory door. Yes, there are no useless beyonder powers, only useless beyonders. Directly pushing open the door will result in being watched. By who? The true creator? His holy residence, his divine kingdom, should be somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. If I can attract him and cause him to clash with Amon, I might be able to find a chance to escape. Klein couldn't control his body as he followed closely behind Amon and stepped into the slightly blurry ghostly blue door. As soon as he passed through, he immediately felt the world spin, and even his spirituality seemed to be torn apart. When the abnormality disappeared and he recovered, Klein found himself on a beach illuminated by the light of dusk. The gravel and stones here were all black. Dark blue waves surged from afar, hitting the edge layer by layer, but there was no sound of tides. They were quiet, like a grand illusion show. This sea is illusory. I appeared here after entering, but it's likely not the case when leaving. According to the principle of reciprocity, if I want to leave, I can only open the giant king's residence where Dark Angel Xianxia sleeps. Klein tilted his head in realization and looked in another direction. There was a mountain peak bathed in dusk. Countless palaces, towers, and majestic walls were frozen on it. This is the mythical giant king's court. Even if the city of silver can find a path to the sea, it's meaningless. From the corner of his eye, Klein discovered that Amon had changed his appearance. He was wearing a black classic robe and a pointed hat of the same color. He had gone from a gentleman of the present era to an ancient mage from the fourth epoch, or even the third epoch. Klein's heart stirred as he continued looking at the giant king's court that wasn't far away. Dark Angel Xianxia sleeps in the giant king's palace. Amon stood side by side with him and looked in the same direction. Without any change in expression, he said, I know. I've entered the giant king's court and visited the tomb of Ormer's parents. Indeed. One of Klein's guesses had finally been confirmed. He deliberated and said, What are you looking for answers to? You can guess. Amon continued looking at the giant king's court as he said with a laugh. If I had an idea, I wouldn't need to ask you. Klein thought for a few seconds. Some secrets of the first epoch? You can say that, Amon replied casually. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, That's right. Aren't you curious about Dark Angel Xianxia's state? Just curious. But compared to me, there are many people who are more interested. My paranoid brother, the Hanging Man, the Dragon of Betrayal, as well as Evernight, Storm, and Pure White. I want to see who can't hold back first. If I can steal everything inside at the critical moment, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. This train of thought. Did they create such a big thing just to cause trouble and gain some pleasure? Klein frowned slightly. He realized that Amon's view of the world was different from that of humans. This is a natural mythical creature. It's completely different from humans. Why can I frown on my own? Just as Klein came to a realization, he realized that something was missing in his body. He subconsciously turned his head to look at blasphemer Amon. A 12-ring translucent worm of time appeared in Amon's hand as he looked into Klein's eyes with a smile. Since you're already in the forsaken land of the gods, there's no need to worry about external interference. I'll give you a chance. Before we arrive at our real destination, I will no longer parasitize you. You can use any method you can think of to escape, and I will do my best to stop you. Good luck. Don't let me down. For a moment, Klein couldn't believe Amon's words. He suspected that Amon was lying to him. But when he thought of Amon's performance all this while, he felt that this was something Amon could really do. As his thoughts spun, Klein took a deep breath and replied solemnly under the orange light of dusk, All right. Bakeland, where the parliament was located. Due to King George III's sudden self-destruction, all the nobles and members of parliament were not allowed to return to their homes. Instead, they were gathered here and received heavy protection from the 3 churches and the military. Audrey, who was dressed in a pure black dress, stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor, quietly watching the scene below. As everything had happened too suddenly without any warning, although she had received a certain warning from the World Gehrman Sparrow, she still felt that it wasn't real enough. It was an especially illusory feeling. She felt as though she had detached herself from reality and was watching a play. Her father, brother, and the other nobles and members of parliament were gathered in different rooms. From time to time, one of them would walk out and quickly run to another discussion circle while covered in smoke and dressed like a gentleman. The madams and ladies sat in the lounge. Most of them had yet to snap back to their senses. Their eyes were glazed over as they trembled slightly. The staff of the parliament and the military's middle and lower echelons were rushing back and forth, transmitting information from different places. A guard in a red top and white trousers came in from outside and handed a stack of paper to the officer in charge of the hall. The officer glanced at it and immediately summoned his deputy, pointing at the small room where Earl Hall and company were. The deputy didn't ask anything as he took the information and jogged to his destination. All of this happened in a very quiet environment. Only the sound of footsteps and faint murmurs echoed. It was like a realistic oil painting. The gorgeous decorations, dark colors, dim light, and the expressions on everyone's faces created an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Audrey pursed her lips slightly and watched for a while. Her mood remained low, and she relied on placate to maintain her calmness. Why does Mr. World want to deal with the king? The king's death will definitely bring about a deeper level of hatred, regardless of the king's actual sequence. He has never shown it. This doesn't affect the kingdom's overall strength, but for such an incident to happen, it means one thing. The three churches, the royal family, and the military are divided. The infighting is rather serious. Ruan's upcoming situation will be extremely dangerous. The enemy definitely won't let go of this opportunity. As Audrey's thoughts churned, she saw a man in a black coat rush into the building where the parliament was located. He lowered his voice and communicated with the officer in charge of the hall. As a veteran spectator who could observe minute expressions and body movements, lip reading was undoubtedly Audrey's forte. As she looked from afar, she deciphered the corresponding content. Intis has used the border dispute of the Hornacis mountain range as an excuse to gather a large number of troops there. Audrey bit her lip gently as she felt that familiar sense of detachment. It was as though she was watching the contents of a novel play out in the real world. The grayness in the sky seemed to thicken. No one spoke for a long time in the Moretti family's house. Banson stood behind the oriel window with a solemn expression. He looked at the passers-by who were hurrying to and fro outside, his thoughts unknown. Melissa sat on the sofa beside the coffee table with her head lowered. She looked at the simple machines she had built, as though she had turned into a statue. Phew, the situation has become even more chaotic. Banson exhaled and touched his hairline. He turned his head and forced a smile. Regardless, Bakeland is definitely safer than most places. Melissa didn't raise her head as she spoke with an ethereal voice. Klein found a good job, and our lives gradually improved. In the end, an accident took him away. We moved away from Tingen. You obtained the government job that you yearned for. I entered university and began walking on the right path. In the end, the war broke out. It wasn't easy for us to adapt to this environment. We prayed for the war to end quickly, but in the end, the king was blown up. It wasn't easy for us to adapt to this environment. We prayed for the war to end quickly, but in the end, the king was blown up. At this point, Melissa slowly raised her head and looked at her brother with a confused gaze. Banson, is it so difficult to obtain and maintain a better life than before? Bakeland, East Borough. Furs, who had just returned from the world of ice and snow, was wrapped in thick clothes. Looking at the charcoal stove in front of her, she felt as though she had fallen into the harsh environment again. She couldn't help but tremble a few times. George III is already dead. The matters from before will definitely come to an end. Perhaps we can move away from here and head to North Borough, to Hillston Borough. The houses there have fireplaces. Zio sat on a chair opposite him and similarly stared at the stove that emitted warmth. She replied with a slightly confused expression, "That's right." She replied with a slightly confused expression, "Let's wait another week or two." To be frank, I still can't believe that George III was killed just like that. I didn't have the time to do anything. The tone of this bounty hunter, who had become a judge, was clearly disappointed, confused, and at a loss. It was as though she had lost her motivation in life. Furs temporarily forgot the damage brought about by the cold as she thought and consoled her. I think this matter wasn't done by German Sparrow. It was done by those people who used Shermaine. Only they are still investigating George III's secret schemes. You can be considered to have contributed to George III's death. It's equivalent to indirectly completing your revenge. There shouldn't be any more surveillance and suppression targeting your family. You can try to start a new life. If there's a chance, you might even be able to appeal for your father through proper channels. Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, Zio looked up. Yes, the situation is getting more and more chaotic. I'm very worried that they will be affected by the war. Furs, do you think Bakeland is safer, or is an ordinary city that isn't close to the border safer? Furs thought seriously for a few seconds before shaking her head frankly. I don't know. She then added, I plan on asking Mr. World. I plan on asking Mr. World. He definitely has a more accurate grasp of the overall situation. Do you still remember? He warned us in advance that there would be a situation around George III and that we should try not to approach him. In addition, Furs also wanted to ask where the next stop of her journey was so that she could make some preparations ahead of time. Okay. Zio instinctively nodded. Furs flipped through the newspaper on her knees and drank the rest of the coffee. Then, she slowly got up and entered the room. She prayed to Mr. Fool in a low voice, asking him to pass her questions to the world, German Sparrow. Forsaken land of the gods, near the giant king's court. Klein, who was no longer deeply parasitized, followed Amon along the foot of the mountain. In the frozen dusk, they circled to the front of the mythical land. Although Amon had given him a chance to escape by all means, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. This was because he knew very well that Amon had at least the level and strength of a sequence too. He was an angel in the truest sense of the word, not someone he could fight head-on. Furthermore, a marauder was known to have errors, loopholes, and bugs. His powers were strange, making it impossible to guard against him. Klein believed that the normal methods he could think of to save himself were basically ineffective. All I can do is maintain patience and wait for an opportunity to be used. During this process, I'll constantly make some attempts to observe Amon's response. Yes, I have to take note of one more problem. I can't trust Amon's words too much. He might not be lying when he retracted the worm of time and removed my parasitized state, but that might not be the entire truth. I can't eliminate the possibility that he left a worm of time lurking in my body and take over my body at a critical moment. As Klein's thoughts churned, he was just about to chat with Amon and ask about Dark Angel Sasser when he saw that not far away, dusk was fading. Darkness enveloped the area as lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. They had arrived at the borders of the giant king's court and were about to leave the mythical kingdom. Once I'm in the darkness here, I'll either evaporate into thin air or encounter a terrifying monster that suddenly appears. Klein's heart stirred as he pretended not to know anything. He continued forward and walked from the orange-red dusk to the deep darkness. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a black classic robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle, reached out his hand and pulled back a lantern that was covered in a thin layer of animal hide. Inside the lantern, there was a candle made of unknown oil that emitted a dim yellow light and a slightly pungent smell. Carry it. Amon threw the lantern to Klein. Klein caught the lantern and fell silent. A few seconds later, he probed, "Where did you get this from?" At that instant, Klein imagined that Amon could summon a projection from the historical void. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "I stole it from the human camp up ahead. I stole it from the human camp in front." "Oh, that's the City of Silver's afternoon town camp." "Stole it." Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't ask any further. With the lantern in hand, he walked into the endless darkness. The dim yellow light was like an invisible defensive barrier that quickly spread out, creating a warm place in the pitch-black night. At this moment, lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. The intervals were rather long, and there was almost no thunder. Occasionally, there would be a rumble. According to the general knowledge that Klein had learned from Sun since he was young, the night in the forsaken land of the gods was the most dangerous period of time. As he walked forward, Klein first used his faceless powers, which had undergone a qualitative change, together with creeping hunger, to adjust the structure of his eyes to adapt to this special environment. Following that, he used his spiritual perception to observe his surroundings. He felt that in the lightless darkness, there were eyes staring at him. There were indescribable creatures hidden there, but every time lightning lit up and illuminated those areas, there was nothing. Klein wasn't worried that he would suffer a serious backlash if he kept using creeping hunger without being able to feed it in the current environment. From his point of view, there were only two outcomes. First, creeping hunger would attempt to devour him, but Amon would steal his thoughts. Second, creeping hunger would successfully devour the wearer, allowing him to be reborn and escape his current predicament. The latter was what Klein was looking forward to. Apart from creeping hunger being a little confused, there was nothing to lose in the former. After proceeding forward for a while, Klein saw the City of Silver's afternoon town camp that had been built using abandoned buildings. Behind the walls formed by boulders and stone pillars, a bonfire burned silently, illuminating most of the area inside, making it completely different from the outside world. Under the illumination of the light, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team were either patrolling or guarding the area to prevent any accidents. Among them, a Dawn Paladin, who was nearly 3 meters tall, was standing on top of the wall, looking into the distance, wary of the monsters hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a faint yellow light coming from the depths of the darkness. This? The Dawn Paladin's pupils suddenly dilated as his heartbeat sped up. Apart from newborns and children who had yet to receive education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that in this land forsaken by the gods, apart from humans, no one would use flames in the darkness to create light. Even monsters that were good at controlling flames would lurk in a lightless environment before launching an attack. As for other humans, all the cities that the City of Silver had discovered up to this point had long been destroyed. They had become ruins with no survivors. The only outsider they had seen was the strange child, Jack. And at this moment, a flame appeared in the depths of the darkness. It was a constantly moving flame. The Dawn Paladin standing on top of the wall couldn't figure out what this meant. He felt his body tremble slightly. The dim light from the fire slowly approached from afar. It passed the front of the campsite and headed towards the outskirts of Afternoon Town. Faintly, the Dawn Paladin saw 2 human figures walking in the darkness. The figures were abnormally blurry due to the light. They carried what looked like lanterns and left the camp step by step, disappearing into the endless darkness. At some point in time, the Dawn Paladin on the wall had already held his breath until the faint yellow light completely disappeared. There are other humans? No, it might not be humans. The Dawn Paladin's pupils constricted as he carefully turned around, preparing to inform the elder of the 6-member council who presided over the camp. At this moment, he realized that one of the lanterns hanging on the stone pillars had disappeared at some point in time. The Dawn Paladin's body stiffened as cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and back. As he left Afternoon Town step by step, Klein endured the gazes of pairs of eyes in the depths of the darkness. He quietly used the powers of a scholar of yore and his connection with Sapphira Castle to sense the grayish-white fog formed from history. He succeeded. This proved that the forsaken land of the gods wasn't separated from Sapphira Castle. The true creator's holy residence, or even his divine kingdom, is on this land. If I trigger Sapphira Castle and create an anomaly, will it attract his attention and cause a conflict with Amon? He is a true god. I don't have any extravagant hopes of escaping during the chaos, but I can seize the opportunity to kill myself while him is dealing with Amon. With a thought, Klein made Sapphira Castle tremble slightly. In the next second, this thought vanished. Walking beside him, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly. The hanging man isn't interested in Sapphira Castle. Of course, his rationality might not always be in his mind. The hanging man refers to sequence 0 of the Shepherd pathway? Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes that his impulsive action would really succeed. He mainly wanted to test Amon's reaction and see how he would respond. At that moment, he didn't feel depressed and didn't hide his curiosity as he raised the question. Amon nodded slightly. Yes, this symbolizes degeneration. Of course, if you want to explain it in a positive way, it's sacrifice and responsibility. Klein thought for a moment and probed, that's right. I thought this was a nickname you came up with. Just like Medici. According to what Klein knew, the true creator's birth due to the Rose redemption was very likely related to the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Amon had towards this evil god, and if it was the same as his brother. Amon stroked his monocle and chuckled. I've always been very respectful towards deities. It's really inappropriate for a blasphemer to say that. Klein helplessly stopped the topic. Most of the places in the forsaken land of the gods didn't have paths in the normal sense, but it wasn't considered difficult to traverse. This was because there were large swathes of desolate wilderness. Darkness was the main color. In the wilderness, there were occasionally plants that grew tenaciously. They were in strange shapes and extremely distorted. Klein had no way of identifying the original form of these things. Around him, in places where the lantern's light couldn't illuminate, the darkness seemed to have a life of its own. It was as though it was silently squirming, as though it wanted to devour everything it covered. As a scholar of yore, Klein only needed to use the corner of his eye to see spirit body threads extending out from the surrounding darkness. They were illusory, dense, and countless, indicating that there were many monsters lurking in the darkness. These monsters were extremely silent as they watched Amon, who was dressed like an ancient mage, and Klein, who was dressed like a modern gentleman. They watched as they walked through the desolate wilderness under the dim yellow light. Klein looked ahead as he casually held the leather lantern, not worried that it would extinguish at any moment. When he and Amon were about to leave the wilderness and enter the hills, a deformed monster with 2 heads and 5 arms suddenly trembled in the darkness diagonally behind them. It had already become Klein's marionette. Controlling spirit body threads was silent to begin with, and the distance didn't exceed 500 meters. In the next second, the monster fell to the ground and lost its life. Walking to Klein's left, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, smiled. He raised his right arm and opened his palm, revealing an item. It was a transparent maggot with 3-dimensional patterns. Worm of spirit, this was something that Amon had stolen from the marionette along with the spirit body threads. Without waiting for Klein to say a word, Amon leisurely curled his fingers into a fist and crushed the transparent maggot. Klein immediately felt a pain that came from the depths of his soul as though his head was about to split open. Thankfully, he had previously created yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets, so he was already used to this feeling. He only twisted his face and didn't lose his composure. Amon maintained his smile and flicked his palm. "You're too reserved. You can be more bold." Klein, who had already recovered from the pain, raised his hand to rub his temples. He felt exhausted, and every worm of spirit was calling for him to rest. While being chased by Zeradal, Klein had expended most of the spirituality he had borrowed from his past self. Subsequently, he had to constantly teleport and use Angel's Embrace to erase his traces. He was already close to his limits. After he returned to the safe zone, he had planned on going above the gray fog to check the surroundings before entering a deep slumber to recover his energy. However, he ended up encountering Amon's ambush and was parasitized. He had been tormented all the way to the forsaken land of the gods. If not for the perilous situation squeezing his potential, he would have fallen into a deep slumber or showed signs of losing control. If not for him being in a perilous situation that had squeezed his potential, he of God. He believed that Amon would satisfy his request. This was because the more he tried his best to escape, the more it satisfied the god of mischief's desire to seek pleasure. "All right." Amon's monocle turned slightly and said to the side of the hill, "There's a place to rest there. We'll be there soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to sleep in the wilderness. I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that provides a sense of security. Let's go there." Klein wanted to directly control the lantern's flames to complete the leap, but his dried-up spirituality stopped him. He could only follow Amon and rely on his feet to move forward. On the way, Klein said to Amon with the mentality of asking more questions to understand more, "That's right. Why don't you steal the distance and reach the destination directly?" Amon turned his head and glanced at Klein with his right eye wearing a crystal monocle. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein shut his mouth and quietly walked forward. After about a dozen flashes of lightning, Amon raised his hand and pointed diagonally ahead. "We're here." In the shadow of the hill less than 100 meters away, there were a few half-built buildings that resembled steeples. The surrounding ground protruded with more than 10 gigantic stone pillars that were only as tall as Klein's knees. A small amount of weeds grew out from the gaps between them, their tips dark red like blood. Was there someone living here in the past? Klein rubbed his temples and asked. Amon used the second joint of his right index finger to press against the edge of the monocle and said with a smile, "This was originally a very large city. This was originally a very large city. When the cataclysm came, the earth split open and the entire city was swallowed up. This is the only proof that it once existed. The destruction of civilization." Such a thought suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he sped up and arrived at his destination amid the strange weeds. After entering a half-collapsed building, Klein instinctively surveyed the area and observed the place. On the grayish-white stone walls that had cracks on them, there were murals that had been eroded by time for thousands of years. They had long become blurry, and one could only vaguely tell that the people of this city took pride in entering heaven after death. Klein adjusted his breathing and threw away the leather lantern in his hand. He leaned against a thick stone pillar and forcefully visualized stacked spheres of light. He didn't care about the dangers of sleeping in such an environment in such a place. Let the danger be more intense. Before falling asleep, Klein shouted inwardly. Amon, who was wearing a classic mage robe, glanced at him and casually sat beside him before snapping his fingers. In the leather lantern, the candle that was about to burn out stopped melting, but the dim yellow light continued to radiate. It could only last for a few more minutes, but it seemed like it could last for a few hours or even a few days. It was like a mistake that went against the laws of nature. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Klein finally recovered his energy and woke up to Miss Magician's prayers. With regards to this, he temporarily couldn't respond. He closed his eyes and pretended that he was still in a dream. Without being in a deep parasitic state, Amon shouldn't be able to monitor my thoughts. He can only tell if my current thoughts are harmful to him. Klein's heart stirred as he quietly summoned the grayish-white fog. From the historical void, he borrowed a state from his past self. It wasn't a state that directly targeted his escape. That was the state he was in when his mind island was invaded by Vin Rambus. This attempt wasn't stopped or stolen. With this state and his unique ability to remain lucid in a dream and mind world that had been invaded, Klein split off a portion of his self-awareness. He stayed in the spirituality sky and calmly looked down at the island of consciousness. He began to examine his mind to see if there were any abnormal or parasitic thoughts in it. After a series of strict analysis, Klein confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mind world. In other words, even if Amon still had a worm of time in his body, it was a shallow parasitic that couldn't monitor his thoughts. After finding such a safe zone, Klein could finally release his suppressed thoughts. He analyzed his current encounter and considered how to save himself. Amon is the god of mischief and also the god of deceit. It's impossible for he to play this game purely for pleasure. If he really wants to do so, he can wait until he rendezvous with his true body and steal my fate. He will obtain Sapphira Castle before making an attempt. That way, even if an accident happens, his main goal would have been achieved. He wouldn't have lost anything. What's his hidden goal in this matter? If I can grasp the crux of the matter, I might be able to find a true chance of survival. Also, after he recited the luck enhancement ritual's incantation in Chinese, he was actually indifferent to this special language and didn't ask any questions. This doesn't match the curiosity he showed. When he said the word bug after that, was he doing it on purpose to test what I would associate with it? However, he didn't steal my thoughts. No, if an entire set of thoughts that have nothing to do with what happened before and after have been stolen, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Klein recalled the situation back then and confirmed that his thoughts hadn't been stolen based on the logical connection between his thoughts. And this made him confirm one thing. That was, in a deep parasitic state, Amon could directly monitor his thoughts. There was no need to steal them. Amon acted as though he had to first detect harmful thoughts before he could control him. It was a fraud, I knew it. The deep level of parasitism I previously experienced seems a little different from what Pelez described. According to this inference, Amon should have heard all my thoughts along the way, including Earth, my fellow countrymen, and the education of children. How terrifying. Thankfully, when plotting to sabotage George III advancement ritual, I had foreseen the situation of being parasitized by Amon in a perilous situation. Half of my thoughts were an instinctive reaction, and the other half was a deliberate indulgence. This way, I've revealed my secret and won Amon's trust while hiding the most critical and core matters. Just like now, he definitely knows that I plan on obtaining more historical secrets from him, so as to quickly digest the scholar of your potion. However, he doesn't know that I'm not far from completely digesting him. I'm just 2 or 3 steps away or an opportunity. Amon deliberately removed the parasitism and played such a game. Could it be that he had once heard of Earth from the ancient sun god and had come into contact with a certain secret? He plans on using self-preservation to force me to help him complete something that he can't do. If that's the case, something will definitely happen next. Yes, I have to act as though I haven't noticed this and plan to escape normally. After I adjust my body's state, I'll make the first attempt. After sleeping for a while, Klein opened his eyes. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, sat beside him and smiled at him. Have you thought it through? When do we begin? He acted like Klein's accomplice, not a target to escape from. Klein pressed down on the grayish-white wall and slowly sat up straight. He smiled and shook his head. Before filling my stomach, my brain refuses to work. This was both the truth and a lie. This was because before becoming a complete mythical creature, saints would still be hungry and thirsty. However, to a sequence 3 demigod, not replenishing food and water for half a month was still bearable. As for complete mythical creatures, eating was only a hobby, not a necessity. What Klein wanted to express was that before he officially began his escape, he needed to adjust his condition to its peak. The habits of a magician, Amon commented with a smile. I'm not in charge of providing food, but you can think of a way to resolve it yourself. Klein looked at the leather lantern on the ground and thought for a few seconds. He then reached out his right hand and grabbed at the void. A coffee table that wasn't too tall immediately appeared in front of him. It was an item from Don Dantes' residence. In the dim yellow light, Klein extended his hand again and summoned. He took out an exquisitely packaged box from the historical void. Inside the box was a complete set of cutlery, including a knife, fork, plate, and cup. The reason why Klein chose this item was that he couldn't summon different cutlery separately into a set. He could only maintain 3 historical void projections at the same time. After calmly setting up the cutlery, Klein politely turned his head and nodded at Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat. Following that, he summoned a medium-well steak with black pepper sauce from the historical void. It landed on a porcelain plate and emitted some steam. As the table knife sliced it, it revealed the side that still had hemoglobin on it. Klein forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that the texture was real and the taste was wonderful. It wasn't fake at all. It had truly soothed the anxiety in his stomach. For 15 minutes, not only will I not be hungry, but I'll also receive real replenishment. After swallowing the piece of beef, Klein introduced it to Amon with a smile. He was like a hospitable host, not a pitiful beyonder who had been kidnapped. Amon nudged the lower edge of his crystal monocle and nodded with a smile. I've tried it. It's not bad. You've adjusted very quickly. Are you really not going to consider becoming my blessed? Klein cut off another piece of beef. As he forked it up, he replied as if he was chatting with a friend. Just kill me. At this moment, frequent lightning and boundless darkness alternately ruled the land. In the places where the light could not reach, eyes without any emotion stared at this place. The dark red twisted weeds at the tips danced gently in the breeze from time to time. Inside the half-collapsed building, the dim yellow light cast warm colors on the artsy coffee table and exquisite tableware. The aroma of frying steak permeated the air, which was the complete opposite of the outside environment where there was almost no separation. Under the gaze of the terrifying monsters in the darkness, Klein gracefully enjoyed his meal in this desolate and gray land that was brewing great terror. After eating the steak, he summoned a small glass of ice wine from Maker Manor and drank it in one gulp. Following that, cream soup, pan-fried codfish, tender lamb stewed with peas, baked potato skins, and all kinds of wine were summoned one after another and entered Klein's stomach. During this process, the first steak that he ate had exceeded its duration and disappeared into thin air. However, Klein's stomach and body were numbed by the subsequent food, so he didn't notice it. Of course, the coffee table and tableware were replenished, otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted until the end. At the end of the meal, Klein continued reaching out and took out a cup from the void. Inside was a ball of vanilla ice cream. Klein then scooped the ice cream with a dessert spoon and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling its melting and sweetness. After eating one ball, he wasn't satisfied as he summoned another ball from the historical void. Just like that, Klein ate 5 balls of different flavors of ice cream in a row. When Klein reached out his hand for the 6th time, Amon, who was sitting beside him, suddenly smiled. Your fate has undergone an abnormal change. You're already lucky enough. Is this what you're prepared for? Klein's extended right hand immediately froze in midair as his pupils seemed to dilate to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, in the surrounding darkness where the lantern's light couldn't reach, strange creatures twitched and instantly became Klein's marionettes. This time, Klein sent out 100 worms of spirit in one go, hoping that one of them would be lucky enough to avoid Amon's theft. Right on the heels of that, behind the coffee table, the figure in the black coat without a hat was replaced by an extremely disgusting vampire with pus oozing out of his body. The very artistic coffee table and the exquisite tableware were like glass that had been smashed on the ground, and countless cracks appeared on them and they shattered into pieces. They quickly returned to the historical void to prevent themselves from affecting Klein's subsequent summoning. In the next second, the 100 marionettes and Klein, who had hidden somewhere, reached out their hands and grabbed at the void to avoid Amon's interference. At that moment, they were all scholars of yore. This was an ability that originated from a bizarro sorcerer, the source of a seer's qualitative change. Of course, the success rate of every marionette's summoning was independent. It didn't affect each other. At that moment, what Klein wanted to summon was the projection of Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker when she recovered to her peak state in the Tudor ruins. Due to the contract and charms, this was the easiest angel projection for him to summon from the historical void. Amon continued sitting leisurely in his spot. His monocle emitted a faint glow as he watched the 101 Klein summons at the same time. Their right hands reached out in unison before retracting. Klein and his 100 marionettes didn't succeed in pulling Rionette Tinker out of the void. At that moment, Amon raised his right hand and grabbed forward. He lowered his arm slightly and casually pulled back. Outside the half-collapsed building, a gigantic, castle-like doll dressed in a dark and complicated dress appeared. It was bound by vines. Ancient Bane, Rionette Tinker, Amon had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. Rionette Tinker's red eyes immediately reflected the figures of Klein's 100 marionettes. Silently, the marionettes that looked like Klein or were in monstrous states emitted a faint glow as they turned into horned goats, white rabbits, and other animals. Shapeshifting curse, Klein's true body had long vanished as he walked out of the flames produced by the leather lantern. Glancing at the various animals that might be called his own, he suddenly sat down again, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, taking a stroll after a meal can effectively improve one's health. He didn't mention anything about his attempt to escape, as though nothing had happened. Amon maintained his relaxed posture and nodded cooperatively with him with a smile. I've read many books written by humans. There is indeed such a point of view. With that said, he raised his hand and pointed at Rionette Tinker's projection. This is your messenger? This was something that could be easily confirmed, so Klein didn't hide it. He tersely acknowledged and nodded. What a pity. Amon sized up Rionette Tinker's projection and shook his head. As Klein felt the food in his stomach vanish, he asked, What's a pity? What's a pity? I should have brought you to Bakelin to wait a few more days. That way, I could have waited for your messenger to deliver a letter to you. Then, he would have become my messenger. Amon nudged his right monocle and said with a smile, Stealing an angel-level messenger is very challenging and fun, isn't it? Life always needs some fun, excitement, and anticipation. I think so too, Klein sincerely replied to Amon. What a pity. Amon shook his head again. Evernight is someone I have to be careful of. If he were to stay any longer, I don't know what would happen. As he spoke, the Angel of Time dispelled the historical void projection of Rionette Tinker, allowing him to vanish in front of Klein. You seem to be very afraid of the goddess? Klein pretended to speak like a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. Of course, there was no need for him to pretend. He was still a blessed of Evernight. Amon's gaze shifted to the leather lantern in the half-collapsed building. He looked at the dim yellow light and said, looking at the dim yellow light, he said, I'm unable to steal what I want to know from the concealment. I can't decipher what other arrangements she has or what the key point is. To a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, this was enough reason to be afraid. Taking the opportunity while Amon was answering the question, Klein suddenly chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun. You are the Evernight goddess who is more noble than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. Just as he said that, he lost his thoughts. If not for the fact that he had such plans previously, he wouldn't have known that he had made such an attempt. Amon turned to look at him and smiled. Are you trying to test whether or not I'll repeat your thoughts and words in my heart after I steal them? As long as you become a sequence 4 parasite, you will be able to control the things you steal and make them appear at the right time. Is that so? Klein nodded slightly. Thank you. As he spoke, Klein quickly summarized the experience and lessons he had learned from his escape. Due to the existence of the contract and the affiliation relationship, summoning Miss Messenger is the easiest among all the angels I know. Summoning ice cream from the past can establish a subtle connection with him who represents fate and obtain the blessings of luck. Yes, every ball of ice cream represents a portion of luck. I originally planned on using the summoning of ice cream as a cover to secretly summon the snake of fate. After that, I have to interfere with the summoning first. Otherwise, Amon can directly steal the historical void projection I summoned. After spending so much effort, I ended up giving him a helper. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, Amon pointed at the pile of animals that had suffered the transformation curse and revealed a slightly nasty smile. Weren't you worried that there wasn't any suitable food in the forsaken land of the gods? Now that there is, as long as the curse isn't removed, they will be real animals. Klein was taken aback as he suddenly looked at the goats and white rabbits. With a thought from him, the animals cast their gazes at him at the same time. In a sense, this was Klein himself. After all, they were cursed after the combination of worms of spirit and monsters. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. After silently staring at the goats and rabbits for more than 10 seconds, Klein closed his eyes and flicked his right index and middle finger as though he was pressing an invisible piano key. About a third of the marionettes suddenly collapsed, losing the feeling of being alive. Klein's expression immediately warped as though he had been struck 33 times with a greatsword. The familiar and extreme pain swept through his spirit body, causing faint, light-colored granules to appear on the surface of his body. Every granule seemed to be gestating a transparent maggot. This was the backlash from killing 33 worms of spirit at once. After recovering for nearly 15 minutes, Klein began his second attempt to kill the other one-third of his marionettes. The same pain, the same rest, and the same actions repeated themselves. Klein finally finished off this batch of cursed marionettes. He couldn't do it all at once because the damage from 100 worms of spirit dying at the same time was enough to push him close to losing control. And being cursed meant that he couldn't directly resolve the problem by retrieving the characteristic. Of course, this was the standard of a scholar of year who had just advanced not long ago, and not the performance of a scholar of year who was about to finish digesting the potion. In fact, losing 100 worms of spirit at once only increased Klein's pain, but it didn't cause him to show any signs of losing control. It didn't affect his combat. He was only acting, allowing his performance to match the corresponding position. At his level, losing more than half of the worms of spirit at the same time was a possibility of losing control. After he completely digested the Scholar of Year potion, he would be able to recover from losing nearly 500 worms of spirit at once. Even if the corresponding Beyonder characteristics were all lost and didn't return, he wouldn't drop in level or level. He could slowly recover his strength by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway. After completing this matter, Klein, who had calmed down, walked out of the half-collapsed tower and went into the darkness outside to bring back a few white rabbits and a goat. Only now did he realize that the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods was not as dangerous as Little Sun had described. Most of the monsters were very weak. No, to be precise, apart from making people evaporate into thin air, the dangers hidden in the depths of the darkness can't compare to this fellow named Amon beside me. Klein swept his gaze at the thin man who was sitting near the leather lantern and smiling at him. He summoned boiling water and other items from the historical void, squatted down, and seriously dealt with the white rabbit and goat's fur and flesh. After busying himself, Klein started a bonfire and set up a grill that originated from history. He placed a white rabbit on it and brushed it with basil, fennel, salt, and other ingredients that came from the seasoning set. He kept flipping it. At this time, the historical delicacies that he had eaten before had already disappeared because he did not maintain them. His body and soul were calling out for replenishment. An alluring fragrance gradually spread out. Amon's nose twitched slightly. "You really want to eat it?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, the god of mischief continued, "That's right. In essence, they are the flesh and blood of monsters and your worms of spirit. Are you sure you want to eat them? There's no way to remove a transformation curse at the level of an angel without the right method to resist it at the same level. Since something looks like a rabbit, smells like a rabbit, and tastes like a rabbit, it's a rabbit." As Klein seriously roasted the rabbit, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Besides, if I want to escape from your hands, how can I not be in my best state? For this slim hope, I can only challenge my psychological endurance. This is called enduring humiliation to carry out an important mission. Klein silently added in his heart. At the same time, he sighed at the ancient Bane's transformation curse. This is many times stronger than a similar curse from a sequence 3 disciple of silence. There's almost no upper limit to the amount of time it can be maintained. Clearly, after ordinary animals become my marionettes, they can use all my beyonder powers through the worms of spirit, but a marionette that suffers a transformation curse can't. This is a curse at the level of an angel. Apart from resisting it at the same level, there's also the right method to remove it. No curse is absolutely unresolvable. They all have loopholes. Heh, will kissing this rabbit make it turn back into a German sparrow? Klein adjusted his mental state in a self-deprecating and analytical manner. After hearing his answer, the monocle-wearing Amon smiled and nodded. Very good. That's indeed the realization I should have. Klein didn't respond as he continued his barbecue business. Not long after, with the help of his flame-controlling ability, he roasted a rabbit and a lamb leg. Taking advantage of the fact that the spices had yet to disappear, he used the sweet iced tea he summoned from the historical void to eat it. The fragrance lingered in his mouth as his body and mind relaxed. This effectively alleviated the depression, despair, and hesitation from being kidnapped by Amon. During this process, Klein would occasionally think of the disgusting looks of the monsters, as well as the fact that the worms of spirit were equivalent to him. However, he managed to control his feelings very well. After filling his stomach and recovering his energy, Klein turned the remaining ingredients by the fire into rations, as though he was accumulating food for his subsequent journey. As he watched him slowly but methodically make all sorts of preparations, Amon suddenly nudged his monocle and curled the corners of his lips. Actually, you're stalling for time in an attempt to extend the journey to the real destination, right? Klein's hands paused for a moment before returning to normal. He smiled. That's right, I'm waiting for a helper. Who do you think it will be? Amon didn't answer directly as he smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Klein continued his work until he prepared enough rations for 3 to 4 meals. He thought for a moment and once again reached his hand into the void in front of Amon. He failed again and again, trying again and again. It was unknown what he was trying to summon. It was as though he was using his actions to tell Amon if he had the guts to steal it. Amon looked at it for a few seconds before smiling and shaking his head. He slowly stood up and walked out of the half-collapsed tower-like building. Klein's right hand stopped in midair before he retracted it and pinched his forehead. He muttered to himself in puzzlement, "What did I want to do just now?" Amidst his memories, Klein stood up, brought the packed rations, and walked to Amon's side with a leather lantern. The man and angel circled around the hill and entered a river valley. The water here flowed, but when the dim yellow light from the lantern shone over, and when the lightning in the sky lit up the area, Klein realized that there was no water in the riverbed at all. The sound he had heard had vanished as well. A river that has been turned into a concealed state? After some deliberation, Klein asked Amon without minding it. Yes, it will only appear in the darkness without any light. Amon nodded slightly and replied indifferently. Can I drink it? Klein pressed. Amon smiled and said, yes. This was once one of the water sources of a city that had persisted in the darkness for 1,600 years. As long as the water can be brought away from the riverbed, it can appear in places with light. Your next step is to suggest that I wait by the side with the lantern and replenish my water in the darkness? Then, take this opportunity to transform into a concealed state? Klein smiled awkwardly. How can I use such a simple and easy method? Amon chuckled when he heard that. He stroked his monocle and said, sometimes, the simplest plan is the most effective. Sometimes, the simplest plan is the most effective. You can give it a try. Klein didn't dare to believe the words of a top-notch swindler, but he didn't dare to disbelieve them either. He was afraid that the swindler was saying the exact opposite. He could only put the matter of the water aside and asked, what's the matter? In the forsaken land of the gods, how many human settlements are there like the city of silver that have yet to be destroyed? Amon stared ahead, his expression unchanged. I don't know more than 10. In this aspect, the city of silver is lucky. At least they can see and have the ability to touch the dawn. This means that the city of silver is close to the giant king's court, the forsaken land of the gods. There's no need to risk their lives to reach it. As for the other cities, no matter how hard they defend in the darkness or how many exploration teams they send out, it would be a futile struggle. It's impossible for them to find the exit? Indeed, from this point of view, silver is unfortunate and lucky. It all depends on which side it's compared to. Klein held the leather lantern and walked along the riverbank as he began to think of a second escape plan. Amon walked beside him, occasionally providing him with methods that looked reliable but had unknown effects. He acted as if he had schizophrenia and was trying his best to destroy his main body's hopes of obtaining Sapphira Castle. In the city of silver on the other side of the giant king's court, Derek Berg accepted the chief's summon and took the unshadowed crucifix to the top of the spire before entering a spacious room. A mysterious and complicated altar had been set up here. Different items were placed in different spots. There were a total of 6 items, all of which emitted a dangerous aura. Derek swept his gaze over and saw an ordinary silver flute, a mask made of a skull, and the remains of a shapeshifter. You have the unshadowed crucifix. You can stay here for 15 minutes, but you can't exceed that. Otherwise, you will suddenly die, Colin Iliad, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat, exhorted Derek. Derek's spiritual perception was triggered as he asked, "Your Excellency, is this because of the Twilight Mask?" His right hand pointed at the mask made of a skull at the same time. Yes. Colin nodded slightly and said, "I've already prepared the remains of 6 powerful creatures. They were all hunted by me alone or as part of the main force." Derek immediately came to a realization. "You're still lacking the blessings of a deity?" Colin fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his mouth and slowly said, "Yes." After a period of hesitation and struggle, he finally chose the Fool. At the very least, those mushrooms really brought hope to the city of silver. After a period of hesitation and struggle, he finally chose the Fool. Derek held back his joy and recalled the exchange at the Tarot Club. He raised a question in puzzlement. He asked in puzzlement, "Why don't you let those 2 god-level sealed artifacts give their blessings?" He remembered that subsidiary gods, which were angels, could satisfy the requirements of the ritual. It wasn't necessary for a sequence 0 true deity to provide blessings. After all, the Silver Knight was only a sequence 3. Colin fell silent again and hesitated for a few seconds. They won't give blessings. 9 Heavens Divine King, they won't give blessings. Derek was a little confused by this answer and couldn't quite understand it. At the afternoon town camp, when he handed the Silver Knight potion formula to Chief Colin Iliad, the other party had praised him for his great contribution. He believed that the upper limit of the City of Silver would no longer be sequence 4. Furthermore, his words didn't reveal any intention of seeking external blessings. Therefore, Derek had always believed that the chief could use 2 god-level sealed artifacts to complete the Silver Knight advancement ritual by himself. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Back then, the chief didn't know that the 2 god-level sealed artifacts wouldn't give blessings. Only when he returned to the City of Silver did he realize this problem. Derek subconsciously made a guess and didn't ask further. He nodded heavily and said, "All right. I'll work hard to help you seek the blessings of a deity." Demon Hunter Colin exhaled silently and pointed at the door. "There's no one in the room opposite." Derek then turned around, passed through the door, passed through the corridor, and entered the half-open room. Then, he found a spot to sit down and recited softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, inside Sapphira Castle, hidden in the grey fog, the crimson star representing sun rapidly expanded and shrank." It constantly repeated this process, producing rings of light that contained prayers. And not far away, the crimson star representing the magicians remained in a similar state due to the fool's lack of response. The halos, ripples, and tremors created by the 2 gradually intertwined and overlapped, becoming more and more intense. Under the illumination of the bolts of lightning, Klein, who was walking through the valley with a leather lantern in hand, suddenly felt the illusory pleas become noisier, more chaotic, and louder. However, Klein realized that he could hear it a little clearer. Not only could he tell that the pleas came from a woman and a man, but he could also vaguely grasp the content, The woman seemed to mention world and Bakeland, while the man used Jotun, and the keyword seemed to be a ritual. Ritual, Jotun. This is little son's side. That chief wishes to receive Mr. Fool's blessings? Mr. Fool also wants to give his blessings now. The woman might be Miss Magicians, but I can't rule out Miss Justice. Klein twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly as he turned to look at Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Can I go to Sapphira Castle to respond to the prayers? What do you think? Amon was startled for a moment before he asked in amusement. Since you want to play such a game, why not make it more exciting? In fact, Klein didn't have any hope for the request. This was because as long as he could return to Sapphira Castle, he could use the power there to escape his predicament. This was equivalent to getting Amon to release him. The reason why he brought this up was because he wanted to start the next topic. Amon nudged the crystal monocle with his knuckles and chuckled. As the god of mischief, I've lived since the third epoch. I think you know very well what that means. Yes, what do you want to ask? This is an accurate grasp of my state of mind and thoughts. Klein sighed inwardly and asked, what's going on? Why did you parasitize the City of Silver's exploration team back then, and why did you patiently stay in the dungeon for decades? Amon nodded and replied in a relaxed manner. Back then, I had a premonition that I would obtain extremely important information in the City of Silver. Now, this prophecy has come true, right, Mr. Fool? He did all those things just to wait for Tarot to wait for me? From the looks of it, this Marauder Pathways King of Angels can see the disturbances caused by Sapphira Castle to a certain extent. Klein never expected the answer to be this, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said, that's right. You're really patient. A king of angels who liked to play pranks was actually able to hide in a dark dungeon that had no fun for decades. This has nothing to do with patience. It didn't take me too much time, Amon replied casually. I'm still used to using human standards to measure deities. To Amon, who was born a complete mythical creature, a few decades is nothing. His true age might even exceed 3,000 years. Klein adjusted his understanding and asked again, the City of Silver should be one of the few places that still believes in your father. The City of Silver should be one of the few places that still believes in your father. Wasn't what you did to that expedition team too much? This question didn't seem necessary, but Klein believed that it would help him understand Amon's views and style of doing things. He wanted to see if there was anything he could use. Amon turned his head and glanced at him with his monocle-wearing right eye. He smiled nonchalantly. If it wasn't for them still believing in my father, the City of Silver would already be a ruin. According to my observations, they're hiding quite a big secret. As for what it is, I haven't had the time to pry because of the hanging man and your gaze. He's really a natural mythical creature. The deaths of a few humans are probably equivalent to stepping on a few ants to him. He wouldn't take it to heart at all. The City of Silver actually hides a secret that even Amon feels isn't trivial. What could it be? Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. Was Dark Angel Sasher really created by your father using one of his ribs? This was something Klein had wanted to ask along the way, but he hadn't found a chance to do so. The smile on Amon's face dimmed significantly as he looked into the deep darkness ahead of him. Yes, he separated a portion of his characteristics from the corresponding negative personality, and used his rib as material to create Dark Angel Sasser. If not for that, how could an arrogant fellow like Medici submit to the so-called left hand of God, the deputy of heaven? If not for Sasser's betrayal, involvement, and influence, even if Evernight, Earth, the god of combat, and the other kings of angels joined forces, it would be impossible for my father to perish. Indeed. Dark Angel Sasser is the most important point. It's no wonder the goddess tried to bewitch him from the beginning. Who would have thought that he would betray himself? Klein's guess about the Battle of Gods had received a preliminary confirmation. He felt that the scholar of your potion had been digested a little more. He deliberately hesitated for a moment before raising a guess. Could your father have foreseen such a development? Dark Angel Sasser is also a key part of his resurrection? Amon suddenly laughed. You're asking so many questions because you want to further digest the scholar of your potion, right? Klein pretended to break out into a cold sweat as he quickly adjusted his state of mind. I'm just curious. What are you searching for and pursuing in the forsaken land of the gods? There aren't any Marauder Pathway Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics or Sapphira Castle that you lack. Attempting to resurrect your father? Amon maintained the smile on his face and looked ahead. Yes and no. That paranoid brother of mine is already very close to resurrecting my father. He probably doesn't need my help anymore. Adam really wants to resurrect the ancient god of the sun? I thought he was purely trying to achieve Sequence 0. Klein didn't hide the name of the Twilight Hermit Order's leader. He was even looking forward to Adam beating up his brother. Of course, beating up wasn't in line with the style of a king of angels of the spectator pathway. There's no need to say his name. He doesn't care about my matters, and I won't care about his matters either. I don't call him Adam purely because I feel that the nickname Paranoid suits him. I have to say that Medici is very talented at coming up with nicknames. Also, even if I say his name, he won't be able to hear it if I don't want him to hear it. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, exposed Klein's thoughts with a smile. Following that, Klein didn't mention the Dark Angel again, because Amon clearly wouldn't answer. Before long, the man and angel walked out of the river valley and saw a dead city. Most of the buildings in the city had collapsed, and the rest had pointed tops, as though they were a tower that led to heaven. There were dark red vine-like plants growing on their surface, bearing fruits that were unknown whether they could be eaten or not. After entering the city, Klein discovered that there was a sarcophagus in front of every house. Inside lay either white bones or rotting corpses. What they had in common was that they were extremely deformed. Some had 4 legs, some had a crack in the middle of their eyebrows, some lacked skin, revealing flesh and blood. Some had arms wrapped around their necks like tails. This was originally a city that believed in the phoenix. Later, it converted to my father, but it retained some customs related to death. Wearing a monocle, Amon looked around casually. After the cataclysm, they were left in the forsaken land of the gods. There were no edible, normal plants around, so they could only feed on the contaminated monsters. Generation after generation, all of them developed physical abnormalities and mental disorders. Then, they were completely destroyed. The cataclysm brought about by the goddesses. Assassination of the City of Silver's creator is really a calamity for civilization. Before that, this land had elven civilizations, giant civilizations, phoenix civilizations, and so on. After that, there were only some traces left. Klein thought of the city that had been engulfed by the land inside. In history books and in mysticism, that period of history was called the Great Cataclysm. It was indeed very appropriate. He thought for a moment and said, "Why do we have to enter the city instead of going around it?" Amon smiled. In the second epoch, apart from controlling the death pathway, Phoenix Ancestor also occupied a portion of the apprentice pathway. Some of the arrangements here can become loopholes that I can use to shorten our journey to our final destination. Klein's expression darkened. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. City of Silver, top of the spire. Derek Berg waited for quite a while, but Mr. Fool didn't respond. This caused him to panic. He didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. Mr. Fool is in a state where he can't respond to prayers? 2 days ago, we were informed that the gathering next week was cancelled. This should be a sign. Remembering what had happened before, Derek forced himself to calm the anxiety and nervousness in his heart. He couldn't be blamed for having such a huge reaction, because a similar situation was recorded in the textbooks of the City of Silver. One day, the Creator, who normally responded to his believers, suddenly stopped responding and abandoned this land. After a few seconds of silence, Derek stood up and returned to the chief's room. "We still need to wait for a few more days." "Wait." Colin repeated the keyword and frowned slightly. In his eyes, this was an unusual matter, and it seemed to symbolize a bad development. He resisted the urge to scratch the back of his head and nodded with some difficulty. "Yes." The grizzled Colin Iliad stared at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. "All right, you can go back first." City of Silver, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Furs, who was wrapped in thick clothes, paced back and forth around the warm stove, her face full of doubt. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Zio. Why hasn't Mr. World replied to me? Maybe he's caught up in something. Xiao gave the reason she had long thought of. Perhaps it's inconvenient for Mr. Fool to convey your prayers at the moment, so he's put the gathering on hold. Furs nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Fool informed us that the gathering will be suspended next week. It's temporary and was only decided in the middle of the week. Is this related to George III? Thinking back to Mr. World's constant investigations, Xiao tersely acknowledged and said, yes. Very likely. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the deathly silent city. Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, led Klein into a relatively intact church. The stone pillars here were tilted, and a few of them were broken. Dark red weeds grew out from the gaps at the top, entangling the bird reliefs. With the leather lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that the residents of the city hadn't really died. There were still a small number of survivors. It was unknown what method they had used to transform into monsters from the depths of the darkness. They were avoiding the dim yellow light and surrounding the cathedral in places where they couldn't be seen. They wanted to attack Klein and Amon, two seemingly normal humans. The reason why Klein was able to confirm that the monsters were originally residents of this city was because their spirit-body threads had a certain degree of abnormality. They were either grayish-white, distorted, or partially stuck together. They were completely different from the monsters in other places, and the feeling they gave off was closer to the corpses inside the sarcophagus. I wonder what kind of despair and breakdown made the remaining humans choose such a path. Perhaps the deepest despair is not seeing hope every day. Furthermore, the situation around me is worsening. Klein sighed as he adjusted his state of mind. He was experiencing repeated instances of hope and despair. Wearing a monocle, Amon walked at the edge of the light and went all the way to the deepest part of the cathedral. As Klein approached, he saw a door covered in a faint white glow. This city is actually split into two parts, light and dark. They used certain powers of the apprentice pathway to hide a portion of the area. One can only enter through a specific door. Amon raised his hand and pointed ahead. The powers of a secret sorcerer? Klein nodded in enlightenment, indicating that he had a rough idea of what was going on. Amon then said, behind this door is the dark side of this city. Behind this door is the dark side of this city, and I can use it to connect to similar areas further away, directly arriving there, and shorten our journey. As expected of the embodiment of a loophole. Klein looked at Amon as he stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the door formed from a faint white glow. The light began to ripple as it rapidly spread out in all directions. It became more and more intense. At this moment, a deformed monster that was hiding in the darkness and spying on the cathedral suddenly trembled and became Klein's marionette. 20 to 30 seconds ago, Klein had already completed his initial control over it and deepened his influence. However, it was only now that he had completely transformed it. Right on the heels of that, Klein and the marionette reached out their hands at the same time. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Amon changed the direction of the door, they each grabbed an item. In Klein's hand was the scarlet lunar corona, which was shaped like a full moon and embedded with a crimson gem. In the marionette's palm was the ancient brass master key. At the same time, they opened their mouths and let out a bang. They used air cannons to push the scarlet lunar corona and master key towards Amon, towards the faint white door. The combination of these two items allowed people to hear Mr. Door's cries for help. In other words, it allowed Mr. Door's powers to infiltrate the real world to a limited extent. And this was the controller of all the doors. He was one of the existences that didn't wish to see Amon become an error and control Sapphira Castle. Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes that Mr. Door, who was in a sealed state, could really harm Amon. He only hoped that he could use this opportunity to interfere with the Angel of Time and create enough time for him to make other preparations. Of course, if Mr. Door could cause an anomaly in the door and expand or distort the loophole created by Amon, affecting the Marauder Pathway's King of Angels and sending him far away, Klein would definitely sincerely thank Mr. Door for a week. After the previous attempts, Klein realized what his greatest disadvantage was. It wasn't that he was one sequence lower or that there was a fundamental difference in their levels, but that he had lost the initiative and was unable to make proper preparations. Every time he began preparing, he would be interrupted or destroyed by Amon. To a senior magician, an unprepared performance was often synonymous with failure. If Klein could make preparations ahead of time and quietly summon the historical void projections of Mr. Aztec, Rionette Tinker, and Snake of Fate Will Septon, he would definitely be able to create a very good opportunity to escape even if he couldn't finish off Amon's avatar at the Sequence 2 level. At this moment, the scarlet lunar corona that emitted a tranquil glow and the master key that looked simple and unadorned arrived at the door of light. The faint white light that formed the illusory door distorted and devoured the two items. It was dyed crimson as it collapsed into a vortex. The vortex seemed bottomless, like a huge eye. Amon, who was about to turn around, paused slightly when he was stared at by the eye, as though he had heard an old friend's shout. However, such a pause instantly vanished as though it had never appeared. As Amon's gaze shifted to Klein, he instantly lost 6 Beyonder powers. This included controlling spirit body threads, summoning historical void projections, paper figurine substitutes, flame control, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Of course, the marionettes losing these 6 Beyonder powers didn't affect Klein's subsequent actions. That indiscernible pause had allowed Klein to switch places with his marionettes in time. He had already arrived in the depths of the darkness outside the cathedral. The deformed monsters around him trembled and became his marionettes. Against targets that weren't even at Sequence 5, it only took Klein 2 to 3 seconds to turn them into marionettes. And when he summoned the Scarlet Lunar Corona, he had already begun doing something similar. As Klein enjoyed the darkness without any qualms, attempting to transform into a concealed state or successfully commit suicide, he reached out with his marionettes and grabbed at the fog formed by the intertwining history. This time, he split his marionettes into 3 groups. He summoned Rionette Tinker, Mr. Aztec, and Snake of Fate Will Septon respectively. He didn't want it to be stolen by Amon after he succeeded with great difficulty. Under such arrangements, he might have 1 or 2 left. Of course, the premise was that Amon wasn't able to steal multiple historical void projections at once. This point needed to be confirmed by Klein. Klein's true body retracted his hand without grabbing anything. The marionettes who summoned the Snake of Fate all failed. However, 2 of the scholars of Ur who summoned the Death Consul and Rionette Tinker had their arms tense up slightly. Klein was delighted as he suddenly felt that this attempt might be able to turn into a true escape. At this moment, the crystal monocle Amon was wearing emitted a blazing, turbulent, and terrifying light. The entire city, as well as the surrounding river valleys, hills, and wilderness, were filled with pure, scorching sunlight. After bidding farewell to this place for thousands of years, daytime had descended once again. Amon had returned the daytime he had stolen from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In such a daytime, not only did Klein's body feel like it was about to melt, but his ears also reverberated with the familiar and crazy ravings. They were like steel needles stabbing into every worm of spirit. This made his mind feel an immense pain as the successful summoning of his marionettes failed. The daytime in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods contained the ravings of the true creator, the deformed monsters that were hiding in the depths of the darkness, which were also the few survivors of the city, seemed to temporarily regain their rationality. They stared at the daytime in a daze and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Then, they crazily charged towards the source of the daytime and melted into ashes one after another. In the City of Silver's afternoon town camp far away from here, the guards on the stronghold discovered that a brilliance that was different from lightning had appeared in the northeast horizon. It was like the scene of the legendary sun about to rise. This scene only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered, and the horizon returned to darkness. Just as Klein recovered from his ravings, he saw Amon in a pointed hat standing in front of him. The Angel of Time stroked his monocle and smiled. "Well done. Not bad." In the face of Amon's praise, Klein forced a smile and politely replied, "Thank you." Frankly speaking, he would rather hear curses than praise. At least it meant that he was very close to success. Of course, Klein suspected that even if he really escaped, Amon wouldn't be flustered and exasperated. Based on the God of Mischief's character, he might find it too interesting and exciting, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed and disappointed, eager to enter the next round. Being able to think of using a door to disturb me is a great improvement. But don't you think that I'll be more vigilant when I open the door, and I won't be so easily affected by accidents? Klein thought for a moment and answered seriously, "Yes. That's what I thought at the beginning, but then I felt that you should be able to grasp my state of mind and believe that I wouldn't dare to take action when you opened the door. At this moment, it might work if I tried. Doing it when others don't think you'll do it is also a strategy. In his previous life, Klein had come into contact with a similar level of thinking and was confused by it. What if I also thought of this? Amon smiled and pushed the bottom edge of his monocle with his knuckles. At the same time, the surviving marionettes that belonged to Klein took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye before looking at Klein. This left Klein's scalp tingling as he realized that his connection with his marionette had been instantly severed. Although there is progress, there will always be some punishment for failure. Amon smiled as he turned around and walked towards the church. As he took a step forward, the marionettes revealed smiles one after another before collapsing stiffly. This tore apart Klein's soul again and again as the blood vessels on his forehead visibly expanded and contracted. Enduring the pain, Klein stood still for a while before he managed to calm down. During this process, although he was always in the depths of darkness, he was not attacked by any terrifying monsters, nor did he turn into a hidden state. When did Amon steal the hidden divine power of the city? If I were to attempt suicide, even my thoughts would be stolen. I still wasn't prepared enough. I didn't have enough confidence in Amon. I didn't consider the things he had previously stolen. I really didn't expect that he would release Daybreak that he stole from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. What else did he steal in the past and store in his body? I have no idea at all, so I can't make any targeted preparations. That monocle is a container that stores the stolen items. Is it a part of Amon? Therefore, he can take out a monocle every time parasitizing him. Klein rubbed his temples and walked back into the cathedral. Looking at Amon in front of the door of light, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Why do you have so many monocles? Where do you usually put it?" Amon stroked the monocle on his right eye and smiled nonchalantly. "Why don't you ask me why every doppelganger has eyes and where I usually put them?" "I understand." Klein nodded. Amon cast his gaze back at the door of light that had yet to calm down from the whirlpool and said casually, "I have a nagging feeling that your operation this time was essentially a large-scale preparation, not an attempt. During that process, what tricks did you do?" Klein deliberated for a moment before replying with a smile, "Guess." "I do have a guess." "Do you think I guessed correctly?" "I do have some guesses." "Do you think I'm right?" Amon pinched the top and bottom edge of the monocle and asked with interest. "Perhaps or perhaps not." Klein didn't give a clear answer. He cooperatively walked to Amon's side and watched as he extended his hand again to press on the pale white door of light. Ripples appeared on the door of light once again, becoming more and more intense and exaggerated. After about 10 seconds, the ripples dyed the surroundings, causing the door of light to expand twice its original size. Amon glanced at Klein and gestured for him to take a step forward. Klein instinctively turned his head and surveyed the surroundings of the cathedral. Outside the area illuminated by the leather lantern, the Beyonder characteristics left behind by the mutated monsters were shimmering. Not all of them were Beyonders when they were alive. After those ordinary people transformed into monsters, a large portion of their strength came from darkness and degeneration. It didn't belong to them, so they didn't have any characteristics to seep out. "I almost forgot." Amon, who had followed him around, suddenly shook his head and smiled. Just as he said that, blobs of Beyonder characteristics floated up and automatically entered his body, fusing with him, leaving only a small amount behind. Most of the ones who voluntarily transformed into monsters are Beyonders of the apprentice pathway and their families who can enter the city's dark side, Amon said casually as he retracted his gaze. Even if it's a Beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, directly eating it would cause problems, right? Shouldn't one only be able to jump to a higher level of a neighboring pathway? It can even be downwards compatible? Klein was a little taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, "Won't this accumulate madness?" This wasn't just a matter of accumulating madness. Klein suspected that if he were to do so, there was a high chance that he would go half mad. "Others will," Amon said with a smile. "But I won't." What a bug. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, the distance between him and the door of light disappeared. Subconsciously, he forgot about the remaining death pathway beyond her characteristics and entered the mutated door of light with Amon. The endless darkness and the squirming lines of light mixed together, making Klein feel like he was plummeting and weightless. About 10 seconds later, he found himself and Amon in a square. The dim yellow light of the leather lantern seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force, allowing it to only illuminate half of its original area. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. With the help of the lightning, Klein saw incomplete statues erected around the square. Some of them had their hands tied behind their backs, some had thorny roses wrapped around their bodies, and some looked like mummies. They gave off the feeling of being restrained. This place used to be a city that worshipped a xenogeneic king. Like a qualified tour guide, Amon introduced the scenic spots to Klein. They're very interesting. They're usually restrained and quiet, just like ascetics. But once they encounter prey or at a specific moment, they'll explode with the desire to kill. You can imagine, on the night of the full moon, this is a city filled with werewolves. From the looks of it, the mutants' original philosophy was one of restraint. They were later led astray by the mother tree of desire. Klein took a few more glances with the help of a new round of lightning. The xenogeneic king looks like a mummy? No. Although he is an ugly and twisted man, he likes to wrap himself in thorns and thorny roses. Amon sneered. Klein took the opportunity to ask, "What kind of idols do your believers worship?" "In mysticism, your symbol is a clock and a worm of time?" Amon scratched his chin. "In theory, my believers are all myself. There's no need to go through the trouble of erecting idols. My believers are all myself. Thankfully, I now have a blessed like Dawn is." Klein suddenly realized that he and Amon were quite similar in certain aspects. Of course, me saying that my believers are all myself is a joke. Amon saying that my believers are all myself is a horror story. There's quite a huge difference in style. Klein finally gave a self-deprecating remark. As Amon walked forward, he continued, "However, in my father's era, many people believed in me. Some of them used the name Angel of Time and used a symbol related to the clock to create a statue of me. Some used the title God of Mischief and used a crow covered in mysterious patterns to create my image. There were also some who combined the two." At this point, Amon, who was wearing a monocle, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Klein. The corners of his mouth curled up. He curled the corners of his lips and said, "We're less than 3 days away from our final destination. That is to say, I only have 3 days left." Klein nearly drew a gasp. The psychological pressure suddenly increased, making him feel as though his nerves were about to snap. He had yet to determine the true goal of Amon's game, nor had he discovered any signs that Amon was driving him to do something. This meant that he was unable to grasp the crux of the matter and couldn't find a true opportunity to escape. The performance of Amon's avatar made him understand that if he didn't make proper preparations, he might not even last 10 seconds in front of him. As his thoughts raced, Klein fell silent and followed Amon out of the square that was covered in traces of destruction. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and they came and went in a hurry. In Pritz Harbor, where many houses were covered in burn marks, Queen Mystic, with her chestnut-colored hair, placed the newspaper in her hand on the table. The front page of the Tussock Times published the shocking news of the king's assassination. It also claimed that the assassin came from Faysac or Intis. "This isn't preventing the disaster, nor is it worsening the disaster," Bernadette muttered to herself with a slightly heavy expression. She pondered for a moment before picking up the tablecloth and wrapping it up. Then, she released her fingers and allowed it to stretch out on its own. This time, the coffee cups, pen holders, newspapers, and other items in the tablecloth vanished. What appeared were items related to the ritual, such as silver candles. Bernadette immediately held a ritual and summoned German Sparrow's messenger. As a collaborator, she believed that it was necessary to inquire about the other party's situation and see if there was anything else she needed help with. As soon as the ritual ended, Rionette Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the swollen candlelight. She didn't have anything on her neck. Bernadette's eyelids twitched indiscernibly. Then, she picked up the letter and a gold coin that she had long prepared and handed them to the messenger. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bit on the letter and gold coin while the other head sized up Queen Mystic for a few seconds. She shifted her gaze and walked into the void, but just as Bernadette was about to put away the tablecloth, Miss Messenger suddenly appeared again. Two of her blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. He disappeared. German Sparrow has disappeared. When the abnormally terrifying messenger returned, Bernadette already had a premonition and roughly grasped what had happened. Therefore, after hearing the messenger's feedback, her expression sank slightly without any obvious reaction. This Queen Mystic's blue eyes that resembled a condensed ocean instantly turned deeper. It temporarily lost its focus, as though she was prying into the torrent of fate through Rionette Tinker. 2 to 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly closed her eyes as though a blinding light had appeared in front of her. A blood-colored liquid flowed down the corner of her eyes, accentuating the paleness of her face. Queen Mystic Bernadette closed her eyes tightly and said with an ethereal voice, "German Sparrow is in grave danger. German Sparrow is in grave danger. The darkness is devouring the light, leaving only a sliver of light." This was a prophecy. The sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway was clairvoyant. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke one after another. That darkness symbolizes what? Bernadette maintained her previous posture and said, "Desolation, aberration, apocalypse, negativity, error." Rionette Tinker, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, didn't let the heads in her hand speak again. She threw down Bernadette's letter and gold coins, turned around, and walked into the void, vanishing from the room. Queen Mystic Bernadette stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds without doing anything. Finally, she opened her eyes again. Her blue eyes were hazy and lifeless, as though she needed more time to recover her vision. Bernadette thought for a moment, extended her right hand, and struck out. The tablecloth retracted itself and unfurled once again, replacing the items related to the ritual with a fountain pen, paper, and ink bottle. The fountain pen suddenly leaped up as though it was being held by an invisible spirit. It quickly wrote down the matter of German Sparrow's disappearance. In the Sonia Sea, in the captain's cabin of the future. Admiral of Stars Xianxia looked at the fried mushrooms on her plate as she took in the fragrance of fat. She didn't pick up her knife and fork for a long time. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to look at the place where the brass sextant was placed and found that there was an extra letter there. Xianxia immediately smiled. She reached over and picked up the letter. She couldn't wait to open it and read it. Gradually, her brows furrowed. "The German Sparrow is missing." Xianxia repeated the key content of the letter in a low voice, keenly aware that this matter was a little serious. She easily understood the meaning behind the Queen's letter. Without hesitation, she lowered her head, clasped her hands, and chanted an honorific name in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Above the grey fog, the crimson star that represented the hermit came to life. There was an obvious expansion and contraction as a halo that contained the sounds of prayer spread out. They intertwined with the ripples created by the 2 crimson stars corresponding to the magicians and the sun. Like a tide, they surged toward the ancient and majestic palace. "Someone is praying to Mr. Fool again. The echo is getting stronger, and the noise around my ears is getting more obvious. Yes, I can hear it a little clearer, and the scene is a little clearer. This time, the person praying seems to be Ma'am Hermit. Only she likes to wear ancient magus robes. Queen Mystic has discovered that something has happened to German Sparrow? Although I was previously worried that I would die and need some time to revive, and I had hinted to the tarot members that they might cancel next week's gathering, it was only a hint. There wasn't an official notice, and it wasn't clear enough. If there's still no response by Monday, they will definitely panic. They will pray and contact each other, and they will discover that Mr. Fool has also disappeared. No, he has fled with the world. Klein lampooned to ease his feelings. He glanced at Amon, who was walking beside him, and raised the leather lantern in his hand in an attempt to strike up a conversation. It should have been extinguished long ago. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a black mage robe, nodded slightly. "I placed it in a magical state. It doesn't need any fuel to maintain its light for a week." Klein pondered for a moment. "Is this a fraud against the laws of nature?" Amon turned his head and looked at Klein with his monocle-wearing right eye for a second. Smart. The error pathways sequence 3 deepens swindler. It's called deceiving tutor. It's about the same as what I guessed. However, it's not only the wrong pathway that can do something like this. The Black Emperor can do it by distorting the laws and using the laws. Klein compared the difference between the marauder and lawyer pathways. At this moment, Amon rubbed his chin and asked with great interest, "There are less than 3 days left. If you don't think of a way to escape, it will be too late. Are you going to try something new today or tomorrow? Take a guess." Klein put on a smile and responded to his question with the routine that the other party was good at. To be frank, when it came to escaping, Klein didn't believe that the more times he tried, the better the results would be. On the one hand, frequent attempts could indeed probe the boundaries of Amon's powers and expend the items that he had previously stolen, establishing a good foundation for the final battle. However, on the other hand, it would also expose Klein's trump cards. After all, he was in a passive state and had no chance to prepare. To force Amon to reveal more of his means, he could only play his few good cards. If his response was completely figured out by Amon through repeated attempts, Klein couldn't imagine how he would have a chance to escape. Attempting to escape was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, he would end up cutting himself. It was precisely because of this that Klein didn't blindly take action. He carefully planned in his mind. As he spoke, he and Amon walked out of the city that originally worshipped the mutant king and later worshipped the ancient sun god. There were only bones and severely weathered stone buildings left, showing the bustle that this place once had. Outside the city was a desolate wilderness that stretched to the horizon under the illumination of the lightning. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard sat on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table. He leisurely flipped through the day's newspaper. George III's death yesterday had brought about extreme busyness. He, who had been on duty all night, received 5 hours of leave today. After sleeping for 2 hours, Leonard woke up in high spirits and attempted to understand the current situation from the official reports. In fact, as a Red Gloves captain, he knew more than the reporters in certain aspects. For example, in the outskirts of Bakeland, where the Tudor ruins were located, it had collapsed into a relatively large lake, nearly affecting Don Dantes' Mager Manor. For example, George III, who had self-destructed at Memorial Square, wasn't actually a real person. The corpse that had been collected had vanished into thin air that night. Of course, Leonard was extremely certain that George III was dead, and that the eldest prince was about to inherit the Ballum crown and Rouen crown. Back then, there was an anomaly in Sapphira Castle. This matter definitely has something to do with Mr. Fool. Klein had long warned George III that something would happen. The reaction of the 3 churches was very strange. Even the Church of the Storm, which is the most easily driven by impulse, wasn't too angry. As Leonard flipped through the newspaper, he casually let his thoughts wander. At this moment, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "German Sparrow's messenger is here." Leonard suddenly looked up and saw the angelic messenger in a dark and complicated dress appear in front of him at some point in time. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke one after another. German Sparrow. Encountered. Great. Crisis, has. Now. Disappeared. Klein encountered danger and disappeared? Leonard retracted his legs and stood up. Without waiting for Pallas Zorost to give him a hint, his spiritual perception stirred as he blurted out, "It has something to do with George III's death?" "Yes. He destroyed George III's apotheosis ritual." Rionette Tinker's foreheads ate red. Eyes looked at Leonard at the same time. Apotheosis ritual? Although Leonard was very anxious, he was still shocked by this phrase. To be able to hold an apotheosis ritual, no matter how low it is, it's still a sequence 1 angel. Klein can actually directly participate in something at this level. Mr. Fool's plan? Leonard's green eyes flickered. Relying on his rich experience, he went straight to the point and asked, with his rich experience, he asked directly, "What was Klein's situation the last time you saw him?" Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads shook up and down. Possibly being pursued by Zeradal, as Gehrman Sparrow's messenger, this ancient Bane was able to sense that his employer had left the Tudor ruins after escaping. And the one who understood the means of a scholar of year the most was undoubtedly a high-sequence beyonder of the same pathway. Therefore, Zeradal would definitely intercept and pursue him. Zeradal? The leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 Angel Zeradal? As Leonard was worried about Klein, he was also fearful and shocked by his former colleague's colorful life. At this moment, in his mind, Pallas Zoroast said in a deep voice, "Ask him if there are any other clues. Ask him if there are any other clues." Leonard immediately did as he was told and raised the question. Rionette Tinker seemed to know that Leonard wasn't simple as she repeated Queen Mystic's prophecy word by word. After Pallas Zoroast heard that, he fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Mistake. I roughly know your former colleague's current situation." Leonard subconsciously wanted to ask, but due to the presence of an outsider, he ultimately resisted the urge. Pallas paused for a moment before continuing. "The anomaly in Sapphira Castle has attracted Zeradal, so how could Amon not notice it? This likely involves the competition for Sapphira Castle." Sapphira Castle. Leonard slowly took a deep breath and said to Rionette Tinker, "He might have fallen into Amon's hands. He might have fallen into Amon's hands." After Miss Messenger nodded and turned to leave, Leonard immediately sat down, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. P.S. The latest version has fixed the bug of whether the tarot needs to convene. Man, it's normal that I didn't discover it when I was writing it. It's too bad that I didn't discover it when I was checking it. My brain must have been stolen by Amon." Divine Sovereign of the 9 heavens above the grey fog, the crimson star that represented the star also began to expand and shrink. The ripples created by it gradually overlapped with the ripples created by the other 3 stars, turning into a tide that surged and reverberated throughout the mysterious space, causing it to tremble slightly. After recounting the matters regarding Klein, Leonard ended his prayer and waited for Mr. Fool to respond. However, after a quarter of an hour, he still did not receive any feedback. Mr. Fool's response has always been very timely. Leonard couldn't help but mutter. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before reminding him with a slightly aged voice. "Recall what the fool said during this period of time." Leonard thought carefully and said slowly, "In the middle of the week, he reminded us not to go to the forest in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland. He seemed to be hinting that the gathering next week might not be held as scheduled, as expected." Pallas Zoroast let out a long sigh and said, "The fool has expected Amon's appearance. They might be secretly clashing in different domains. One wants to protect Sapphira Castle, while the other wants to become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Your former colleague has unfortunately been embroiled in this matter." Mr. Fool expected it? This is a trap he set up for Amon? Leonard's eyes lit up as he blurted out. Pallas seemed to have spent some time thinking as he spoke much slower. That might be the case. It's also possible that Amon used that trap and took the initiative. Don't underestimate a blasphemer, a powerful king of angels. From Leonard's current understanding, Mr. Fool was either the owner of Sapphira Castle that was slowly recovering. It was unknown which deity he corresponded to in history, or he was the embodiment of a Sephiroth. At present, he still couldn't control his authority and strength well. He needed to undergo a qualitative change. Regardless of the possibility, Mr. Fool had yet to reach the level of a true deity. There was a high chance that he was at the same level as kings of angels. Under such circumstances, Mr. Fool and the terrifying blasphemer engaged in an intense battle. It was rather normal for neither of them to be able to defeat the other for a long period of time. After all, that person was one of the strongest hidden existences beneath the deities. He was even more powerful than the hidden sage, who was often classified as an evil god. Even deities would be wary of him. Leonard couldn't help but tense up. He asked worriedly in a low voice, "Old man, do you have any way to help? Isn't Amon your biggest enemy? That kind of help might be limited, but it should be able to fish Klein out of this whirlpool." Pallas Zoroast laughed when he heard that and said with an obvious self-deprecating tone, "That's right. Do you have too many expectations of me that you shouldn't have? Indeed, if Amon obtains Sapphira Castle, I'll definitely die at his hands." I might not even be able to survive this winter. And if Sapphira Castle is left with the fool, I might still have a chance of surviving in the future. But do I, an old fellow who has just recovered the strength of a sequence 2, have the ability to interfere in a battle at this level? Even if I use the yesterday once more charm, what can I do in just 2 to 3 seconds? Yes, at a critical moment, this might be able to help the fool distort the situation, but I don't even know where they are fighting. How can I seize the opportunity? Leonard fell silent after hearing Old Man's series of words. He then lowered his head, raised his hands, and pressed them against the sides of his head. Could it be that all I can do is watch helplessly? Pallas sighed and said, patience. All we can do now is be patient. That fool and Evernight should have a certain tacit understanding with certain deities and kings of angels, or even a cooperative relationship. They won't allow Amon to take away Sapphira Castle. Just wait patiently. Perhaps it won't be long before we see an opportunity. Leonard half straightened his body and tilted his head back. He took a deep breath and exhaled. I understand. In the waters near Xianxia Island, the Blue Avenger, which had received orders from the Church of the Storm to attack the port and the Faceac merchant ships, was hiding outside the safe sea route. Alger Wilson stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, using his supervision to stare at the coastline that was still a long distance away. From this newly advanced ocean songster's point of view, there were many captains who had accepted similar missions. They were all the cream of the crop among the mid-sequence beyonders, and their joint operation would definitely be able to effectively harm Faceac's maritime transportation lines. And this also meant that the attack from Faceac would be sufficiently fierce. There was a high chance that it would be led by a Sequence 4 demigod. He couldn't rule out the possibility of a Sequence 3 War Bishop or Silver Knight appearing. This was a sufficiently dangerous development for Alger. He didn't want to land himself in such trouble. At the same time, the crew, colleagues, and collaborators would monitor each other, preventing anyone from escaping the operation. If Alger were to slack off and wander on the edge of danger, it wouldn't take long before he had to consider whether to kill most of the crew and turn into a real pirate, or lose the Blue Avenger and return to Pasu Island to receive an internal trial. By the end of this operation, the number of surviving captains won't exceed a third of the original number. Alger calmly analyzed and quickly came up with a plan to avoid danger. It was to participate in the operation, but not be in a central position. Alger planned on bringing the people on the ship to Xianxia Island in the name of a surprise attack on the Faceac merchant ships and supply ships while the rest of his colleagues were frantically attacking the Faceac merchant ships and supply ships. They would hide in the primitive forest and occasionally cause some uncontrollable disturbances to the port. This way, the Faceac demigods would definitely cast their gazes at the sea and not him. At the same time, in the eyes of the crew, he would be a role model who was willing to take great risks to venture deep into enemy territory. After thinking of all the details, Alger immediately gathered his crew and explained his plan. In the end, he emphasized, "That's right." Finally, he emphasized, "This will be very dangerous. Trust me, it's very dangerous. We won't be able to advance or retreat as freely as we can at sea. We might be surrounded by the enemy at any moment, but such an attack will definitely surprise the Faceac people and bring us the outcome we want. Are you willing to stay on this ship as cowards, or are you willing to follow me to become heroes and show your piety to the Lord?" The crew's blood boiled as they impulsively spoke one after another. "Kill the Faceac people." "Very good." Alger clenched his right fist and punched his left chest with a look of relief. "May the storm be with us. May the storm be with us." The sailors saluted and shouted. After arranging this matter, Alger believed that he needed to borrow the unshadowed crucifix as soon as possible to expel the excess ocean songster beyonder characteristic. Although he had exaggerated the danger of landing on Xianxia Island, there was still a certain level of risk. Therefore, he wanted to recover to his best state as soon as possible. And he had long understood the hint that Mr. Fool had given him. He felt that Mr. Fool would officially announce the cancellation of the tarot gathering tonight or tomorrow morning. Of course, deep down in Alger's heart, he had some guesses. He suspected that every time Mr. Fool cancelled the tarot gathering, something had happened to him. He wanted to use this nominal prayer to test if this mighty existence was still normal. No, I can't test God. This isn't a test. Mr. Fool didn't hint that I can't pray to him in the near future. Besides, borrowing the unshadowed crucifix is something I really need to do in the next few days. Alger paced back and forth, momentarily unable to make a decision. At this moment, he heard the sound of crashing waves. Through the additional perspective provided by the ghost ship, he saw the seawater on the side of the ship part as a gigantic fish creature appeared. This strange-looking giant fish opened its mouth and spat out a metal ball, allowing it to land on the deck. Alger nodded and expressed his gratitude with a song. This was a marine creature that the Church of the Storm had domesticated. In this operation, it and its companions acted as messengers between the various ships and the island under their control. Upon receiving the gratitude, the giant fish's body trembled. With a flick of its tail, it dove into the depths of the sea and swam into the distance. Alger watched silently for 2 seconds before summoning a gust of wind to send the metal ball to the captain's cabin. Unscrewing the metal ball and taking out the piece of paper inside, Alger's gaze froze when he saw it. George III was assassinated. Alger repeated the contents with a slightly solemn expression before recalling the world's German sparrow's reminder and Mr. Fool's hint. This time, he didn't hesitate. He sealed the room and softly chanted the honorific name, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The prayers are almost like a chorus. "Mr. the hanging man wishes to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from little son? Leonard, These voices are layered and undulating, causing the surroundings to tremble. Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling as though he was surrounded by an electric drill. At this moment, he followed Amon deep into the desolate wilderness and saw that it was filled with grayish-yellow fog. There were several ravines, and there were many things loitering in the depths of the darkness. Compared to the monsters that were quietly lurking before, the ones here appeared rather special. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, raised his hand to stroke his crystal monocle and pointed ahead with a smile. "In another half a day, we should be able to reach our final destination." "Half a day? It hasn't even been a day. Didn't you say 3 days?" Klein's pupils seemed to dilate. Amon smiled. "I said it wouldn't take more than 3 days. A day is also not more than 3 days." At this point, the King of Angels paused for a moment and asked with piqued interest, "Did I mess up your arrangements? Did it make you feel even more despair?" Klein didn't respond as he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void beside him. 9 Heaven's divine sovereign. Although he had been a Beyonder for less than 2 years, Klein's experiences could definitely be considered rich and colorful even among Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints. He had owned and encountered many items that could quickly kill him in his present state and allow him to summon them from the historical void. Among them, he chose the flaring sun charm that he had used in Tingen City. He had already chanted the incantation, injected his spirituality, and was about to activate the flaring sun charm. Indeed, this didn't have much of a restraining effect on a demigod of the seer pathway who was inclined towards bizarreness and change. It mainly relied on his own lethality, but Klein wouldn't dodge or defend himself. He would open up his body and mind and embrace the light of hope to his heart's content. Even at the level of a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, the defense of a seer pathway Beyonder was still low. Their pure offense was also clearly insufficient compared to their level. This resulted in a tragic fact: when Klein wished to commit suicide, he didn't have the ability to quickly resolve the issue. After all, it was impossible for him to control his spirit-body threads and transform himself into his marionette. This would result in a logical contradiction. In the end, the deeper the marionette transformation, the less he had the ability to continue being a marionette. And when Klein sought a way to commit suicide from the outside, he realized that as long as he didn't use methods like marionette swap, paper figurine substitutes, and historical void hiding, there were too many options for him to consider. The seer pathway was such a powerful but rather extreme and strange pathway. Seeing that Klein was about to fish out a flaring sun charm from the fog of history, accompanied by a strong desire to commit suicide, Amon only smiled. Without even raising his hand, he had stolen his entire thought, causing the crystal monocle to flash with a faint light. Klein immediately forgot what he had wanted to do. However, he didn't stop. When he heard that they would arrive at their final destination in half a day, his shocked reaction was mostly an act. This was because he had always been wary of the god of deceit and didn't trust his words. There were too many explanations for it to be less than 3 days. Klein had already prepared for the worst. After hearing Amon's words, he immediately lined up what he needed to do next. After the idea of summoning the flaring sun charm to commit suicide, the next thing he needed to do was to summon that existence, summon that existence, summon that existence, and so on. No matter how long the idea Amon stole, he would still be able to act according to the plan. On this matter, back when he was dealing with 0-08, he had pondered above the gray fog and treated his real self as a marionette. The experience of acting according to the preset program had greatly helped Klein. At this moment, although Klein didn't know what he wanted to do, and he didn't even feel that he had forgotten, he was very clear about what he was going to do next. The past was not important, the present and the future were the key. Klein reached out his palm again and grabbed at the void in front of him. His entire arm suddenly sank. However, when he retracted his right hand, he didn't drag anything out. At the same time, Amon raised his palm and gently grabbed forward. He had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. A silhouette quickly outlined itself beside Amon. It was an old man wearing a hooded black robe. His eyes were as dark as the surface of a lake, and the white beard on his face was long and dense. Zeradol, the leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 angel, Zeradol, the existence that Klein had attempted to summon was actually Zeradol, and he had succeeded in one try. This was because Klein had made preparations ahead of time. In the city established by the Phoenix Believers, when Klein split his marionettes into 3 groups to summon the historical void projection, his true body was actually attempting to summon Zeradol. Without a doubt, it was impossible for him to succeed back then, but as a scholar of yore, it would be a huge failure if he didn't notice his historical void projection being summoned. And Zeradol was definitely a senior, outstanding, and experienced scholar of yore. After such a summon that was destined to fail, Klein had established a connection with Zeradol. This was a tacit understanding between scholars of yore. As for a miracle invoker, an attendant of mysteries, they could make their historical void projection react positively. Just like how every scholar of yore had a 100% success rate when borrowing power from their past selves. In addition, the historical void projection summoned by a scholar of yore didn't have a contractual connection. It relied on the fact that the other party didn't have any intelligence or had a good relationship with him to control it. And in this world, Mr. Dor was ranked first, Palez was ranked second, and Zeradol was ranked third. In other words, Klein and Zeradol were temporary allies when it came to fighting against Amon. Due to these factors, Klein believed that he could summon Zeradol once, and the facts proved this point. And it was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that Amon would steal the historical void projection he summoned. He even hoped that the Angel of Time would do so. The reason why he had the thought of committing suicide before summoning Zeradol was because he wanted Amon to steal his thoughts. And Amon was a king of angels who liked to experiment and pursue thrills. With him having too many choices, it was very likely that the next theft wouldn't repeat itself. It wouldn't be stealing thoughts, but stealing the summoned historical void projection. This was one of the few trump cards Klein had. In the next second, Zeradol's eyes went from dull to lifeless. He instantly felt real. Clearly, this attendant of mysteries, a senior scholar of yore, had entered the historical void, allowing the projection from the same era to obtain his consciousness, and Zeradol's projection, who possessed his own consciousness, didn't hesitate to cast his gaze firmly at Amon. Amon's monocle and non-monocle eyes narrowed at the same time. He saw the frequent lightning around him. The barren plains with many ravines instantly turned dark and empty, dotted with resplendent stars. He seemed to have been pulled under the cosmos by Zeradol. This was a miracle. As for the projection opposite Amon, it had already turned into a huge mysterious vortex formed by twisted maggots. They extended transparent tentacles in all directions. Just looking at them made one lose their rationality and go crazy. At this moment, Klein abandoned the other thoughts in the queue and seized the opportunity to control a monster in the depths of the darkness, turning it into his marionette. Right on the heels of that, he switched places with his marionette. After arriving in the depths of the darkness, Klein once again reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. After grabbing at it a few times, his marionette did the same action. Finally, he dragged out a new figure from the void. It was Ariana, who wore a simple linen robe with a tree bark belt. She had long, raven black hair, and her feet were bare. She had ordinary facial features and dark eyes. Evernight Cloister's matron, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, grounded angel, Ariana. The moment Ariana appeared, her dark eyes turned normal. It didn't look like a projection at all. Her true body seemed to have entered a concealed state, allowing the historical void projection that had been summoned to possess intelligence. This was also one of the reasons why Klein chose to summon her and gave up on Mr. Aztec and Miss Messenger, who had a higher chance of success. This way, even if an accident happened to his suicide and he failed, he would still be able to fight him on. After the historical void projection possessed its own consciousness, it would be much easier for Klein to maintain it. As a result, the time that the projections could exist for was lengthened. Klein then used the connection between a scholar of yore and the historical void projection that he had summoned to quickly communicate with the servant of concealment, Ariana, to get her to kill him. Ariana's body suddenly arched as her right hand landed behind her. She pulled out a bone sword covered in strange patterns from the depths of the darkness. Then, she suddenly took a step forward and brandished the sword forward. The darkness truly began to surge as it crazily spread towards Klein's location. An unlucky monster happened to be between Ariana and Klein. As the darkness inundated it like a tidal wave, it melted away. This wasn't the authority of concealment, but the combination of the powers of repose and fear. It symbolized the danger in the darkness, a symbol of silent destruction and disappearance. Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway had to reach Sequence 3 Terror Bishop to grasp this power. Subconsciously, Klein's survival instincts made him attempt to escape, but at that moment, he felt that the darkness around him was an enemy. He would be infected by that power and become a part of the tidal wave. There was no way to avoid or hide. There's no need to use all your strength, right? You can easily kill me with just a portion of your strength. Klein restrained his instincts as a creature and stood in his spot, waiting for destruction. At this moment, the distant and illusory sound of a bell sounded around him. It was as though it had traversed a long period of history, making everything around it slow down, including the surging darkness. In midair, the pitch-black darkness was pierced through, revealing a gigantic stone wall clock. It was ancient and mottled. Its surface was separated into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each segment had a different symbol. There were a total of 3 hands, 1 long, 1 short, and 1 medium. It seemed to be formed from a 12-ringed worm of time that exuded a sense of vicissitudes. As the second hand ticked, the bell sounded once again. Gong, amidst the reverberations, the tide-like darkness surged even slower. Then, the ancient clock phantom dissipated, turning back into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Zeradol's projection behind him was also in a sluggish state. Right on the heels of that, Amon stood in midair and stretched out his right hand, pressing towards the darkness. The darkness quickly returned to normal, drowning Klein, but it didn't cause him any damage. It was unknown if there was a bug or if the Beyonder effects had been stolen. At the same time, Amon's body instantly became abnormally large. He was more than 10 to 20 meters tall, but his clothes didn't show any signs of damage. He looked down at Klein and raised his hand to adjust his monocle. He ignored the attacks from Zeradol's projection behind him. Interesting. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. As Amon spoke, transparent tentacles covered in mysterious patterns extended out from the gigantic vortex behind him and wrapped around his different spirit body threads. In an instant, these illusory black threads were lifted without any obstruction. Thus, the strange-looking monsters were suspended in midair, like hams waiting to be dried. The spirit body threads around Amon had been stolen by him at some point in time. At the same time Zeradol launched his attack, his other slippery tentacles constantly reached into the void in an attempt to pull something out. In the blink of an eye, a silhouette of a person was quickly outlined. He had chestnut-colored, slightly curly hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a beautifully groomed mustache. He wore a dark red coat with rusted gold threads. He was none other than the former Emperor of Intis, Rosel Gustav. The moment this knowledge emperor stepped into the real world, he looked down at the gigantic Amon from above. His eyes instantly condensed complicated and illusory symbols. He wasn't worried that Amon would steal his attack, because he had prepared an extremely large amount of useless and miscellaneous knowledge. Be it him forcefully instilling it or Amon himself taking it away, he could achieve the goal of exploding his mind. Just as Roselle the Great's historical void projection completely took shape, Zeradol's transparent tentacles dragged out another figure. The figure had a young face, but his long hair was already half white. It was raised backwards and floated in midair, half hidden and the other half obvious in the dark night. This was an angel that Klein didn't know. His appearance was male, and his eyes were dark, containing the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of thick black short hair growing on his cheeks. He gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. He immediately transformed into a wriggling worm, extending out transparent and slippery tentacles that were similar to Zeradol's projection. Clearly, this was also an angel of the seer pathway. At that moment, Klein didn't even dare to look at the situation in midair. However, his spiritual perception stirred as he sensed a certain familiarity. The second angel summoned by Zeradol was the son of the ancient god, the first ancestor of the Antigonus family. This was a historical void projection before he became the half-fool. Clearly, Zeradol had made sufficient preparations during this period of time. As Antigonus revealed his complete mythical creature form, the surrounding environment changed again. The darkness became thicker as though it had a life of its own as it surged towards the gigantic Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle. In the area enveloped by darkness, all the monsters instantly turned into marionettes. Antigonus seemed to have moved a portion of the divine kingdom of the ancient gods from his memories to the real world to separate Amon and Klein. This was also a kind of miracle. When a miracle happened, Zeradol's transparent tentacles dragged out a third projection from the fog of history. This was a knight in full black armor. He was a demigod of the Solomon Empire in the fourth epoch. He did not leave a very prominent reputation in history. However, he had another identity. He was a member of the Red War Army. The leader of this army was King of Angels Medici. In this army, every member could communicate telepathically with Red Angel Medici, forming a single entity. In other words, Medici could gather their powers and also transmit his powers to them. The powers of a scholar of yore were unable to involve the uniqueness. Even if he had undergone a qualitative change through the advancement of the sequence, it was the same. However, seers would undoubtedly seek out ways to circumvent the restrictions and obtain help from the uniqueness to a certain extent. Klein had accomplished this by summoning the goddess's divine descent vessel that only had a tiny bit of power. As for Zeradol, he had summoned the powerhouses of the Red War Army. At this moment, that projection was equivalent to a portion of Medici. The knight in full black armor stepped onto the battlefield and swept his gaze in a daze. He immediately laughed. "Yo, little raven, have the feathers I burned off grown back?" As the historical projection he had summoned another 3 angel-level historical projections, the pressure on Klein instantly increased. He suspected that he might not even be able to last 10 seconds. If not for this change, he would likely have felt that he had found a way to infinitely increase his combat strength. That was to summon 2 angels and himself each time. Then, the projection that belonged to him would summon 2 angels and himself. If this continued, his descendants would be limitless. At this moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, faded away and entered a concealed state. Following that, she suddenly appeared behind the gigantic Amon and slashed out the bone sword that was covered in strange patterns. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Amon was surrounded by the 5 angel projections, Klein continuously transformed the monsters into marionettes. He made them aim at him, open their mouths, and let out a bang. One after another, air cannonballs whistled towards Klein. At the same time, Klein extended his hand and easily took out a flaring sun charm that had been activated and was about to take effect. He didn't believe that he could survive such a heavy attack. Amidst the banging sounds, Klein suddenly heard a ticking sound. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill for an instant before returning to normal. Klein then saw a huge hole tear open in the dark sky. A beam of pure, scorching sunlight shone in, igniting a charm made of gold. It was none other than the flaring sun charm. It had turned into a huge ball of light that was swirling with countless flames. However, its target wasn't Klein. It had made a mistake and enveloped the demigod of the Red War Army. On the other side, the massive amount of knowledge that Roselle Gustave had infused into him, the miracle created by Antigonus, the destructive sword that Ariana had brandished, and the transparent tentacles that Zeradal had extended had all mistakenly pointed at the same target, the black-armored subordinate of Medici. To a certain extent, this projection that possessed a portion of Medici's will first had its mind explode. Even its instinctive reaction seemed to be lost. Following that, it was struck by the heavy attacks and quickly dissipated in midair. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic mage robe, Amon had returned to his human size at some point in time and landed at the bottom of the battlefield. He raised his right hand and adjusted his crystal monocle as a beam of light lit up. Behind him, the complete, ancient, mottled shadow of the clock appeared once again, and the longest second hand spun half a circle at a speed faster than normal. This actually took less than a second, but everything in the desolate plain seemed to have lost 10 to 20 seconds. Antigonus' historical void projection vanished. Roselle's historical void projection dissipated as well, followed by Zeradal's and Ariana's historical void projections. The time that they could maintain had been stolen just like that. Klein, who was about to commit a third suicide, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this scene. He had expected that blasphemer Amon would be able to finish off the 5 angel projections. After all, a projection was ultimately just a projection. It was much weaker than his true body. However, he never expected him to be able to play it down so easily, preventing him from even having the chance to commit suicide. He had used his trump card in exchange for such an outcome. It was inevitable that he felt a little depressed and despair. Amon nudged his monocle and stole some distance away. He came in front of Klein in a single step and smiled at him. If it were all his true body, it would indeed be more troublesome. However, the projection from the historical void has a very huge flaw. And grasping problems is what I'm good at. Looking at the angel of time who didn't seem to notice the difficult situation he was in, Klein's heart slowly sank as though it had fallen into an abyss. His spiritual perception was triggered as scenes quickly flashed through his mind. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, Amon had changed his clothes. He had gone from a dark jacket, trousers, and black top hat that suited the aesthetics of the current era to a classic mage robe and a pointed hat. After that, he suggested a game of escape and obstruction. He appeared extremely confident and wasn't worried about any slip-ups. As his thoughts raced, Klein's throat turned a little dry as he said in a low and hoarse voice, "You are the true body. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, your true body met up with your avatar?" He truly suspected that the person in front of him was Amon's true body, the true blasphemer, a complete king of angels. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up bit by bit. "This is interesting, isn't it? Your expression after knowing the truth is what I wanted to see when I played this game." He had clearly admitted that he was the true body that naturally accommodated the Marauder pathway's uniqueness. He was the first tier below deities. This meant that unless a true deity descended, no matter how hard Klein struggled, it was impossible for him to escape from Amon's hands. And this was the forsaken land of the gods. The only active deity was the true creator. He wasn't too interested in Sapphira Castle. At that moment, although he had suspected that Amon had replaced him with his true body, Klein, who had experienced countless hopes being dashed, still experienced extreme despair when he confirmed it. If it wasn't for the fact that tarot involved Miss Justice, Leonard, and company, and if he didn't know that Amon was best at deception, he would have admitted defeat and expressed his willingness to become his blessed. Isn't it normal to become a member of the other party if you can't beat them? As he lampooned, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he recalled what Amon had previously said. This? His eyes lit up as he calmed down completely. He looked at Amon and leisurely stretched his body. He smiled and said, "Kill me." Lightning once again illuminated the barren plain filled with grayish-yellow fog, illuminating the place where the angel-level battle had just taken place, and illuminating the calm smile on Klein's face. Amon stared at him for a few seconds, nudged his monocle, and smiled. "Can't you say something else? You seem to have found a new hope?" Klein's smile didn't change. He held his fist to his nose and put one hand in his pocket. "I just suddenly realized something. The fact that you're the one playing this game doesn't make me feel despair. On the contrary, it means that you can't directly steal my fate." "Oh?" Amon smiled, seemingly looking forward to what Klein was going to say next. Klein laughed and didn't waver in the slightest. Otherwise, the moment you enter the forsaken land of the gods, you will directly steal my fate and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Even if you want to play a game of escape and interception, you can wait until your main goal is achieved before doing so. That way, you won't suffer any risks. As for me, I'll lose the chance to revive and my original fate. Driven by my survival instincts, I'll try harder to escape. Indeed, the god of mischief might do things that disregard risks in pursuit of excitement, but you are still the god of deceit. At this point, Klein looked at Amon's unchanging expression and paused. I know that you really have the beyonder powers to steal the fates of others, but being able to do something doesn't mean that you will do it. This requires you to weigh the risks, the pros and cons, and analyze the gains and losses. I believe you don't want to directly steal my fate. That will make you bear the burden of everything that Sapphira Castle brings. You have to resist the resurrection of its original owner. Even for a king of angels like you, this is very dangerous. If you aren't careful, you might perish. Therefore, you want to find a loophole that allows you to obtain Sapphira Castle without suffering the negative effects. And this requires my permission. When he said this, Klein thought of his experience with computer viruses in his previous life. Those viruses would always disguise themselves as all kinds of normal things to trick you into clicking on them and giving you permission. This was inexplicably similar to the current situation. After listening to Klein's words, Amon looked at him and did not speak. He just calmly adjusted his crystal monocle. A smile suffused Klein's lips as he continued. From the moment you parasitized me, you've been carrying out a large-scale deception. On one hand, you gave me the option of becoming your blessed, and on the other hand, you told me that your main body could withstand my fate, causing me to bear a heavy psychological burden. In the journey that followed, you kept showing me hope and destroying it. You gave me a time limit now and then, forcing me to seize the opportunity to catch my breath. Then, you abruptly shortened the journey and disrupted my arrangements. In the end, you revealed the card that you were the original body and pushed me into the abyss of desperation, destroying my will and psychological defense. I completely collapsed and chose to become your adorer, agreeing to the potential deal. Amon listened quietly and suddenly laughed. He raised his hands and applauded softly. Perfect reasoning. However, you seem to have left out a problem. What I'm talking about is meeting my main body and going to a sufficiently safe place before taking away your fate. Now, we haven't reached our final destination, so I naturally won't take the risk. Klein's expression sank slightly before he relaxed. I'm looking forward to seeing what's different there. He responded to Amon's words with Amon's stance. The genuine king of angels adjusted his monocle and pointed to the side with a smile. Soon. We'll arrive in less than half a day. How long exactly? Klein instinctively lacked trust in Amon's rather vague description. Amon scratched his chin and chuckled. Half an hour. Klein turned his head to look in the direction Amon had pointed, only to see nothing in the deep darkness. A bolt of lightning streaked across, illuminating the desolate plains. However, there was an even thicker grayish-yellow fog in the distance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. After 2 days of chaos, Audrey's life finally regained some peace. This made her even more curious about the truth behind the king's assassination. Considering how Mr. Fool seemed to hint that today's tarot might be cancelled, Audrey decided to pray to this existence in advance and contact the world, German Sparrow, in an attempt to figure out the corresponding situation. She only took a glance at Susie before the golden retriever immediately walked out of the room, closed the door, and squatted outside. With great familiarity, Audrey sat down and got into a praying posture. She chanted softly in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Bakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Do you think there will be a gathering today? There wasn't any formal notice. Furs took out her pocket watch and opened it. Zio shook her head. I don't know. Furs couldn't sit still. She left her seat and paced back and forth anxiously, muttering to herself. Mr. World didn't respond, nor did Mr. Fool respond. As she spoke, Furs suddenly looked at her friend who was eating the ham and said anxiously, Don't worry, I can't help you. Zio, why don't you try praying to Mr. Fool and ask if today's gathering will be held as scheduled? Zio frowned slightly, put down her fork, and nodded. All right. She also felt that the current situation was a little strange. After clasping her hands and holding her chin, Zio took a deep breath. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral, in a room behind Cheney's Gate. Emlyn White woke up, feeling a little puzzled about the dream he had just had. He seemed to be dreaming of Lilith, the ancestor of the Blood clan. In the dream, he was trapped in an ancient castle covered in red grapevines, unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. Later, he saw the crimson moon outside through the narrow window high above. He saw a pair of huge bat wings that covered half of the crimson moon. In the legends of the Sanguine, this was one of the symbols of the ancient goddess, Lilith. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn, who was so excited that he flew up high in an attempt to open the narrow window, discovered a tarot card at the bottom of the glass. The surface of the tarot card depicted a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes. He wore a gorgeous headdress, and he carried a cane on his shoulder. At the end of the cane hung a piece of luggage, and behind him was a puppy pulling him. The Fool card. At this point in the dream, Emlyn naturally woke up. As a Sanguine Viscount, he had the basic ability to analyze dreams. It must be my present situation that caused this dream to appear. That star actually hasn't given me any human blood, I'm indeed the target of the ancestors' favor. She is hinting to me that to escape this predicament, I have to obtain help from Mr. Fool. What day is it today? Forget it, I'll just pray directly. That way, I'll be able to leave as soon as possible. Emlyn sat up, filled with hope. He chanted piously, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Above the gray fog, the three crimson stars that corresponded to justice, judgment, and the moon began to expand and contract, emitting light and creating ripples. They merged into the crimson tide that existed to begin with, causing the tremors of the entire mysterious space to intensify. Amidst the tremors, the tide drowned the ancient and majestic palace, causing mysterious symbols to light up one after another behind the 8 chairs on both sides of the long bronze table. This brought about a new halo and a new tremor, accompanied by a buzzing sound. At the end of the long, mottled table, the back of the chair belonging to the fool also lit up. Half a contorted line and half a pupilless eye formed a complicated symbol that constantly extended outwards, becoming layered and extremely three-dimensional. As a result, the crimson tide was attracted over, condensing into a figure on the fool's high-backed chair. This figure wasn't stable enough. It would distort and disperse at times, making it difficult for it to truly take form. On the desolate plains that were filled with grayish-yellow fog, Klein paused for a moment and looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. He then retracted his gaze, held the leather lantern, and followed him on into the endless desolate plains. The further the man and the King of Angels proceeded, the more ravines there were on the ground, and their depths became more exaggerated. About 10 minutes later, as another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, Klein saw a bluish-black cyclops that was dozens of meters tall loitering not far away. His body was covered in signs of rotting pus, and his eyes were sunken in without any luster. It was obvious that he had long lost his life. However, he continued loitering around as a grayish-yellow gas emanated from his body, interweaving into clouds and midair, creating fog in the desolate plains. The grayish-yellow fog that enveloped the endless wilderness was actually brought by this bluish-black giant. The youngest son of the giant king, Ormer, the god of glory, Blattle, publicly cursed my father and was punished to linger here forever. Of course, he had long died in the cataclysm, but he still wasn't freed. Amon pointed at the bluish-black cyclops and said with a smile, if I hadn't stolen the corresponding damage, you would have been contaminated by the fog produced after Blattle's death the moment you entered this plane, becoming a cursed person that lingers here. Do I have to thank you? Klein suddenly felt like he had walked straight into a myth. Amon led him and continued forward. Soon, they approached the bluish-black cyclops. There was an extremely deep ravine where the giant lingered. As the lightning streaked across, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom. Klein's eyelids twitched slightly as he recalled the scene he had seen when he divined the unshadowed crucifix. If he remembered correctly, this should be the place where the ancient god of the sun, the city of silver's creator, Amon and Adam's father, walked out. This is the place that Amon said was safe enough? Klein's heart sank. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, walked to the edge of the ravine. With his back facing the grayish-white building, he opened his hands slightly and said with a smile, "This is the holy land where my father awakened. This is the sacred place where my father woke up. It hides the history that I want to explore. My father told me that this place has a very ancient name, called, under the illumination of the silver lightning that tore through the sky." Amon, who was dressed in a classic black robe, paused for a moment. He spread his arms a little wider and said with a solemn tone, "Chernobyl. Chernobyl." Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's first reaction was astonishment. As he approached the bluish-black cyclops, he had envisioned many things to unfold, but he never expected to hear such a name. It was like a water-cooled machine gun appearing in an ancient oil painting, or a plot appearing in a scientific paper. It was filled with incongruity and unbelievable. In the next second, Klein thought of how the ancient sun god had used his rib to create the dark angel Sasser, but had named his eldest son Adam. He instinctively believed that what he was encountering was a similar situation. He couldn't help but want to laugh. When he realized that the powerful king of angels, Amon, who always wore a nasty smile, had said such a name in a relatively serious and solemn manner, Klein found it increasingly difficult to hold back his urge to laugh, and he didn't want to hold back. The funniest thing would be for Amon to fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill me directly. For Amon to become what he is today, the education of the ancient sun god is definitely a huge part of the responsibility. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he prepared to mercilessly vent the laughter in his heart. At this moment, another bolt of silver lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the deep ravine, allowing Klein to see the thick grayish-white building at the bottom again. This was a building that was completely different from the present, the fourth epoch, the third epoch, and even the second epoch. Badump, Klein's heart rapidly contracted before expanding. Just as his smile bloomed, it froze on his face. Badump. Badump, Klein heard his heartbeat as general knowledge regarding the current world surfaced in his mind. There are 12 months and 365 days in a year. There are leap years, there are 24 hours a day, 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds a minute. It's confirmed that it's a planet, there's only one sun and one moon in the sky. Badump. Badump. Badump, Klein's instincts prevented him from continuing, but a voice still emerged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that there has never been such a thing as transmigration? I've actually always been on Earth, but I've been hanging above the gray fog store of light for too long. I truly don't belong to this era. As this thought formed, many details that he hadn't noticed erupted like a volcano in Klein's mind. In the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, before entering the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, there are decaying and collapsed steel buildings around the ancient well. This seems to have been left behind by humans. The overall terrain of the northern and southern continents is very similar to that of North and South America. However, a large area between the two has been wiped out by some unknown force, forming a complicated, winding berserk sea. Also, Sonia Island is like the large northern island that drifted southward. Mid-Seashore is like an expanded and connected version of the 5 Great Lakes. It's as if it was attacked by a huge meteorite. On the mountains and rivers have changed, but the continent's North continent is lands. Sea region. By continent, sea treasure, the lands. By continent, the land. Nether mountains and sea region continent is the gods. In World Sea, AAC, civilization lost civilization Hunna, Moon the giant king's parents are humans. The origins of the Sanguine and elves are also suspected to be humans. The two questions I had previously, why did Sapphira Castle capture transmigrators from Earth, and why did those people belong to the era I lived in, can now be explained. In just 2 to 3 seconds, Klein's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. This made his lips tremble slightly, as though he was trying his best to prevent an answer from forming. However, this world's moon is crimson. The situation in the cosmos is also a little different from Earth's. I'm not an astronomy enthusiast, so I can't remember it clearly. However, the Emperor consumed the Savant Pathways potion. If the cosmos was completely the same, he would have discovered it long ago. Objections appeared in Klein's mind. They were like strong anchors, preventing a ship from being blown away from the harbor in a storm. But in the next second, Klein remembered two sentences. One was a terrifying prophecy he had read on the internet in his previous life. When the stars return to their positions, chaos will rise from the ground, and the great primordial one will awaken. The other sentence was, "Be careful of the moon." Wasn't that prophecy made up? When the stars return to their positions, there's a difference from before? Klein almost ignored Amon in front of him. Even his body began to tremble slightly. It took him a great deal of effort to sigh in his heart. Perhaps I've never left my hometown, but I'll never be able to return home. Just as he had this realization, the grayish-white fog silently appeared in front of him. This time, he stood directly in the waning forest, corresponding to the end of the first epoch and the beginning of the second epoch. Unlike before, the endless gray fog in front of him was no longer empty. In the depths of the fog, far, far away, shattered spots of light lit up one after another. They were like lighthouses that illuminated the path of history, pulling Klein forward as he constantly traced back, traversing thousands of years or even more. Then, he saw the bright door of light that was dyed bluish-black. He saw transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light, and he saw himself in a t-shirt and casual pants. An invisible wind blew past, and the grayish-white fog beneath the door of light parted layer by layer, revealing cities. Within them stood tall skyscrapers, all kinds of cars were parked, and pedestrians were coming and going. These cities were piled on top of each other, covered in grayish-white dust. Many of the buildings had already collapsed, with broken steel bars sticking out. Some of the cars were dented, some had collapsed, and some had been flattened. The pedestrians were lifeless, like wax figurines. Upon seeing this scene, Klein stopped and stared at it intently. He knew very well, this world was Earth. His scholar of your potion had been completely digested at this moment. Suddenly, Klein's consciousness returned to the real world, and he realized that his connection with Sapphira Castle had strengthened. Amidst the buzzing sound, the resonance produced by the prayers of the tarot members became even stronger. Previously, he could already use them to vaguely sense the Sapphira Castle above the gray fog. When he saw the Fool's Chair, Klein seemed to have finally established a certain connection with the crimson figure that was twisting and attempting to take form. Klein instantly came to a realization. At this moment, he didn't need to recite the incantation or take 4 steps counterclockwise. With a thought, his spirit body could enter Sapphira Castle and merge with the figure. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to escape. Without bothering to sigh at the fact that this world was Earth, Klein immediately thought that Amon definitely wouldn't expect such a change. He leaped towards Sapphira Castle. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic mage robe, was reflected in Klein's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with endless joy. Klein's mind suddenly exploded as all his thoughts were occupied by Amon's crazy ravings. "You're right. I don't want to steal your fate and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle while carrying a heavy burden. You're right. This is a fraud that has been going on from the beginning. However, the core of this fraud is to make you believe that I've given you hope and destroyed it all the way to crush your will, so that you would agree to become my blessed. If I hadn't deliberately changed my clothes before entering the forsaken land of the gods, and if I hadn't accidentally displayed the ability to make use of mistakes several times, would you have been so sure that my true body had already arrived? Don't tell me that a god of deceit wouldn't know that changing his appearance would reveal many problems. Do you think that I, who had long entered Chernobyl, wouldn't understand what this name means? I've been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. I've been searching for the most ancient history, the history that exceeds the first epoch. The true goal of this journey is to give you some time and give you some historical knowledge. It will help you digest the scholar of your potion and make you relax your guard in this aspect. Then, when your connection with Sapphira Castle deepens and you attempt to trigger Sapphira Castle, seize this opportunity and use the loophole to steal Sapphira Castle. Fate is yours, and Sapphira Castle is mine. This terrifying ravings from a king of angels not only contained Amon's chuckle, but it also ravaged Klein's mind. It was in no way inferior to Mr. Door's roars. On the surface of Klein's skin, traces of worms of spirit appeared. He was on the verge of losing control. And in his body, a 12-ringed worm of time crawled out, transforming into an illusory Amon wearing a black mage robe, a pointed hat, and a crystal monocle. He was Amon, who was parasitizing Klein's body at a superficial level. His goal wasn't to monitor his thoughts, nor was parasitizing him to control the situation at a critical moment, but to seize the opportunity. From the beginning, Amon had used parasitizing at a deep level. His main goal was to parasitize a worm of time at a superficial level without a saint noticing. The illusory Amon turned his head and looked at Klein, who was unable to think due to the ravings. He revealed a smile that was identical to his true body. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with endless joy. He then turned around and used the invisible connection to leap towards Sapphira Castle above the grayish-white fog. This was similar to how he had previously parasitized Derek Berg's body and attempted to use the crimson star that corresponded to the sun to infiltrate the world above the gray fog. But this time, no one purified Sapphira Castle, closed the door, and isolated Amon. This was a wonderful performance. This was the god of deceit. In the blink of an eye, Amon saw the grayish-white fog and the ancient and majestic palace above him. As long as he stretched out his hand and passed through the final obstruction, he would be able to touch Sapphira Castle and directly enter it, essentially stealing it away. But at that moment, a gigantic bluish-black palm suddenly appeared above Amon's illusory figure, blocking his path into Sapphira Castle. Amon's illusory figure subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the palm. He saw the one-eyed giant that had long died and was covered in rotting pus. The exaggerated vertical eye of Blattel, who was known as the god of glory, still didn't show any signs of life. The grayish-yellow fog of curse constantly emitted from his body. However, it was different from before. Behind him, there were black tubes that were almost illusory. They extended into infinity, and it was unknown where they connected to. Bang! The bluish-black giant that was dozens of meters tall instantly condensed a broadsword formed from the orange-red light of dusk. Holding it in one hand, he slashed at Amon's body, who was standing at the edge of the deep ravine. This youngest son of the giant king, who had died due to the curse, had unconsciously wandered for thousands of years before suddenly erupting with unimaginable power. The twilight sword tore through the void and jumped out from where the angel of time, Amon, was standing. It tore through everything around it, turning into a storm that could destroy the desolate plains. Amon didn't move. He continued standing there, and no matter how the orange-red sword storm wreaked havoc, he failed to harm him at all. He seemed to have made use of a certain mistake of this world. However, in this state, Amon was no longer able to transmit his ravings into Klein's mind, allowing Klein to finally obtain a sliver of peace. Klein ignored the fact that he was about to lose control. Amidst the clear and real praying around him, he found some clarity of mind. Then, he immediately thought of something and resonated with the crimson figure at the fool's position above the gray fog, establishing a new connection. Without any hesitation, he chose to return to Sapphira Castle, and at this moment, Amon's illusory figure that attempted to sneak above the gray fog was still blocked by the god of glory, Blattel's bluish-black palm. He was unable to instantly break through the huge obstruction. The monocle-wearing King of Angels avatar and main body opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a word, night. Yes, this was help from the Evernight goddess, but it wasn't without reason. Although Klein did not have much confidence in this, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. However, he did not think that it would work. The probability was very low, and he could only hope for it when he was at his most desperate. After truly entering the forsaken land of the gods and obtaining the space to think independently, he worked hard to find resources that could be used. Then, he remembered something. The former chief of the City of Silver, this demon hunter, attempted to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway, but he ended up encountering an anomaly and became a monster in the mausoleum he built. This anomaly was related to the illusory black tubes. Klein had seen similar objects in the charismatic order's artificial death. In other words, the mutation of the former City of Silver's chief was very likely related to artificial death. This indirectly explained a problem. For some unknown reason, other than the true creator, there was also artificial death, who had come to life, that could influence the forsaken land of the gods. And now, artificial death was equivalent to the Evernight goddess to a certain extent. Based on this reasoning, Klein suspected that the goddess could use the uniqueness of the death pathway to exert a relatively low-level influence on certain things in the forsaken land of the gods. In addition, there were only 3 people directly involved in the matter regarding the former chief of the City of Silver. One of them was the current chief, Colin Iliad, the demigod elder, Waite Chermont, and the other was shepherd elder, Lovia. They were either sequence 4 saints or important believers of the true creator. It was impossible for them to be parasitized by Amon without realizing it. As for Derek Berg, the only person who had received any feedback after the incident, he wasn't the target of Amon's parasitization because he was under the watch of the Fool. In other words, Amon did not know that the mutation of the former chief of the City of Silver involved the black illusory tubes. Therefore, even if he could guess that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway through his grasp of the situation in the outside world, causing the god of combat to react violently, he had no way of knowing that this would bring about certain changes to the forsaken land of the gods. With this understanding, Klein didn't have much confidence in doing something in this regard. In the city that believed in the Phoenix, he didn't take away the remnant beyonder characteristics of the death pathway, hoping to use it as a guide. After summoning Zeradal's historical void projection, he didn't take the opportunity to commit suicide. On the one hand, he was afraid that Amon would still have the ability to stop him, which would instead delay the other arrangements. On the other hand, he wanted to summon the Servant of Concealment, Ariana's projection, to inform the Evernight goddess of the exact situation. After doing these two things, Klein didn't know what the final outcome would be. He focused more on the fact that Amon's avatar had long been replaced with his true body. When he arrived at his final destination and saw the lingering angel corpse, Klein's heart stirred, but he was distracted by Amon's introduction. Only then did he realize that the goddess had already used the uniqueness of the death pathway to gain a basic grasp of the giant king's youngest son, who had been cursed thousands of years ago. She had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. And the powers of concealment that filled the forsaken land of the gods helped her hide the illusory black tubes. Suddenly, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, at the seat of honor of the Fool at the end of the long, mottled table, the crimson figure that would occasionally distort and scatter finally took form, revealing the black-haired, brown-eyed, and rather scholarly appearance of Klein. With just a thought, Klein's consciousness and spirit body returned to Sapphira Castle. He then used the close connection between Sapphira Castle and his body, as well as the resonance brought about by the prayers of the tarot members, to directly see himself, who had lost focus and was about to lose control. He saw Amon's illusory figure, who had used error to circle around the bluish-black palm. Amon's crystal monocle-wearing head looked up and made eye contact with Klein, who was sitting at the Fool's seat. Klein beckoned for the sea god scepter and raised it. The entire gray fog boiled as the entire Sapphira Castle trembled. The majestic and terrifying power gathered over, transforming into a surging lightning torrent. Under the illumination of the blue gem that lit up at the same time, it surged down crazily, drowning Amon's avatar and Klein's body. The deep rumbling of thunder reverberated, and the terrifying silver-white lightning tore apart everything it enveloped. Amon's illusory figure collapsed, and Klein's body was destroyed. He had finally succeeded in committing suicide. After completing this strike, Klein, who was high above the gray fog, immediately severed the connection between Sapphira Castle and the real world to prevent Amon's main body from creating any new accidents. Right on the heels of that, he began to wait for a miracle, for a resurrection. Beside the deep ravine with a thick grayish-white building at the bottom, Amon's main body adjusted the crystal monocle and stole the curse that maintained the existence of the ancient god's youngest, Blattle. The bluish-black giant quickly rotted and turned into white bones. The illusory black tubes didn't persist as they retracted back into the depths of the darkness. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Amon stood there. He raised his head and looked at the sky in silence for a few seconds, as though he was looking at Sapphira Castle through the fog of history. Finally, he pinched the crystal monocle and muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. Inside the ancient palace, at the end of the long mottled table, Klein sat at the seat belonging to the Fool as he carefully looked at the grayish-white fog below. He discovered that the beyonder characteristics contained in his destroyed body had unknowingly entered the historical void, fusing with the projections of the worms of spirit from the past, making them corporeal. As long as Klein's consciousness in Sapphira Castle was willing, these worms of spirit could immediately drill out of the fog of history and reconstruct his body in the real world. The miracle of resurrection was essentially a deeper use of the power of the past. The miracle is achieved with the help of the past and future? Klein frowned slightly as he attempted to analyze how the miracle of a miracle invoker came about. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly refocused and attempted to revive in Sapphira Castle. Then, he discovered a problem. That was that the resurrection of his body could only be done in the real world, and it had to be within a certain range of his remains. As for his spirit body, it could be directly resurrected above the gray fog. However, Klein's spirit body hadn't been destroyed. It was sitting on the fool's high-back chair. Receiving help from the past is effective. The number of revivals I'm expending now is in advance of becoming a miracle invoker. From the looks of it, there's only one chance. Man. Amon should be guarding my corpse now. I have to think of a way to escape this predicament. His view of time is different from others. He is a very patient god of mischief. Yes, this state can only be maintained for 3 days. After that, I won't be able to borrow power from the past to resurrect. If it really doesn't work, I'll just abandon my body and become an undead. Klein's thoughts raced. Although he was still a little vexed, he was already in the most relaxed state he had been in the past few days. He had finally escaped the near-despair situation. Looking at the high-back chairs behind him that lit up with symbols and the crimson stars that were expanding and contracting, Klein exhaled and leaned back in his chair in relief. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. This is my anchor. P.S. This plot has finally come to an end. The entire story actually started when I was reading the Cthulhu mythos. When I saw the meme related to Cthulhu, I suddenly thought, Cthulhu says that he's about to awaken. What if he's already awakened? It doesn't matter if I don't know much about Cthulhu. I can just replace the 3 words with evil gods. After all, the corresponding deities are set up by me. Divine sovereign of the 9 heavens, the shimmering crimson light warmed Klein's heart. He felt that he wasn't that lonely, and that someone was still thinking about him. As the illusory prayers became clearer and more realistic, they became noisier and more chaotic. Klein realized that Sapphira Castle was summoning him, and the resonance between the two was constantly increasing. By the time all the tarot members had finished praying, Klein had a vague feeling that he could enter Sapphira Castle at any time. His consciousness was about to manifest there, but he was ultimately lacking a layer of obstruction that prevented him from breaking through. This problem was finally resolved after he completely digested the Scholar of Your potion. It was also because of this that he was able to seize the opportunity to return to Sapphira Castle before Amon broke through the God of Glory, Bladal's obstruction. In just 2 short days, all the tarot members have prayed once. Normally speaking, there shouldn't be such a coincidence. Some of them aren't problematic, and some of them should have been influenced by the goddess or will. If I'm lucky enough, I'll naturally have a good development. Klein carefully thought about it and noticed something that didn't make sense. However, this was all explainable, and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. After changing his sitting posture slightly, Klein's gaze gradually turned deep. Although he felt that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return home when he saw the door of light and the cocoon, after confirming this point and discovering that this world was his hometown, he still felt as though his hope had been completely shattered, as though the light of dawn had been swallowed by darkness. Back then, I used the fool that doesn't belong to this era as an honorific name. Perhaps it was a revelation given by my spiritual intuition. Deep in my heart, I might have sensed something. By the way, I remember that I transmigrated while sleeping. Why was I wearing a t-shirt and casual pants while hanging in the cocoon? Klein frowned slightly as he cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog beneath Sapphira Castle. As he searched for the reason from the fragments of light in the fog of history, he tried hard to recall every detail of that night. Finally, Klein found the corresponding historical fragment. Zhou Mingrui, who was wearing a t-shirt and casual pants, had set up a luck enhancement ritual before dinner. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the incantation, the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth, for blessings. In Klein's memory, nothing had happened at that time, but the scene in the historical fragment was different. Zhou Mingrui completed the 4 steps and completed the ritual. His face was pale and his eyes were dull. After that, his movements were a little sluggish as he ate, read, watched dramas, and played with his phone. He seemed to be completing a predetermined program. Finally, Zhou Mingrui came to the sink and looked at his lifeless reflection in the mirror. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went to bed. During this process, he did not change out of his t-shirt and casual pants. He just covered himself with the blanket and closed his eyes. Not long after, a strong light and violent shaking ended the corresponding historical segment. Klein couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his temples. So, there were no changes after the luck enhancement ritual. Everything was normal. It was just my perception. In fact, my body had already undergone a mutation. If it were in the past, Klein would definitely feel horrified and fearful over the truth of this matter. However, he had suffered too many shocks over a long period of time. Just a moment ago, his worldview of the world had nearly collapsed. Such a trivial matter could no longer cause him to feel any strong ripples. However, after discovering this, coupled with the fact that the Emperor had transmigrated because he had bought a mysterious silver token, as well as the fact that the suspended spirit body in a transparent cocoon above the door of light still had a cell phone, Klein quickly made some guesses about the situation back then. It's likely that the owner of Sapphira Castle influenced reality and transmitted the luck enhancement ritual, the mysterious silver token, the mutated cell phone, and other items. Anyone who obtained them and did the corresponding actions would be pulled above the gray fog at some point in time, hanging above the door of light. This is a kind of random selection. It doesn't point to a specific target. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. However, why was it named Notes on Secret Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasties? Was it randomly made up by the affected humans, or was it really passed down from the Qin and Han dynasties? It's not impossible. If the prophecy of the stars returning to their positions is true, and it corresponds to the original creator, he had been sleeping in the Earth's core all this time. It was like that in an era even more ancient than ancient times. As for Sapphira Castle, it's said to be formed from some parts of his body. This isn't a sanctuary or a cockpit. In the beginning, while waiting to awaken and destroy the world, he was persistently influencing reality to a small extent, making arrangements such as imparting a ritual. Wouldn't this be a little contradictory? That prophecy must have been made by the affected humans as well. Klein reached out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long modeled table. He fell into a temporarily unsolvable conundrum. Soon, he recalled a sentence and a few things. The sentence was, whatever separates must converge, and whatever converges must separate. Those things were, the ancient sun god, the father of Amon and Adam, had deliberately separated his negative personality. Beyonders who were close to the underground or encountered certain corruption would gradually produce a brand new version of themselves. After going to the moon, Roselle the Great's personality had unknowingly changed to a certain extent. Many of the 22 Beyonder pathways were contradictory, just like Demonis and Hunter. Perhaps the original creator was an amalgamation of contradictions that could only be alleviated through slumber. Klein had a certain guess, but he had no way of confirming it. He couldn't even be sure if the original creator who would awaken when the stars returned to their positions in his previous life was the same creator who split into all things in the myths and legends of the present era. This required more clues and more evidence to confirm. He couldn't just rely on his own guesses and imagination. It's not like I'm a visionary. Klein lampooned himself and cast his gaze upwards. It was a nearly gray void, with grayish-white clouds drifting in certain areas. There are still many things that need to be confirmed. For example, is that so-called Chernobyl a shelter created by humans before the original creator awakened? Or does the characteristics of the 22 Beyonder pathways all stem from the original creator? Or is the position of the stars normal or abnormal? Or is the apocalypse in 1368 the stars returning to their correct positions? Or the origins of the first blasphemy slate, or what's above the moon? With this in mind, Klein's tapping fingers suddenly paused as he muttered, "That's right." He whispered, "For example, the homeland of the elves, the legendary western continent, does it still exist? Why can't anyone head there?" The answer to Klein's question was a long silence. He slowly leaned back and propped his arms on the armrests. After a few minutes, Klein closed his eyes and had a thought, or rather, a decision. After his successful resurrection, he planned on staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a period of time to seek answers to some of his questions. Just as Roselle the Great had said, the answers to many things were in the forsaken land of the gods. Blasphemer Amon had wandered here for more than 1,000 years, exploring history that exceeded the first epoch. Furthermore, if I keep heading east in the forsaken land of the gods, I might reach the legendary western continent. Klein cast his gaze outside the ancient palace and looked into the endless distance. To him, staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a period of time was also a strategy. At the very least, it would attract Amon's attention, preventing him from mobilizing his avatars in the outside world to search for German Sparrow in Rouen and Bakeland. That would bring great danger to the people Klein knew and were familiar with. Thankfully, the Amon avatars that recognized my soft-heartedness have been eliminated. The corresponding information hasn't been leaked due to the existence of concealment. If not for that, Amon might have directly used the lives of Banson, Melissa, Leonard, and Miss Justice to threaten me. The outcome would be unimaginable. Heh, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck has finally shown some signs. Phew, even if I want to leave the forsaken land of the gods, there's nothing I can do now. I have to barge into the place where the dark angel slumbers. Klein shook his head and smiled. He felt that even if he could resurrect, he would be in great danger. It was impossible for a scholar of yore to be pursued by a king of angels for long. Most importantly, the Evernight goddess was still digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. There was a limit to the power that could infiltrate the forsaken land of the gods. Once the Angel of Time, who wielded the authority of error, Amon, made proper preparations, it would be almost impossible for him to do what he did today. On the one hand, I have to seek help from other possible existences. After successfully resurrecting, I'll attempt to use my marionettes to chant the honorific names of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I'll see if they have a way to descend a certain amount of power into the forsaken land of the gods. Back then, they had devoured the ancient sun god, so they definitely wouldn't wish for Amon to obtain Sapphira Castle. On the other hand, since the Scholar of Your potion has been completely digested, I have to consider the matter of becoming a miracle invoker. As long as I have the level of an angel and become a complete mythical creature, my situation will be much better. At the very least, I won't be unable to withstand a wave of ravings when facing Amon's true body. Klein decided to wait for his spirit body to recover before using a medium to spy on the terrifying maggots in the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. From there, he could obtain the knowledge of a miracle invoker. There was a high chance that it was the half-fool of the Antigonus family. After considering his future plans, Klein surveyed the area and replied to the Crimson Stars. Today, the tarot will proceed as usual. He wanted to see if Ma'am Hermit and Mr. the Hanging Man could provide him with inspiration to revive somewhere far away from Amon. Of course, a clever excuse was necessary. Klein had already thought of one. After replying, the world above the grey fog became extremely quiet again. Klein sat on the fool's chair, temporarily having nowhere to go. After a moment of silence, he leaned his body slightly and used his right hand to prop up his head, looking straight ahead. On the long mottled table, delicacies and exquisite candles appeared. The surrounding high-backed chairs became even more reminiscent of the current era. Silhouettes materialized one after another. Some of them were middle-aged men with loud voices and silver hair. Some of them were women with Asian faces and ear-length hair. Some of them were young men who were enjoying delicious food while playing with their phones. Some of them were young girls who were laughing and joking with each other. After them, new figures appeared. They were done with a high hairline and deep gray eyes, and daily with blue eyeshadow and blush. Above the grayish-white fog, they surrounded the warm table that flickered with candlelight. They chatted happily and would comment on the delicacies from time to time. Klein maintained his previous expression and posture. He propped up his face with his hand as he silently watched this scene. He didn't move for a long time. Bakeland, Northborough. Leonard, who had just arranged the mission for his team, saw the endless grey fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. He heaved a long sigh of relief and suppressed his voice. From the looks of it, there aren't any problems. Since Mr. Fool could give feedback like normal and convene a tarot gathering, it meant that he had already won against Amon. This way, Klein would likely be able to escape his predicament. In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice scoffed, "Don't be happy so early. After you enter Sapphira Castle, observe the fool and see if his right eye is wearing a monocle." "Why, you're saying that the present fool might be Amon in disguise?" Leonard's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. Pallas sighed and said, "I can't rule out this possibility." "We can't rule out this possibility." Amon really can do such a thing. I'll take note. Leonard's relaxed mind instantly tensed up again. On the Xianxia, on the future. Mr. Fool actually took so long to respond. Does this mean that the world's German sparrow's disappearance has something to do with what he is plotting? I can't be sure. Perhaps Mr. Fool's lack of response was to save German sparrow. And now, he has succeeded. He didn't directly mention this matter because he plans on letting the world narrate it on the tarot? After Mr. Fool's voice sounded in her ears, thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind. With the contents of the Queen's letter, she suspected that George III's death had something to do with Mr. Fool's interference. The disappearance of the world's German sparrow was also a continuation of this matter. Catlia's first reaction was to write to Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German sparrow had been found. However, after some thought, she held back her urge and planned on attending the afternoon gathering to understand the exact situation. She wanted to figure out what could and couldn't be said before reporting it to Queen Mystic. No matter what, the matter seems to have been resolved. This Admiral of Stars heaved a sigh of relief and sat by the window in peace as she looked at the azure sky. Xianxia Island, the edge of a primeval forest. Alger Wilson stood on a thin branch and looked at the harbor and the blue sky not far away. A strong wind swirled around him, but it did not spread out and affect the trees around him. The illusory grayish-white fog appeared. Alger was delighted at first, but he soon became a little fearful. Mr. Fool only responded after a period of time. This means that his previous state was indeed a little abnormal. However, he has now recovered. He didn't respond to my request to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Sun because he'd discovered my probing and my hidden thoughts. I can't do this anymore. Mr. Fool had only given a simple warning this time, and it was very likely that he would directly punish him the next time. Do not test God, do not test God. As his thoughts raced, Alger lowered his head and said piously, "Thank you for your kindness and tolerance." Bakeland, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Mr. Fool didn't convey my question to Mr. World. Is this because the tarot will proceed normally in the afternoon, and there will be time for communication? Audrey analyzed some problems from the delay in the feedback. Typically speaking, Mr. Fool's replies are very timely. This time, it took more than 15 minutes. He is dealing with something else, something very important. Something to do with George III's death. Regardless, a delay of 15 minutes wasn't a serious problem. Audrey quickly reined in her thoughts as her mood improved. I'll know the truth from Mr. World in a while. I hope that this incident won't have any more serious consequences apart from triggering an all-out war. And war is unavoidable at the moment. Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral. Mr. Fool didn't say that he would help me. Emlyn White held a cup of red liquid as he frowned slightly. He then interpreted the symbolic meaning of the response from another angle. Mr. Fool specially emphasized that the tarot will proceed as usual in the afternoon. Is he trying to tell me that the chance of escaping this predicament lies with one of the members? Don't tell me it's still that star. In short, I should be able to leave this week. As Emlyn was being held in protective custody behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chinese gate, it was unlikely for anything that happened in the outskirts of Bakeland to affect him. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to suddenly escape from prison and head to the Blood Emperor's ruins. Therefore, when Klein hinted to the other members last week, he had been left out. City of Silver, Berg household. After hearing Mr. Fool's response, Derek got up from the bed, his excitement evident in his words and actions. Mr. Fool didn't disappear. Mr. Fool didn't abandon the City of Silver like the creator. He paced back and forth and immediately rushed out of the room to head for the Twin Towers to inform the chief of the good news. However, his growth over the past year had left a clear mark on Derek. He finally calmed down and decided to attend the tarot gathering and obtain the promise of blessings before seeking out the chief. Perhaps, the lack of response during this period of time is Mr. Fool's test for me, the chief, and the City of Silver. He wants to see if we will quickly lean towards the fallen creator. At some point in time, Derek's train of thought had a hint of the hanging man. Of course, he didn't have any unnecessary thoughts because of this. From what he knew, it was extremely normal for deities to test their believers. Back then, the creator had left behind many similar legends. After finishing his thoughts, Derek still couldn't sit still as he continued pacing back and forth in the room. He looked forward to the afternoon tarot like never before. In the city of silver, in the forsaken land of the gods, afternoon was a relatively abstract concept. This was because there weren't enough labels to confirm it. They could only barely use the number of lightning bolts to define day and night, unable to make any further subdivisions. Bakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Huh. After receiving Mr. Fool's response, Furs couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a best-selling author, she had a rich imagination. During the period of time when Mr. Fool didn't respond, she had already weaved one terrifying story after another in her mind. Mr. Fool used his own death in exchange for George III's failure. Mr. Fool's scheme was discovered by the deities and he was besieged. Mr. Fool's old injuries relapsed and he fell back into a deep slumber. The world, German Sparrow, had no one to care for him and was being pursued by his enemies. These stories developed differently, but the ending was very consistent. It was that Furs fell back into the full moon ravings, losing control and becoming a monster. Phew. Furs exhaled and said to Xiao with a beaming smile, I only realized today that Mr. Fool is the most important man in my heart. That him. More importantly, you have to become a demigod as soon as possible and completely escape the curse of the full moon, Xiao replied seriously. After joining the tarot, she already knew her friend's true situation. Okay. Furs nodded and said with a smile, in short, I have to have a drink to celebrate. Above the grey fog, inside Sapphira Castle. The calmed Klein used cogitation to recover his spirit-body state. When I first learned cogitation, I needed to imagine something that doesn't exist in this world and replace the things in my mind to truly enter cogitation. Back then, my first reaction was to outline an intercontinental ballistic missile on Earth, but I didn't succeed. Heh, I didn't think too much about it back then, but from the looks of it, this might have already explained some problems. It's not that there's something that doesn't exist in this world. It's just that it's been annihilated in the fog of history. Klein rubbed his temples and naturally recalled something from the past. He then focused his mind, planning on obtaining the miracle invoker potion formula before tarot. At that moment, Amon was patiently guarding the place where he had died. All he could do was stay in Sapphira Castle. There was nothing else he could do. After considering the method, he grabbed out of the ancient palace and, in a condescending manner, took out an item from the historical void in the grayish-white fog. It was a notebook with a hard cover that was completely dyed black. The Antigonus family's notebook, as expected. It's not a manifestation of the uniqueness. It only has some remnant powers of the half-fool of the Antigonus family. Klein sighed and threw the notebook onto the long bronze table in front of him. As the contents of the notebook were very likely problematic, he didn't plan on deciphering the Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker Potion formula from it. He only used it as a medium for divination. Right on the heels of that, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement, the original owner of this notebook. Putting down the pen and picking up the paper and notebook, Klein leaned back in his chair and repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a blurry dream. He saw a mountain peak that extended into the clouds, and at the top of the mountain, there was a towering, dilapidated palace that was separated from reality by a transparent boundary. Inside the palace, there were many places where moss and weeds grew. At the very top was a huge stone chair. Its surface was embedded with dim gems and gold, and in the middle were countless transparent maggots that were huddled together. They slowly wriggled and grew wantonly, extending out slippery tentacles covered in patterns. Unlike in the past, Klein saw the monster directly this time and saw his exact appearance. Suddenly, the palace above the grey fog shook violently. Klein's figure flew straight up and was suspended in midair. In the next second, his spirit body collapsed into squirming worms of spirit that crawled on the ground. Sapphira Castle immediately trembled as everything returned to its original state. Klein's spirit body also condensed again. He sat at the fool's seat, rubbed his temples, and smiled bitterly. He smiled bitterly and said, he really is a half-fool with a uniqueness. After muttering to himself, Klein recalled for a moment. He picked up a pen and recorded the knowledge he had obtained from spying on a mythical creature on a piece of paper. Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Main ingredients, 1 heart of the dark demonic wolf, god of wishes, or another miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic. Supplementary ingredients, 300 milliliters of the dark demonic wolf's blood, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of star. Advancement ritual, let a forgotten piece of history return to the present era. P.S. During this period of time, readers have been sending me private messages, telling me to ignore the comments and to write what I want to write calmly. Actually, I've been very calm the entire time. I didn't panic at all. On the one hand, I was indeed prepared to have my subscriptions drop by a lot. I seriously wanted to write the scene and the reveal scene. On the other hand, it was also to thank everyone for not forgetting to subscribe automatically while I was fattening up. Not only did my subscriptions not drop, they increased. To be honest, if I were to see such a plot myself, I would first take a break and read it in one go. To my surprise, during this period of time, the subscriptions were maintained at around 53,000. This was a rather high standard. After summoning Zeradol, it kept rising. The 2 chapters of Chernobyl and Lil's suicide broke 60,000 subscriptions in 24 hours. It's also considered a record on the Qijin platform. Yes, to me, the most important thing isn't the data, but to verify some of my ideas regarding creation. At the very least, my understanding of a certain branch of the plot's tension doesn't seem to be wrong. To let a forgotten piece of history return to the present era. Return, not reappear. The meaning of the two are completely different. It's not that I can complete the ritual by writing the true history of the 4th epoch or the 3rd epoch and spreading it. Klein's right hand, which was holding the fountain pen, paused as he instinctively analyzed the contents of the miracle invoker potion. After some thought, he found something that perfectly matched the requirements of the ritual. It was to let the people of the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to the northern and southern continents, allowing the history that had been lost for 2,000 to 3,000 years to descend into the present era. This isn't as easy as evading Amon's pursuit. The only way to leave the forsaken land of the gods is to enter the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sashur is sleeping. This is the negative personality of the ancient sun god. He's ranked first among the kings of angels, and he's known as the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven. He might even be stronger than the current Amon. Furthermore, his current state has received the attention of the various deities. Yes, it's better than escaping Amon's control. I can make sufficient preparations in advance. Klein slowly exhaled, feeling that the ritual still had a certain chance of success. In fact, he knew very well that even without him, the City of Silver would still attempt to open the door to the giant king's residence time and time again to find a way to leave this forsaken land. Like a moth that had seen a flame, they would not rest until they were dead. No matter what, with my participation, the chances of success will definitely be higher than now. Klein subconsciously wanted to lure Amon over when he opened the door to the Dark Angel's slumber and create chaos to offset the damage brought about by the Dark Angel's awakening. This was a tactic he was rather familiar with. However, he ultimately rejected this idea because it was too dangerous. After spending some time with Amon and truly seeing the level of a king of angels, Klein instinctively feared these terrifying existences. He no longer had the thought of using the conflict between them to create chaos. Just their existence alone could bring unbearable damage to the surrounding Beyonders and the entire region. Under such circumstances, trying to rely on them to create a chaotic situation was no longer comparable to walking on the edge of the abyss. If one wasn't careful, they would slip down. Without the determination to fall into the abyss and fall into eternal hell, it was best not to attempt it. Unless there was really no other way, even escaping was an extravagant hope. Klein did not want to make similar attempts again. Indeed, a portion of a miracle invoker's Beyonder powers comes from history. That's why there's such a ritual requirement. How do the other scholars of your complete it? Klein looked at the parchment spread out on the long bronze table and thought of a possible solution from another perspective. If it were me, I could only think of a way to isolate some people and some history from reality until they have been forgotten. Only then would I let them return to the current era. This might take 300 years, 500 years, or even longer. This is really an evil act. Haha, somehow it reminds me of the peach blossom spring. After this consideration, Klein believed that the difficulty of this ritual for the other scholars of Ur was still whether their lives could last until the end. Furthermore, there were too many accidents that could break the isolation. The forsaken land of the gods has perfectly resolved these difficulties, But it has brought about even greater difficulties. Dark Angel Sasser. What's the state of this heaven's deputy? Is it related to the ancient sun god's resurrection arrangements? The level involved has already reached the ceiling of this world. Why am I always involved in such matters? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He could roughly guess that this was due to the influence of fate brought about by Sapphira Castle. After all, even blasphemer Amon wasn't willing to bear such a fate. Reining in his thoughts, Klein returned his attention to the miracle invoker potion formula itself. The Worm of Star is from the Apprentice Pathway? The supplementary ingredients include high-end spirituality ingredients from 3 similar pathways. I've already turned the Worm of Time into a Fate Siphon charm, so there's no way to restore it. I'll get Leonard's grandpa to lend me another one? How can it be called lending? I'm planning on using the upgraded yesterday once more charm to exchange for it. Where can I find a Worm of Star? There aren't many demigods of the Apprentice Pathway in the real world. The Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets boot is? However, I'm in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, so I can't deal with him. I can only seek Ma'am Hermit and Queen Mystic's help. At the same time, I have to urge Miss Magicians to quickly become a traveler. Yes, I'll get her to ask her teacher where I can find a Worm of Star. There's actually only one main ingredient. It's either the dark demonic wolf's heart or the Beyonder characteristics produced by other miracle invokers. It's no longer 2 in 1, yes, that is to say that at this level, there are very few scattered characteristics. They have already completed a certain level of convergence. The dark demonic wolf is also known as the god of wishes. It's a standard angel, a subsidiary god. If I can't find any ingredients that I can use, wouldn't I have to slay a god? The angel level can already be considered a hidden existence. It's fundamentally different from a sequence 3, just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Klein listed the helpers he could get and felt a lot more at ease. He felt like he owed enough and had nothing to fear. He raised his right hand that was holding a fountain pen and continued recording the knowledge he had previously obtained. Most of it was something he already knew, so he treated it as a memory. Finally, Klein wrote an incomplete piece of information in the corner of the goatskin. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Main ingredient, 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic. This piece of information meant that it was difficult to obtain a Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic through other means. He could only choose 1 out of 3. One is with the half-fool on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. It's with the uniqueness. Another is with Zeradol. According to what Leonard said, the true creator has clues. Where could it be? By the way, the northern city ruin, Noise, where Little Sun and company hunted shapeshifters, seems to have high-level existences of the seer pathway hiding there. I wonder if it corresponds to a miracle invoker or an attendant of mysteries. Klein gradually had an idea. He planned on heading to the ancient city of Noise to do a preliminary exploration after successfully reviving and escaping from Amon. After digesting the knowledge he had just obtained, Klein summoned his golden pocket watch from the junk pile and opened it to determine the time. Before destroying the Blood Emperor ruin, he had sacrificed many of the items he had used in battle above the gray fog to prevent them from being damaged. However, even so, after the previous battle and his final suicide, he had still lost quite a bit. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable items. Just the thought of it made him nearly lose control. Guruzel's Travels, Death Knell, Creeping Hunger, Fate Siphon Charm, Flaring Sun Charm, Control Spirit Bullet, Marionette Konas and his equipment, Marionette Anuni and his 2 rings, Adventurer's Harmonica. I can't think any further. Thankfully, Aztec's copper whistle had been thrown above the gray fog previously. Thankfully, I can still summon the historical void projections of these items. They're just accompanying me in a different form. Guruzel's Travels might not work. The corners of Klein's forehead twitched as he unconsciously felt heavy. He sighed and seriously mourned these items, especially the mystical item that had accompanied him for a long time. Creeping Hunger. After a long silence, Klein forced his attention back to the present. As he waited for Tarot to be summoned, he casually thought about the ancient sun god, Chernobyl, and other matters. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Since this is my homeworld, and there have never been any transmigrators, they are all ancient humans that were released by Sapphira Castle. Then, are there similar existences in places like the Chaos Sea? Has Chernobyl been transformed into a sanctuary, according to what Amon said and the scenes I saw from my divination? The ancient sun god did awaken in Chernobyl. Then, is he a transmigrator released by Sapphira Castle, or a survivor of the sanctuary? If it's the latter, who's the person inside the third cocoon? With this in mind, Klein was alarmed as his pupils dilated slightly. He already had a guess about the origins of the elves. It likely had nothing to do with Sapphira Castle. This way, he had yet to find the correct identity of the third, or rather, the first transmigrator. This transmigrator didn't seem to have left any traces in history. Without any hesitation, Klein's consciousness sank into the grayish-white fog. With the power of Sapphira Castle, he directly arrived at a rather early period of history. There were many fragments of light there. The clearest one was Zhou Mingrue, who was wrapped in a transparent cocoon, hanging above the door of light. And beside Zhou Mingrue, due to Klein's understanding of Roselle, the corresponding fog of history was instantly lit up. He directly saw a young man hanging in a cocoon with his eyes tightly shut. Without any need to verify it, Klein confirmed that this was Roselle Gustav's predecessor, Huang Tao, through the sense of familiarity and spiritual intuition. Without the time to admire the emperor's true appearance, Klein turned his gaze to the other side. There was a transparent cocoon gently swaying there, and the figure inside was faintly discernible. As Klein had already seen the other hanged people, many fragments of light lit up in the fog of history. They intertwined and stimulated each other, making the unclear area barely visible. The figure inside was clearly a woman. Woman. Klein's heart stirred as he realized that he had missed out on a direction when analyzing the transmigrator. A transmigrator had a subjective consciousness. They could completely restrain themselves and not leave any traces that transcended the era, but there was one thing that couldn't be avoided. Clearly, Sapphira Castle was related to the three pathways of seer, apprentice, and marauder. After a transmigrator was born, he would definitely quickly form a connection with one of these three pathways. Not only had Klein been embroiled in the case brought about by the Antigonus family's notebook, but he also quickly had the chance to choose the seer potion. Roselle's active Initis had the existence of the secret order, and he had long known Zeradol. According to this logic, the ancient sun god, who had the authority of marauder, was indeed one of the reasonable suspects. Klein immediately conjured a pen and paper and began to list the corresponding names he knew. For example, in the fourth epoch, the Antigonus family, the Zeradol family, and certain people from the house of Abraham, as well as the kings of angels around the ancient sun god. Before long, Klein's gaze stopped on a few names. The one in front was the ancient god, Fleegria, who clearly had the authority of seer. Behind him were his subsidiary gods, god of the dead, Salinger, and goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes. The latter was now called the Evernight goddess. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Klein stared at the goatskin in front of him and didn't move for a long time. After a while, he patted the edge of the long mottled table with his palm, making all the items he conjured disappear. Summoning his golden pocket watch, he opened it and took a look. Klein pinched a message to Little Sun, telling him to prepare to participate in the tarot gathering. About 1,000 heartbeats later, dark red beams of light rose from both sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures on different high-backed chairs. Without any pause, all the tarot members cast their gazes at the figure shrouded in grayish-white fog sitting at the very top. Seeing that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing a monocle, Leonard heaved a long sigh of relief inwardly. Then, he turned around and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table to confirm the situation of World Klein Moretti. Similar to him, Katlia, Audrey, and Magician's Furs instinctively turned their attention to World German Sparrow after seeing Mr. Fool. One of them knew that the world was in a dangerous situation and could only seek Mr. Fool's protection. The other didn't receive any feedback for 2 days and suspected that German Sparrow had really been embroiled in the matter of George III and that something had happened to him. The other knew that the matter of George III contained a huge risk, and she was a little worried that Mr. World would suffer serious injuries. Seeing that World German Sparrow was unscathed without any abnormalities, Audrey retracted her gaze, lifted her skirt, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With the situation of the world turning even more chaotic, the fact that tarot was still able to maintain its original appearance comforted her and made her feel much better. After the tarot members finished bowing along with Miss Justice, the Fool Klein nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he slowly surveyed the area and chuckled. You are very concerned about whether the tarot operation will proceed as planned. Upon hearing this, the hanging man Alger's heart raced, and he seemed to hear thumping sounds. Without a doubt, he believed that Mr. Fool was referring to him and was giving him a relatively gentle knock on the head. In other words, he was given a chance to repent. Alger lowered his head and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. We are not pious enough and think too much. Why is Mr. the Hanging Man apologizing on my behalf? Magician's Furs, who had instructed Zio to ask Mr. Fool if tarot had convened as scheduled, was taken aback. She gave up on thinking and turned to the end of the long bronze table. We are not pious enough and think too much. So I'm not the only one who has been praying to Mr. Fool over the past few days. Mr. the Hanging Man said that he was thinking too much because the possibility of the tarot being cancelled made him have some unnecessary guesses? But Furs shouldn't have thought of this. Audrey looked across her and then to her side as she came to a realization. The Fool Klein nodded and surveyed the area again. Such concern is considered normal. He then smiled and sighed. I've been using the world's body to play a game with Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Thankfully, I didn't miss the tarot operation. Every word he said was the truth, but the information others deciphered would definitely be far from the actual situation. This way, even if Amon released the news that the world, German Sparrow, was equivalent to the Fool, the members of the tarot would only scoff at Amon for trying to deceive them again. During that period of time, the world was equivalent to the Fool, but it didn't mean that the world had always been equivalent to the Fool. A portion of the truth was actually equivalent to a lie. Playing a game with Amon. Old Man's guess was really accurate. Mr. Fool had deliberately used Klein to bait blasphemer Amon. From the looks of the present situation, he has obtained a rather satisfactory outcome and made Amon suffer greatly. Leonard, who had long guessed it, felt that this was completely in line with his expectations. He didn't doubt Mr. Fool's words at all. Mr. Fool didn't reply for 15 minutes because he happened to be at a critical moment in his battle with Amon? He has already recovered to such an extent? Audrey was pleasantly surprised when she heard that. For some baffling reason, she felt a strong sense of honor. The Hanging Man Alger could also tell from Mr. Fool's words that he had recovered further and was actually able to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with the King of Angels. This made him increasingly vexed over why he had suspicions and wanted to probe him. Mr. Fool hinted in advance that the tarot might be cancelled because he had long predicted that there would be a conflict with Amon. It's even to the extent that he took the initiative to dig a trap for Amon. Alger instantly thought of many things and felt that there was no way he could hide his thoughts in front of such a high-level existence. He warned himself once again, I can't do something like this again in the future. So Mr. World didn't give any feedback because he was used by Mr. Fool to fight Amon. That King of Angels, Amon, is really powerful. He actually needed Mr. Fool to take action personally. Magician's Furs and Zio exchanged looks, no longer having any doubts about the previous question. Katlia roughly understood the reason for the world's German Sparrow's disappearance. She also guessed that a messenger with a contractual connection was likely unable to enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. At the same time, she was secretly surprised that a King of Angels had appeared on the stage of this era. She felt that this was one of the signs of the apocalypse in the prophecy. Emlyn didn't know what had happened during this period of time as he looked at everyone in a daze. For some baffling reason, he had the feeling that he had been locked behind Cheney's gate for more than a week or two. Perhaps it had already been a month or two, causing him to have the illusion that he was out of touch with the current situation. Mr. World has come to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Mr. Fool used his body to fight that terrifying Amon? Sun was first shocked before he felt a strong sense of joy. This meant that the City of Silver's subsequent explorations would receive powerful help. He immediately looked towards the end of the long bronze table and blurted out, Honorable Mr. Fool, the chief wishes to receive your blessing during the ritual. Do you agree? Klein had long learned of this matter from his prayers. He nodded slightly and said, Sure. After receiving the promise, Sun couldn't help but smile. He was momentarily at a loss for words to express his gratitude. After 2 seconds, he lowered his head and said loudly, "I only believe in Mr. Fool." The Fool Klein nodded and turned to look at Ma'am Hermit. "What's the problem this time?" The Queen's letter didn't say anything." Katlia was taken aback as she decided to first ask something she wanted to know. After all, there were still many questions left. She deliberated for 2 seconds. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the truth behind George III's death?" Just as the hermit said that, Audrey and the others perked up as they focused their attention. This was exactly what they wanted to know. Regarding this, Leonard already had a certain level of understanding. He was more concerned about the deeper reason behind this incident. And among the members sitting in the tarot, the only one who was more confused was Emlyn. His mind was filled with thoughts like what happened. He hadn't even read the newspapers recently, so he didn't know that King George III had been assassinated. As for Sun, although he didn't know how George III had died, he didn't care at all. The Fool Klein smiled and said calmly, "George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. For this, he excavated the Tudor ruins, engaged in human trafficking, and created the Great Smog of Bakeland. He took the initiative to start a war, allowing the Fasak airships to bombard Bakeland. Unfortunately, he failed in his final ritual, and the secret mausoleum he needed was destroyed." He described the whole story in the plainest tone possible, not mentioning what he had done at all. It would be too degrading for Mr. Fool to take the initiative to explain the situation. The Great Smog of Bakeland. The airship attack. This was all done by George III to become a god? Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she instantly recalled the two matters she had personally experienced. Suddenly, she understood why the world, German Sparrow, wanted to stop George III from becoming a god. She knew that he was a gentleman with a gentle and loving heart. He definitely wouldn't let off the culprit behind these two tragedies. If it were me, I would also want to do so, but I would hesitate and be stopped by the possible negative developments. As for Mr. World, he is firm and decisive. This is a matter that involves a deity. Yes, there should be Mr. Fool's will in this as well. Audrey looked at the world, German Sparrow, who was sitting silently at the bottom of the long, mottled table. She nodded slightly to express her agreement. Black Emperor. George III wants to become a god? This? Yes, one of Mr. Fool's cards of blasphemy is the Black Emperor. German Sparrow had previously been investigating the Great Smog and human trafficking. Indeed, all of these can be strung together. There's actually such a secret hidden behind them. From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's goal has been achieved. His plan has succeeded. Therefore, he is further awakened and can face a king of angels head-on. The more Alger thought about it, the more fearful and spirited he became. He felt that even though he knew some clues ahead of time, he was completely unable to see through Mr. Fool's plans. Amidst the shock of the star Leonard, Magician's Furs, and the other tarot members, the hermit Katlia, who had a premonition of this, suppressed the waves in her heart and decided to use another question. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the attitude of the seven deities towards this? P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Good question. The Fool Klein praised inwardly as he expressed the Red Angel Evil Spirit's explanation in his own words. The seven deities all wish for a Black Emperor, but they don't have a unified opinion on who should be the Black Emperor. When George III successfully obtained that ticket through secret preparations, the seven deities could only tacitly agree to it, regardless of whether he acknowledged him. Is that so? Apart from the absent Emlyn and Sun, the other tarot members came to a realization. They roughly understood the contradictory behavior of the churches regarding the Great Smog of Bakeland, the Fasak airship attack, and the assassination of George III. Immediately following that, a question arose in their minds since George III had already made preparations and had reached the final step of the ritual, and had obtained the tacit approval of the seven deities. Why did he still fail? They immediately thought of an answer: because Mr. Fool didn't agree. The church probably didn't seriously stop the destruction of George III Black Emperor ritual. Perhaps they even provided some help to Mr. Fool's subordinates. Did the Church of the Storm use this chaos to secretly do something? No, they probably wouldn't do too much to hide it. Leonard recalled the various details he had previously sensed and had a general grasp of this matter. The seven deities tacitly agreed. Mr. Fool voted against it and sent the world and other blessed to secretly destroy George III apotheosis ritual. But what does this have to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that German Sparrow had disappeared? Black Emperor. The Queen might have participated in the operation led by Mr. Fool and later discovered that her collaborator had disappeared. Xianxia used her rich knowledge and experience to make a guess at the truth of the matter. And only at this moment did Emlyn connect the dots that he had just discussed and understand what had happened to the situation outside while he was locked up for protection. George III had plotted to become a god and had obtained the tacit approval of the 7 deities. In the end, Mr. Fool had sent a blessed to destroy the ritual and perish on the spot. Seeing that everyone was silent, the Fool Klein looked at the hermit Xianxia. Any other questions? Not this time. Xianxia lowered her head even more. She was even more in awe of the great being at the end of the long bronze table than before. Although she had long known that Mr. Fool had the 3 angels, Snake of Fate, Death Consul, and Ancient Bane, under him, as well as secretly controlling the life school of thought, she never expected that Mr. Fool would have the power to destroy a king's apotheosis ritual in the real world. Furthermore, he had foiled the schemes of a king of angels, the son of the Creator. Mr. Fool's hidden forces are even more exaggerated than I imagined. What use do we, the tarot members, have to him? The power behind it? His own growth? Or was it just a backup plan? Xianxia instantly thought of many things. She momentarily forgot that she was already a sequence 4 demigod. No matter which organization she was in, she would be considered a member of the upper echelons. Just the things that Mr. Fool has shown are enough to make a saint lack confidence. Audrey only needed a glance to read Ma Hermit's mental state. At this moment, the Fool Klein nodded. You may begin. Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately turned to the bottom of the long, mottled table and said to the world, "How's your situation now?" Magician's Furs, Judgment Zio, Audrey, and the other tarot members also cast their gazes over, expressing their concern for the world, German Sparrow's situation. From their point of view, Mr. World, who was sandwiched between Mr. Fool and Angel of Time Amon as a tool of war, wasn't in a good situation. He was already considered lucky to be alive. Sensing the concern, Klein controlled the fake world and chuckled hoarsely. It's not too bad, but it's not too good either. Thanks to Mr. Fool's blessings, I finally obtained a certain secret from Amon, but I haven't completely escaped from him. Without waiting for the others to react, he continued, You're right. I'm now in a rather troublesome predicament. I relied on Mr. Fool's powers to enter a certain concealed state and temporarily escaped from Amon. However, if I were to dispel this state and return to reality, I can only appear where my original body is. And Amon might very well still be lingering nearby. I want to try to find a solution first. I wonder if any of you have any objections? On the surface, German Sparrow's meaning was very clear. He wanted to rely on himself first, and if it really didn't work out, he would seek help from Mr. Fool. And his actual meaning was essentially the same. First, find a way to bypass the restrictions. If it really didn't work out, consider surviving as an undead. Solution? The Hanging Man Alger and company suddenly felt a little excited, because the suggestions they provided would be used to fight against a king of angels. If they were to be used and used, it would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Audrey was just about to say something in excitement, but just as she was about to say it, she shrank it back. This was because she knew that she couldn't give random suggestions. It might cause Mr. World to be captured by Amon. Zio thought about it seriously and realized that she couldn't give any useful suggestions. All she could do was choose to watch and learn from the sidelines. Does it have to be where your original body is? Do you have any blood or hair stored elsewhere? The Hanging Man Alger thought for a moment and gave a suggestion in the form of a question. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and made the fake world shake his head. No. Compared to his original body, 1 or 2 vials of blood was too little. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. Perhaps I can use those 2 vials of blood as materials and combine them with something else, using the life alchemy method to create a new body. There are 2 problems. First, life alchemy requires the participation of a spirit body, otherwise, the final product might not be considered my body. Second, I don't know any demigods who can complete life alchemy. The only one who's close to it is Frank Lee. In the end, I became a mushroom man? Then, it's better for me to be an undead. As Klein thought about it, he nearly shivered. After the hanged man's suggestion was rejected, Katlia began from her knowledge of mysticism and deliberated as she asked, "What's the matter? Do you have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact? Why do you ask?" The World German Sparrow returned with a question. A Sequence 3 sealed artifact can respond to prayers within a certain range. You can make use of this, Katlia explained simply. Klein roughly understood what was on Ma'am Hermit's mind. Are you talking about descent? Yes, get someone to set up a descent ritual at the periphery of the range, and you should be able to respond while in a concealed state. Katlia first glanced at Sun and described the exact plan before asking in enlightenment, "Do you really have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact?" She had originally wanted to get the world to seek Mr. Fool's bestowment. "I'm already at Sequence 3, Klein controlled the fake world and gave a brief answer. The Tarot members were rendered speechless. They knew very well that Mr. World had advanced to Sequence 4 at the end of June and become a demigod. And now, it was December of the same year. The Queen once said that I used the blood of the snake of fate to advance, making it easier for me to become a Sequence 3 clairvoyant than others. Besides, the Tarot has given me a lot of precious mysticism knowledge, allowing me to digest the potion to a large extent. But even so, I still need more than half a year before I have a chance of reaching Sequence 3. Katlia subconsciously looked around and realized that the other Tarot members were in a half-numb and half-envious state. She sighed silently. Is my suggestion useful, Mr. World? The World German Sparrow shook his head. In that state, there's a great limit to responding. Once he chose to descend, it meant that he would have to start his life as an undead, no, as a ghost. Perhaps, I can combine the two methods. Yes, I can use the method of praying to the Fool, Sea God, or Magic Protector to descend to lead the forsaken land of the gods, but there's no rush. It's too easy to expose the truth. The Fool Klein thoughtfully made World look at Leonard. Leonard instantly understood what he meant and replied, yes. I'll go back and look through the information to see if there are any other ideas. Obviously, his real intention was to go back and ask the old man. The old man was an angel who had a considerable understanding of Amon. Maybe he could come up with a suggestion that no one else could think of. This was the answer Klein wanted. Following that, he made the World's German Sparrow say, all right. The discussion of escaping came to an end for the time being. The World's German Sparrow looked at Magician's furs. Help me ask the House of Abraham if there are any worms of star that haven't completely lost their spirituality. If there are, what do I need to exchange for them? Worms of star were high-level spirituality materials. Most of the time, they didn't contain any beyonder characteristics. Therefore, their spirituality would experience an irreversible loss. Without any special means, it was difficult to preserve them for too long. Worms of star. Magician's furs was taken aback for a moment before nodding. All right. After receiving a reply, Klein made the World cast his gaze at Katlia. If Miss Magicians isn't able to trade for a worm of star from the House of Abraham, I would like to entrust you with a mission. What mission? Katlia asked with interest. The World's German Sparrow smiled. Hunting the Aurora Order Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor's Aurora Order Saint of Secrets Bootiz. Mr. World wants to hunt him? Magician's Furz's first reaction was that she had heard wrongly. After all, German Sparrow had nothing to do with the Saint of Secrets. However, she quickly thought of the thing called the Worm of Star that was just mentioned, and she had a rough guess. This made her suddenly feel excited and agitated. This was because she also wanted to hunt the Saint of Secrets Bootiz to avenge her teacher's family. However, due to her low strength and her inability to produce sufficient remuneration, she had always suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. Although it sounds like Mr. World doesn't plan on taking action personally, Ma'am Hermit is also a Sequence 4 demigod. Furthermore, she has the support of Queen Mystic. I can provide as much help as I can within my capabilities. As her thoughts raced, Furs cast her gaze at the hermit beside her, waiting for her reply. Katlia thought for a moment and said, Bootiz might very well be a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very likely that Bootiz is a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very difficult to hunt him. Furthermore, he has Ro's redemption backing him, as well as the true creator's blessings. At my current level, it's almost impossible for me to complete this mission by myself. You can seek Queen Mystic's help. I will also arrange for other collaborators for you. Klein made World German Sparrow reply in a low and hoarse voice. The remuneration is the right to choose the final spoils of war, as well as mysticism knowledge that will allow you to digest the potion within this year. It's December now. Catlia's heart palpitated when she heard that. She deliberated and said, when the time comes, I will attempt to do it, but I can't guarantee success. No matter how difficult the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets was, it wasn't as dangerous as accepting the hidden sage's indoctrination. And from the latter, she might not be able to obtain mysticism knowledge that could aid in digestion. There was a high chance that it would be related to mathematics, machinery, or literature. No problem. As long as you do it seriously, I will give you some mysticism knowledge as compensation even if you ultimately fail. World German Sparrow nodded and confirmed the deal. At this moment, Magician's Furs finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Mr. World, Ma'am Hermit, can I join this mission? I might be able to help. I would have looked for you even if you didn't tell me. The fool Klein chuckled inwardly and made the fake world nod slightly. There's a place for you among the collaborators for this mission. Furs wasn't surprised at all as she asked curiously, what's wrong? What can I do? What do you need me to do? German Sparrow replied in an extremely calm tone, bait. Furs opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't say anything. She felt like she knew this would happen. The World German Sparrow continued, similarly, you also have the right to choose the spoils of war, but you will be ranked behind Ma'am Hermit. Also, during this period of time, I can help you record beyonder powers such as traveling. Furs didn't have any extravagant hopes of a reward. Her greatest reward was to successfully exact her revenge. She might even receive additional rewards from her teacher in the future. Without any hesitation, she nodded. And said, all right. The World German Sparrow then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. How's the digestion of your Dreamwalker potion? Thanks to the adventure in Roselle's travels and her persistence in acting during this period of time, Audrey quickly digested the potion. Her eyes darted around slightly as she recalled. I've long concluded the principles of acting. In another 2 to 3 months, I should be able to completely digest it. It's a little slow. Klein mumbled inwardly as he made the World German Sparrow say, I've already concluded the principles of acting. Create more opportunities to act. If you can finish digesting the potion before Ma'am Hermit takes action against the Saint of Secrets Bootiz, I can give you Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic in advance so that you can cooperate with her. To Klein, he would be staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a very long period of time. Most of the matters in the outside world could only be interfered with by the tarot members. Allowing them to quickly increase their strength was also a form of help to him. Furthermore, he wasn't directly giving it to her. The difficulty of the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets Bootiz was just as Catlia had said. It was rather high. All right. Audrey was vexed over how she was going to accumulate contributions from Mr. World when she heard the news. Naturally, she didn't hesitate to agree. In her heart, the members of the Aurora Order were lunatics and vandals. There was no need to find a reason to deal with them. In addition, Audrey had previously been vexed over her lack of combat experience as a Beyonder. This gave her an opportunity, although it was rather dangerous, it was also an opportunity. German Sparrow sure is generous. Helping a mysticologist digest the knowledge of the potion and a sequence 4 demigod characteristic. This shouldn't be just for the Worm of Star. That sounds like a supplementary ingredient. He's helping the tarot members advance as quickly as possible according to Mr. Fool's will so that they can be of use in the future? The hanging man Alger listened to the conversation between the world and the other members and vaguely grasped the truth. This left him rather vexed. He suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't pious enough and had other thoughts, making him do something foolish to test Mr. Fool, he would have been given a mission to help him push open the door to godhood. At this moment, Audrey, who had agreed to the mission, glanced at the magicians and smiled. I'm looking forward to the fact that the House of Abraham doesn't have a Worm of Star. Me too. Magician's Furs nodded seriously, indicating that she had the same thoughts. Seeing that the world and German sparrow had finished speaking, Katlia thought for a moment and looked at Judgment. Do you wish to join this mission? Do some peripheral intelligence gathering. The abilities you previously displayed in this aspect left a deep impression on me. Even without Ma'am Hermit's invitation, Xia wouldn't not help her friend when the time came. She nodded gently and said, if the operation is in Bakeland, I won't have a problem. If it's somewhere else, my usefulness will be reduced. A sheriff was always linked to their jurisdiction. The more familiar a place was, the more they could perform. Once they exceeded their range, they could only rely on their beyonder powers. Your reward is to be the third to choose the spoils of war. Katlia looked at the star again. If there's a need, I hope you can allow the official factions to appear at the appropriate moment. Leonard chuckled. I hope you don't have to go that far. My reward is also a spoil of war, right? If I hadn't invited my dear poet classmate at the end, the mission to hunt the Saint of Secrets would have turned into a gathering for the female members of the tarot. The fool Klein muttered inwardly as he got the world and German sparrow to finalize the matter. All that was left was to wait for the House of Abraham's feedback. Following that, the hanging man Alger and son Derek reached an agreement on the rental of the unshadowed crucifix. Just as they entered the free exchange segment, Emlyn couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you give me a hint on how to escape the protective custody? The fool Klein, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, nodded slightly and said simply, this week. This week. His answer was very confident, but it wasn't a prophecy, but a judgment of the current situation. The current situation was that Faysac and Intis were attacking Rouen, while Fainapotter was attacking Rouen's allies, Lemberg, Mason, and other places. The three churches definitely didn't wish to suffer the destruction of the Sanguine in addition to their existing enemies. Therefore, Emlyn would soon be released, and it was hard to say for Father Utravsky. Similarly, the Sanguine's focus had definitely shifted to the world's situation. They wouldn't have the motivation to continue probing Emlyn's other companions. In addition, in the past 2 days, the person with the most forced reason for praying was Emlyn White. Klein suspected that a large part of the reason why he had been locked up in St. Samuel Cathedral's basement was to make it easier for the goddess to exert her influence. Now that the matter was over, he was no longer of any use. Combining these three factors, it wasn't difficult to conclude that it wouldn't take long for Emlyn to regain his freedom. The only exception was that this fellow had really been forgotten. Be it the Church of Evernight or the Sanguine, they had forgotten that such a fellow was locked behind Cheney's gate. If that was the case, Klein would get Leonard to provide help when the time came. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At the end of the free exchange, the world's German sparrow suddenly looked at the hanging man. You said that you've already reached Sonia Island and are in the primitive forest? Yes, the hanging man Alger replied in puzzlement. German sparrow pondered for a moment and said, you can try to find the elven ruins. You can try to find some elven ruins. Maybe you'll find something extra. The hanging man Alger suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the scene he had seen in his dream. He nodded thoughtfully and said, all right. After another round of conversation, the tarot gathering came to an end. Audrey and company stood up, bowed, and left the world above the grey fog. After returning to his body, Leonard immediately lowered his voice and described Klein's predicament. Finally, he said, old man, do you have any good suggestions? My suggestion? It's better to seek the fool's help, Pallas Zoroast answered without any hesitation. Leonard coughed lightly. Don't you want to take this opportunity to make things difficult for Amon? Make things difficult for Amon? Pallas Zoroast snorted. What's in it? If not, then forget it. Leonard was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he said, at least it will make you feel better. Pallas chuckled. If you don't mention this topic, I'll feel better. Without waiting for Leonard's response, the Marauder Pathways sequence one angel sighed with a slightly aged voice. Doesn't your former colleague have a deception charm? Maybe we can think of something from this. After wiping out Bakelin's avatar, Pallas passed the godhood symbols and magic labels for the 4 charms, deception, parasite, deprivation, and aging, to Klein through Leonard. Klein used this knowledge and the worms of time he obtained to create a deception bullet, parasite bullet, and deprivation bullet. Later, he used them against Kona's Kilgore, but Leonard didn't know about it. Leonard asked thoughtfully in a suppressed voice, "Old man, are you saying that we can mislead Amon with the help of the deception charm and make him misjudge the location so that he can't affect Klein's escape?" In his mind, Pallas Zoroast replied in annoyance, "That's right. Do you think it's possible to use a deceit charm in front of a Marauder Pathway King of Angels? That's not possible." Leonard laughed dryly and asked shamelessly, "Then what do you mean?" Pallas Zoroast's voice suddenly became more spirited. "The rule that deception can only return to the original location of the body." "The deception rule? You can do that too?" Leonard asked in shock. Pallas gave a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. "Compared to deceiving Amon, deceiving the laws is much easier. After all, the bottom of the world is crazy and chaotic." These words left Leonard momentarily speechless. On the one hand, he was not knowledgeable enough to know that rules and patterns could also be deceived. On the other hand, he did not expect that in the old man's heart, Amon was more terrifying than the laws of nature and the laws of the world. After nearly 10 seconds, he spoke again. "What are the chances of success if we use this method?" "Very, very low. However, Amon's avatar contains a deceit charm made from a worm of time. The probability of it being able to deceive such a pattern is very, very low. Therefore, my suggestion is still the same. Get him to seek the fool's help. Don't waste time. In a confrontation with Amon, the longer this drags on, the more dangerous it will be." Leonard pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I understand. I'll advise him to do the same." Of course, he would not forget to mention the method given by the old man that had a low possibility of success. "It's good that you understand." Seriously, to disturb an old man's reading. As Pallas mumbled, his voice gradually softened and vanished from Leonard's mind. 7, Pinster Street. The newspaper on the coffee table suddenly flew up and unfurled itself in front of the sofa. Using a deceit charm to deceive the rule that one can only resurrect in the area around their original body? Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein used his own words to reconstruct Pallas Zoroast's suggestion. Just as he said that, he recalled the leather lantern that had been lit for a long time. Amon had deceived the laws of nature, allowing the candle to be in a magical state. It didn't need any fuel to light up for an entire week. Klein's eyes lit up as he muttered, "That's right. This train of thought is really something that only an angel of the Marauder Pathway can think of immediately. It might not be impossible." Similar to Pallas, he also felt that compared to dealing with Amon, it was much easier to deal with the laws of nature. After seeing hope, Klein immediately analyzed the feasibility of the plan. "Although I've already used up that deceit bullet, I can summon it from the historical void. In any case, before the effects end, I'll definitely reassemble my body and successfully resurrect. The laws of nature are really pitiful." Not only was it deceived, but even the item used to deceive it is fake. The only problem is that the bullet might not be able to deceive the laws of mysticism. Back then, it was a little difficult to deal with Kona's Kilgore. Amidst his thoughts, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings and gradually gained inspiration. That was to use Sapphira Castle. After gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, he could already mobilize the power of a Sequence 2 angel here. And many of the things he had come into contact with previously indicated that Sapphira Castle had a high chance of crossing the 3 pathways of Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. It could produce a convergence effect on the corresponding Beyonders, and it had clearly attracted the coveting of Amon. In other words, Klein suspected that Sapphira Castle had the power of these 3 pathways at the same time. However, he was a seer, so most of what he could pry open was concentrated in this domain. With the medium of the deceit bullet, I might be able to pry open the other powers of Sapphira Castle. Since I can already use some powers related to miracles in the seer domain, then it's very reasonable to infer that the powers of the Marauder Pathway have the might of an angel. The only problem is that I have to have a medium of a sufficient level. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to deceive that law. As he thought about it, Klein's thoughts suddenly became clear as he seriously formulated a detailed plan. He used the mysticism laws as a target and attempted to plan a scam. In order to reduce the difficulty, it's best to have additional preparations. I can't deceive it out of thin air, unless I'm Amon's true body. Yes, I'll bestow a tube of my blood to Little Sun and create a fake resurrection point that exceeds the range. Then, with the deceit bullet as a trigger, I'll push the corresponding angel-level powers contained within Sapphira Castle and mislead the law, making it treat the fake resurrection point as the real resurrection point, and the real resurrection point as the fake resurrection point. The details were outlined bit by bit, and after the idea was finally formed, Klein immediately used the mysticism connection between him and the point of death to observe the exact situation with his true vision. He saw that the grayish-yellow fog had thinned significantly, and the deep ravine that hid Chernobyl hadn't changed at all compared to before. Wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, Amon had stolen a stone from somewhere and placed it at the spot where Klein had passed away. He sat on it and patiently played with a human-skinned glove. He would sometimes bend the fingers of the human-skinned glove, and at other times, he would stretch it, as though he could live like this for 100 years. A kilometer or two away, somewhere deep in the grayish-yellow fog, 3 almonds in classic black mage robes were squatting beside a rock, seriously playing poker cards that they had stolen from somewhere. From time to time, they would nudge their monocles. In other parts of the desolate wilderness, the almonds were either alone, in groups, leisurely strolling, or writing in deep thought, or discussing all kinds of problems. In the dark and dangerous forsaken land of the gods, this was such a harmonious scene. If it wasn't for the fact that the young men were wearing classic black robes, pointed hats, and monocles, with the same black hair, black eyes, wide foreheads, and thin faces, it would have been even better. Just as Klein was about to take a closer look, the Amon sitting on the rock suddenly raised his head, nudged the crystal monocle, and looked at him from afar. In the desolate wilderness, all the almonds raised their heads and looked at the highest point of the fog of history. Klein immediately retracted his gaze and severed the connection. City of Silver, Derek Berg arrived at the top of the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. "Your Excellency, I've already received the promise of blessings," Derek said rather frankly and directly. The grizzled Colin Iliad, who had old scars on his face, heaved a sigh of relief and slowly nodded. "That's good. That's good." In a rare instance, he repeated a sentence. As an excellent demon hunter, as the chief of the City of Silver, he had always been very patient and never took unnecessary risks. Therefore, with the fool suddenly not giving him any feedback, he didn't immediately side with the true creator. He decided to wait patiently for another month. To the City of Silver, which had been waiting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years, a month's wait was completely bearable. Without waiting for Derek to answer, Demon Hunter Colin left the window and said calmly, "Go back first. I'm going to begin preparing for the advancement ritual." Derek glanced at the chief and said sincerely, "Go back first. You'll definitely succeed." He didn't stay any longer and immediately left the spire to return home. After setting up the ritual again and placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures he had hunted in the correct positions, Colin Iliad began concocting the potion. After all of this was done, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes, lowered his head, and chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Above the grey fog, Klein saw circles of light spread out and heard a slightly illusory prayer. He immediately summoned a paper figurine, fused the power of Sapphira Castle with it, and threw it into the prayer circle of light. He also marked the City of Silver's chief in passing. At the same time, he used the prayer circle of light to observe the entire spire and the entire City of Silver's situation. He confirmed that there weren't any parasites near the chief or Little Sunday. "I have to seize this opportunity." Klein immediately conjured the word German Sparrow, and made him assume a praying posture. At this moment, Colin Iliad saw light. Amidst the holy and clear light, a holy angel with 12 pairs of illusory wings on its back suddenly descended. As the pure white feathers fluttered down, it used its wings of light to envelop the demon hunter. This was a blessing from Mr. Fool. Facing the embrace of an angel, Colin Iliad wasn't surprised. He calmly accepted everything, as though he was already prepared. The ritual began. He took a step forward, picked up the Silver Night potion, and poured it into his mouth. Without a sound, the demon hunter's body swelled up, turning into a grayish-blue giant that was a few meters tall and had a dark crack on its forehead. Every inch of the giant contained an indescribable mystery and terrifying power. Apart from its head, which still retained its human appearance, the rest of its body was close to that of a mythical creature, emitting a strange mental influence. In the next second, Colin Iliad's head seemed to suffer from osteochondrosis. His entire body caved in, and with the dark crack as the core, it slowly squirmed, as though it was about to form a nebula vortex. This pain made the City of Silver's chief, a demon hunter who had killed many powerful creatures, unable to contain himself. He let out a series of extremely chaotic howls that would make an ordinary creature's head split open. If it wasn't for the fact that Colin Iliad had evacuated the people in the spire ahead of time, leaving only the demigod-level weight Chermont to guard the spire to prevent any accidents, many Beyonders would have lost control. The remains of the 6 powerful creatures at different spots in the ritual floated up under the guidance of an invisible force. They circled around the mutating Colin Iliad, and with the help of a mysterious connection, they awakened a portion of the memories of this top demon hunter. It was the experience of hunting a devil. It was the experience of personally ending the former chief's painful attack. It was the life of defeating powerful monsters time and time again. These scenes that manifested in the altar were like paintings. At times, they would fuse into Colin Iliad, and at other times, they would separate from him. They helped him locate himself, allowing him to maintain a certain degree of lucidity amidst the extreme pain and changes. It was only at this moment that Colin Iliad understood the essence of this ritual. As a sequence 4 demon hunter, the hunt of every powerful creature was a battle that was filled with intense spiritual baptism. It left a deep mark in his life. With the help of these imprints left behind by intense spiritual energy, he was able to locate himself after consuming the potion and not lose himself in pain and madness. This reminded Colin Iliad of a name recorded in some of the books in the City of Silver, Anchor. At sequence 3, one could be considered a deity in a certain sense. They could respond to prayers within a certain range, but they needed a certain anchor. Because he had yet to reach the level of an angel, the anchor might not necessarily be a believer, and could be replaced with other things, such as those bright imprints in his life that had the meaning of mysticism. In his awakened memories, Colin Iliad slowly regained his sense of self. He felt his body again and grasped its changes. Then, layers of wings formed by illusory light grew out of his back. They combined with the surrounding scrolls and kept shrinking inward, collapsing into a solid, gorgeous, and weightless silver armor on the surface of Colin Iliad's body. After a demon hunter advanced to a silver knight, there would be a slight difference due to the different blessed deities. The previous leader of the king's court chasers, Light Slayer Murskogan, had received a blessing from the giant king, so the various aspects of the silver knight domain were stronger. Colin Iliad could occasionally condense a silver rapier that could teleport. When attacking, it would produce random, preferred, and unpredictable changes. In addition, when Mercury transformation, he could also obtain a certain uniqueness. As the silver armor finally took form, Colin Iliad completed his advancement. Apart from the fact that he didn't have a vertical eye on his head, he was equivalent to a mythical creature. At this moment, he raised his right hand and waved it to the side. On a small hill outside the City of Silver, a silver beam exploded out of thin air, tearing apart everything around it, splitting the hill into 2. During the process of Colin Iliad advancing to Silver Knight, Derek Berg completed the bestowment ritual and received a small metal tube. Seizing the opportunity when the City of Silver's chief created an anomaly and attracted most of the attention, Klein, who was in the ancient palace above the grey fog, suddenly reached out his hand and summoned a bullet and death knell from the historical void. Right on the heels of that, having done a divination ahead of time and confirmed that there weren't any Amon parasites in the large area around Little Sun, he didn't hesitate to open the revolver and stuff the deceit bullet inside. With a flick of his right hand, Klein closed the revolver. Then, with the help of mysticism connections, he aimed at the spot where he had died. Bang, he calmly pulled the trigger and fired the only bullet. At the same time, he used this Beyonder ability to stir the power of Sapphira Castle purely with his will. The entire grey fog boiled again, and so did the space. A majestic but slightly dark power surged out like a tidal wave, enveloping the bullet and shooting towards the real world. The light in Sapphira Castle suddenly dimmed. Klein suppressed his fear and horror as he held Death Knell's historical projection and simulated the feeling of weightlessness. He jumped towards the crimson star that represented sun and the small tube of his blood. In the desolate wilderness with Chernobyl, the almonds wearing pointed hats looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. They looked at the darkness that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. The almonds nudged their monoculars at the same time and laughed after a moment of silence. He doesn't seem like someone who can come up with such a method, Palez? He joined this organization that uses tarot cards as a codename? City of Silver, Berg household. Derek's vision suddenly turned dark, as though the candles in the room had burned out. To the residents of the City of Silver, this wasn't a good thing. Derek's eyes immediately lit up with the radiance that belonged to the sun. At this moment, fragments of light burst out from the deep darkness, like many transparent and wriggling insects. The metal tube that Derek received shattered on its own as bright red blood floated out and floated into the air. It constantly disintegrated and fused with the fragments of light. In just 2 to 3 seconds, these light fragments condensed into one and turned into a huge ball of light. The ball of light stretched and changed, quickly outlining a figure. This figure had a deep outline and a cold and stiff face. He wore a half-top hat and a black coat. He held an iron-black revolver. It was none other than the German Sparrow. Klein had successfully deceived the mysticism laws and completed his resurrection at the fake resurrection point with the help of his blood that he had previously left behind. There was no need for an introduction. Derek had already recognized who the visitor was through that special aura. After a few heartbeats, he instinctively revealed an uncontrollable smile. "Mr. World?" Klein raised his head slightly and looked at Little Sun, who seemed to have grown a little taller. He subconsciously reached out and pressed down on his top hat. He then nodded gently. "I'll be in the forsaken land of the gods during this period of time. However, I have to leave now. I can't lure him on to the City of Silver. If there's a chance in the future, I'll cooperate with you." Derek understood the meaning behind Mr. World's words and nodded heavily. "All right." Just as Klein raised his right hand and was about to snap his fingers to use Flaming Jump to leave, Derek looked at him and suddenly pointed at the cabinet in the room. "Mr. World, do you need to bring some food? There are mushrooms that can produce milk." Klein controlled himself and didn't let the corners of his mouth twitch. He maintained his cold posture and said, "I don't drink milk." Just as he said that, he snapped his fingers, causing a scarlet flame to soar out of his pocket and envelop him like flowing water. The flames quickly dissipated, and like falling stars, Klein's figure disappeared from Derek Berg's room. Outside the City of Silver, in a deformed forest, flames continuously flickered, extending all the way to the desolate wilderness that led to the north. Only when he was far away from the City of Silver did Klein slow down a little. He summoned a lantern from the historical void and held it in his hand. He had long expected that his resurrection would go so smoothly. This was because once he found the right method, Amon actually couldn't stop it. In the City of Silver, Amon would at most have a few Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 avatars. Klein could use his true vision to find them in advance and eliminate them. And if they could form an avatar at the Sequence 2 level, Klein, who had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and could use the power of an angel, could fight the avatar above the gray fog. Furthermore, he would be in an invincible position where he couldn't be attacked. He had a high chance of repelling the enemy. If Amon moved his true body to the City of Silver, then Klein could choose to resurrect at his original spot of death. Of course, Amon could create an avatar that was almost at the level of a Sequence 1 and send him to the City of Silver. However, under the premise of Beyonder characteristics conservation, how many avatars of this level could he create? There wouldn't be more than 2. As for Klein, he could split the remaining blood into multiple portions and use a bestowment ritual to send them to Mr. the Hanging Man, Ma'am Hermit, and Leonard. There were too many resurrection spots to choose from, so Amon couldn't guard them all. This was an open plan that relied on his level, Beyonder powers, and the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle. Before Klein attempted the resurrection, he was already rather certain of the outcome. The only thing he was worried about was that Amon would detect the deception ahead of time and interfere in time, causing the resurrection location to remain unchanged. Fortunately, his divination had confirmed that the danger level wasn't high. This was also one of the reasons why he dared to attempt it. "Phew, I've really escaped from Amon." As he proceeded forward under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein felt the existence of his body and heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew very well that he would encounter the powerful pursuit of Amon's true body and various avatars. On the desolate plains that were filled with deep ravines, the almonds stood in different spots. They opened their mouths and chanted in Jotun, the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle, the mysteries that originate from ancient times, the testimony of a long history, the protector of Baekeland's magic and theater performances, the great German sparrow. These voices were layered as they drilled into the void, seemingly extending into infinity. After about 10 seconds, the almonds adjusted their crystal monocles in different ways and chuckled softly. You changed so quickly. If German Sparrow was still automatically responding to the honorific name, they could use this to determine his location and take the initiative to create an error to directly appear beside his target. In the deep darkness that was illuminated by lightning from time to time, Klein wore a silk top hat and a tweed coat. With a lantern in hand, he walked north at an unhurried pace along the rather flat terrain. There's the sound of prayer. Amon is using the honorific name of German Sparrow. This means that some of the distance between Amon and me isn't too far. But there aren't any his parasites in the City of Silver. Is it in the surrounding patrol teams, or with creatures I didn't expect? As he walked, Klein suddenly turned his head and listened carefully for a few seconds. Regarding this matter, he was rather glad that he had been cautious enough. He had tacitly agreed to change the honorific name that could automatically respond to him above the gray fog. It went from protector of Baekeland's magic and theater performances to protector of all poor children in Baekeland. This came from the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation he had set up. Amon is a cryptologist. He might very well have interpreted this honorific name from the various information on Don Dante's. No, I shouldn't have automatically responded. Klein looked at the dim yellow light emitted by the lantern and quickly made a decision. He made every worm of spirit only listen to the prayers, unable to actively respond unless he obtained the permission of his main body's consciousness. In this way, the frequent prayers would seriously affect his life, but it was not a big problem, because other than Amon who maliciously harassed him, no one would pray to German Sparrow. He did not even spread his honorific name. After settling this matter, Klein thought of all the horrors of Amon and suddenly had some doubts about what to do next. His original plan was to leave the City of Silver and head to the Noise ruins in the north to investigate the exact situation there. He wanted to see if he could obtain the main ingredient needed for the miracle invoker potion, but after connecting the ancient city ruins to Amon, the problem became apparent. Klein could already confirm that high-level beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways also had the law of convergence. Since Amon had been wandering the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years and had come to the vicinity of the City of Silver, how could he not be attracted to the Noise ruins in the north? For the City of Silver's chief to not dare enter, the power in Noise City has definitely reached the level of an angel. It wouldn't be ignored by Amon. Perhaps he doesn't dare to directly eat such a high-level beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, but this doesn't stop he from setting up a trap. Even if he didn't do so in the past, he is definitely rushing over now. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Amon hasn't discovered it. This is because back when the City of Silver's chief first went there, the Noise ruins wasn't that dangerous. Perhaps, the power at the angel level only came to the Noise ruins later. He is constantly migrating to avoid Amon? Amidst his thoughts, Klein didn't dare to head to the ancient city in the northwest. He decided to first see if there were any other ways to obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion before considering if he should head to the periphery of the Noise ruins to observe and gather some information. With this in mind, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and a half-top hat, walked towards the ruins of a tower that he had seen with the help of the lightning. Along the way, in the dangerous darkness outside the dim yellow light, monsters lined up and quietly followed him. They were already Klein's marionettes. Compared to them, the Saints of the Seer pathway were even stranger and more terrifying. As he walked, a monster that looked like a fish with limbs suddenly opened its mouth and chanted in Jotun, "The eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light, you are the embodiment of order." Just as the three-stanza honorific name was recited, the monster convulsed and collapsed to the ground, losing its life. A deity's honorific name often had more than 3 stanzas, but one only needed to choose 3 stanzas when reciting. For example, the eternal blazing sun's full honorific name was Eternal Blazing Sun, Inextinguishable Light, Embodiment of Order, God of Contracts, Guardian of Commerce. And Klein had just used the first 3 stanzas. Using this method, Klein prayed to the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Evernight goddess, hoping to receive a response. However, after a full quarter of an hour, there was no change in his surroundings at all. Praying to a sequence zero true deity in the forsaken land of the gods is ineffective? Unless the target is the true creator, or an existence that controls Sapphire Castle or Chaos Sea, that's not right. The clergyman from Afternoon Town was concealed when he said the goddess's true name. When he said the fourth king of angels, he was self-immolated because it involved a deity. Perhaps it's because the forsaken land of the gods has remnant divine powers, not only concealed and fallen. And the true names of different deities have special mysticism meanings that can stir the corresponding powers. This can explain why the City of Silver has always been teaching the two true names of Badheil and Haraburgen, but it hasn't established a connection with the god of combat and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Prayers in the forsaken land of the gods can't be heard by true deities, or perhaps they can hear it, but they can't respond. This also means that there aren't any remnant powers of the god of combat and the god of knowledge and wisdom in the area around the City of Silver. Otherwise, there would definitely be an anomaly. Yes, it's also possible that there aren't any anomalies, but that they've been eliminated by the two Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the City of Silver. In that case, if I were to directly say the goddess's true name, would it cause the surrounding darkness and concealed to boil? If I can control this power, I'll have another effective card when being pursued by Amon. The probability isn't high. Directly saying a deity's true name is a form of blasphemy. I'll be attacked by the corresponding powers, just like the clergyman from Afternoon Town. Klein had a theory of the present situation based on the phenomena and logic. He was eager to read out the true names of the deities he knew one by one to see what effects it would have. Finally, he restrained himself and didn't blindly make the attempt. I should first head above the grey fog to do a divination. Otherwise, who knows if there might be an unbearable accident. Yes, divination that involves deities might not give a clear revelation. Klein mumbled inwardly before scoffing at his impulsive action. My previous thoughts are equivalent to, I haven't courted death for 2 days, so I have to be serious today. At that moment, he had already arrived at the collapsed tower and sat beside the wall that only had a small portion left. He reached out to take out a paper crane from the historical void and lit it up. He wanted to try and see if he could contact Snake of Fate while in series and ask where else he could obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Under the illumination of the lantern that had been summoned for the 3rd time, Klein fell into a deep sleep, but he didn't dream of anything. As expected, it doesn't work. After waking up, Klein shook his head and leaped into a historical void. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein beckoned for a small paper box from the junk pile. Inside was a stack of paper cranes. They were all personally folded by a particular baby. At the same time, the world's German sparrow was conjured. He prayed to Mr. Fool amidst the greyness, asking him to pass his request to Miss Justice, saying that it could be used to exchange for the manipulator potion formula. Of course, Klein had already revealed that the potion needed to be consumed in a great emotional resonance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey returned to her bedroom once again and set up a bestowment ritual. She received a paper crane. She then picked up a finely sharpened pencil and wrote on the surface of the paper crane, Don Dantes requests you to meet me. After completing the preparations, Audrey followed Mr. World's instructions and placed the paper crane under her pillow before falling asleep. Soon, she saw a pitch-black and desolate plain. As a dreamwalker who had hypnotized herself ahead of time, she maintained her lucidity and walked towards the black steeple in the middle of the plain with a strong sense of curiosity. Just as she arrived at her destination, Audrey's spiritual perception was triggered. She looked up at the top of the steeple. At some point in time, there was a gigantic silver snake coiled around it. The gigantic snake didn't have scales, and its body was covered in symbols and patterns. They formed wheels that were connected to each other and had different markings. At this moment, the gigantic snake was staring at Audrey with its bright red and cold eyes. It said in a deep voice, "What's the matter with Don Dantes? This is the angel of the fate pathway who gave Maam Hermit a drop of blood." Audrey controlled her thoughts and calmly looked at the gigantic snake. After a few seconds, she said, "He wants me to ask you where I can obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion?" The giant silver-white snake suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, it said, the number of sequence 2s in different pathways is different. With the attendant of mysteries quota full, there can only be 6 miracle invokers. Miracle Invoker is the name of the sequence 2 potion. Mr. World is about to become an angel? Or was he preparing for his companions? No, if it's a companion, he can ask himself. Audrey was first alarmed before she looked forward to the mysterious snake's answer. Divine Emperor of the 9 heavens, the silver snake looked down at Audrey and opened its blood-red mouth. The sequence 1 potion that the leader of the secret order, Zeradal, consumed came from an attendant of mysteries. In other words, he had an additional miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Similarly, it was the same for the ancestor of the Antigonus family. Of course, if they have a target they fancy and are willing to nurture, as an angel of sufficiently high level, they can split an additional miracle invoker beyond her characteristic for the other party. The third miracle invoker's beyond her characteristic combined with the characteristic of a mysterious origin, becoming sealed artifact 0-05. This is also known as the magic wishing lamp. A true deity once attempted to destroy this item to separate the characteristics and reunite them, but to no avail. The fourth and fifth miracle invoker beyond her characteristic exist in the form of a grade 0 sealed artifact in the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms respectively. One of them is codenamed 0-13, originating from the creator of the third epic. It's called the Last Banquet. The other is codenamed 0-32, a product of the War of the Four Emperors. It's called the Curtainless Theater. The sixth miracle invoker beyond her characteristic might be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. In the third epic, there was a remnant dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared. After the cataclysm, there were no traces of it. Audrey listened attentively and thought carefully for a moment. You're saying that with a full attendant of mysteries, there can only be 6 miracle invokers. And now, you've only mentioned the leader of the secret order, Zeradal, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family. It doesn't seem to be a full sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. Under such circumstances, there might be an additional miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. This wasn't something that the world's German sparrow had warned her in advance. Instead, it was a question that Audrey had come up with based on the details of the other party's answer and combined with her knowledge of mysticism. The giant silver snake's bright red eyes moved slightly. Indeed, there should be a full 3 attendant of mysteries. But in the second epic, when the ancient god, Fleegria, was still alive, the third attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristics seemed to have disappeared. No existence knew of its whereabouts. It was the same for the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Perhaps it had already fused with it, or perhaps it had found a sufficiently concealed method to hide itself. Audrey nodded lightly. I understand. I will inform Mr. Don Dantes about this. He also asked me to ask you if there's anything you need his help with? The silvery white giant snake swam upstream, and a third of its body stood up. Nope. Just a small matter. Yes, I have a blessed who is an outstanding gourmet. He has a wish to taste the ice creams of various noble families and judge the most delicious one. This request. Mr. Snake, maybe it's Mom Snake, is really nice to his blessed. His tone makes it sound like he can't wait for it either. This is too simple. I can help Mr. World agree to it and complete it myself. I'll just treat it as accumulating the merit needed for the potion formula. Audrey said thoughtfully, no problem. But how do I give the ice cream to him? The silvery white snake slowly coiled and said, sacrifice it to him. He's already a sequence 3 saint, so he can accept sacrifices in the same city. His honorific name is, Embodiment of Luck, Monster that Foresees the Future, Calamity that Spreads Calamity, Witness of All Fate in Bakeland, Guardian of Chaos and Madness. This honorific name is somewhat different from a normal sequence 3 honorific name. There's actually no name at the end. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly, but she didn't say anything else as she nodded in agreement. Guardian of Chaos and Madness. Will's honorific name at the end is a little interesting. This shouldn't be the honorific name of the Snake of Fate, but one that he used when he was at Sequence 3. It was later modified. The Monster Pathway's Guardian of Chaos and Madness? Or could it be said that in this world, even at the bottom of fate, there's chaos and madness? Monsters are working hard to resist all of this, making everything appear normal? As Klein listened to Miss Justice's report, he wasn't surprised by Will Septon's request for ice cream. Instead, he was more interested in the honorific name of the Life School of Thought's chairman. Having a blessed is equivalent to having a friend. Did Will learn this from me? No, I have a true blessed, Don is. I have to get this fellow to sacrifice some food to me later. I can't really eat those mutated monsters or summon projections from the historical void, right? Yes, if there's a chance, I'll have to invite little son to taste it together. I can't let him be addicted to Frank's mushrooms. Will's blessed won't be fewer than mine, or even more. He has a huge organization like the Life School of Thought. Klein conjured the World German Sparrow and got him to respond to Miss Justice, indicating that the ice cream was worth a lot of contributions. After doing all of this, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table and seriously considered the problem of the Miracle Invoker potion's main ingredient. There's no need to think about Zeradal's Miracle Invoker. Beyond her characteristic. It's impossible for he to split it for me. He only wants to turn me into his marionette. It's not that there's no hope for Antigonus's 2 portions, but if that's the case, I'll have to beg the goddess again. I can't produce something of equivalent value. I'm afraid. Besides, the goddess might not be able to produce it. The reason why he sealed the half-fool who had lost control might be because he can't kill him. Once he is killed, he will be able to escape his current predicament and revive somewhere, just like how I escaped Amon's control. Under such circumstances, the goddess has no way of directly separating the Miracle Invoker beyond her characteristic from Antigonus. There's no need to think about 0-05 that even a true deity can't crush. Even if I obtain it, I won't be able to use it. The origins of this sealed artifact are really mysterious. It's very problematic. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Suns 0-13 is called the Last Banquet. It comes from the City of Silver's creator. Why does this person always like to give names that have a dangerous meaning? The Church of the Storms 0-32 is Curtain's unending theater. It sounds like I can imagine what it's like. The chances of obtaining these 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts are very low, but it's not impossible. It all depends on whether the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms are willing to support my growth to restrain Amon. Yes, up to now, they haven't shown any goodwill. I can't find a suitable way to make contact with the right person either. I can't possibly use divination to spy on the Eternal Blazing Sun and communicate with him, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for he to directly invade Sapphira Castle and take control of this place? If I nurture Mr. the Hanging Man, when he has the qualifications to come into contact with grade 0 sealed artifacts, I'll most likely become Amon. The true creator knows clues to the 3rd attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic. His divine kingdom or holy residence is in the forsaken land of the gods. There might be a certain connection between the two Miracle Invoker characteristics and 1 Attendant of Mysteries characteristic are most likely in the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder which one is in the Noise Ruins. Yes, the true creator should only know clues and isn't sure of the exact location. Otherwise, he would have obtained the Attendant of Mysteries beyond her characteristic before the War of the 4 Emperors to effectively raise the strength of his subordinates. In other words, that Attendant of Mysteries beyond her characteristic is something that even a true god can't quickly obtain. I have to search for it, and it might not be so easy for Amon to encounter it and use it to set up a trap. If the danger in the Noise Ruins is recent and has just migrated, it matches this characteristic. From the looks of it, I still have to make a trip, but I have to be careful. The danger comes from Amon, as well as the things inside the ruins. Yes, I'll do a divination first before doing peripheral observation and intelligence gathering. I won't enter blindly. I have to be sufficiently patient. Klein conjured a pen and paper, and just as he was about to write the corresponding divination statement, he suddenly recalled something and decided to make another confirmation. He drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying and threw it into the crimson star that represented magicians. Using the image and tone of a German sparrow, he instructed Klein to ask Arode's questions. Bakeland, East Borough. Furs, who was about to move, drew the curtains, lit the candles, and set up a mirror. She got Zio to be a spectator. She then drew the symbol that Mr. World had given her on a piece of paper. Inside the room, the environment gradually became gloomy, and gusts of cold wind that made people shiver started to blow. The surface of the mirror suddenly rippled as dark red ancient Faceac text condensed, "You have summoned the great erodes. You have to abide by the corresponding rules. To ask a question, you have to answer a question. If you lie or refuse to answer, you will be punished." "All right," Furs, who had been warned, calmly replied. Following that, she raised a question out of curiosity. "Where can I obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion?" On the surface of the mirror, dark red words appeared and disappeared, answering the question in detail. "It's basically the same answer as will." Above the gray fog, Klein saw the exact process through the crimson star that represented Miss Magicians. He nodded in disappointment. "It's your turn to ask a question," Furs said nervously after memorizing the answer. The dark red words squirmed and changed, forming a new sentence. "Have you had any erotic dreams in the past year?" "Few. Thankfully." Furs heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. This was human nature. She didn't think that there was anything to be ashamed of. Following that, she raised her second question. "Do you have any suggestions regarding the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion?" Erodes dispelled the dark red text and used silver to outline new words. "The House of Abraham still has the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 2 Planeswalker Potion formula, as well as the corresponding 2 powerful sealed artifacts. The Aurora Order also has one." "This?" Klein's eyes lit up as he thought of a new possibility. "Is that so?" Furs frowned slightly and said, "It's your turn to ask a question." On the surface of the mirror, the silver color vanished as dark red reappeared, forming a sentence. "Who else were the main characters of your erotic dreams other than you?" Furs gaped as her face flushed red. At this moment, Furs could only feel her cheeks heating up. Her whole body stiffened, and she didn't even dare to turn her head to look at her friend. She realized that she had underestimated the bottom line of the magic mirror. After her lips quivered for a moment, Furs recalled Mr. World's warning. "I choose to accept the punishment." With a crackling sound, a silver bolt of lightning fell from the air above the room. However, as soon as the lightning appeared, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was an illusion. On the surface of the mirror, the dark red words were suddenly dyed silver, and new content was quickly replaced. "Today's quiz game ends here. Goodbye." Without waiting for Furs to open her eyes or for Zio to react, the rippling light in the mirror instantly calmed down. The gloominess and darkness in the room shattered and was devoured by the candlelight. "Isn't there a punishment?" Furs waited for a few seconds before opening her eyes slightly. She looked at the mirror that had returned to normal before looking at Zio. Zio pointed at the top of her head. Lightning struck down, but it disappeared halfway. Also, the magic mirror has already left. The magic mirror was only joking? That's not right. The reminder I received was that the question would be rather embarrassing, and the punishment would be rather severe. Could it be that Mr. Fool has blessed me? Furs rubbed her right cheek and said with a guess. Maybe. Zio nodded in agreement with her friend's opinion. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly rejoicing, she suddenly realized that Zio was looking at her seriously. What's the matter?" Furs's heart skipped a beat. Zio asked thoughtfully. "Who were the main characters in your erotic dreams?" "Haha, who would remember such a long dream? Besides, aren't dreams always blurry and unclear?" Furs squeezed out a smile. Zio tersely acknowledged. "If that's the case, then why didn't you answer just now?" "Nervous, I'm too nervous." Furs glanced at the unpacked luggage in the room and said, "We should move." "I miss the fireplace," she said as she walked towards the luggage. Only then did she realize that sometimes, whether she answered the magic mirror's question or not, the outcome would not be much different. "Is this the social death that German sparrow mentioned? I really want to bury myself right now." Furs took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the heat on her cheeks and the shame in her heart. Above the fog, in the ancient palace, Klein threw the sea god scepter back into the junk pile and scoffed at Erodes's performance. Despite knowing that I'm the one who sent someone to summon it, he still dared to ask such a question. It was only after I stopped the lightning tribulation that he hurriedly changed his attitude and left in a panic. He must have had a lot of fun, however, its answer has given me a new train of thought. There's really no need for me to limit myself to becoming a miracle invoker. The second blasphemy slate is most likely from the City of Silver's creator. Now, it's in Adam's hands. Although Amon and his brother are in charge of their own matters and don't have a good relationship, they had once worked together. I don't believe that he hasn't seen the blasphemy slate. If that's the case, he must have already grasped the miracle invoker ritual and guessed that I'm planning to bring the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. When the time comes, he doesn't need to work too hard to track me. He just needs to wait in the giant king's court. Yes, I can't go according to the enemy's expectations, especially when it's a god of deceit and god of mischief. Who knows how many accidents will happen? If my participation causes the City of Silver's 1,000-year-old hope to be destroyed, that would completely go against my original intentions. The problem with a planeswalker is that he might hear Mr. Door's ravings. Furthermore, he will suffer more from the gaze and corruption of the cosmos than Sequence 2 angels of other pathways. Of course, this isn't completely unacceptable. Also, do I need to repay the 2 resurrection chances that Sapphira Castle gave me? That's fine. My Sequence 1 will definitely return to being an attendant of mysteries. This is because Mr. Door has already blocked off the path of advancement of the apprentice pathway. He has at least grasped the uniqueness and 2 Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, or even 3. It's not necessary for me to become a planeswalker, but I have to make the corresponding preparations. When my choices increase, it will be much more difficult for Amon to stop me. Only by doing so will I be able to become an angel under the powerful pressure of a king of angels. Yes, I won't preset my stance. I'll prepare for Miracle Invoker and Planeswalker. When the time comes, I'll decide which pathway to choose based on the specific situation. With this train of thought in mind, Klein felt refreshed. His mind was abnormally active as he quickly came up with a preliminary plan. For the time being, I'm not in a hurry to ask Miss Magician's teacher about the Planeswalker potion formula and the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact. This will scare the House of Abraham and make them suspect that Miss Magician's worships some evil god and has joined some bad organization. With their current state, there's a high chance that they won't reply. They will change their identities, move residences, and directly cut off contact. Yes, that Saint of Secrets Buddhi's head is a very good gift. Regardless of whether the House of Abraham gives me the Worm of Star, this matter has to be on the agenda. I hope that Miss Justice can digest the Dreamwalker potion as soon as possible. I hope that Ma'am Hermit is prepared, and I also hope that Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment can improve before the operation. By the way, according to Miss Magicians, Saint of Secrets Butiz is a defector from the House of Abraham, and the Aurora Order has a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Apprentice Pathway. That's interesting. Perhaps I don't need to contact the House of Abraham. I might be able to obtain what I want from Saint of Secrets Butiz. I have to remind Ma'am Hermit that Butiz might carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact at times. I have to confirm it before the operation. If that Grade 0 sealed artifact isn't in the hands of the Saint of Secrets, I might have to face the Angel of Fate Ouroboros to obtain it. No, a Grade 0 sealed artifact is terrifying to begin with. It's one of the sources of danger. Phew, I'll wait for Miss Magician's teacher to reply. I'll see if the House of Abraham is sensitive to the matter of the Worm of Star. With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. He felt that he and the Aurora Order were destined to be enemies. They would always have all sorts of interactions. At the beginning of this operation, the Aurora Order will definitely be shouting in their hearts, "Why is it you again? Why is it us again?" After exhaling, Klein gathered his thoughts and conjured the world, German Sparrow, and replied to Miss Magicians who had reported the answer. Following that, the fake world prayed again and asked Mr. Fool to pass his request to Donna's. On a particular island in the Fog Sea, Donna's, who was waiting for the Golden Dream to fetch him, turned his head to glance at Anderson and chuckled. "I'm going to summon the German Sparrow's messenger." Anderson raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. "You're qualified to consume the Conspirer potion. You were the one who made it too obvious. Even I could sense that you were afraid of that messenger," Donna said humbly, feeling increasingly smug. Anderson suddenly burst into laughter. "Why don't you suspect that I'm deliberately showing my fear? It's purely to find a reasonable excuse to avoid hearing things I shouldn't hear. T. Do you think I'll believe a lie you came up with in a hurry? Donna's was nearly convinced. Anderson threw up his hands and walked to the door. All the ingredients for your conspirer potion have been gathered. Remember to remind Gehrman not to forget my iron-blooded night potion formula. Donna's waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he got it. After Anderson walked out of the room and closed the door, Donna's immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Seeing the 8 eyes look over, Donna's puffed-up chest instantly shrank back. He forced a smile and handed over a gold coin. Ma'am, German Sparrow wants me to tell you that he's fine. He's now in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Wait, what did I say? The Forsaken Land of the Gods? As a crewman of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Donna's mysticism knowledge was passable. After a moment of surprise, his pupils clearly dilated. All right. Rionette Tinker bit the gold coin and replied in one bite. Then, she stepped into the void and vanished from the room. After reporting this matter to German Sparrow, Donna's received the iron-blooded night potion formula and new orders. Prepare local delicacies and sacrifice them to see God Cavituous. Isn't this mission a little too strange? Donna's mumbled to himself, but he didn't dare raise any questions. He quickly tidied up the altar, found a piece of goatskin, and wrote down the supplementary ingredients and corresponding ritual for the iron-blooded night potion formula. Right on the heels of that, he opened the door and handed the goatskin to Anderson. Forming a team of at least 30 people. The higher the team's strength and rapport, the better the ritual's effects. Anderson unfurled the goatskin in front of Donna's and read it. As he read, his brows gradually furrowed. If the rapport of the team is built on wanting to kill me, the captain, then this ritual is rather simple. Without waiting for Donna's mockery, he produced a white flame from his fingertip and burned the goatskin. Anderson then laughed and said, I have to return to my homeworld to find an opportunity. I have to go back to my hometown to find an opportunity. It's being invaded by Fainapotter, and war is always the best place to train a team. After a pause, he looked at Donna's and said with a smile, I prepared some questions for you. Leave them in my room. When you become a conspirer, you can try to do them and see if your intelligence has been improved in any way. T. Are you trying to trick me into reading all the books in your room? Donna's was nearly touched as he immediately understood what was amiss. No matter how high one's intelligence was, it was impossible to solve the questions without reading the textbooks. Not bad. This time, you only used 3 seconds to grasp the crux of the matter. If it were in the past, you would have really believed me, Anderson praised as he turned around with a smile and left the inn. Divine King of the 9 heavens in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, it was a night when the frequency of lightning had dropped to a very low level. 2 pieces of white bread sandwiched with a piece of roasted meat doesn't feel bad. The sweet and sour beverage, a specialty of the Fog Sea, is better than I expected. After swallowing the last mouthful of food, Klein praised from the bottom of his heart. He then threw the remaining packaging into the depths of the darkness. After all, there was no concept of environmental protection here, nor were there any trash cans. Of course, he had dealt with these matters in advance. It was just like how he had to disinfect himself in Sapphira Castle every time he gave up a marionette to prevent Amon's avatar from locking onto his whereabouts. Yes, inanimate objects won't be turned into a concealed state by the darkness here. Klein raised the lantern that Donna's had sacrificed and shone it at the items he had just discarded. After resolving the problem of food and clothing, he had the mood to attempt certain matters that he had previously divined to be dangerous. As the dim yellow light wavered, Klein grabbed forward with his right hand and dragged another version of himself out of thin air. It was the him in the historical void, also holding a lantern. In the next second, Klein entered the grayish-white fog and awakened his consciousness in the projection that he had summoned. The projection was surrounded by teams of monsters. In the endless darkness, it opened its mouth and planned on chanting the name Ammonizes. He didn't make a sound. It was as though the content he wanted to say had been concealed. Indeed, it's as I guessed. Wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat, Klein slowly exhaled. Looking at the lantern that emitted a dim yellow light, he suddenly chanted in Jotun, Leotaro. Before he could finish his sentence, more than 100 bolts of lightning twisted and intertwined as though they were responding to a summons, instantly covering the area. Klein had no time to dodge. Even after switching places with his marionette, he was still within the range of the attack. Amidst the silver light, he fell to the ground. His body was charred black as he convulsed violently, as though he had turned into a gigantic piece of coal. Then, his figure quickly dissipated, vanishing like an illusion. Wearing a real top hat, an Intis trench coat, and a simple lantern, Klein returned to reality and continued walking as if nothing had happened. After walking for a while, his figure suddenly blurred and became clear again. Then, Klein opened his mouth again and recited a name in Jotun. Oh, just as he said the first syllable, a transparent flame shot out from his body, instantly burning him to ashes. He didn't even have the chance to switch places with his marionette. Klein's figure appeared once again. He pressed down on his top hat and calmly walked forward on the hill that was covered in strange plants. Harabergen. Badheil. Omabella. There's nothing abnormal. There's no corresponding divine power remnant around the city of Silver, Medici, Ouroboros, Sassurer. This is even more useless. They aren't deities. I thought that Afternoon Town and the Giant King's Court were special cases. Using the true name of Sassurer outside can activate the power of degeneration in the forsaken land of the gods. As a king of angels with the uniqueness, Red Angel can be considered half a true god. To think that he didn't leave behind any traces at all. It's embarrassing. No, it's embarrassing for a king of angels. As his black trench coat fluttered behind him, Klein walked down the hill and followed his spiritual intuition to head northwest to the city ruins, Noise. He would sometimes take a detour or use flaming jump. He didn't completely follow the route that the City of Silver had explored to his destination. Bakeland, late at night. Feeling that she had digested a little more of her potion, Audrey very enthusiastically used dream traversal to leave her mansion and enter the various dreams in the surrounding area. Knowing what the current situation was like, she had a strong desire to become a demigod. As she traversed in this manner, she suddenly saw a familiar person. This was a noble lady who had a good relationship with her. She was 29 years old and had married a viscount the year before. At this moment, rose petals were constantly falling in the lady's room. The bed was pure white, and there was a pair of heart-shaped rings on it. There was a knocking sound coming from the window. The lady's cheeks were flushed as she quickly walked over and opened the window. A man wearing a black iron mask and a dark cloak leaped in, hugged the lady, and whispered, "Don't worry." He whispered, "I'll take you away from pain." Then, the two of them began to engage in all sorts of entanglement as they rolled onto the bed. As a dreamwalker who was working hard to digest the potion, Audrey had long seen such scenes. She had passed the stage of being shy and had sighed at how colorful everyone's dreams were and how imaginative they were. At this moment, she didn't lose her composure at all. She maintained the etiquette of a spectator, as though she was witnessing an extreme play. After some observation, she discovered a problem: the man in the black iron mask wasn't the lady's spouse. He was more like a playboy in the noble circles. Is this a reflection of the hidden thoughts in one's heart? Audrey muttered to herself with the academic attitude of a dream analysis. Following that, she traversed into the dream beside her out of curiosity. This corresponded to the noble lady's husband, a viscount. In the dream, the viscount was busy participating in the discussion of the House of Lords. Then, he was chased by an earl with a revolver. The reason was that he had abducted the earl's daughter. After escaping to a safe zone, the viscount found his female secretary and vented his fear. Audrey couldn't help but exit the dream, wanting to see the viscount and his wife's state in reality. In the bedroom illuminated by the crimson moonlight, on the large white bed, the viscount was hugging his wife, and his wife was hugging him as they slept intimately. Well, I have to realize that everyone has a dark side. If I convict anyone based on a dream or a momentary thought, anyone will fall into hell. No one will be spared, including myself. To be able to control my dark side and prevent it from ever entering reality is already considered very good for most people. Audrey increasingly felt that acting as a dreamwalker was a form of torture and tempering of her mind. She entered the dream again and traversed to another area. Before long, she came to a warm room. There was a thick carpet and a dining table. At the head of the table was a gray-haired old lady. On both sides of her were a middle-aged man and woman, as well as 3 underage children. Everyone was enjoying the delicacies by the candlelight, chatting and laughing happily. Outside the room, it was dark and deep. The strong wind rattled the glass, brewing the terrifying feeling of a disaster. What is the owner of this dream worried and afraid of? Audrey left the dream and tried to find answers in reality to verify her speculations. Then she saw a small bed, and the gray-haired old lady. On the old lady's bedside table were photo frames. They were either wrapped in black cloth or tied with white flowers. They were of a middle-aged couple and 3 underage children. Audrey silently turned her head to look out the window and saw that there were ruins left behind from the bombing near the house. The noble lady pursed her lips and suddenly returned to the old lady's dream. She didn't stop the possible disaster. All she did was conjure a chair and sit by the side. She seriously and attentively watched the happy and warm family. Amidst the howling wind and the shaking of the glass, the room was brightly lit. The fragrance of food wafted in the air, and there was endless laughter. Audrey concluded that there was a dreamwalker's acting code. A traveler in a dream has come, seen, and recorded without interfering. He is only a spectator. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard was summoned by Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. He walked along the spiraling staircase and walked up step by step under the sunlight that shone through the stained glass. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "Old man, that secret gathering is about to begin again. Do you really plan on attempting to enter the treasure trove left behind by the Jacob family at the end of the month? I'm not sure, but this is an opportunity. At the very least, Amon's main body is being held back by Sapphira Castle. He won't suddenly appear." In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zoroast replied with a slightly hoarse voice, "However, I'm more inclined to divulge the news of the treasure trove. I'll let the people at the gathering take the risk and explore on their own. As for us, we'll guard the vicinity and observe the situation. We'll extract what we need from them." Leonard was taken aback as he whispered, "Old man, isn't this too sinister? Old man, isn't this too sinister?" This was using the members of the Hermits of Fate as props to step into a trap. Naive, childish. You can tell them the details and let them decide whether they want to go or not. Pallas Zoroast sneered. Leonard didn't bring up the matter again and instead asked, "Old man, when can I become a demigod?" Pallas chuckled. "If you can obtain a spirit at the level of your former colleague's messenger, you'll be able to finish digesting the potion at the beginning of next year. But, it's better to follow the main points of my suggestion and focus on acting. In the second half of next year, you should have the qualifications to strive for sequence 4. Of course, I'm not sure if the Church of Evernight will give you the potion and help you hold the ritual. Didn't that high-ranking deacon named Casimir Crestet wait many years until the war broke out before he truly became a demigod?" Leonard nodded and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on? Old man, can you act as a spirit and help me digest it? Your level should be higher than Klein's messenger." Pallas Zoroast was silent for a few seconds before chuckling. "That's a good idea. Why don't I help you digest the potion? How about that?" "How?" Leonard knew that old man was mocking him, but he couldn't help but ask. "By deeply parasitizing you and completely controlling your body," Pallas replied snappily. As he spoke, Leonard arrived at the door of the Bacolod Diocese's archbishop. He immediately shut his mouth, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Anthony Stevenson glanced at Leonard, who had opened the door, and said, "You can release the vampire behind Cheney's gate." Upon hearing the archbishop's instructions, Leonard was first taken aback before he sighed inwardly. "Mr. Fool's prophecy sure is accurate. No, it's not a prophecy. He has already seen through everything." Leonard quickly reined in his thoughts and followed procedure to get St. Anthony's archbishop to give him an official document. Then, he returned underground and entered Cheney's gate with 2 team members. After the keepers checked the documents, he came to the room where Emlyn White was imprisoned under the illumination of silver candles with engraved patterns. He used a brass key to open the heavy stone door. A ghostly blue light invaded the cell, causing Emlyn White to instinctively close his eyes. His face was a lot paler than before, and his body was a lot thinner. He gave off the feeling that he would be blown away by the wind. Upon recalling Mr. Fool's answer, Emlyn suddenly felt confident about the present situation. Without opening his eyes, he slowly stood up and chuckled. I knew you would take the initiative to send me out. Would you be disappointed if I said that it's just a routine check? Leonard lampooned and replied without any expression, I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't walk out of Cheney's gate after this time, I'll treat it as you volunteered to stay behind. As a rather senior Nighthawk, having been the captain of a Red Gloves team for several months, Leonard had rich experience dealing with prisoners. Emlyn's expression froze as he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately maintained his silence. He walked past Leonard and his 2 team members and walked out of Cheney's gate. When he was outside, he suddenly shivered a few times, as though he was trying to expel the chill from his body. When you return, just bask in the sun for a few more days. Oh, the sun isn't that common in Backland during winter, and you vampires don't like to bask in the sun either. Aren't you an apothecary? You can make your own potions from the sun domain. Leonard casually reminded him when he saw this. Emlyn's condition wasn't right. On the one hand, he hadn't drunk human blood that was rich in spirituality for days, so he could only rely on animal blood as a substitute. On the other hand, he had spent too much time behind Cheney's gate. He had been corroded by the power of Evernight that supported the seal, and he needed medicine from the sun domain to remove the remnant effects. As a potions professor, Emlyn knew his body and mind well. He didn't retort, nor did he nod. All he did was emphasize the word sanguine. Then, he asked, what's the matter? Where's Father Yutravsky? He still has to stay for a while. Let's hope this damned war ends soon. Don't worry, we'll let him go out twice a week. As for when he'll do that, it'll depend on the weather in Bakeland. Leonard gave a simple response before sending Emlyn white all the way to the ground and onto the streets. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before asking again, where's the nearest hospital? What do you want to do? Leonard asked in a professional manner. Blood transfusion. Emlyn raised his chin slightly, trying his best not to show any changes in his expression. Blood transfusion. It's drinking blood, right? Leonard didn't expose him. He pointed in a direction and gave the address. After watching the sanguine Viscount leave, he returned underground and began to discuss the recent cases with his team members. After several days of trekking, Klein finally arrived near the northern ruins, Noise City. This place was also a barren and deathly silent plain, and the dried-up riverbed left its mark on the ground. Looking at the dark, shadowy, and silent city that was filled with a thin fog, Klein wasn't in a hurry to approach. Instead, he found a hidden spot and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and entered above the gray fog. To return to Sapphira Castle with just a thought, he had to stack the prayers of all the members of the Tarot together, forming a strong and sturdy anchor that could summon the Fool. With the help of the prayer light, Klein used his true vision to check the situation in the Noise ruins from afar. He discovered that the thin fog was slowly but uncontrollably dissipating. And on the surface of the city, there wasn't a single spirit body thread at a glance. People in linen robes or animal hides were lying on the streets in different spots. They weren't as lively and busy as the City of Silver's expedition team had seen when they arrived. The angel or sealed artifact that previously occupied the city chose to migrate after realizing that its whereabouts had been exposed. As Klein speculated based on the situation in front of him, he retracted his gaze and looked at the grayish-white fog that held up Sapphira Castle. He was preventing the miracle invoker, attendant of mysteries, or the corresponding sealed artifact from hiding in the historical void to ambush the Beyonders exploring Noise City. He didn't want to directly encounter a huge vortex formed by a bunch of transparent maggots when he leaped into the fog of history. He didn't want to be chased by the slippery and terrifying tentacles. Zeridal's ambush still left Klein feeling a lingering fear. From time to time, he would have nightmares and wanted to seek out Miss Justice for treatment of his psychological trauma. This was even more agitating to him than seeing his marionette, Anuni, wear a monocle in front of him while being completely immobile. This was because he had implicated the Hounds of Fulgrim. After confirming that the historical void was safe, Klein returned to the real world. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, dragging out his previous self. He was also wearing a half-top hat, a black trench coat, and holding a simple glass lantern. In the next second, he leaped into the grayish-white fog and followed the lit historical void. He ran all the way to the place before the first epoch where the corpses of the civilized city were piled up. To him, this was a very ingenious safe house. This was because other than him, no scholar of yore could trace back to this prehistoric fragment that had been completely severed and lost. Of course, to Klein, coming all the way here had expended a lot of his spirituality. He could stay for at most 15 minutes, and that was on the premise that his historical void projection didn't make any strenuous attempts. After his main body hid, the projection of Klein in the real world advanced and quickly arrived outside the noise ruins. He didn't blindly approach or enter. He circled to a small hill opposite the dried-up riverbed, raised his right hand, and summoned his original marionette, Earl of the Fallen Konas Kilgore, who had a cold and stiff appearance and dark blue eyes. Konas's body squirmed and instantly transformed into German Sparrow. Then, he reached out his hand and took out a lantern from the historical void. This was the historical void projection summoned by the historical void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, he blurred the distance and arrived outside Noise City in a few steps. He was alone. Following that, he held the lantern and walked through the rotting and collapsed buildings, passing through the thin fog and entering the ruins. Compared to using his true vision above the gray fog, the contact with reality allowed Klein to discover more details. The humans and monsters that had collapsed in different spots were mostly showing signs of decay, as though they had been abandoned for a long time. Some of them were sitting on chairs under the eaves, some were slumped by the stove, some were holding moldy bread, some were holding hands, and some were leaning against the wall, sitting on the ground with their lips pressed to a bone flute. This allowed Klein to imagine what the situation in the city was like when they were still alive. Some people were slacking off and resting, some were baking food, some were shopping along the streets, some were focused on music, some were coming and going with laughter, and some were fighting monsters in the arena. This was such a lively scene, but in fact, everyone was long dead. They no longer had their own souls, and they were only repeating the same actions in a predetermined manner. And on a certain day, at a certain moment, this strange scene also froze and ended in an instant. Everyone collapsed without any warning. A city formed by marionettes, the most realistic theater. Back in the foggy town, there was a similar situation. Although I'm also a seer, I still have to say that in terms of horror, and strangeness, our pathway is definitely ranked in the top 3. Could it be that I have to do the same in the future? The Attendant of Mysteries is? With a lantern in hand, Klein walked through the streets that were littered with corpses. Following his spiritual intuition, he walked towards the center of Noise City. The situation here made him believe that the person who had once ruled the Noise ruins definitely had sufficient intelligence. After the City of Silver's expedition team broke the peace here, he didn't choose to kill or destroy the clues. Instead, he didn't hesitate to abandon everything and migrate elsewhere. The reason why he didn't silence he might have been following the City of Silver's team back then. Yes, it might also be because of the true creator. Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he quickly arrived at a relatively intact cathedral. Inside the church stood a statue of a demonic wolf with 8 legs covered in dark short fur. There was grayish-white fur on the statue's head, and its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. It's not Phlegria. The dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared in the 3rd epoch, the god of wishes? He has been in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years before he finally found that sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Tap. Tap. He, who was already standing sideways, immediately cast his gaze outside the cathedral. In the thin fog, a figure slowly walked over, quickly outlining a clear silhouette. He was nearly 2.3 meters tall, and his back was slightly hunched. His hair was completely white, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and scars by the corners of his mouth. He wore a black clergyman's robe, and he was a rather old priest or bishop. His dark brown eyes were deep and calm, unlike the monsters in the depths of the darkness that were crazy and bloodthirsty, lacking any spirituality. However, in the long night with very low frequency of lightning, this clergyman didn't carry an animal hide lantern, nor did he light a fire. All he did was quietly walk through the thin fog. Although Klein had only been in the forsaken land of the gods for less than a week, he had already gained a sufficient understanding of this place through Little Sunday. He knew that ordinary humans, and even saints, had to use flames to create light in the darkness. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to be attacked by dangerous monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness, or be devoured by the darkness and disappear without a trace, never to be found again. At this moment, the elderly clergyman did not carry an animal hide lantern. He passed through the mist and the darkness and slowly entered the church that was illuminated by the dim yellow light of the lantern. If it wasn't for his deep and calm eyes, without a trace of madness, Klein's first reaction would definitely be that he had encountered a special monster. Of course, this state of being like a normal person and being immersed in darkness were so contradictory that any creature with a standard level of intelligence could easily conclude that the newcomer might be even more terrifying than special monsters. Klein had only seen one person who could walk through the darkness without being affected and had sufficient intelligence and spirituality. Blasphemer Amon, sensing that the dim yellow light had already shone on his face, the tall old man in a dark black clergy robe with his back slightly arched stopped in his tracks. He looked at Klein beside the demonic wolf statue and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where did the master of the city go?" Klein was the kind of person who would try his best to resolve problems peacefully if he could avoid fighting with strangers. As he raised his guard, he calmly replied, "I just entered this city. I don't know where its owner went." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire church suddenly dimmed. A thin mist surged in from the outside like a tide and drowned the inside. The lantern in Klein's hand could no longer illuminate the windows and the door. It was dark outside, and nothing could be seen. In the blink of an eye, the church that worshipped the demonic wolf statue seemed to have been isolated from Noise City. Its location was unknown. Klein's pupils dilated slightly. He looked at the white-haired clergyman and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The stooped clergyman replied in a condescending manner, "I'm afraid I'll have to go. I am the attendant of the Lord God's throne, the angel of the holy word, staff. I walk the land of the past on behalf of the Lord, searching for the blasphemer hidden in the darkness." As he spoke, the old man's figure swelled to 4 meters tall, and dark illusory feathers appeared behind him. They intertwined and weaved into 4 pairs of deep but sacred wings. Angel of the holy word, staff. An attendant beside the chief God's throne. A land of the past. This is a blessed of the true Creator, a subordinate of the angel of fate, and a member of Rose Redemption? It's no wonder he can travel in the darkness. It's because he has the protection of the power of corruption. That evil God is still searching for the beyonder characteristic of an attendant of mysteries? Klein had no choice but to raise his head and stare at Stefan, who was still wearing the black robe of a clergyman but had 4 pairs of angel wings on his back. Even in his angel form, this supreme being still had obvious wrinkles, his hair was white, and there were many contradictions all over his body. Klein pretended that he had never been enemies with the Aurora Order. That blasphemer has long since escaped. I am also looking for him. Angel of the Holy Word, staff, stared at Klein for 2 seconds and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "That's not something I can say directly." Klein sighed with a smile. "I'm a lonely traveler." After he gave this answer, he suddenly felt an extreme darkness arise in his body and sink downwards, fusing with the shadows created by the lantern's light. The pitch-black figure then distorted and came to life, stretching into another German sparrow, a German sparrow with sinister eyes and a lonely bearing. This? Klein's pupils constricted as he didn't hesitate to reach out his right hand to the side and grab at the air. At this point, if he hadn't guessed that Steph was using his answer, then he could join the Aurora Order and believe in the true Creator. At this moment, he already knew what an angel of the Holy Word was. This was clearly an angel of evil word. Using the other party's answer, one could intercept a portion of it or amplify the ambiguity to create a spiritual speaking effect. When Klein said that he didn't know where the owner of the city had gone, Steph intercepted, "I don't know where I went," making Klein trap himself and isolate himself from the outside world. When the angel revealed his identity, every word raised his level and strength. When Klein answered who he was, he used this opportunity to separate out a lonely traveler. From the moment he appeared in Noise City, the black-robed Steph carried a strong sense of malice, and just as Klein attempted to summon a certain image from the historical void, the sinister German sparrow seemed to be telepathically connected to him. He also grabbed the same projection, and the two cancelled each other out. Seeing that the scholar of yours powers had been restrained, Klein's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and recited a word in Jotun. But in the next second, the word was stolen. At some point in time, a head covered in blood had grown out of the hunched 4-meter-tall angel of the holy word, Steph's left shoulder. It was very similar to his original appearance, but it was much younger. It seemed to be in his 40s. Around the head were two skinless, mangled arms. They grazed different souls and used beyonder powers to steal thoughts and thoughts. At the same time, a bloody head grew out of Steph's right shoulder. It looked like he was only 20 years old. Of the three heads, one grazed souls and stole Klein's thoughts. The other coldly stared at the target, deepening the lonely traveler's self-awareness. The last mouth opened and closed. You're lying. You're the blasphemer who destroyed the descent ritual of the Son of God and interfered with the Lord's descent into this world twice. You're one of the targets I'm looking for. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly said a word in Jotun, Leotaro. This was the true name of the Lord of Storms. The reason why Klein's thoughts weren't stolen was because he had lined up the things he needed to do next. The lines were all the same, so the theft of the first part didn't affect his subsequent thoughts. This was a valuable experience he had gained from his confrontation with Amon. Of course, if he were to encounter Amon again, Klein suspected that such a method might not work. Once the god of mischief was prepared, he would definitely come up with new tricks. Just as Klein said that, the angel of the holy word, Steph's eyes shone with dazzling bolts of silver lightning. They covered the entire ancient city of noise, piercing through the darkness that enveloped the cathedral. They tore apart all the depravity, secrecy, darkness, impurity, and evil. Inside, Klein and the sinister German sparrow were at the core of the lightning storm. They didn't even grunt before they dissipated. Then, the silver, twisted, and terrifying bolts of lightning engulfed the surrounding area, the demonic wolf statue, and the angel of the holy word, Steph. Amidst a dull boom, Noise City completely collapsed, turning into true ruins. Across the dry riverbed, Klein's historical projection quickly turned incorporeal as his true body returned to the real world. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Flaming Jump to open up a distance from the noise ruins. During this process, he pulled out paper figurines a few times and shook them into angels to remove any traces. The desolate plains returned to silence once again. After an unknown period of time, the ruins of the cathedral trembled. Steph shook off the dust and rocks and slowly stood up. His white hair had thinned a little, and his black clergyman robe had become tattered. This angel of the holy word silently left Noise City, identified his direction, and walked into the depths of the darkness. Half a day later, a figure approached the city ruins from another direction. It was none other than Klein, who had circled around from afar. He hadn't had the time to investigate Noise City, and now, he was returning, hoping to find clues to the true whereabouts of the original existence. Rather far away, Klein repeated the process of entering the world above the gray fog to investigate, summoning the historical projection, hiding in the ancient fragment, and using the historical projection to summon the historical projection again. After completing the preparations, he once again stepped into Noise City, and in absolute silence, he returned to the cathedral from before. Along the way, the corpses that had fallen to the ground had either been reduced to ashes or were charred. It had completely lost the sense of horror and bizarreness. That fellow named Steph isn't dead. From the looks of it, the remnant divine powers of storm here can only injure an angel. Klein stopped in front of the opened cathedral ruins and muttered to himself regretfully. Of course, he only felt a little regretful. He didn't have any extravagant hopes of finishing off an angel so easily. As he swept his gaze, Klein saw a few fragments of the demonic wolf statue. They were dark black on the surface and dark red on the inside. They didn't look like common stone. To be used by the dark demonic wolf to carve its statue, these stones are definitely not simple. Furthermore, they don't look like they're from nearby areas. Perhaps I can find out where the dark demonic wolf hid before coming to Noise City by investigating their origins. As a miracle invoker, or even an attendant of mysteries, the dark demonic wolf must be good at eliminating traces. It's very difficult to directly track his whereabouts, but if I can find most of his hiding spots, I can pry into his habits and style. By grasping a person's past, I can predict their future. Klein took 2 steps forward in thought, bent down, and attempted to pick up a fragment of the statue. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly reached out and blocked his fingers. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw a charred corpse standing up at some point in time. The charred corpse held a crystal monocle in its other hand and wore it over its left eye. Amon. Left eye. Klein's heart tightened before he felt a strong sense of doubt and suspicion. In the next second, the charred corpse smiled and said, "Sorry. I wore it in the wrong place." As it spoke, it took off the monocle and moved it to its right eye. Klein once again realized why Amon was the god of mischief. At that moment, he didn't even have the desire to lampoon. All he wanted was to immediately end the historical void projection and escape from Amon, in front of him. The charred corpse that had been parasitized wiped away the charcoal on its face. Before Klein disappeared, it smiled and said, "There's no rush. You're just a projection from the historical void. I can't really parasitize you, and you should know very well that I'm not alone. It's difficult for you to make an effective counterattack. What are you trying to say?" Klein, who was holding a simple lantern, thought silently for a moment. He picked up a statue fragment that was black on the outside and red on the inside and asked cautiously. At that moment, Amon had already transformed into his own appearance. The only problem was that his skin was still relatively dark. He adjusted his crystal monocle and chuckled. "You know that you're searching for that dark demonic wolf in an attempt to obtain a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic from him. And I'm also very interested in that. Why don't we play another game and see who can obtain it first? What's the point of this? Don't tell me that if I don't play this game, I won't pursue it, and you won't think of a way to snatch it from me?" Klein remained calm for 2 seconds before shaking his head. "I refuse." He had no intention of listening to Amon's conditions. The more he listened to a top swindler, the more disadvantageous he would be. Amon smiled and shook his head without any anger. "You'll regret this. I originally planned on using a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic and an attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic to exchange for Sapphira Castle if I won. I'll also give you some time to move the secret gathering you organized in advance. And now, I can only consider stealing your fate and bearing the burden of being corrupted by the source. Alright, although it's dangerous, it's exciting enough. I'm already prepared to accept it. Let's see who becomes the leader in the end. With my father's experience, I don't think I'll perform too badly." "What? Corruption from the source? The experience of the ancient sun god?" Klein originally didn't wish to continue discussing the topic of miracle invoker beyonder characteristics and Sapphira Castle with Amon, but his heart stirred when he heard that. He recalled Amon's description and couldn't help but ask, "The source refers to the original creator?" He desperately wanted to know what kind of unbearable fate Sapphira Castle would bring him. Amon pinched the edge of his monocle and looked at Klein for a few seconds. "It's better if I don't answer this question directly, because you won't believe a single word I say. Why don't you tell me? I'll judge whether it's true or not." Klein suppressed the urge to blurt out and calmly replied, "Maybe it's just that you haven't come up with an excuse yet." Amon didn't mind at all and smiled. "You can take it that way. Hee, sometimes, the truth you discover yourself is definitely more convincing than what others tell you. If you have time, you can walk around the forsaken land of the gods. You should be able to find a lot of clues there. Of course, if you have the courage to enter Chernobyl, you will know more." Klein didn't pursue the matter further. He stared at the collapsed cathedral that was bathed in dim yellow light for a while. "The dark demonic wolf discovered your existence, so it migrated in a hurry?" Amon nodded slightly and said, "It's not just me. He also sensed the gaze of the hanging man. He has been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years, so he is very sensitive to such matters. A sequence 2, or even a sequence 1 angel, can only hide in the forsaken land of the gods and live an ignoble existence. Isn't the living environment here a little too harsh?" Klein sighed inwardly before saying, "You definitely left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. You definitely left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. Why didn't you attempt to stop me from reviving there? Why didn't you send a stronger avatar over?" Amon used his right index finger to press against the lower edge of his monocle and laughed. "That would have caused you to choose to revive in the outside world. This would have caused quite a bit of trouble for my subsequent tracking. And if I were to relax a little, due to the miracle invoker's Beyonder characteristic in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, there's a high chance that you would revive here. In the following game, the only accidents that need to be considered are the Hanging Man, Ouroboros, and them. Just as I thought. Klein said thoughtfully, that's right. Even in the same area, as long as you exceed a certain distance, your main body and avatar shouldn't be able to instantly fuse or swap locations? Back then, the reason why you were able to transform back into your original body when you first entered the Forsaken Land of the Gods was because the abnormalities in Sapphira Castle had similarly interfered with this place, causing your main body to sense it and wait at the entrance ahead of time? Amon listened with a smile and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, do you think that's the case? Guess if I've transformed back into my original body? Klein raised his right fist and pressed it against his nose. After thinking for a few seconds, he revealed a smile. After a few seconds of thought, he revealed a smile. And said, I'm guessing that your other avatars are setting up the corresponding rituals to allow your main body to directly descend. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure had already turned incorporeal and dissipated. The historical void projection's maintenance was removed. In the wilderness outside Noise City, where Klein was hiding, the air suddenly stirred as illusory monocles appeared in midair. They stared at Klein's figure, as though saying, I've finally found you. However, Klein's figure also rapidly faded away. Back when Amon wore the monocle back to his right eye, Klein's main body had already returned from ancient history to the real world. With the help of Paper Angel, he used Flaming Jump and other Beyonder powers to quickly leave. The reason why his historical void projection could speak to Amon normally was because he was essentially a marionette. He was a German sparrow that was projected by Konas Kilgore. He had a worm of spirit that originated from history in his body, and he was controlled by the projection of Klein outside the city. As for Klein's main body, he would frequently enter the historical void, allowing the projection outside the city to intermittently gain consciousness and maintain control over his marionette. This caused the Klein who was conversing with Amon to fall into deep thought from time to time. Sometimes, he would stare for a few seconds, or he would need to recall what Amon had said. Against the god of deceit, Klein didn't dare to be careless. After leaving Noise City, he circled 2 more times and went above the gray fog to investigate the nearby situation with his true vision before slowing down. Corruption from the source. I wonder if Amon is lying to me. Indeed, I'll have to enter Chernobyl one day to take a look, but it has to be after I become a miracle invoker and have a certain level of self-protection. Otherwise, I'll be sending myself to his doorstep. With the lantern that Donis had sacrificed, Klein casually proceeded forward in the increasingly dark environment. Thanks to this experience, he finally had a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the dangers of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. An extremely vile and distorted environment, fanatical cultists, fallen angels, groups of Amon wandering everywhere, mythical creatures hiding in the darkness, evil gods watching everything from a certain spot, remnant divine powers that I can use, and others can use as well. As expected of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The danger far exceeds my imagination. As Klein sighed, he retracted his attention to the dark demonic wolf. To be frank, Klein didn't believe that he had any advantage in tracking this mythical creature. Be it his understanding of the Forsaken Land of the Gods or his grasp of the target's situation, he was far inferior to Amon, who had explored this place for more than 1,000 years, as well as the true creator's blessed and believers. My only advantage is that I'm of the same seer pathway as the dark demonic wolf. Furthermore, I have Sapphira Castle. The Beyonder characteristics between us have a strong tendency to converge. This will have a certain effect on fate and judgment. However, Amon is a king of angels from a neighboring pathway. There's also the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence between him and the dark demonic wolf. The effects won't be much worse than mine. Worse. Klein thought carefully for a moment when he suddenly had an idea and found his greatest advantage. That advantage was, he was very weak, compared to Amon, the true creator's attendant, and the dark demonic wolf, he was very weak. Under normal circumstances, this was a disadvantage, but at times, it wasn't impossible to give Klein what he wanted. My level is low and my strength is weak. This means that I can instead become the dark demonic wolf's hunting target. It's very difficult for me to find him, so I might as well get him to find me. A scholar of your might not interest the dark demonic wolf, but if this scholar of your can trigger Sapphira Castle, that's another matter. I can trigger Sapphira Castle from time to time, or leave behind the grey fog's aura to fish the dark demonic wolf out. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that there was a possibility of his idea being realized. Of course, this was definitely very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might end up baiting Amon or even the true creator. As for the dark demonic wolf, it was very likely that he would choose to observe in secret before suddenly attacking, not giving him a chance to prepare. Before using this method, I have to make sufficient preparations. There's no rush. Klein took a deep breath and grabbed at the air, taking out a fragment of the demonic wolf statue that was black on the outside and red on the inside. Although he hadn't been able to obtain the item due to Amon's obstruction, this didn't stop him from taking it out from the historical void. This was because he had already seen it and held it in his hand. Furthermore, the level of the item itself wasn't considered high. At this moment, Klein wanted to use the fragment to reverse engineer the dark demonic wolf's hiding spot and figure out its style of doing things step by step. In the wilderness ruled by endless darkness, Klein held the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. After some identification, he changed directions and gradually went deeper. Bakeland, Hillston Furs, who had already gone on a trip, finally received a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. There aren't any Worms of Star at the moment. He wants me to take note of what people who want to buy Worms of Star need. Furs read through her teacher's letter and silently heaved a sigh of relief. However, thinking of how she was about to begin the hunt for the Saint of Secrets, Boo-tiz, she felt nervous again. After all, he was a demigod existence. He was a Sequence 4 Saint a year or two ago, so it was possible that he was already a Sequence 3. Although the leader of the operation is Ma'am Hermit, as bait, I still need to worry about my safety. Besides, the Aurora Order has Rose Redemption backing it. There's also an angel, a king of angels. Furs didn't regret agreeing to German Sparrow's request. This was something she wanted to do, but due to the high risk, she couldn't help but feel flustered and uneasy. She couldn't help but think of another possibility. If Mr. World participates and is in charge, I definitely wouldn't be so nervous and worried. It wasn't that Furs didn't believe in Ma'am Hermit's strength and experience, but that the World, German Sparrow's achievements were obvious. He had hunted more than 1 or 2 demigods. It made her feel at ease just thinking of him carrying out such a mission. Xiao, who was sitting by the fireplace, glanced at her friend and asked, "Are we going to begin the hunt?" "Yes." Furs nodded solemnly and said, "It's not that fast. Everyone needs some time to prepare." Hunting a demigod wasn't like hunting foxes in the suburbs in autumn. One could bring their equipment and gather friends before setting off. This required extremely strict and meticulous planning. Furs believed that Ma'am Hermit had to personally come to Bakeland or stay at another predetermined battlefield for a period of time to figure out the exact situation before she could formulate an effective plan. As for Miss Justice, she was still accelerating her digestion of the Dreamwalker potion. This might take another month or 2, or even longer. To Furs, she could afford to wait. This was because she also wanted to digest the scribe potion and set up the ritual to become a traveler before the operation officially began. The only thing she couldn't be sure of was if the World's German Sparrow would rush her. "I'll try my best to convince him." "No, I'll let Miss Justice convince him. This is the strength of a spectator." Just as Furs mumbled a few words, she saw Xiao turn around and say hesitantly, "That MI9 liaison officer suggested that I officially join them today. He said that with the new king succeeding the throne, there's no need to worry about many things in the past anymore. People like him and I will also have a chance to be put in important positions." Furs listened attentively and deliberated for a moment. "Isn't there an investigation against us? I should be able to find out that there's a certain force behind you." Xiao nodded. "They believe that I was abandoned after that incident. Also, they suspect that the faction belongs to the Church of Evernight." Xiao believed in the Evernight goddess, so the mention of the church was undoubtedly referring to the Church of Evernight. However, considering that her friend was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, she added another sentence to prevent any ambiguity. "Heh, that's a disguise that Mr. World got us to put up," Furs said with a smile as she combed her hair with a relaxed expression. She then made herself serious and mature. Xiao, this is an opportunity for you. Acting as a judge clearly requires the support of the officials. Relying on yourself to be the judge of Bakelin's underground world isn't enough. You also lack sufficient help. If you can really enter the magistrate's court, circuit court, or criminal court for a few months, your potion should be completely digested. Alright, I heard that MI9 has an abnormal affairs court that specializes in handling Beyonder cases. If you become a judge there, perhaps you'll be able to strive for the rank of a disciplinary paladin in February or March next year. Seeing that Xiao was clearly tempted, Furs hurriedly added, when you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. When you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. Anyway, George III is dead. As long as you don't direct the matter to his reputation, Govington too might not stop you. Govington was the eldest son of George III. He had now succeeded as King of Rouen and wore the Balam crown. Xiao fell silent for a while before finally nodding slowly. I'll give it a try. Yes, when things stabilize, you can bring your mother and brother to Bakeland. Although the situation is tense and the price of food has skyrocketed, you definitely have a quota in MI9. You can provide for them. The more Furs spoke, the more she felt that joining MI9 was a good thing. After convincing Xiao, Furs entered her bedroom and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to pass her words to Mr. World. Right on the heels of that, Furs summarized the main points of her teacher's reply and explained her thoughts, hoping that German Sparrow would be more patient. Just as she finished praying and was about to leave the room, her vision suddenly blurred. She saw a crimson tide surge out of the void and instantly drown her. Furs then realized that she had arrived in the ancient palace and was sitting on her usual high-backed chair. However, there was no longer the stalwart figure shrouded in grayish-white fog at the end of the long bronze table. At that moment, there was only her and German Sparrow around the long, mottled table. Furs's mind suddenly tensed up as her mind became active. She quickly said, Mr. World, what I meant just now was that it's best if you have patience. This can make things simpler. It's fine if you don't. We will begin the hunt as soon as possible. Klein chuckled hoarsely and said, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not in a hurry. When his final goal became the angel-level potion formula and grade 0 sealed artifact, he had sufficient patience on this matter. Phew. Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked in puzzlement, what happened? She asked in puzzlement, then why are you looking for me? Klein replied in an unperturbed tone. Don't you wish to digest the scribe potion as soon as possible? Apart from recording the customs of different places, I believe you also need to record all kinds of Beyonder powers. The higher the corresponding level, the better the effects of digestion. Furs's eyes lit up when she heard that. Yes. After blurting it out, she felt that there was something wrong with her attitude. She hurriedly added in a timid manner. She hurriedly added with some timidity, is this the advance payment you mentioned? Klein nodded slightly and said, let's begin. Let's begin. Be prepared. I borrowed a grade 1 sealed artifact from Mr. Fool. It corresponds to the level of a saint. To a sequence 6 scribe, the success rate of recording angel-level Beyonder powers was extremely low. It was close to 0. Therefore, Klein didn't attempt to summon Miss Messenger or Mr. Aztec from the historical void to showcase their skills. Furs sat up straight and nodded heavily. Okay. The next second, she saw the world's German Sparrow raise a white bone scepter with blue gems embedded at the top. Amidst the bright light, bolts of lightning leaped out of the void and entangled with each other, forming a forest of lightning that emitted a destructive aura. Furs's eyes were reflected by the silvery white light, and she was shocked both physically and mentally. After the lightning storm subsided, she was stunned for 2 seconds before she said in a slightly timid manner, I failed, again. Klein replied calmly. The lightning storm descended on the ancient palace above the grey fog again and again. After an unknown period of time, Furs exhaled and leaned back in her chair. She couldn't hide her joy as she said, the lightning storm has arrived. Success, success. She finally recorded a lightning storm. It's finally over. Furs immediately relaxed. Then, she heard the world's German sparrow say emotionlessly, "All right, next beyond our power." Next? First saw the crazy adventurer at the bottom of the long, mottled table reach out his right hand and grab at the grayish-white fog. Out of thin air, he took out a thorny, bronze-green cross. Record, this is the power of the cross? First tried hard to make her expression appear normal. After the scribe potion had been largely digested, the number of godhood powers she could record had increased from 1 to 2. No. Klein glanced at Miss Magicians and said, "Record my ability to summon the unshadowed crucifix." "I failed," Furs whispered. The reason for her failure was that she didn't have the time to record. Klein dispelled the maintenance of the unshadowed crucifix and once again reached his hand into the fog of history, taking out an iron-black revolver. "I didn't succeed," Furs replied with a complicated expression. All she wanted to do now was return to the real world and digest what she had just gained, but she didn't hear the bell signaling the end of class. Nearly 30 times later, when Furs felt a throbbing pain in her head and her mental strength began to dry up, she finally recorded a historical void image summoning. At that moment, she felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she held back her exhaustion and tried her best to show the attitude of a good student. "This can summon people and objects that are related to me from the historical void. When the time comes, who should I summon or which item?" Klein looked at Miss Magicians and replied coldly, "Me." Furs forced a smile and said, "Which era did you come from?" "The last time we met." Klein had already thought of an answer. That was when he had deliberately brought Miss Magicians back to Bakeland from the world of ice and snow before destroying George III ritual. He had already become a scholar of your. Furs nodded solemnly and subconsciously asked, "What if I fail?" "The probability of failure when summoning someone beyond my level should be very high. Use Lamino's travels tomorrow to record this ability again," Klein said calmly. "I'll succeed in 2 tries?" Magician's Furs instinctively had such a question, but seeing how certain the world German sparrow was, she didn't dare to say another word. She raised her hand and gestured. "Then, can I go back?" Klein tersely acknowledged and made Miss Magicians leave Sapphira Castle with a look of joy. Sonia Island, in the primitive forest. Alger Wilson led a few of his subordinates and entered an elven ruin that was rarely visited by humans. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Withered vines hung down and covered the decaying wooden buildings. The entire ruins were frozen in a depressing atmosphere that no one had set foot in for a long time. Alger and a few sailors circled around the ruins in the desolate winter environment, but they still did not find anything of value. "Captain, batches after batches of adventurers have come here. What else is left for us?" Finally, a sailor in his 30s broke the silence rather impatiently. His words resonated with the rest of his companions, and they all chimed in. "It didn't take us much time to find this place. I'm sure others can find it easily as well." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's continue fighting the Phasacians." "Captain, are you planning to turn this place into a stronghold?" Alger slowly swept his gaze around, making the sailors stop complaining under his gaze and choose to obey. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I plan on using this place to ambush the Phasacians. Let's observe the terrain first and see if it's suitable." With such an excuse, the sailors barely perked up, and the group quickly entered the depths of the elven ruins. As he walked, Alger's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered, and he subconsciously turned his head to look behind a giant tree. There were traces of the soil being turned over, and it was less than a year old. Alger retracted his gaze and pretended not to notice anything amiss. He looked elsewhere naturally. After exploring the elven ruins, they returned to their new camp. At this time, it was already close to evening and the forest was getting colder and colder. After Alger and the sailors had their dinner, he left 2 patrolmen behind and each went into a different tent. The cold wind whistled through the trees, causing the bonfire to sway. Alger, who had planned to leave the campsite in the middle of the night, suddenly heard a faintly discernible singing from afar. The song was ethereal, like a lady singing softly, expressing her inner worries. This caused Alger to unconsciously recall the past. He recalled his mother who had passed away many years ago, and recalled his childhood when he was bullied and humiliated. An indescribable sadness surged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart, preventing him from waking up immediately. Instead, he waited for a few seconds before he abruptly turned over and sat up. He frowned deeply and listened attentively. This time, he did not hear anything. It was as if the melodious singing had never appeared. Alger narrowed his eyes, grabbed the thick jacket and put it on. He walked out of the tent and came to the campfire. The two sailors on night duty had just finished a round of patrol and were basking in warmth. "Did you find anything unusual?" Alger asked in a deep voice. The two strong sailors shook their heads at the same time. "No." Alger's brows relaxed a little. He turned around, intending to patrol the area on his own. At this moment, he saw something from the corner of his eye. The two sailors were too close together. If they were ordinary pirates, this would not be a problem. However, Alger's men were sailors who had received formal training from the Church of the Storm. They definitely knew that in such an environment, the patrols had to maintain a certain distance between each other. They could not be too far away, nor could they be too close. They had to be able to see each other, and at the same time, they had to prevent being attacked and taken away at the same time. Alger took 2 steps forward without batting an eyelid, pretending to casually turn his head and ask, "Did you find anything normal?" He changed the question from before, making it extremely strange. The two strong sailors shook their heads in unison as they replied without changing their expressions, "No. No. No." Alger's expression relaxed as he nodded gently. "Very good." He then turned around and slowly walked into his tent. Just as the sailors' gazes were cut off, Alger suddenly pulled out the blade of poison and the gargoyle glasses. He then opened his mouth and prepared to sing a song. At this moment, the ethereal and sorrowful song from before appeared once again. It reverberated in Alger's ears and pierced into his psyche. This was an abnormally ancient ballad. It sang of extreme sorrow and melancholy, making Alger's spirit body seem to grow pale and incorporeal arms that constantly tore at his body. Alger's expression warped as slippery, light black fish scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His dark blue hair that was as messy as seaweed stood up one after another, turning abnormally thick. The thoughts that originally existed in his mind were disrupted by the song and the pain. They could no longer take form. Alger collapsed as he struggled and squirmed on the ground. He looked less and less human as he was on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, the song stopped as a slightly indifferent voice entered Alger's ears. "There are some elven bloodlines. Then let's do this. Make good use of Xiada's Beyonder characteristic." Alger's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he slowly got up. He saw that a figure had appeared in the tent at some point in time. It was a woman with glossy black hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and her ears were slightly pointed. Her eyes were deep, and her contours were soft. She wore a complicated and unadorned dress. Even though she didn't have the height advantage, she still gave off a feeling of superiority. "Are you the elf queen, Queen of Calamity Kohainam?" A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he took the initiative to ask. The woman played with a golden wine cup with beautiful patterns and calmly said, "Haven't you already seen me?" The woman played with a golden wine cup with beautiful patterns and calmly said, "Haven't you already seen me?" Alger instantly recalled the similar song he had heard on Pasu Island. He recalled his dream of entering the underwater coral palace and seeing a high elf. After a few seconds of silence, Alger said in a deep voice, "You're actually still alive." At the same time, he silently chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name, but he didn't know if it would work if he didn't say it out loud. The woman with her black hair tied up in a high bun replied without any change in expression, "It's very difficult for an angel to perish without encountering an enemy." "Then why did you split the characteristic and place yourself in a strange state, making you wait for an opportunity to revive?" Alger had learned of the corresponding situation in the tarot. He asked out of curiosity and to stall for time. The elf woman suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kohainam snorted. "Because the throne of storm is occupied by Leotaro, and I'm powerless to resist the tyrant. Also, there are fewer and fewer elves. My anchor is becoming more and more unstable." Others might not know who Leotaro was, but Alger knew very well. He didn't dare to continue this topic in the real world. Just as he was about to ask Queen of Calamity Kohainam's purpose for descending here, the elf queen had already taken the initiative to speak. "Do you want to become a demigod?" "She wants to use my body to revive?" She wants to advance to sequence 4 and obtain godhood as bait to corrupt me? While Alger was tempted, questions surfaced in his mind one after another. Considering how Mr. Fool could purify all kinds of corruption, Alger acutely felt that this was an opportunity. This reminded him of a term Roselle the Great had once mentioned, a sugar-coated bullet, and now, he had quite a high chance of swallowing the sugar and throwing the bullet back. What do you want me to do? Alger didn't appear too eager as he raised a question based on his personality. Queen of Calamity Kohainam scrutinized him for a few seconds. When you're qualified and have the opportunity to come into contact with the Book of Calamity, take out something that others won't notice and bring it to the Western continent. The Western continent, the legendary homeland of the elves? Alger frowned slightly. Didn't the Western continent disappear? The corners of Kohainam's mouth curled slightly. Since it disappeared, it will reappear. When the apocalypse comes, it will definitely reappear. Without waiting for Alger to ask again, the Elven Queen paused and said, "You don't have to personally send that thing to the Western continent, but you must entrust it to someone trustworthy. Although I'm not good with curses, I can still make you die in pain after you violate the agreement." "But what if the Western continent doesn't reappear, or if we can't enter it?" Alger said after some serious thought. The eyes of Kohainam, who had shiny black hair and gentle facial features, were somewhat vacant, as if he had sunk into a beautiful memory. After a few seconds, she calmly said, "If it really doesn't reappear, then the agreement will be null and void. Entering the Western continent might really require an incantation or a password, but I'm not sure what it is. However, you can ask an existence." "Who?" Alger asked in puzzlement. Kohainam swept a glance at him and said coldly, "The Mr. Fool you were reciting in your heart just now. I have a feeling that he is the key to whether this matter can be completed or not." Alger's heart tightened as he hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "I understand." Upon seeing this, Queen of Calamity Kohainam nodded slightly and said, "If you wish to become a demigod, keep this agreement. If you wish to become a demigod, keep this promise. When the sun rises, head to the elven ruins." After saying that, the elf queen's figure quickly dissipated, like an illusion that was often seen in the sea or desert. Alger suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a tent, having just woken up. His memories were a little chaotic, but he quickly sorted out the connections. He and his sailors had just inquired about the location of an elven ruin. They had arrived nearby but had not had the time to explore it. The exploration, the singing, the mutation of the sailors, the appearance of Calamity, and the conversation were all just a dream. It's no wonder I was so careless. Despite knowing that I might encounter the Queen of Calamity, I didn't pray to Mr. Fool in advance. The Queen of Calamity relied on her angel level to create this realistic dream? Or does she have the corresponding sealed artifact? Even if she exists in a special state, she still has a way to borrow its power? Alger listened to the movements outside the tent and found that everything was normal. He immediately sat down and piously prayed to Mr. Fool. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Alger arrived above the gray fog and saw Mr. Fool sitting at the end of the long, mottled table. After the hanging man greeted him, the Fool Klein said casually, "You saw Kohainam?" The hanging man, Alger, replied seriously, "Yes, but we can't be sure that it's the elf queen." End of chapter 12:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.